All of you people have been selected to go to the bloodfield VII. You will stay there for 7 days, and those who will bring the proof of 5 kills or more would receive a reward from the pyramid, said Lady Sophia to us, 19 leader-class tyrants who had called into Hall 32 of Hall of War. Myriad expressions appeared on the faces of people. Some were happy, while others had horror on their faces, while others did not know what to think of this mission. The bloodfields are special places with restrictions that are used as refining ground for both forces. In the bloodfields, both races send a large number of their forces to kill each other. The fightings are very intense in that place, and lots of people die, but also produces the powerhouses. It is very popular, and Ida had applied for it several times when she was elite. The best thing about the bloodfields is their ruin-like restrictions, which means only powerhouses of a certain level could enter that place. The bloodfield VII is a leader-class refining ground, which means there is no chance that master or even grandmaster will break into that place. It is a realm of leader-class tyrants, and they do whatever they want without fear of retribution of upper-level powerhouse. For some powerhouses, it is hell, but for others, it is heaven. But one thing is clear, in the bloodfields, even the most powerful powerhouses are not safe. Many times, leaders of both races are talented enough to challenge some masters to fall prey to enemies' blades. There are powerhouses everywhere, and getting overconfident is good as being dead. You will all leave in 3 hours by Formation Gate 68. Till then get acquainted with the map and the information of Bloodfield VII, Lady Sophia said, and all the leaders' holowatches chimed before she left the hall. Ida, it is bad. Bloodfields are horrible places. Why would Lord Mitchell send us there? Does he wants to kill us? Neela said, shaking from head to down, and seeing her like that, a smile couldn't help but appear on Ida's face, and she could help but to kiss those shaking lips. Ida, bloodfields are no joke. The mortality rate there is even higher than the battlefields, she said while glaring at me angrily. I know how dangerous it is, but do we have any choice? We couldn't just call Lord Mitchell and ask him to cancel this order, I said, and Neela's eyes light up with thought before she shook her head a second later. All one. I could tell she had really thought about calling Lord Mitchell for a second to cancel this mission before disregarding that thought. We should memorize the information they have provided us, Neela said with a sigh before opening the file. I, too, did the same and began reading information on the bloodfield VII. Click, a little more than an hour passed, and when the door opened, attracting everyone's attention. From the door, a pretty woman with a raven who seemed to be in her early 30s walked in. She's not a leader nor a master, but an elite, and belongs to the Hall of War by a blue badge she is wearing. She walked inside and stopped in front of them with a smile. Lady Ida, Lady Neela, these have come for you, the women said and handed the 2 identical boxes to them before leaving with a smile. Neela and I looked at each other. There was only one person that could send them something in this place. They opened their respective boxes, though not before covering themselves in the privacy screens, and found themselves staring at crystalline roses petals of different colors. These rose petals looked beautiful. They looked like they were carved out of gems. There are 25 crystalline petals neatly placed in the line of 5, and above them is folded paper attached to the upper part of the box. She had some assumptions about the petals and the dangerous aura they are releasing. She kept those assumptions to herself and took out the note and opened it before starting a reading. A minute later, she burned the note down with shock on her face. The note simply stated what these petals are and a method to use them, and along with what she has to do with them, there is also a line about them being the first to test these things. These petals would be shocking if leaders around her knew about them. They would get hopping excited and beg them to give them some. I felt Neela's gaze on me and looked at her. Her eyes were showing the same emotions as hers, along with the responsibility of the second mission they had just gotten from Lord Mitchell. A few seconds later, they closed the boxes and removed the privacy screens before again started reading the information of Bloodfield that Lady Sophia had provided. Lord Mitchell has handed a mission to them that will make things very dangerous for them, but they have no choice but to their heart in doing that. Those petals could have a huge effect on the war, and they are the first to test them, is the biggest honor they could hope to have. 1.5 hours passed, and they got out of the hall and walked to the Formation Gate 68 and waited for a time till the formation activated. It is ready. Stepped inside it one by one, Lady Sophia declared as the teleportation gate came into light. People begin to step into the teleportation gate one after another, and soon it is my number. I pressed my hands to Neela's before I stepped into the watery screen of the teleportation gate, with Neela following right behind. The next week is going to be extremely dangerous, but also exciting. I hope we will come back alive stronger. It had not been a minute since we had come here, did not even get used to strange pressure that descended on us before we being veered into the actual blood field. These people really want us to kill some grim monsters that they rushing us like it. A few minutes later, we have appeared in front of the giant gate, which is definitely above 10 meters tall. Outside the gate is the actual bloodfield. I hope you all will kill the lots of grim monsters and return safely in a week, he said with a practiced smile, which helps one feel relaxed couldn't help but make me feel even more irritated. Krrrr. The huge gate opened, and a vibrant forest appeared before us, though it was with no moonlight and starlight, which did no matter to people like us. We could still see everything as if day, with hundreds of abilities. I could even see better than a day, and could feel the gentle wind of the forest, which brought me faint sounds of battles that were being fought across this forest. Best of luck, you all, said the middle-aged man, and gently pushed us out before closing the giant gates behind us. Prick. A couple of people cursed around me. I cursed him for his rude behavior before focusing on the environment in front of us, and the faint sounds of fighting along with a smell of blood that the gentle wind brought to me. Half of the people immediately left, while half remained on the spot. Neela and I are the ones that left. There is no need to waste time in staying that spot. We have only 1 week to finish up the mission that Lord Mitchell has given us. The sooner we finish, the sooner we will be free from its pressure and able to do the other things. Ida, we should not act with hastiness, Neela said with her eyes looking around everywhere and her soul sense stretched to the limit. She really did not have much combat experience. If she had, she would not have been behaving like a skittish cheek looking for the slightest danger, which couldn't help but make me smile. The Bloodfield VII is for leaders class tyrants only. There are no masters here, nor elites. Though elites could come here, they are not allowed. Ida, don't take this place as a joke, or both of us will die, Neela said telepathically while glaring at me. I am not taking things as a joke, Neela. I'm not into acting as skittish as you, I said, which seemed to make her angry as her glare became even more intense. Calm down a little, Neela, and control your chaotic soul sense. It will immediately alert the grim monsters of our presence immediately, I said calmly, which seemed to calm down Neela and her gaze softened. Calm mind is a most important thing in a places like this. Calmer we are, the better we will be able to deal with any situation, I added. This place is dangerous and had even restrictions on the leaders too. The range and power of soul sense are reduced by 75, and it also affects other aspects by 50. There is also suppression of sound, aura, and other things. The people like Neela, who had not gone to many ruins and explored strange environments, would feel quite suffocated here. We will move north slowly and find a grim monster, and if we think we would kill it, we will attack, I said to her, and Neela nodded in affirmation. With the plan made, we began to move slightly faster. There is no reason behind choosing the direction other than picking a direction. The tens of outposts of both are littered around the forest, so there is no reason to pick a specific direction unless one has to go to the specific place. We do not have any specific place or target in mind, other than a condition that we would not fight closer to any outpost. We don't want to be spied for what we do. It is quite hard to spy on me, especially for my level. My bloodline is metal and wind elemental, and I share a connection with these elements. If anyone got too close to use, the wind would inform me immediately. For about 15 minutes we did not come across anyone, be it human or grim monster, before sensing the presence of the grim monster. It is further than my soul sense could stretch, but is within a limit of wind could inform me of things. The wind did not give me the clarity like a soul sense, but it still provided me with enough information to make a decision. This grim monster I had sensed is peak leader, and even though I had fought against the peak leaders and even been able to kill, this one was too powerful. Even when I have Neela, I will probably have to run away if I fight against it. I would have definitely taken a risk with Neela's power if she had good combat experience, but unfortunately she did not, and it might seem harsh, but against such a powerful enemy, she might become a liability instead of an asset. Thankfully, the grim monster moved in the opposite direction, and within a few seconds it had disappeared. Even my wind could barely sense it. 10 minutes passed when suddenly, another grim monster sensed my wind, but to my shock. It is coming in our direction, and for a moment, I had planned to move when I noticed the grim monster was coming toward us. How? I asked myself, and understood a reason 3 seconds later when it entered my soul range, and I saw what kind of grim monster it was. It seemed like our luck is quite shitty to come across this bastard with a sharp nose. No wonder it had sensed me before even my wind had sensed it. Neela, be ready, there is the powerful enemy coming, I warned her. There is no need to. Her soul sense had sensed it at the same time as mine. She had already taken a few steps back, letting me take the lead as we had discussed. She's already a battle-ready mode, with her clawed out giving a sharp violet shine when one looks at the blade claws. She might be a little skittish at the thought of combat, but when it is time to fight, she will put her fear down and give her all. Lord Mitchell had made them fight nearly every day, and I saw her visibly improving with each battle. If she continued, in a few months she could become a competent fighter, and in a year she would become capable of beating above average powerhouse with her combat skills. Thud, a huge grim monster came like a blur before landing in front of us. It is a steel for Houndman, a grim monster with one of the sharpest noses. It is the reason why I did not run away despite sensing at a distance it would have caught us with that sharp nose of it. Two humans and female ones at that, It looks I will be sucking the tender skin an hour later, said the steelful Houndman, intentionally showing off its blade-like sharp teeth, and its teeth is not the only sharp thing on its body. It has a thick steel fur on its body, as its name suggests. It is not only its fur that is made of steel, but also its skin and those sharp claws that could tear through the metal as if it is butter. You sound awfully confident about your ability to kill us, I asked back as my green sword appeared in my hand. Yes, I am. It won't take me more than 5 minutes to kill 2 early leaders, it said with an even bigger toothy smile. It is a mid-level leader class tyrant, and not an average one either. If it had been an average, I would not have feared it at all, but it is even stronger than the peak tyrants I've fought before, and it seemed like this battle would be testing for the strength I had gained after getting into the Lord Mitchell's mentorship. Good, I want you to repeat these same words to you when I pierce my sword in your heart, I said with a toothy green and leafy pattern across my armor lit up. Strength of Azure. I said inside me, and the great power of the bloodline filled me as I moved toward it with my sword blazing with the power of my bloodline. Enemies should be killed quickly as possible. There is no need to dilly-dally against them. It just added to their advantage and got one killed. The steel fur Houndman reacted immediately, and the huge steel claws it is wearing over its actual shone with dense inheritance power, and it swiped them at me as I appeared in front of it. Its claw was fast, filled with sharp brutality, the one I am very familiar with. There is no fear in my eyes instead, there is excitement to test my power. In the morning I bore torture I had never bored before in my life, but it gave me to harvest that I had never thought would be possible. Clang, my sword clashed against its claw, and just as it did, I took back my sword and attacked its heart with 3 times faster speed. It reacted immediately and moved both of its claws to defend, seeing that a faint smile appeared on my face. Rustle of azure, I said in my mind, and a faint rustling sound rang out from my sword, and it moved like a gentle wind, changing its direction smoothly and now going for its head, which made alarm flash in its eyes. Claws of Esrat, it shouted and power exploded out of its body, and its claws became very fast and that within a moment they appeared in from my sword. Clang. My sword clashed against its claws, and a bright smile appeared on its face, but suddenly that smile had frozen away when I saw my sword slipping past the gaps in the fingers of its claws like wind slipping through the tiny holes. It tried to stop my sword, but I used its force against it, getting a clear away from its heart, which again became my target. What I did may sound easy, but it is far from it. I don't think even people like Lord Mitchell could not do it. His combat style is good, but it's not a match for me. I had worked extremely hard in practicing my combat style, which is the first thing my bloodline has given me. Might of Azure, I activated another of my attack, and the power of my attack increased explosively, surprising even me with its might, but I controlled it with surgical precision and avoided its claw that was trying to stop my sword and another one who was coming at me. I find the 4-time difference in size between human and grim monsters is the biggest advantage we have against the grim monsters, while some people may think the opposite, but I am not one of them. I learned to use this difference to my maximum advantage. Hee. As I dodged the attack and continued moving my sword toward it, a smirking smile appeared on the face of the steel fur Houndman. Sup, retribution of steel. It roared, and that very moment, the sharp, steely fur on its vibrated before thousands of sharp, steely hair which are the size of knitting needle came at me from all the sides wanting to skew me all the side. Seeing the sudden attack, there is no surprise as it is no surprise for me. I had already guessed it was going to launch this attack and made preparations beforehand against it. Monster integration, veil of azure, I said, and a shimmering green veil of metal and wind appeared in front of me, dense blocking every way toward me while still giving me complete freedom to move. Ting, ting, ting. The sharp melodious sound began to ring out, its sharp needle-like hair stuck against my defensive method. The defensive method had grown even stronger than now, that thousands of fine attacks struck against it. It did not even much shake. Will of Azure. I did not hold back and launched one of my most powerful attacks. There is no need to hold back when I know I could have this grim monster. I might as well go all out killing it. As I had activated the move, the phantom of a Lady of Azure materialized behind me and in all its glory. A regal woman in dark green metallic armor is sitting on a throne that seemed made of the air. It is hard to see her facial features, but anyone who dares to look at her face feels like their eyes are being pierced by the thousands of blades. I don't know much about the Lady of Azure whose bloodline I have, but the memories I have gained from the bloodline paint a glorious picture of her, and it could be said that fighting style had been greatly influenced by her. The Azure power flooded out of the bloodline and filled me. It was so great that I felt like suffocating under it. I did not let it overwhelm me, and I spread it fully across me and into my sword, which is now extremely close to it. Don't think you could do anything to me, human. The steel fur Houndman shouted at me, and there was no fear in its eyes as if it would be able to deal with this powerful attack of mine without any problem. Fortress of Steel. It roared, and powerful metallic energy poured out of its body and spread across him, forming 20 inches thick steely armor across its body. It seemed defense enough it would even survive if someone had thrown a mountain at it. Seeing the powerful defense made of powerful metallic energy appear on its body, I did not hold back either and poured all my power into my sword. Clang! My sword struck across its chest, and I felt a powerful clash of metallic energies against my sword. They began to pour down from all the sides, concentrating against my sword, forgetting the defense of any other part. It surprised me greatly. I had never thought its defense would be able to concentrate on the singular point, as such strategy is quite risky when then there are tens of attacks coming, but it is quite fit for the current scenario. My sword moved deeper and deeper inside it, but as the metallic energies clashed against my bloodline energy, they started to whittle away the power of my sword. The momentum of my sword begins to slow down fast. The steely energy is whittling away the momentum at an extraordinary degree. Despite that, my sword was able to pierce through its defensive method, but I did not celebrate as my sword had lost nearly all its power. "Human, it is time for you to die," said the steel fur Houndman as its steel claw grabbed my sword at lightning speed, and others came at me. It had just attacked when suddenly its expression changed. Neela, who had not participated in the battle till now, had finally moved with more than a meter-long needle connected to her right gauntlet. The 3 stripes of claws had disappeared, replaced by need at an extremely sharp point, but the thing is that needle did not include any fear. The steel fur Houndman did not even look at it, fully confident in his defensive method to deal with it while it focused on me. Krrrr. Its claw finally clashed against my defensive method and felt like it had clashed against a really fast spinning metal wheel, seeing the sound and sheer amount of sparks it is releasing. "Claws of Steelhelm," it shouted out loudly, and a powerful aura blasted of it before covering its claw so thickly that it had formed the second metallic layer. Krrrr. The claw, which had been stopped by my defensive method, started to descend down slowly, destroying every defense that came in my way. Seeing the way it is going, it will take a second for it to destroy my defense. While its claw is clawing through my defense, Neela's long needle had finally touched its defensive method and began to pierce through it. It also faced a similar type of defense as I, but the level of defense is much lower than mine. I have whittled away quite a lot of power of its defensive method, and it is helping Neela. The steel fur Houndman did not seem to be concerned by it and doubled down on crushing my defensive method. "Rip, die now, human," it said with a wide grin on its face as its claw finally tore through my defense. "Not yet," I replied to him with a similar grin. I am not an idiot and would not have fought such riskily if I did not have a sure plan in my mind to save my own skin. Cloak of Azure, I said, and faint wind could be felt across me, and at the same time, hundreds of metallic leaves appeared around me, surrounding me from all directions. "This is the new defensive method I've gotten it just this morning amidst the torture I had faced. This defensive method is more powerful than the last one, and also extremely powerful and complicated. I have barely been able to activate it with my current power." The steel fur Houndman did not seem surprised by it. It had expected I would have something like it, as its aura exploded further, and a dangerous dark gray layer appeared on its claw, and the power of it had increased exponentially. CLANG, its powerful claw struck on my defensive method, and it shook uncontrollably but did not break away at all, seeing that I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. For a moment I feared it wouldn't be able to last against such a powerful attack at all. At the same time, its claw clashed against my defense. Neela's needle had finally pierced through the defense and touched its skin, which seemed to irritate it, even its failure to crush my defenses against the single attack. Scram. It seemed to be more irritated than I had thought as it moved its claw, attacking Neela at blurring speed. Bang! The back of the claw stuck Neela like a hammer and flew away like a broken kite, while the steel fur Houndman attacked me with even more power than before, wanting to crush my defense at any price. I took a glance at Neela before focusing on my defense. While the blow was powerful enough to kill a regular leader, but it will not do anything to Neela. In my battle against Neela, Lord Mitchell had asked me to attack her as if I wanted to kill her. I was uncomfortable with the order, but I followed the order knowing, even if my attack had taken her to the death's door, Lord Mitchell would bring her back. He is grandmaster of healing after all. That battle, I had stuck a powerful blow at her fatal point and thought I had killed her. But to my extreme surprise, I have only given her a light injury. It only took her a second to get up. She was quite shocked by that fact, as she knew her defensive method was powerful to defend against my attack, and she did not have a strong body. Her body was even weaker than mine, but she was still able to bear the attack without any serious injury. I still am not able to guess she did it, and I did not ask her. It is related to her core secretes. Such secrets could not be shared with others, no matter how they are. A week ago, I would have said I had some secrets about my power that nobody but me knows, but now I could not say that thing at all. Within a week, Lord Mitchell knows more about me than myself. clanng. Its claw attacked and my defense shook again, but it held on. But that was just a beginning as it had attacked again, and then again with an immensely powerful attack. Clang clang. It had continued for 10 some seconds when suddenly the speed of its attack reduced and along with its power. But it was nothing compared to the attack that came next. It was so weak weakest leader would be able to stop it. It had stopped attacking and looked at Neela, who had got up and now sitting on a broken tree on which she had crashed into. She looked casual, without care for the world even when Houndman looked at her. She did not show any fear instead. She gave it a sweet, harmless smile. "What did you do to me?" It asked. It had even struggled a little when it spoke. "Just little something," Neela replied with a smile, and I wanted to snort at that while Steelfur Houndman wanted to crush her pulp. As it released the grip from my sword and moved toward Neela, and even seeing that, she did not move from her spot, nor did she needs to. Thud. It had only taken 3 steps when it stumbled and fell down. It tried to get up, but its hands and feet moved slowly before they altogether stopped moving at all. It is a torturous feeling. I have experienced what the Steelfur Houndman experiencing now. This strange attack of Neela makes one prisoner in own skin. Whatever the needle contains makes one's skin hard as a diamond that one could not stretch even a little. It was the strongest attack I had experienced, and since then, I had always been careful about letting Neela's needle anywhere near me. "Let's finish it up quickly. It would get out of freeze in 10 minutes, Neela said as she walked toward the grim monster and took out the wooden box with intense excitement in her eyes that made me scared for a second. "Ida, give him a cut. Remember, it has to be deep." Neela said. I know. I had also read the note of Lord Mitchell. I said back and covered ourselves and the body of Houndman with the cloaking method before moving toward the frozen grim monster, which is looking at me with confusion and fear. Rip, I moved my sword and ripped a hole in its chest, careful not to damage its core. Though Lord Mitchell had said the grim monsters have to be alive for the procedure, I did not want to take any chances. With the hole opened, Neil opened the box and took out an orange-color crystalline rose petal and ever so carefully placed it into the hole while Grim Monster's eyes became big saucers in horror. It seemed to have noticed the peculiarities of crystal petals that Neela had placed inside its chest. They are not delicate. Neela, a grandmaster, have made them strong enough to not break under the casual attack of Tyrant, I said. "I know, but I want to be careful since it is our first time using it," Neela replied. I opened my mouth to reply, but closed it when I saw the petal shining up gently before it got dissolved into liquid and seep into the grim monster's body. For more than a minute, nothing happened, and I've even doubted whether it would work as it's nothing like those fearful crystal roses which could destroy even armies. I had just thought that when the eyes of Steelfur Houndman got wide, an expression of extreme pain appeared in its eyes. At the same time, I felt the aura of Grim Monster begin weakening rapidly, with its body losing vibrancy at a visible speed and turning gray. "D-hub, fuck," I cursed loudly, seeing another of my attempt fail, wasting resources that would have more than enough for 20 elites and a couple of masters. Not only that, I have also wasted 5,000 essence roses of various grades. It is the 5th failure in 2 days, and the cost is biting, but I have no choice but to continue with this project. It would be even more successful than the crystal roses, but the success would not be cheap if I continued to fail like this. It is a good thing I had informed the pyramid about it, and they are sponsoring 75 resources required for it. It was the first time I had asked the council to chip in for a project that had not been actualized. I had not done that even when I had researched the petals, and was just able to make them a few days ago, a night before Ida and Neela left for the bloodfields. I have not informed the Pyramid Council about the crystal rose petals. I needed to test them, and if there is some problem, then I will fix it before showing it to the pyramid. I am sure they would be ecstatic about the petals, and it would solve a massive problem I have. The high-level essence roses, especially of elites, leaders, and masters. Only a few crystal roses could contend against them, and what essence roses they provide are paltry. I need more, a lot more. Before, I was the only one who could harvest them in such numbers, and now everyone could, as long as they have those petals. Still, even if I have a huge number of petals, it would be not available to everyone. There would be several conditions before I provided them to any of the powerhouses, as I want essence roses and not want them to get killed in getting them. It is not easy to bind the grim monsters. They are powerful and dangerous. If everyone gets these petals, many fall into grim monsters' traps and get themselves killed. So only those with powerful binding methods or a stable, calm mind would get these petals, and thankfully it would not be hard to find such people. The pyramid keeps a detailed file of every powerhouse and regularly evaluates the psyche of the powerhouse secretly and openly. I cleaned up the mess around me, and thankfully some of these resources could still be of some use. At least those are not tainted by the grim energy. I don't have any way to use them, but I still kept them. One day I might find a use for them. Once the packing was done, I took out a couple of solutions and added them to wasted material before packing them. In a few days, they would turn into a nice badge of a good fertilizer, which would be extremely helpful to ever-growing plants in my core. I had planted 2 more just yesterday. They are quite rare seeds and would produce amazing resources for me. I did no further experiments instead. I stepped out of the crystal palace and walked toward the lake. The walk in my core always relaxes me. My core is now felt like a small garden to me, with small, late, and different trees which are beautiful and calming to look at. The trees are growing great. There is no problem with a single one of them. If this continues, it won't be long before I do my first harvest. I could do it now, but the level of resources would be too low for me. I need these resources to reach a master's class at first. I might not harvest even if they reach master class and might wait till a grandmaster class, as each of these resources is extremely precious and not found in the world or even ruins. If any one of them had reached the grandmaster class, they would be extremely helpful to me, not only for my own use but also for other grandmasters who pay me a fortune for them. While every tree is growing to provide me, even the essence tree is the most important thing in my core. The tree that consumed the most resources after the essence tree remained unknown, and it is growing extremely slow compared to the trees as its stage would grow. Still, I am willing to give it a chance to see how perfect it is when one looks at it. I am sure it will surprise me soon enough. Buzz. I was strolling through the garden when I felt myself buzzing. I immediately got out of my core and looked at the mail, reading that my expressions couldn't help but become serious. Click. 10 minutes later, I opened the big door in front of and walked inside. There I saw Lord Whitman with tens of screens in front of him, and he looked quite stressed, more than usual. "Lord Whitman, you have called me," I asked as I walked inside his office. "Yes, take a seat, Mitchell," he said and tapped on the screen, which turned to me. The screen had only a single word in the middle, but that single word had alarmed me greatly. Videt is the word whenever this thing appears. A trail of human bodies could be seen. They are too powerful, and barely anyone within the same level could do anything against them. Most of them were killed by those above level with them. This is the last message that came from our masterclass powerhouse from Lancet ruined 12 minutes ago before we have lost contact with her, he said and tapped a few more buttons, and a projection of 7 people appeared in front of me. One of the people in the 7 has surprised me. I know her, she could say to be my friend. Her progress is shocking as the last time I saw her, she was a knight. Weeks ago, we have sensed some of the activity of grim monsters and sent a master to investigate, and within a day we have lost contact with him. After that, we have sent a team of 4. With them 2 we have lost the contact. 3 days ago we sent the last 2. They both had very good surviving skills, but 12 minutes ago we lost contact with them too. With this as their last message, he said, hearing that my expressions couldn't help but become serious. Did any one of them were able to find out what the grim monsters are doing in the Lancet ruin? I asked, to which he shook his head. No, our assessment is the same. It is Master Limit Ruin, which had been already harvested completely before it had reached our world, he answered. Are Grimm's fishing? I asked. The finishing, as we called it, is a trap. We create fake disturbances in ruin and attract the other side after that. It is a simple hunt for a powerful powerhouse that is waiting on the other side. They might be, he replied, unsure as one is in such a scenario. When do I leave? I asked. He would not have asked me if he did not want me to go to the ruin. I am one of few humans who could fight against the videt without dying. You will leave immediately. You have 3 objectives. First is to kill the videt. The second, rescue our people if they are alive. And third, find out if they are simply fishing or there is something else going on in the ruin, he said. Lord Whitman is more focused on killing the videt than rescuing our people, and I could not blame him. The videts are a nightmare for the same level powerhouse. In places like restricted ruins where they are most powerful, the most violent videt is placed in such a location, making it impossible for grandmasters to hunt them. Okay, I said and walked toward the formation, and a few seconds later, I was in front of the teleportation gate. The technician is finishing with the last details, so I had just waited while reading the data that Lord Whitman has provided about the Lancet ruin in my core. Lord Czar, the passage is ready, the head technician said about 15 minutes later. I nodded and stepped into the teleportation without wasting a second. Since there is videt involved, there is a chance that humans that had gone to the ruin are still alive. Unlike most grim monsters and us humans, we like to kill our enemy soon as possible and be done with it, but videts are not like that. Since they could not practice other than their combat, and could not derive other pleasures such as eating, making. They find different ways to cope in their long lives, and most of them like to play with their prey, which is a bad thing. It is the reason why, for a second, I hoped that videt is a sane one and had killed the humans it had found. The humans became the plaything of videt, wished they had died every second as torture, and those lucky or unlucky, as you might say, that have rescued beg from dying and even commit suicide. If I go by numbers of the past 5,000 years, 26 of rescued people commit suicide within a week if they remain unwatched and untreated. A moment later, I was in the space tunnel as I reached it. I took out 12 balls and threw them in the space tunnel. Usually, I did not like to mess with space tunnels, but these balls give out the same signal as humans to Grimm's sensors when we breach the wall of the ruin. Let them think the humans have sent the force. It will keep them a little busy while I investigate, and might even humans chance to live longer if they are still alive. Blop. A half a minute later, I breached into ruin and found myself crashing into the water hard. Roar. I was just about to swim up when I heard the roar within a second later. A huge monster over 20 meters long appeared in front of me. It is a snake with an especially giant head, radiating the aura of Peak Master. It had opened its mouth to attack me when I released my aura, and it disappeared. It had closed its mouth so fast and disappeared that even I couldn't help but get surprised. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing that, though I could kill it immediately. There is no need. I do not have any need for a snake monster, though I would have thought about it if it had been a Peak Master monster. Sup. Few seconds later, I flew out of the water into the open air. It had been felt like ages I had something like that. Usually I hide and try to move away as soon as possible when I enter a new ruin, but I am not doing that anymore. Even if there is an extremely powerful videt here, which I might not be able to defeat, I am confident in running away from it safely, so there is no need to hide. I even plan to create quite a ruckus here. Ashlyn came out, I said softly, and the next second she came out, but she is not the only one. Nero also came out with him. I opened my mouth to say something but closed it after looking at Nero. You guys go and see if you could find anything special about this ruin. If you do, inform me immediately, and you are free to kill any grim monster you find, but be careful of the violet-colored ones, I said, especially to Nero, who tends to excite quickly. You can count on me, father. I will quickly find all the secrets of this ruin and report them to you, and if I see any violet one, I feel beat him before feeding him to the little green tree, Nero said with quite a serious expression on his face, which again his poor attempt to imitate Ashlyn. Jojo. With a chirp, Ashlyn flew away, and Nero also melded into the night before, streaking away with a speed that was no lower than that of Ashlyn. He will be fine even if the videt comes. It would not be able to do anything to Nero, would even have run away if Nero got serious. He might look cute and cuddly, but he is extremely dangerous with those strange abilities. After they left in the opposite direction, I also picked up the direction and began to fly away. As Lord Whitman said, everything this ruin possesses had been harvested before even it came to our world, and since I don't know where the grim monster is, my best bet would be picking up direction and flying toward it. The grim monsters would come soon. I wonder what power they will have. Lord Whitman had said there are 40 to 50 grim monsters who have come to this ruin, with a combination of leaders and masters. The intelligence may not be reliable since there are ways to quietly send people in ruin without being detected by enemy sensors. They just cost a lot more resources, but grim monsters are rich, and they use sneaky teleportation, gates a lot more than we do. I had appeared in ruin for barely 2 minutes when I sensed the grim monster appear as it tore through space. It is a master, without doubt, the space of this ruin little stronger than our world, and would need at least a master-class tyrant strength to tear the space. I had not hidden, and it immediately sensed me before appearing in front of me a second later. It is a twin-horned ratman with a peak master-class aura. Humans have sent another group. I bet you would be delicious. I did not get a chance to eat a master since I had come to this ruin, the ratman said, and its aura exploded with power as it came at me. You do not have a bloodline, I said with disappointment as I appeared in front of me. It opened its mouth to say something but found not to be able to do it. It had been frozen on its spot, unable to even blink. Do you know if any of humans are alive? I asked as I freed up its mouth. You can forget about getting any answer from a human, it said, and the next second I saw consciousness in its disappearing and its life force rapidly. I sighed seeing that, and the grim monster disappeared, and the next second the harvest process began in my core. It had killed itself through the secret seal. Though it is not dead completely, it will be in few minutes. I would be easily able to harvest it, and inside my core I slowed down weakening of life force and get a better essence rose than outside. With it being harvested into my core, I continued with my journey, but I had to stop a few seconds later as 3 more masters appeared, and as they saw me, their eyes couldn't help but brighten up and they came at me. My eyes also brightened up seeing them, as one of them possesses bloodline. Let's kill this bastard and feast on it before Lord Atrer finds it and take it from us, said the grim monster in the middle as they came at me. Where are the leaders? I asked myself. There were supposed to be leaders here, but not I had found them. I have also seen come across 4 peak master-class tyrant in a matter of minutes. Even with a large number of powerhouses, masters did not grow on trees in the grim race. There seemed to be going something here, and I asked Ashlyn and Nero to focus a little more on investigating. Human die. 3 of them shouted in unison and came at me with 3 sides, but as they appeared close to me, they all froze up in the air, incapable of doing anything. I covered myself with an energy dome before spreading the things inside them. It took me only a couple of seconds to do that. They might be peak elites, but they are too weak in front of me. They were weak when I had broken into the tyrant class, and they are still weak now when I had reached the limit of my level. Speaking of limit, I am quite happy that I have finally found the Grim Monster with Bloodline. With its peak master class power, I would definitely take me to the limit, which would clear one of the biggest hurdles of me breaking into the next level. Buzz. 11 seconds after the strings spread inside the Grim Monsters, runes came out and began the harvesting. The essence rose to begin to form in all 3 Grim Monsters, while the purified blood essence of one Grim Monster started to come inside my core, dividing itself into the 5 parts. Even after sprouting, the mysterious tree is taking its usual share of the purified bloodline essence. Around 32 seconds into harvesting, I had finally reached the limit while my share got divided among the 4, which continued sucking the energy, which had lasted for another 20 seconds. Buzz. As the harvest is finished, the strengthening energy released from my core, and it filled my body and soul before it began to absorb it, reaching closer and closer to its limit. I was tracking the progress carefully when I noticed the change inside my core and was shocked out of my mind seeing what I was seeing. It had shocked me so much that my thoughts stopped for a second. The mysterious tree is growing at visible speed, but it is not the thing that had shocked me. The thing which had shocked me was it releasing the energy from it to all the other plants present in my core and also making them grow visibly. This is earth-shaking and would affect my life in a great way. The small tree kept releasing energies for 39 seconds, and in these 33 seconds, a huge change has occurred in my core. It looked like 33 days had passed inside my core, and in these 33 days, I have provided them all with special fertilizer and nutrition according to their needs utmostly. So what the mysterious tree did was little more than just hasten their growth, and it would help me beyond what I could imagine. The mysterious tree has grown longer. From a finger size it had grown to palm size. As for the trees, it had provided the energies which had even bigger and shocking change than it. The most are of the essence tree. A sign of first fruit budding had appeared. A stage I thought would need a month or more to reach, but it had happened in a couple of seconds. Other than the essence tree, other trees have also gone through a big change. More than half of them have produced the resources that will be extremely useful to leaders. 3 plants have produced resources that would be useful to leaders, and 1 plant called Fluttering Light Flower Tree had 1 flower that had reached a master class. I have no need for these resources, and earlier I had planned to only pluck them after they reached the grandmaster level, but now I think I will use them when I leveled up, and if I have some extras, I will spare few for my mentees. Some of the resources here could speed up things for them, which will great thing for them, but also my research. I have reached the limit, but I have hit a little block on my inheritance which I am extremely close to completing and would just need that small thing sorted out, and I would be able to level up to leader class, which will give me the strength of the grandmaster. But the path is not easy. The block I hit was small but extremely complicated. If I am lucky, I will be able to solve it within a week, but if my luck is bad, it might take longer than that. I hope that did not happen. The power of grandmaster would help me greatly, not only strength-wise, but also in my other profession. Those grandmasters sleeping in a hall of sleep needed to be awake. After checking everything in my core, I swept up the 3 essence roses and continued with my direction while looking hopefully to coming across a few more grim monsters, especially those with bloodlines. I want to test this ability of the mysterious tree further and also clear the doubt in my heart, this being a one-off thing. For the next 5 minutes, I had not come across any grim monsters before I had sensed the spatial disturbance and saw grim monster coming out of the spatial tier. It is a ratman with malachite armor covering its full body. This one is different from the others I have encountered in this ruin. This ratman is above peak master. It had taken a half step outside of master class and step away from becoming a grandmaster. Huma. It opened its mouth to say something, but stopped in alarm as I appeared in front of it in the next instant. I do not plan to waste any time. I want to kill it as soon as possible, so the next grim monster that would come would be even more powerful and hopefully with a bloodline. Putch. Got over its shock and was about to say something when it looked down, and deep shock appeared on its face when it saw my greatsword poking into the chest. It had happened so fast that it had not noticed how it had happened. 3 minutes later, I have finished harvesting it, and am also quite happy with the essence rose I have gotten from it. It will make a quite powerful crystal rose. With its crystal rose in my storage, I again continued with my journey with the hope to find a grim monster with a bloodline. I hope they come soon. With them, I will be able to mature the plants I have in my storage. 10 minutes passed by, and I did not come across any grim monster, and soon another 10 minutes passed, and still did not see any grim monster. It is a little strange. By this time, the Grims should be alarmed and would have sent the force, but they did not send anyone. It is the same on Ashland's and Nero's end. After they have killed 4 and 5 grim monsters each, They did not come across any grim monsters either. It is strange, but there is nothing that could be done unless we find the place where all the grim monsters are. A few more minutes had passed without any grim monsters when suddenly, I noticed something in the distance, and it made me slightly alarmed that I immediately activated the first boost and took out my sword. Clang. A second later, my sword clashed against a fine scimitar of the grim monster, and not a normal grim monster either but a videt from a very rare grim tribe, which is looking at me with great surprise. I'll be damned I had not thought the human I would be killing is Michiel Zar itself, the grim monster said as it looked me from up to down with its shining violet eyes. I would have thought you would be hiding somewhere with the performance you put a few months ago, it added. You got things wrong a little. I had never hidden, just used the different faces to kill you bastards, I said, and my words did not seem to make it angry. I can see that. You would not have improved such tremendously by hiding, it said and flapped its giant wings and disappeared in front of my eyes, and a moment later, I felt a sharp tingling in my neck. Clang, the power of the first boost coursed through me, and I moved my sword back with all my speed, and the next moment my sword clashed against giant violet crystalline clay wings. The violet videt in front of me is from crystal skin Eagleman tribe. Its whole body is made of red crystal, but the videt process had made it violet, and crystalline skin granulated to signature videt skin. Even after its skin is granulated, it's still crystalline, just granulated, and its wings are still sharp as blades, or even more now it is videt. They are now strong as an artifact. The videt Eagleman disappeared and appeared in front of me and attacked again, wanting to slice me into two with its sharp wing from head to toe, and it is not just its wing that is attacking but also its scimitar. Both of the attacks are powerful, and masters could forget about countering them, much less defending against them, but thankfully I am not a master. Clang, I disappeared from my spot and appeared a few meters left, directly in front of the coming scimitar, and countered it with my sword. You are good, no wonder the higher-ups have placed such big bounty on you, it said as it looked at me with surprise. While the bounty is good, it is no use to you, so why don't you leave? I asked with a smile. While it's true the resources are useless to me, but they will be useful to my tribe, not to mention satisfaction I will get from killing you, it said with a laugh before the violet armor on its body began to light. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but get light up, and I also activated the second boost without wasting a second. A videt is no joke, especially the one which has a videt armor, even with all my strength. I have to be careful against it. A powerful, well-placed attack could bring an end to me, and that would be quite regrettable. I hope you will last a minute, human. It had been a while since I had fought against the humans who lasted a minute after I used my armor, it said and came at me, and the speed and power of its attack are 10 times greater than the earlier attack. Clang. Its scimitar came with the speed of the laser, directly aiming against my head, but my sword was not slow either, and it had stopped its sword before it could reach me. But as I did that, its wing folded unnaturally and came at me like a knife to slice me apart. I dodged the attack and appeared a few meters behind, and saw its scimitar coming at me again, and with a wing behind. The eyes of Eagleman are one of best, and they are this videt bastard's one of best weapons against me, considering we have about a similar level of power. It could be said, this videt is much harder to deal with than the last one I had fought. Clang. It came at me attack after attack, and I continued to defend against them, harnessing more and more power from the second boost. That is not all I am doing. I am collecting data from it every second and laying out my net. I will have to use everything I have to deal with this videt. It is not just a regular enemy whose heart I could pierce and immediately begin the harvesting. Though I am planning on killing this videt, not only because it is a videt, but also because it is something the mysterious tree needs. Last time, the videt was enough to bright the mysterious seed sprout. I wonder what changes it will bring this time. The mysterious tree is interested in it. It is very clear as it is ferociously consuming all the videt energy that is coming at me. A few minutes passed as we continued clashing, it attacking, and I am defending. It is the best strategy seeing its experience and fine combat style, which I could not contend against even with all the combat experience and hard work I had put in. I should stick to this strategy. If I tried going offense, there is a high chance it might be able to evade my sword and attack my body, and that would be disastrous. There are high chances that I might die by it. As time passed, its serious expressions filled with burning self-confidence began to change. There is anger to begin to appear with little doubt. The bounty on you is well deserving, it said while attacking me from all the directions, which gave its voice the omnidirectional feel. You are very powerful, and if we give you a chance to grow like this, it won't be long before you became a grandmaster, and that would be disastrous for us, it added, and its aura burst out with full power that it begins to affect the space around itself. Third boost, Crown of Roses. I did not waste time activating the third boost, and on top of that, I also activated the Crown of Roses and used all the internal energy I had. I could not let it alone have the sensory advantage, especially when it had boosted the power to such a degree. It's time for you to die. It said and came at with the earth-shaking might that only videts could have. It is extremely hard for other powerhouses to display such might before they reach the grandmaster class. Even I could not do that. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It had begun to attack me like it wanted to cut me into the thousands of pieces, and it would have if I had not had activated the Crown of Roses on time. It is slightly more powerful than the videt I had fought earlier, and a lot more skillful when it uses its full power. It seemed like it had worked hard, especially on using its strength at its full potential when it used every bit of its strength. I could tell it would really help it because it is terrifying with skill and precision. If I did not have the Crown of Roses and defensive fighting style, I would have been killed by now, even if I had the raw power to match it. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Should I just summon my shield? It will make things a lot easier for me, I asked myself as I continued to defend against it. I am at my wit's end fighting against it. Its combat skills are too refined for me to do anything against it. I have the strength to fight against it, but lack the sufficient skills, which have made things dangerous for me. If I summoned my shields, everything would become easier, and I could only dream of doing anything to me, but that would also make things quite harder for me, as I would have to spend a lot more time in killing it than I would right now. I am very close already, and I just have to fight. I have been fighting for a couple of more minutes before I will have this videt in my hand. Not to mention, it is my benefit if I continue to fight against such a skillful enemy. It will help me refine my combat skills tremendously, but there's a quite good chance that it might be able to break the defense of my sword, and if that happens, I would dearly regret I had taken such risks. I had thought for a couple of seconds before I finally decided not to summon my shields and continue fighting this way. I understand the risks, but I would still choose it. I am currently skilled enough to deal with nearly all the master and even videt, but I would pale in front of experience of grandmasters, which most of them are hundreds of years old. I would need to start making the preparations for them, but before that, I should be able to deal with this very dangerous videt first. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. One after another, the attack came at me, and the grim monster seemed to understand my weakness as well. It begins to launch skillful attacks with the great power that I am trying my all to defend against. Hee, human, you are at your wit's end. It won't be long before I tear your flesh through with this blade of mine, the videt said with a laugh before launching another skillful attack. You can sure dream, I said while dodging its blade at an inch distance, which made me stutter a little, but I couldn't care less for that as powerful attack its wing next, which is even faster than its scimitar. I defended the attack with my sword before dodging the scimitar again with the hair-breadth distance. Seconds passed by as my dance with the dead continued, and I stopped worrying about the consequences and began fighting without worry with nearly all my concentration. Within seconds, a change started to occur in my fighting style. It was beginning to move away from an extremely cautious stance and go a bit more daring. I knew the risks, but I continued with the approach as I thought it would be the best. The daring defense is better than the cautious defense, and my approach showed the result within a minute, from every attack getting defended inches away from me to a meter. It gave me a huge breathing space for a couple of minutes. I had been feeling quite breathless with nearly every attack getting close to hitting me. While I have gotten a breaking space, it had made Grim Monster very angry, and to my surprise, it began to make mistakes. It took me a while to understand the reason for that, and it is quite simple. While it had trained itself to fight very skillfully when using its full power and likely trained with grandmaster and fellow videt, it had not fought against a human of my strength before. The powerhouses as videts are very prideful of their power. They have sacrificed so much, their future, the pleasures, and many other things to be the absolute best in their level. Now, despite being an absolute best, it is not able to defeat me after fighting so long, and it is making it angry, taking it away from the cold in combat. Try a little harder, or it won't be long before my sword pierces into your chest, I said with a smile that made blazing anger appear in its eyes. You little shit, you will pay for those words. It shouted and attacked more furiously, which again worked in my favor. It is already attacking me with its full power, so there is no increase in its strength, and the blazing anger forced it to make even more mistakes, giving me a lot of breathing space. I continued taunting it every few minutes as we fought. It knows what I am doing. It is not a child to not understand such a simple thing, but knowing doesn't help it from getting even angrier. A few more minutes passed, and we were now fighting above the lake. The powerful monsters of the lake had hidden deep below, and while those who could not die, even those powerful Master Class 1 are barely surviving. Another 2 minutes passed, and my ever-so-careful eyes have finally dared to relax a little. After fighting so long on the knife's edge, I am finally done. The videt is now good as dead. Stop, I said, and to the utter shock of the videt, it had stopped. It had stopped on my command, not having an ability to even twitch. I have been very careful in binding the videt. I have not only bound 95, but also bound it by a double layer. I did not need to go this excessively, but I had to see it as videt, and because I have not been able to charge Leaf enough to use it. If it had, a single layer would have been more than enough, as I would have directly sent it to my core, harvested it, but now I have to do it from outside. With it bound, I wasted no time in beginning the harvest process, but unlike the regular grim monsters, it is extremely hard against the videt due to their exceptional defense that makes everything harder. The strings covering the videt moved, and soon they formed 32 weaved strings with very sharp ends. All these ends have concentrated internal energy on them, and do not hold back. I had even coated their edge with the full power of my sword's sharpness enchantment. With the preparations done, the strings moved toward the videt and began to pierce inside it. But as I had expected, there was great resistance, but my preparations helped as the strings began to pierce inside the skin slowly before getting inside completely. As they went inside, they began to spread, dividing themselves into the hundreds of strings, each with internal energy and sharpness enchantment. The defense of the videt is stronger even inside, but still, it is not as strong as the outside otherwise. It would have taken my string hours instead of minutes to do the job. Still, it took nearly 9 minutes to spread the strings inside the videt while it experienced everything with the horror. Buzz, the moment I spread the strings inside, I have also started the harvest process to make an essence rose. The formations in the strings activated, and the process begins. The energies moved toward its center, and for a second, I had thought the essence rose would really form from the videt, and it had disappointed me as I had hoped the mysterious tree would take the videt's essence like the last time. I was just feeling disappointed when suddenly I felt the pull from the core, and all the energies which were going for the center of the strings moved toward my core. The essence of the videt is extremely powerful, and if I did not have confidence in my strings and where it is going, I would have been very scared. The essence could infect me and could bring out many unforeseen consequences, including killing me or making me an abomination, and to do it, one is more than enough. Soon, the essence of the videt reached my core, and as it did, it had directly gone to a mysterious plant. As it did, my strings went haywire, and they shined up brightly like the sun, and that very second, the amount of essence traveling through my strings increased by 23-fold. It is the highest amount of essence my strings would be able to transport safely, and mysterious tree taking it all. The expressions that appeared on the videt's face are beyond that of pain that even I felt a pity for it for a moment. The visible changes begin to appear. The shining violet color begins to fade rapidly, and 22 seconds later, all the violet color disappeared from it, and it had turned completely gray, aging centuries within a second. 15 more seconds have passed, and the videt turned into a husk and collapsed. I burned the husk and collected its stuff before focusing back on the mysterious tree, which had absorbed all the essence of the videt and now growing visibly. It is growing visibly, but it did not release the growth energy it had released last time when it was growing as such. I hope it is due to Grim Monster being a videt, and it did not like to share the videt energy, and it won't be the case when it takes the purified bloodline essence. I truly did not want it to be a one-off thing. It had given me great hopes, and I did not want it to be taken away. Too many things depend on it now. The tree had grown for about 53 seconds, and from being a palm size, it had now grown to hand size. It still looks beautiful despite the fact that it looks like a normal tree. There is a mysterious charm to this tree that one could not deny. I looked at the tree for a couple of seconds before continuing my journey. I wanted to ask it about the humans, but I knew I would not get any answers. The videt is worse. They always had answers to your question, but answers are not the truth. They are very opposite of the truth. There is only one option, and that is to explore the ruin and see the sign of any strangeness ourselves. Thankfully, it would take me less than a day to explore the ruin, and I am not the only one. There is Ashlyn and Nero with their help. It would take even less, if there is something fishy going on in this ruin. I have asked Ashlyn and Nero to speed up. The sooner I will find the station of the Grim Monster, the better chance I will have finding any humans, if any of them is alive. 3 hours passed by, and in these 2 hours I have not come across a single Grim Monster. I am not the only one. Even Ashlyn and Nero did not come across any Grims. They seem to have realized that something had happened to their videt and stopped sending any more Grim Monsters. In these 3 hours, we have covered nearly half of this ruin and were not able to find anything, but I did not lose any hope. There is still more than half of the ruin remained to search, so there is a high chance we might find something. Choo-choo. Another half an hour had passed when Ashlyn chirped in my mind, informing me she had found something. Hearing that, my eyes couldn't light up, and I closed my eyes for a second before opening them and moving my hand across the space. The spatial tier formed as my hand moved, and I walked inside it when it became big enough. one needs to be familiar with the place they want to tear open the space and have the knowledge of the coordinates. I had not been to the place I was going, but I had a connection with Ashlyn that is extremely strong that if I concentrate enough, I will form a perfect connection with her senses, which is enough for me to know the place and its coordinates. A few seconds later, I stepped out of spatial tier and was surprised to find that Nero was beside Ashen. I had sensed the location of Nero before opening the spatial tier and saw him being an even greater distance from Ashlyn than me, but now he is here, and the thing is, I have never taught him to travel through space, but he had done that. I will have to ask him how he had done that, but later. Now I have more important things to focus on. What did you find? I asked Ashlyn. As far as I could see, I could only see a forest and some broken buildings. There are no energy signatures in the air or any spatial signature that I could see. Still, I did not doubt Ashlyn. Her senses are much better than mine, and she could see things that I could not. Choo choo choo. She chirped and shared a vision made from her ability. Everything is gray here. In this grayness I could see the broken tower, and inside it, a couple of wispy dots that seemed to appear and disappear. I looked through her vision for a minute before I stopped and looked at Ashlyn and Nero. You guys come back to the core. I will call you out if I need you. Ashlyn just nodded and came inside while Nero was unwilling but listened. As they came inside me, I looked at the broken tower, which is at quite a distance, and flew toward it. I did not hide. Hiding would only make things slow. I flew toward it, and a couple of seconds later, I appeared in front of the broken tower. The time had done its magic on it. Once glorious tower that should be over 100 floors tall now had barely 20 floors. My target is the only one floor of the tower. Only in that place, I had seen the strangeness through Ashlyn's vision. It would be a third floor on the top if I did not count to the most top floor, which is nearly destroyed. I flew toward it before stepping inside it through the collapsed part. Before landing on the floor as I did, my feet had made the crunching sound as they crunched on the rubble. The floor of the tower is quite big, but there is barely any danger I can see. The tower is very old, but many people have come here, destroyed whatever defenses it had, and taken everything it had. The thing that made me curious is why the grim monsters are here and what they have found. I could sense the very faint aura of grim monsters here, including that of the videt I had killed. There are some grim monsters here that had not been killed by us three, and strangely, all of them are coming toward me, and they have some humans with them, including my friend who is in quite a strange condition. Minutes had passed, and a group of 5 grim monsters appeared in front of me, and all of them were masters who were step away from reaching a grandmaster. In 5, 2 of them have a bloodline, but I did not focus on that. Instead, I focused on 5 humans they have in their hands tightly. Don't make any wrong move. Human, if you dare to move slightest, we will kill all these humans, said the leading crocman, who had an unconscious human tightly in its claws. The vital of humans is very low. He could die at any moment. He is not the only one in such a condition. The other 2 humans in Grimm's hands are also the same. The last 2 are a little better, but all of them need a quick medical assistant. You know I could kill you all, and it won't take me even a minute, I said, and to that, all of them flinched and tightened their grips on humans even more. We know you are strong, Michiel Czar. You are even able to kill Lord Resf, and killing us would not take many efforts from you, it said, but let me tell you, if you came at us, we would take these humans with us to the underworld. Added Crocman and pressed the human in its claw even further, nearly killing it. You are wrong about one thing, I said after a second of silence, which made a frown appear on its giant face. About what? It asked while its and other grim monsters' muscles tensed, ready to crush the humans if I dared to even slightest. The moment you walked in front of me, you were already dead, and you all never had any chance to remain alive, I said. To that, a vicious, crazy smile appeared on the face of the crocman. It seemed like you do not care for the lives of humans. It said viciously and pressed its claw to crush the human. The others also did the same, wanting to give me the last wound before they die, but as I had said, they are dead the moment they have walked in front of me. Suddenly, alarm flashed into the eyes of all 5 grim monsters. They found themselves bound by something invisible. This invisible binding not only binded their physical body, but they have also sealed their energy. So they could no longer use their energy, seeing that all of the hopes of them killing humans before they die had disappeared. Lay down the humans slowly, I said while I wanted to harvest the grim monsters, but stabilizing the condition of these humans is most important, especially the 3. They are in a very bad state. The grim monsters cleaned the floor with their huge hands before placing the humans down. As they did, I pierced my strings inside them, though I had struggled a little with my friend. Her defense is really shocking, just slightly lower than the videt. I am shocked seeing it, as I had not thought be human or grim monster of master class could have such defense, other than alchemical videt freaks, but here is human, who have 70 defense of videt. It looks like it were not just flowery words when Lord Whitman had said he had sent his best survival expert at videt would hard time breaking through this defense. She is the only one whose condition could say to be good, as the other 4 have been tortured to every inch of their lives. The signs of it could be seen across their bodies as well as their souls. The grim monsters were really cruel in torturing them. I examined their condition before pouring healing energy with the mix of internal energy, which is extremely helpful. When I first time experimented with healing energy with internal energy, I was shocked by the results, despite learning about it from the books. Other than healing energy, I have also taken out a couple of very expensive resources and fed them to them. My priority is not to heal them, but stabilize them enough that I can send them back. Once they are back in Pyramid, the healers there would do a good job healing them, both physically and mentally. It had been a minute since I started healing when I saw the eyes of my friend fluttering before they opened and immediately focused on me. "Mitchell," she said in the question, "am I dead?" She again questioned herself as she tried to get up slowly. "It's been a while, Ria," I said to her. "She is my old friend, Ria. She is one friend I had made after I began practicing. The first female friend I had made in Westblood, where all began." "Yes, it's been a while," she said before her eyes flashed in alarm seeing the 5 grim monsters towering over us. "They are fine, I will deal with them after I stabilized your friends," I said, and she looked at 4 unconscious humans. Her expressions became sad when she looked at them. "They have suffered a lot," she whispered before her eyes again flashed in alarm. "Mitchell, there is a videt here. Let us leave before it came." Ria said. Her voice was frantic. It seemed like it had caused quite a trauma on her. "There is no need to be worried about it," I said with a smile and again fed a mild herbal essence to 3-4 unconscious people and helped them digest it. "What do you mean there is no need to worry about it? It freaking videt," she nearly screamed and searched for a beacon on her hand, "which is not there. The grim monsters have likely destroyed it when they have captured her." "I've already dealt with it, so obviously there is no need to be worried about it," I said. An immense shock appeared on her face that it took her a while to come out of it. "You mean it had escaped from you, or you mean you killed it?" She asked again. It seemed like her mind was refusing to admit to the simple truth. "I've killed it," I said simply, and this time saw, not shocked. She seemed to become calm enough to process it. "You are really a freak, you know that," she said with a smile. "Talk about the pot calling a kettle black," I said with a smile. She at least had some shame as her cheeks reddened a little. Even though I did not mean to pry, I was able to find the reason for her exceptional defense, and I have to say she is one lucky woman. When we were back in our native continent, she had found a miracle fruit that gave her an ability, Diamond Body. It is a very powerful defensive ability that synergized perfectly with the own ability she had gotten from her monster. This had given her exceptional defense that very few within the same level could break, but it is still nothing compared to what she has gotten after. Her current exceptional defense, which I don't think any master could match, is the result of another amazing thing in her body. A bloodline, and not a normal bloodline either, but one that is eth nature, which also formed a perfect synergy with the 2 of her abilities and strengthened them so strongly that they have become her constitution. The most amazing thing is, her bloodline is not the one gotten from miracle fruit. It has been inherited. The inherited bloodline and the one from the miracle fruits leave a different signature on the body. Though the person she had inherited the bloodline from may have gotten the bloodline through the miracle fruit, I don't know what her bloodline is, but with the limited look I've gotten from it, I narrowed it down to the 7 bloodlines. "They are stabilized," I said with a sigh and took out 5 beacons from my storage and strapped 4 of them on my unconscious patients and gave the 5th to Ria. "Take them back to the pyramid and tell Lord Whitman it will take me some time to return," I said. "You are not coming back." She asked. "No, there is something going on here. I will investigate it before coming back," I replied. She opened her mouth to say something but closed it. She likely wanted to stay, but she was not in a condition to help me in this mission. "Don't search for the other 2, they have died," she said simply and activated the beacons, the 4 and hers. "Don't worry, I will take revenge on their behalf," I said to that. She nodded, and a couple of seconds later, she disappeared with the 4 patients. As they left, I turned to grim monsters, and a couple of seconds later, another 7 grim monsters flew in, looking at me with wide eyes horror. Only 5 had come out earlier because they were the strongest. These 7 are also the masters, but in different stages, from initial to peak stage, and they also 2 with bloodline among them, making 4 in all 12 grim monsters. Buzz. I had already spread the strings inside them when I was healing, so I immediately activated the harvesting, and 13 seconds later, the runes came out of me and expedited the process at a much faster speed, while focusing on 4 grim monsters with bloodline the most. The thick, purified bloodline energy came at me. It was so much amount that I had never seen before. For the first time, I am taking the energies of the 4 masters, with 2 of them being a step away from being a grandmaster. Their bloodline is extremely powerful. Regretfully, I could not enjoy it. My core and body have reached the limit, and unless I make a breakthrough, I will not be able to enjoy the purified bloodline essence, which now me being absent from is getting divided into 4 parts. The mysterious tree is taking the bloodline essence as well, and I hope after it consumes the energy, It distributes some of that growth energy that would make my plants grow faster with the optimum nutrition they require. It took more than 2 minutes before the runes have able to suck away all the bloodline essence from the 4 grim monsters. It was in huge amount, and 4 sources took it all without stopping. I couldn't help but feel jealous of them, as this huge amount of essence would have increased my power tremendously. These thoughts have lasted in my mind for a few minutes, and they vanished when the mysterious tree finally released its growth energy, and the plants around began to grow at a visible speed. The changes begin to occur in all the plants, from the essence tree to the mysterious tree, which is also growing with the other trees. More and resources are maturing, and their levels are growing at a visible speed. In the first 10 seconds, I got the second resource at master level, and 20 seconds after that, third. One by one, many resources began to reach the master class and classes below it. Nearly 2 minutes passed, and growth energy was still making the plants grow when I suddenly noticed the changes it was bringing in my core. Each plant is creating its own pressure, and first it was nothing to be worried about, but as the plants began to mature, I noticed how big this thing is, and my hope for planting more seeds into my core was dashed immediately. Each plant is creating pressure as they mature, and this pressure would increase with their level. For 1 or 2 plants, it is not a big thing, but there are over 20 different species of plants with some species with multiple plants, and it is creating pressure on my core. Currently, this pressure is nothing to be worried about, but as these plants mature further and grow in level, with more resources growing on them with the help of growth energy of their pressure would go further. My plan to make greater use of this growth energy by planting lot more plants had gone down to drain. It is a good thing that since the beginning, I was very selective about the seeds. Each seed I had planted is extremely rare, and they provide the best benefits. So even if I cannot plant any more plants till I level up, I am still more than happy. The growth energy spread throughout the plant for a little more than 3 minutes before it had finally stopped, bringing an astonishing change to my core. The mysterious tree had now become thicker with the height of 1.5 meters, and it had already grown 12 branches. I could tell this is going to be a shade tree. The signs of it are visible. The signs are visible both up and below the tree. The essence tree also got a big change. Now there are signs of 7 buds forming. If it continues to get the growth energy, it won't be long before the buds of all essences appear on the tree. The essence tree had also grown a little taller. The height is not noticeable unless one looks at it carefully. Aside from both mysterious tree and essence tree, other trees have also grown tremendously. Now, 6 trees have master class resources on them, and many other trees have grown elite and leader class resources. Any powerhouses, including grandmasters' eyes, would go red with envy if they saw these plants. Forget mysterious tree and essence tree. These 20-some trees are precious enough to invoke the envy of the grandmasters even if they had not reached their level. They are still very useful to a grandmaster. It is one of the reasons why these plants are so hard to grow, some might even say near impossible. These plants are not precious because of their rarity, but they are precious because of their powerful properties that could be very useful for grandmaster, despite being lower level. I would have loved to stare at my treasures and study them. Unfortunately, I could not. Something is going on here, and I have to find out and stop it before it's too late. So I quickly collected the stuff of Grim Monster and burned the proof of the harvesting before I walked deeper into the tower. Fortunately, I know where I have to go. I am sensing a faint but very strange fluctuation. It is likely where I might the answers I am looking for. I walk steadily but carefully, though there is not much danger. I could see some broken formations which could turn dangerous if I stepped on them accidentally. Nearly 10 minutes had passed when I came across the thing which is sending a strange fiction, and it couldn't help but make me shocked. I had expected many scenarios, but not this one. In front of me are black steels with grim runes carved on them floating in the air, and they each leasing energy and form a gray color huge energy dome. Inside the dome is a golden flame werewolf sitting, crossed-legged with a dense grim rune shining on its body with a phantom of bloodline behind. The phantom is so clear I had never seen any grim monster have such clarity. Only in one human, I had seen the bloodline phantom this clear, and this is Alina after she had formed her bloodline core, and I fear this golden flame werewolf had also formed a bloodline core. The clarity of bloodline phantom proves it. It is sitting in front of what seemed a human palm-sized yellow rock through which wipes could be seen coming out, and these wisps would go into a bloodline phantom behind it, where they would change into dark energy and merge into the werewolf's body. I fear the werewolf is strengthening his core and bloodline through that yellow rock, whatever it is. It is bad. This golden flame werewolf is one of the best of grim monsters. It is from the top royal tribe and formed a bloodline core. No wonder the Grims have sent such force to protect it. Such people would become the core of their force. Breaking into grandmaster is an easy thing for them, and there is a high chance they would reach the peak of that level and might even go and become a grand lord. That is a real danger they represent. I could not let it finish the strengthening of its core. These bastards are very dangerous and have the power to tilt the whole war. I have to kill it, but before I even thought of doing that, I should first destroy those steels. I moved my gaze at the 9 steels, and my eyes couldn't help but become a serious couple of seconds later. The Grim Bastard has come very prepared. Not only does it bring a huge entourage of powerful Grim powerhouses with the lead of Videt, but it also has these freaking steels. These are not any rare artifacts, in fact. It is made by Grandmaster, with the energy of hundreds of masters poured into them. These steels had made for this ruin with master limit in mind, and used a masterclass resources with power above their level, and changed with a huge amount of master's energy, which is amount even greater than what a regular Grandmaster would have. I understood this thing is with a rudimentary understanding I have about grim runes and rule bending power, which allowed me to look deeply, and that made me understand how hard it is to break these steels. The structure of these steels was kept simple as possible and infused with so much brute power that even Grandmaster would have a hard time breaking this energy shield, which is made of masterclass energy. It felt like someone had created it with especially me in their mind. Complex things are easier to break, as you just have to destroy a small important part of them, and the whole thing will break apart. I could not do something like that with these steels. I would have to destroy the 32 parts within each steel before I could break them. Though I could design something which could make the process faster, it is still going to take hours, half a day at least. Still, it is something. Who knows, the process might last long for days or days, seeing the Grims arrived in the ruin a week ago. So I might still be able to stop it from fully taking advantage of that yellow rock, and will give my everything after that to kill this bastard later. With the plan made, I did not waste time, and used 95 of my focus on my core to design the formation, which took 1.5 hours for me inside my core, which is about half an hour outside. As I was done creating formation, I took out the air pen and chose one of several inks I had already placed inside it, and started drawing out runes. Hundreds of runes begin to come out of it every second. They come out as soon as I picture them in my mind. This air pen, it is a high-level one. If I could picture the runes faster, it would spew them faster. The pen could draw thousands of runes every second. A minute passed, then 2, soon 12 minutes passed by, and I am finally finished growing the formation, which is not only around the energy sphere made of steels but also around it, covering it from all the sides. Buzz, I placed powerful energy resources on the formation before sitting on it and activating it. The next second, the formation lights up and begins its assault on all the 9 steels together. The werewolf stopped for a second before it resumed forming the seals, as what was happening did not affect it at all. Its confidence did not give me a good feeling, but I did not stop my assault on these steels. I attacked them with as much power I could, wanting to break the first of 32 power points in each steel. I was successful in breaking the first power points in 16 minutes. It was a nice surprise, as I had thought it would take me 25 to 30 minutes to do that. It's all because I have noticed some things during that attack and modified formation, making it more effective. It immediately reduced the time I needed to break the steels by half, but it did not make me happy. I also noticed that the yellow rock that werewolf is sucking up also shrinking rapidly, and if it continues to shrink at such speed, it won't take longer than 3 hours for it to completely disappear. This might complete the strengthening it had come to this ruin for, and would defeat the reason for what I am doing. Unfortunately, I could not do anything other than continue with my assault and hope I would be able to deduce the effective way to break those power points and shorten the time to destroy the steel by a lot. Time passed by, and within an hour, I was able to destroy 8 points of the steel, which is a lot more than what I initially planned to accomplish when I designed the formation, but much less than what I needed. Within an hour, 1/3 of the yellow rock vanished, and with this speed, in 2 hours rest of the rock would also vanish. I continued with even greater gusto, breaking one point after another that half an hour later, I needed only 5 to 7 minutes to break each point on every steel, but still behind the werewolf. Before I knew it, the yellow rock had vanished, completely absorbed by the werewolf. It did not get up, and I thought there was still something it had to do, but my hopes got dashed as the next second, its bloodline phantom disappeared into it, and it got up before turning into. Seeing me, a great surprise flashed in its, and that surprise turned to shock when it looked at the state of steels. It continued looking at them for a couple of seconds before it waved its hands toward them. The steels deactivate at its command before they fly toward it and disappear into its storage. It seemed like your runic talent is far greater than we have assumed, destroying fortress steels at such level within 3 hours. Only Grandmaster could accomplish this feat, and that is with brute force, it said as it turned at me with a friendly smile on its huge face. I wish I could take your praise, I said with a smile and got up. I failed on breaking the steels, and now I have to face it head on. You are too humble. You had come a few hours earlier. You would have been able to stop me, and it would cost me dearly, it said. There is no menace that could be heard from its voice, and it even feels quite cultured. Our conversation felt like two friends talking and not mortal enemies who would try their hardest to kill each other. What was that exactly you have strengthened your core with? I asked. A surprise flashed in its eyes as it heard my question before it had disappeared. It is the essence of beast, it replied simply, and this time it was my turn to surprise. The answer is not simple as it said, but if it is telling the truth, then this werewolf is one lucky bastard to get something like that to strengthen its core. You are very lucky to get something like it, I said, to which a bright smile appeared on its face. Yes, I am, and now turned even luckier now that you have come, it said while directly looking at my chest, which made me feel a little uncomfortable for some reason. My grand art is telling me your core is something that would benefit me a lot more than what beast essence has provided me, which is quite shocking seeing I have not felt that even from the grandmasters, it said, scaring the hell out of me. I had specifically added several formations in my core that would stop scrying of others, seeing big the core of my secrete is, but this grim bastard was still able to sense something from it. The grand arts, you really can't underestimate them, I thought as I gripped my sword tightly and prepared myself for a very dangerous battle. You think you can defeat me? I asked with a smile not showing fluctuation of emotions I am having in my heart. I know I can. My art is telling me I could, and my art had never been wrong, it said, alarming me even further. A scrying type of art is one of the most dangerous ones. Those who possess them are very tricky to deal with. Many people thought the same, even that Eagleman had thought that, but all of them had gone to the underworld, I said, and it did not seem surprised hearing that, even seemed quite pleased by it. You are quite powerful, all right, but still nothing in front of me, it said. Its sealed aura exploded. For a moment, horror dawned on my face as I had thought I was facing a grandmaster, but I quickly recovered and activated the most optimum move to deal with this golden fire werewolf, forgetting all the strategies I had made to deal with it. It had launched the attack the moment it had revealed its power. A sword appeared in its hand, a rarity among the werewolves who usually prefer the long claws. As the sword appeared, immediately shining golden fire appeared on its blade, and it came at me with a speed that is even greater than of any master I had ever faced. It would appear in front of me before I fully activated my move, and that would be the death of me. If I calculated correctly, then the power behind its attack is at least 3 times greater than the most powerful attack of videt. I couldn't bear such a powerful attack. It would be extremely dangerous. Thankfully, I had made some preparation. It would not reach me before I activated my move fully. Bang, bang, bang. It had just taken a step when it clashed against an invisible energy shield. Even with all its power, it was not able to sense it, but it did not matter to it as it had directly charged through it, doing the same with the energy field that came after and another after that. It blasted through one energy shield after another, incinerating them with the light golden fire that is covering its body lightly. Earlier, when I knew I would not be able to break the steels, I decided to use the runes and energy contained in them for something else. I did not have much hope for them, but I had not thought they would break so easily under the might of werewolf. Still, they have helped me greatly. They have slowed down the werewolf enough for me to activate my move. As it broke through the last and final energy shield, it saw the 12 shields revolving around me. Its eyes became serious, and it had brought down its blazing sword on a shield in front of it. Its blazing golden sword clashed against my shield, lighting it up with the rest of the shield, but other than that, it was not able to do anything. I had used all the boost and internal energy to not hold back on anything. I had even used a crown of roses. If I had only activated the shield, its attack would have broken through it, its most powerful master attack I had ever faced. It stopped after its first attack and looked at my shields with great surprise before a recognition flashed in its eyes, and shock appeared in it for a moment before it had disappeared. You were at the Fort Arden, right? You have fought against the grandmaster and survived, it said. My shields are very difficult to hide from that other attack. I could only change their color and nothing else. The weave has to be perfect, and so is the shape of the shield. I could make some changes in size and color, but intelligent people recognize it after they have at it. Yes, that was me, I replied. There is no need to hide. Hee, it would be really fun to see the look on that old bastard face when I show your head to him, the werewolf said with a laugh, and an even more powerful aura exploded from it. Human, let me show you the power of grand art, it said, and its eyes shone with the golden hue, and it came at me with exploding power. Its attack was powerful, without doubt, more powerful than the previous attack, but there is some strangeness in it. The golden circular chain appeared on its big eyes. When it looked at me, I felt like it could see through me. I became very careful, increasing the power of the crown of roses to the maximum, not caring for the huge headache it was giving me. Its blazing sword came with the earth-shaking power, and just when it was about to clash against my shield, when it suddenly moved right around half a meter. It attacked the biggest weakness my shields have, and it is very hard to see. Even the experienced fighters like an Eagleman Videt would have to fight me for hours to even know this weakness. much less formulate the best plan to attack it. The process, which was supposed to take even the most experienced fighter of level hours, was done within a less than second. The grand arts are terrifying. They are out of the world, very hard to defend against, and this bastard had the type of grand arts which hardest to defend against. The scrying one, the books I had read, have hundreds of horror stories of what these types of arts could do. It attacked my biggest weakness, but how could I be without any means to deal with it since it is my biggest mistake? My shields have vibrated, and a fraction of a moment later, a shield has appeared on the space where its flaming sword would pass through. Its speed is so great that even I am unable to see. It's all done through the calculation. Clang. Its sword clashed against my shield, lighting it and others, while it had a great surprise in its eye when it looked at my shield, which had just moved at extremely fast speed to defend against the attack. This is Sonic Pass, one of the abilities I had developed for such emergencies. It could only be used to move the shields at a short distance and take a lot of energy. Thankfully, energy consumption is something I could bear, especially since my tower had gone to my core. Humph. The surprise in its eyes lasted for only a moment before it harumphed and attacked again, and this time to its attack seemed simple. Clang, 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 like the last time as its sword moved close to my shield. It had again attacked my biggest weakness, and I again used Sonic Pass. It seemed to realize this ability might cost me a lot as a small smirk appeared on its face, and it began to attack me with more speed and power. Its attacks are so fast and powerful that even masters of the same level would see tens of swords attacking simultaneously. I am shocked by the power it is displaying. It is walking on the thin line that separates the masters and grandmasters. For it defeating the videts are no problem. I don't think even an eagleman videt that took me so long to defeat would last even a minute in front of it. It may have gotten the huge power from its bloodline core, but it is its art that is most dangerous. It is not only finding the weak spot in my armor, but also analyzing me, getting better and better at predicting the moves that I feared. Even with the sonic move, I won't be able to defend against it, though I have sufficient experience with the grand arts but not one of scrying type. It is my great luck that proficiency of the werewolf is not that high from what I could deduct. The comprehension of its art is slightly higher than Danielle's. If it had been at the level of my mother, then I could forget about defending against even a single move of its. This is why those who create bloodline cores are extremely dangerous. They receive many good things from their bloodline, and this werewolf seemed to be exceptionally lucky to receive a grand art from its bloodline. While it is a master usually, it is grandmasters who created bloodline core have a small hope of receiving a grand art from their bloodline. I have to think about my survival with the way it is analyzing me and attacking my weakness. It won't be long before it cracks through my defense, and that time I won't survive as it would only need a single move to finish me off. How are you feeling, Mitchell? Still confident you could survive from me? I asked with the same smile it had talked to me earlier. You should know one thing about me. I am very good at surviving. I have survived many impossible conditions that would kill others easily, I replied with a smile before activating the beacon on my wrist. A surprise flashed across its eye, seeing that before a smile appeared back on its face. The teleportation gate at Pyramid would need a stable space to pull you back. If it did not get stable space, it would not pull you back. You should be aware of this simple fact, it said, and while intentionally exploding with aura to make space vibrate even more than it is already. You don't have to worry about that, I replied while again defending against its powerful attack. By the way, what is your name? I don't want to refer you to some werewolf in my mind, I asked. It's Gars, and I won't let you leave Mitchell, it said, and attacked me furiously, again targeting my weakness. Until next time, Gars, I said as the connection got secured, and next second, a silvery pink wave released from me, and as the wave spread, began to stabilize the space. It immediately shocked the werewolf, and it moved to stop it, but the wave was too fast, and soon, it had spread through the whole area around me, and the moment it had covered the area around me and my shield, I disappeared from the ruin. Thud, I fell on the ground as I walked out of the teleportation gate. The last attack took too much of me. It left me weak and shaking, but I've survived, and that is all that matters. Lord Mitchell, several voices said as I fell and came to help me, but I rejected their help. I took a couple of deep breaths before slowly getting up. The weakness had come because I had used too much energy at the time of instant. It won't take me long to recover enough to function normally. Let's go. I have to brief Lord Whitman about the mission, I said to one of the assistants of Lord Whitman who was waiting by the teleportation gate. He nodded after a moment of hesitation, and we walked toward Lord Whitman's office. Click. A few minutes later, I opened the door to Lord Whitman's office and walked inside. Lord Whitman is sitting on his usual chair with tens of screens in front of him, but it is not him. He is not present in his office, it is just his projection. It is not surprising, there is a huge war going, and a powerful person like him could not always remain in his office, even if it is his responsibility. He had to participate in the war, secretly or otherwise. Mitchell, you do not look good, Lord Whitman said. He looked at me. I do not feel good, I said, and took the seat he had offered. I assume you have come across something dangerous, he asked, and his face turned quite serious when he asked that. Yes, something very powerful. A powerful scion of golden fire werewolf tribe, I replied, and a thread of energy released from my finger and formed a small projection. It is very hard to record the powerhouses with such clarity. Their power interferes with it, but I did not use any tech or an artifact to record it. I've recorded it through my core with it. Everything came clearly without any interference. Another core scion of top royal tribe, and this one seemed quite very powerful, Lord Whitman said with a sigh. It had even got scrying great art, he added. There is something in his voice that I can't place. It seemed like there is more to it than I know, but I did not ask. Such things should not be known without sufficient power, and I don't think the Lord Whitman would tell me, even if I had asked him. Mitchell, you have done a great job in this mission. Not only you have killed the videt, but also able to rescue 5 of our people, Lord Whitman said after some. To that I just smiled. While the mission could say to be a success, but I am still not feeling the joy I should be feeling. My battle against the werewolf was eye-opening, and it gave me a lot of things to think about. It seemed like even with all advancement and advantage, I am not as powerful as I had thought I was. Though I am disappointed by my battle with werewolf and how I had to run away, I am not sad. Unlike the werewolf, who is master, I am still an elite. If we had been at the same level, I would have been able to kill it with just my breath, but my path is difficult, and I don't know how long it would take me to reach master class, as I am still not ready to break out of elite class despite reaching the limit. I stayed in the office of Lord Whitman for a few minutes before I got out. I did not go back home but went to the infirmary instead. I wanted to check on my friend Rhea. Though her condition was better than the rest of Master's, she was still heavily injured. Tap, tap. In a few minutes I had reached the huge infirmary and knocked on the door of the room she was admitted him. Knock, a door opened, and it was not Rhea who opened it but women in her early 40s. I am quite familiar with and have even given a few lessons. She is Ahana, a master-class healer in both level and designation, and also the student of Grandmaster Charline. Lord Mitchell, what are you doing here? She asked. I have come to see my friend Ahana. Can I come? I said. She did not reply, instead looked back at the room. Let him come. Rhea's voice rang out. Please come in, Lord Mitchell, Ahana said as she invited me. Inside is a medium-sized room with Rhea and lying in a med bed. How is her condition? I asked Ahana beside me. She was already stabilized when she came. I only had to aid her a little in healing some of the injuries, she said, and suddenly some understanding dawned on her face as her eyes lighted up for a moment, but she had not asked about it. I looked at the vitals that were being projected above her med bed, and as Ahana said, she was out of danger. If she had come back from a normal mission, she would have been discharged already to make the rest of the recovery in the comfort of her home, but after what she had faced in the Inn, it will at least a few days before they discharged her. How are you feeling? I asked Rhea while Ahana left quietly to give us some privacy. I am fine, just hope they do a quick job in psych evaluation and let me get out of here, she said and looked at me hopefully. Sorry, I could not help you with that, I said with a smile, hearing that she cast me a mock glare. Even if I wanted to, I could not. Unless she gets the go-ahead from the head of the psych, she would not be able to leave. Only council members could do that, and war had not reached such a stage that they would release the powerhouses without any psych evaluation. Come see me in my home when you have time, I said to Rhea as I set to leave. I had been here in the room for nearly an hour, talking about new and old things. Don't mind when I do, she replied with a smile. I smiled back and waved at her before getting out of her room. I did not stop anywhere and directly went to my home. It was quite late when I had come, and my father's sister was sleeping. I directly went to my room, showered before cooking something myself, and the two as all were feeling quite hungry. I made a quick but delicious meal which we ate before I went to my sleep and slept. The last battle was extremely short, but it had tired me out of every inch of my life for a few minutes. Though I am feeling good now, the deep tiredness had still remained and could only go after the rest. I fell asleep and directly woke up a little late in the morning. I freshened up and went to the kitchen. I found a father in it while my sister ate the fresh crepes from her child's seat. I ate breakfast with them and stayed with them for another hour before I walked back into my room and sat on the floor cross-legged. A moment later, I reached my core and directly went to Mountain Forge and started practicing my art. The harvest in ruin helped me reach the limit, which means I could use my art one last time to refine the progress I had made. I hope I make good progress in my heart, as it might take some time before I level up, and this might be the last opportunity to increase my strength. Ting, ting, ting. A few seconds after I had activated my art, the different-sized humanoids began to beat my gigantic body with different sizes of hammers in an enchanting rhythm, removing the purities and enforcing the advancements I've made. The art is painful as it was, but I bear it all for the strength I will get from each hammer strike, and also to observe the giant humanoid of mine, which would become slightly clearer at every minute. I will have to practice this stage for 100 to make the whole phantom transparent, but it is not possible in my current stage. I had already bent the runes quite much to practice the art while I was still an elite and gained such strength with it. When I level up to the next stage, I would be easily able to practice this stage and begin the second stage of art. The second stage is the real beginning of this art. That is where I will begin to get the real power this art had to offer, and it couldn't help but make me excited, especially after the beating I had gotten from the werewolf. Ting ting ting. I had practiced for less than half-hour before the art stopped. There are still some resources there, but I have truly reached my limit. Still practicing 71 of first stage of art is elite stage is much greater than I had imagined. When I first began to practice, I had not thought I would be able to practice more than 50 of it. I had taken my art from 66 to 71, an advancement of 5, which is quite great. The number may be looked small, but the advancements I've made are huge. It will give me quite a boost. If I had made this advancement before going into the ruin, I would have had a little easier time fighting against the werewolf. I burned the impurities and vomiting smell around the room before I walked into the practice room and took out my sword and began to practice. It is important to gain control over my strength as soon as possible. Fighting with loose control against the enemies like the werewolf who see your weakness with a glance is a death sentence. I practiced for 2 hours before I stopped as I felt I had gotten sufficient control over my strength and went to shower to watch all the sweat I got with practice. 15 minutes later, I got out of the shower and wore a clean set of clothes before lying on my bed with closed eyes. The next moment I was in my core, which is now filled with rare resources that even a grandmaster would envy. Unlike in the ruin, I had some time and decided to study the plants carefully. With that thought, I walked toward the first plant and crossed the invisible dome. As I did, I felt a light mist around me which was crackling with dense power of lightning, which is strong in a master. It is a good thing I had planned ahead when I had planted the seeds and designed their environment. These unique environment around the plants changes with their growth and level. The last time I was checking on these plants, the lighting in the mist was not strong enough to injure even an elite, and now it could seriously injure a master. These formations also take a lot of energy from my core, which is another reason I could not afford to plant any more plants before I level up my core. I am satisfied with these plants. There are wide varieties of them, and they could be used in a multitude of things. I already have my eye on more than 10 plants. I would need resources on them when I level up. They would help me strengthen the base of my core greatly, which in turn will help me get more power when I level up to master class. These resources are far from enough, but I have made the preparations. I have put a request to Pyramid for specific resources, and I am confident the Pyramid will provide them before I level up to the next stage. I soon finished looking at all the trees and couldn't help but feel even happier seeing the resources I had. The number of resources on the plants will increase, and so will their level, and the only thing I have to do is continue feeding the bloodline essence to the mysterious tree. After I had finished with the plants, I sat on my study station. I did not start working immediately. Instead, I brought out the load storage. They belonged to the grim monsters that Ashlyn, Nero, and I had killed in the ruin. It is time to check out my loot, and I am quite excited about it. All the grim monsters in the ruin are quite powerful, so their storage should contain the good things. It took me nearly an hour to sort out the things, and I am very happy with what I have got. The grim monsters have a fortune in their storages, and now it is all mine, though I would have liked it if the videt had more stuff in its storage. More than 99 of things in storage belonged to humans who had gone to the ruin. I planned to return Rhea and others their storages, and also of the 2 dead people. Though I could keep them as they belong to me since I have killed the grim monsters, I will not. These storages contain all the things they have worked hard to get, and I could not keep them, especially in the time of war. I would also return the storage of 2 dead people. They were masters. Whatever they have in their storage will help their families greatly if they have any. With the storage sorting out, I meditate for a few minutes before I begin to work on my inheritance. I am very close to finishing it, but it might take some, especially now when I plan to make some changes. The battle with the werewolf made me really familiar with some of my glaring weaknesses. Though I know these weaknesses could only be targeted by someone of Gar's caliber, and there are not many people of that level, I still did not want to keep those weaknesses hanging. There are a large collection of books around me, tens of thousands of them in neat shelves under the open sky. Some of these books are real, while some are materialized by me. I had read them and recorded them. Most of the recorded ones belong to the broken tower of the Wisdom Tower, and they are only for me alone. I would not share them with others. It would be the breach of trust they have in me. I looked at the shelves before moving my fingers up, and soon, a very thick tome flew out of the marble table on which it was placed. This tome, which is longer than 1 meter with over 10,000 pages, is a tome of weaving. I have taken the designs from this tome for my armor and shield, and now I have taken out the tome again because I want to make some modifications in their designs. It is much harder than one thinks, but I will do it to perfect my defensive method even more. Time passed by as I continued working on my inheritance, and before I knew it, it was an evening. In this whole day, I have taken some breaks and even naps. The time in my core is 3 times faster, and seeing the complex thing I am working on, I need to sleep to relax my congested mind. The hard work paid off as I have found a way to make my defensive method even tighter. It is not easy and I will have to work for days to achieve it, but I do not mind. There was nothing easy about creating my inheritance, but I was still able to do it, and in front of that, this little bit of modification is nothing. 3 more days passed by and I have finally finished with my modification, and when I tested, they seemed to work amazingly. Though I will have to perform a few more tests on them, before I do that, I have to meet my mentees who had returned from the bloodfields. I have to result of rose petals, and if I am satisfied, I could start working on masterclass petals, now that I have gotten the main raw material from the Lancet ruin. Soon, I reached the parlor and saw Ida and Nina were already waiting for me there, and I have to say, quite a change had occurred in Nila. She looked more confident and her eyes alert, and there was also an aura around her that tells she had fought many life and death situations and survived. This aura is normal for regular powerhouses, but for someone like her who had been brought up as a healer, it is surprising. I am glad both of you returned alive. The blood fields can be quite challenging, I said as I sat in front of them. It was a death zone, Nila replied quite snappishly, which brought a smile to Ida and mine's face. Her reaction is better than I imagined. I would have thought she would rage at me for sending her to such a dangerous place. I assume you are able to finish the mission I had given to you, I said to them. Yes, Lord Mitchell, we are able to finish it, Ida said, and both of them took out a couple of boxes from their storages. My eyes lit up, seeing that even a small surprise appeared when I saw, of the 50 rose petals I had given them, only 19 had returned, while 31 had turned to essence roses. I have asked them for 10 each, and that is a challenge itself. Creating a 20-leader class tyrants in a week is a huge challenge, but they have done much better than I had imagined them to do. Both of you done exceptionally well, and that merit a reward, I said, and their eye lit up hearing that, and they became shocked when I took out their reward. 3 weeks had passed since I had returned from the Lancet ruins, and since then I had been on the 4 missions. These missions were dangerous, but quick. Not a single one of them had lasted more than 2 days. The pyramid gave me the mission according to my expertise and also became, I had asked for the quick missions so I could focus on my inheritance. I have put a huge focus on my inheritance. 70 of my time in my core goes to my inheritance, and my efforts seem to be paying off well. Within a week, at most 10 days, I will have my inheritance ready for level up to leader class. While I will be a leader class tyrant, my power will be equal to a grandmaster, and I finally will be the capability to come out in the open and also be able to heal some of the grandmasters that are sleeping. The missions have also helped me greatly in growing my plants. Though I had not got a huge harvest of powerful master as Lancet ruins, I had still got good and able to mature all 20 the plants, and now each of them has a master class resource on them. It had also created huge pressure on my core, not only the inherent pressure of seeds, but also their energy needs. As their level went higher, they took more energy from my core. Currently, they are in a safe range, but if they continue to grow at such speed, they won't be for long, which is another reason for me to make a quick breakthrough. Sigh. It is enough for today, I said with a tired sigh and waved my hands, and 323 formations assembled, and formed a huge humanoid runic hand, which attached itself to huge runic humanoid, which is standing at the near end of my study station. I have been working for 4 hours straight on my inheritance and would have worked even more, but I have some other important work to do. I am a little tired and strolled toward my garden, watching the plants their own little environment have quite a calming effect on me. There are all types of environments here, fiery herbs growing in a high altitude point, which will make a master breathless and freeze in an instant, to a plant that is growing inside a sharp metallic windy environment that will tear 100 holes into a master before they even realize it. There is one plant that seemed to be growing in a regular environment, and it is. It requires special hidden energy to grow, and when I planted it, I had not thought it would be able to grow. I had only planted it because this plant produces resources that light up the inner potential that is hidden deep inside. It turned out my core does possess that special energy, and it is growing without a problem. It had even produced a master class resource, the last one to do that. Till now, I had not used any of the resources, but I planned to do it at my breakthrough. These resources could use my mentees exponentially, and I plan to use them on them, but not before I use them first. It might be a little petty and will slow down their progress by quite a bit, but I feel that I should be first since they are mine. Walking around the garden for quite a while, I felt tiredness leave me, and I walked toward the Essence Palace. Soon I had reached it, walked inside before collecting the stuff from the first and second floor before walking into the third floor. There I flipped the switch, and floor rolled before a new floor appeared. In this floor there was a new formation. I sat in the center of the formation and took out bottle formation and poured it down. As I poured the formation, ink spread, and soon it had covered the whole formation. As that happened, I threw different resources around the formation. If any master sees these resources, their eyes could pop out. Buzz. After I placed the resource, I took out 3 essence roses made from 3 peak masterclass tyrants and activated the formation. The formation activated, and I began to operate it. The formation is quite complex, and operating it is extremely difficult. I had wasted quite many master resources when I made a mistake operating this formation. Nearly 1.5 hours passed before the formation finally turned off, and I was able to take a sigh of relief. A moment later, I looked at the result, 18 petals. Each 6 are in a different shade of color. 1 essence rose could create 6 crystal petals. It is a nice deal. I took out the wooden box and opened it. Inside it, there were already glittering petals. There are a total 90 of them, and with these 18 ones, there will be 108. After the data I got from leader class essence roses made from these petals, I had created master class 1. They were tasted by Leonard and Danelle, whom I had sent to a very dangerous place for a few days. I had also tested them myself and fixed the problem they have, and now that I have produced enough, it is time for me to introduce them to the pyramid. I have not told them about it. I wanted to wait till I had produced them in large quantity. There is the reason for that, and that is I want something from pyramid. This thing is quite precious and has value. I am sure with these offerings, they will give me that thing or at least let me borrow it whenever I need it. I placed each petal into the box carefully and closed it before getting out. I have an important meeting in a few hours, but before that, I want to sleep a little to clear off the tiredness I got from operating that complicated formation. I stepped out of one of the public teleportation formations in the pyramid and looked at the building ahead, which is like a black vine climbing toward the sky. This is a Ramos Tower, belonging to the member of the Pyramid Council whom I have to meet. The person I am meeting is Anthony Parks. He is responsible for receiving all the things that I create. First, it was Lord Whitman, but it was not his department of responsibility. He had done that because he was familiar with me before he introduced me to Lord Parks, who became responsible for taking the things from me. He's a little different from other members of Pyramid Council I had met before, and one of few grandmasters that is not from Supremes. I walked into the tower and was directly taken toward the office by the secretary. She was waiting for me to lobby by the orders of Lord Parks. Lord Parks, I said as I entered his office. Mitchell, my dear Mitchell, do you know how excited I get whenever you come? I always felt like a kid when you come to me since you always bring great things to me, said the man who looked to be in his early 50s. Anthony Parks is one of the strangest people I've ever met. He is a powerful grandmaster, but does not have an invisible dignity they have. Hell, he did not even feel like a powerhouse of tyrant. He feels more like a candy cartman who sells candies laughing and smiling while making jokes. He is also bald and fat and also wears bright clothes. Anyone who looked at him would smile and let their guard down unknowingly, and that is the most dangerous thing about him because no one lets one guard down in front of Grandmaster. What did you bring me today? Your ruin rings or crystal roses? Or did you come here to tell me you have finally succeeded in that experiment of yours? You know it would help us a lot if you were able to create it quickly. We will need them in large numbers, he asked excitedly. No, I did not bring those things or found a success in my project, I said, and a disappointed expression appeared on his face, his expressions as such that even grim monsters would feel a pity for him for a moment. I bring new things, I said after a moment, no longer could bear to those disappointed violet eyes of his. His violet eyes lit up like a bulb when he heard me. What is it? Seeing it is you, it must be something good, he asked. To that, I just smiled and took out 4 wooden boxes one after another. They have immediately occupied his big desk. He did not wait for me and immediately opened the biggest box, which is more like a chest. As he opened it, layer and layer of the wooden shelves appeared, and each shelf contained 250 crystal petals, and there were 4 of suck shelves, containing 1,000 unranked tyrant-grade rose petals. Crystal petals, we were just wondering when you would bring them out to us, he said, an opening box after another in rapid succession. You knew about them? I asked in great surprise. Other than me, only 4 people have known about it and tested it outside. I don't think they saw me tasting it. I would have sensed the Grandmaster unless it is someone of Lord Park's caliber with powerful stealth ability is tailing me. The pyramid has eyes and ears everywhere, Mitchell. Lord Parks replied without looking up from the crystal petals, which he observed with his shining eyes, and this time it is not emotions that are making them shine but ability. We have been waiting for it. If you had not brought this to me in a week, I would have asked you about them myself, he said. I felt a little irked by his spying, but soon my anger calmed down. The pyramid keeps eyes on everyone, both the grim monsters and their own. It might seem like controlling and paranoid behavior, but it is something we have learned to do by thousands of years fighting against the grim monster. It is a necessity, and it has often protected many talented humans from dying and committing great mistakes. Though I am still uncomfortable knowing I have been spied on, and likely many of my secrets are now known to the pyramid. This is great, it will help us a lot in producing the high-level essence roses that now you don't have to go out kill those high-level grims yourself, he said and closed the boxes, completely unbothered by a secret he had just revealed and how uncomfortable I am feeling. These are the most dangerous things I have produced, and if not used wisely, it will get lot more humans killed than turning the grim monsters into the essence roses, I said seriously. Yes, they are dangerous. Only those with great self-control and powerful binding abilities should have these, he said, first time putting serious expressions on his face. I'm not surprised by his accurate deduction. They have known about the petals for weeks, and it is enough time to analyze all the factors, especially the risks associated with it. I just hope that pyramid would not be lax, I cautioned again. These are too dangerous to fall into the hands of ill-tempered fellows or those who take too many risks. Don't worry, we will be careful with who we give these petals to, he said and turned to me. These will be quite useful in war efforts, and if you want anything other than your usual resources, don't hesitate to ask, he said. Hearing it, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Yes, there is something I want, I said. What is it? As long as it is not something grand lords require or immediate need pyramid or someone, we will give it to you, he asked while calmly putting some restrictions on the way. I want green fire, I said simply. A great surprise appeared on his face before a sad smile dawned on his. The thing you are asking is in quite a demand, Mitchell, he said a second. I know, but I need it for my experiments. I said I really need it, though not as much as current people using it. But as I said to him, I am going to need it to perform some experiments. It would help me a lot. Those alchemists are going to kill me, he muttered before he turned toward me. How about an hour each day for 1 month? He asked while looking at me expectantly. It is less than I had expected, but I will manage it, I replied after thinking for a few seconds. You have no idea how many alchemists want the time with that fire. There are hundreds of alchemists on the waitlist who are waiting for their time, and you are the one reason why things have become so worse, he said while looking at me accusingly. What does it have to do with me? I asked, clearly confused about getting the blame for a thing I did not do. You brought back Grandmaster Salvador, and now the old man hogging the time with fire. Shooing away, even attacking the other alchemists who came to experiment with fire, he said while pointing the finger at me. Oh, so the old man is hogging the time with fire. Well, let him do that to me. He was nothing to if not helpful. He had created some essence mixtures that are hard for anyone but Grandmaster to do, and he was quick. You do not have to worry about him with your relationship with him. He will not stop you using it, he said. There is one thigh he was in the midway of asking me something when suddenly he stopped, and his expressions became extremely serious, and before I could even ask what had happened, he disappeared in front of me. 1 minute he was in front of me, and the next minute he was not. He simply disappeared, not leaving behind even the slightest proof. The question is, what has happened for him to leave like that? It was very sudden. He was just talking to me when he stopped disappearing. Something serious must have happened for him to disappear like that. Now the question is whether I should leave or stay. I thought for a few seconds before deciding to wait for a little. If the problem is not big, he will soon return, and if it is big, he may message me. I will stay for 15 minutes and leave if he does not return to them. I opened my HoloWatch and looked at the feed. There I did not find anything, nor I had expected to. The feed is for the general people. There is nothing too different going on except the general news about the war and discussions on it. I immediately opened another portal, and this one is quite a secret one, and I had to scan my medallion to do it. As I had opened it, there was a notification at the top pyramid that had asked one be on standby, and that they could be called at any moment, and everything below is blanked. The pyramid had been blocked. Nobody could post anything nor write anything. I checked the other sources, and found similar things happening that even general feed got to know about it, and everybody began speculating. Ting, I was searching for the information when my HoloWatch rang with mail. It is from the Grand Commander's office, stating that the grim monsters have made the big move, and I should be on standby for the mission. Reading that, my expressions couldn't help but become serious. Something very serious has happened for them to use those words. Reading the mail, I did not remain in the office of Lord Parks and walked out. As I was getting out of the tower, I noticed people having serious faces, discussing things in whispered voices. As expected, it took only a few minutes for the news to spread like wildfire, and now everyone knows something has happened. The news won't be hidden for long. The pyramid will release the news in a few hours. Mitchell, you have returned, my father said as I came back. He was waiting in the living room with a little anxious look on his friend, while my sister was playing with her 2 friends, along with Nero and Ashlyn. Do you know what has happened? He asked, and I could see the nanny also turned to listen to the conversation with the worried look on her face. I did not know anything yet, but will tell you if anything has come up, I said and walked to my room. I searched around the feed for a few more minutes and saw I would not find any concrete information on it. I closed all the windows and laid on the bed before closing my eyes, and the next second I was in my core. I began working on my inheritance at first. It was quite hard to concentrate, but slowly, I built my concentration until I lost in work. Ting. Soon 8 hours passed by, and I was working when my holowatch buzzed with the message of pyramid. Except for the official mail, I had muted all the others so as not to get disturbed during the work. The mail was confidential and for my eyes only, and when I began to read it, I couldn't help but get shocked. "It is too early," they were the first words that came out of my mouth when I read the long mail. In simple words, the Grimms have upped their offensive to a huge degree. From having less than 15 grandmasters on the field, they have now brought out more than 50 of them, and even 3 members of the coven had taken the field. We were prepared for something like it, and our grandmasters are responding to their assault, but we are still under the pressure as we only brought out around 40 grandmasters, less than Grimms but still a sufficient number to hold back the bastards. Such large numbers of Grimms signify the big change war. From now on, the war will intensify, more intense than what it had been before. It only took half a day for the news to spread, and I was quite surprised by calm people are taking the news, or I might say how unpanicky they were. Though worry could be seen on their faces, they believe the pyramid will handle it, and not to mention we have always been fighting against the Grimm monsters, and nearly all here fought them. So they clearly understood what we were dealing with and knew that the enemy was extremely powerful, but we will deal with it, as we have always had. After I had received the news, I've told the watered-down version to my father, and he became quite worried about the implication it would have on my mother. This huge shift in the war would affect her as everyone else. I am worried about her as my father, but I could not do anything about it other than worry. She is at an unknown place that everyone but that only Grand Commander and Old Monsters is aware of. My father had again asked me when she would return, and this time I had no answer other than she is alive. This is the answer I've gotten from the pyramid. "Knock, knock, come in," I said, and the door opened, and a handsome man in his mid-30s walked inside. Lord Mitchell, middle-aged, said respectfully and even bowed a little. I had told him to not do that, but he did not listen, and I stopped saying anything. "Professor Stanton, as always, for headmistress's hands only," I said and handed him the package. While I could not go back to the academy, I have been in close contact with it and continued providing specially curated resources. I have the data that the teacher sent every week on select few people we are focusing on, from council members to talented youngs of the academy. With that data, it is not hard for me to create specially crafted resources that spurted their growth. Professor Stanton is one of the people that teacher had selected. He was an unranked tyrant 2 months ago, and now he is an elite, and it won't be long before he reaches the middle level. How I wish I could go back to the academy. It will only take a few minutes at most, whether I go myself or use the teleportation formations in Pyramid, but I could not. There is no guarantee that Grimms won't come to kill me. The teacher had already been a target of 5 assassination attempts. The 2 were from masters. It is only because of the master-level powerhouses from the pyramid protecting her that she had survived. I had told her to come to the pyramid, and even Pyramid had requested that, but she declined. Unless it is an order, she will not leave academy. Until now, Pyramid gave her freedom, but after today, I don't think Pyramid will keep extremely talented healer like the teacher in academy. Like a teacher and many other healers and important people, I would have been an assassination target if not for me being protected in Pyramid. I did not see regular people and stopped going to hospitals to heal. Even when I do that now and then, the patient is verified and has a complicated illness that other healers are powerless against. As I read the feed, I was thousands of people getting deployed every second, filling one battlefield after another. It is not just regular powerhouses that are leaving in doves for the battlefield, but also super powerhouses like Grandmaster. A couple of Grandmasters I knew got deployed in these few hours. Earlier, the pyramid had contacted me about deployment about my mentees. They wanted to send all of them to the battlefields, but I declined their request. There are still a few things I have to do before I send them out to fight. I should be finished in 2 weeks. After that, they could go to war. They need to experience and challenge the progress they have made. Ting ting. I was busy sorting out the last details of a few experiments I had to perform on my mentees when my holowatch rang on with 2 mails one after another. Both of them are from Pyramid. One is regarding the green fire I had asked for. They have opened an hour slot for me. I could go to a place where the green fire is and perform my experiments on it. The second mail is about my appointment in the morning. It does say to whom I have to meet, but I have some idea about it. I had just read the mail when my holowatch buzzed again, and this time it was with the call. It is from my teacher. I received it and talked to her for about 15 minutes before hanging up. As expected, I said to myself. The teacher had finally received the order from the pyramid. She was to report to the Central Medical Center of Pyramid in 3 hours. They will not keep a talented healer like her outside when things become this dangerous. After hanging up my call with the teacher, I worked last few details of very important experiments I have in these next 2 weeks. After I finished with that, I had called them to the arena while walking toward it. There is no need to waste time. I will start making the preparations. This week going to be tight and very painful for them. I hope they will be held on and not break. This week is going to be very important for them. All of them are ready for real things, especially Ida, who had done much better than I had imagined her to be with Neela's help. Those three will get completely different treatment than they have got before. This is a completely new method I am testing. It might get a little uncomfortable and painful, but bear it. I said to 3 people who are dipped in 3 different solutions in the coffins with hundreds of strings being attached to their bodies. Neela, will you? I said to Neela, who is standing beside me, who nodded and walked toward the Leonard with a long string with a very thin needle. This syringe is not a normal syringe but her totem artifact. On the head of there were 3 crystal tubes embedded, and inside it is a deep yellow color liquid. The first tube is the biggest, about long as my palm. The second tube is a little longer than half, while the third is smaller than a finger. As Neela reached Leonard, she extended the syringe inside. First, she pressed it on his chest and injected some serum from the first crystal tube inside his chest before moving the needle to his belly button and pressing the solution before changing the spot. By the time she pressed the syringe on the last 6th spot, all the serum on the first tube had been spent. She took out her syringe from Leonard and went to Danielle and injected the serum into the 6 places, emptying the crystal tube of yellow solution in the middle. After Danielle, she went to Ida and emptied the smallest crystal tube. "Good job, Neela," I said as she came back and stood beside me as she watched the metaphysical projection of 3 of them. What I am doing right now is an amalgamation of all my research of years. Today, I am strengthening their body by targeting different parts of it at the same time, and Neela has been a great help in perfecting the method. I am going to target their blood, flesh, and bones that make the body, strengthening 3 of them sync. It might look like it is something I do every day with my solutions, but it is not. It is something very complex and would bring an astonishing result if it worked as I had intended. It would also give me huge data, which I could use to solve the problem I am facing in my inheritance. It would be amazing if we are able to do it, Lord Mitchell. The 3-way strengthening is one of the best ways out there to strengthen the body, Neela said as she looked at 3 metaphysical projections excitedly. The book spoke highly of this method, and it is a great method to strengthen the body of people of primary stages. The thing is, the process is extremely complicated and requires resources and tools that are not available in the world. I had modified my coffin according to the need and also used rule bending to fill the gaps of special function resources required for this level. It is a very complicated process, especially for those with a bloodline and special constitution. I have to take all of it into account when designing the process. Nothing could be said, Neela. It would be a great success if we could even achieve 25 in it, I said. I had calculated on getting 40, but I needed 25 success for it to not become a huge loss. The resources I had used here are very precious and expensive. Not to mention, Neela had worked hard to collect that serum. It is from her fleshmancer abilities. It could make the changes into the flesh that would be a great help in this whole process. We both watched as slow changes began to occur. The process was slow and could be anywhere between 6 to 10 hours, and I would have continued to manipulate the process according to the changes that occurred. 15 minutes passed by, and the data of the projection made me frown. It is not positive. All the strengthening are not syncing up, motivating the others to strengthen up instead. There is negative friction. If this trend continues for 20 minutes more, I will have to abandon the whole process, and everything will go to waste. I watched with bated breath while manipulating the process, but I did not see any positive result. Instead, things began to deteriorate fast. All 3 of them began struggling and whimpering in pain. "Lord Mitchell, it is bad if this continues. They will suffer serious injuries," Nia said beside me. "I know, Neela," I said. It came out a little sharper than expected, but I am in so much strain right now. I will apologize to her, but not now. I have to focus as I only have 10 more minutes to salvage before I become forced to abandon it. 7 more minutes have passed, and my shoulders relaxed a little. Things have not become better, but they have stopped getting worse. I took a deep breath and started to manipulate my strings again. I had to make it work. Too much depend on it, not only for them or me, but others too. If I could successfully replicate the 3-way strengthening, then I would be able to help others with it too. 10 more minutes have passed before positive signs begin to appear. All 3 sections are started syncing. Though the balance between them is delicate, soon it will become strong that I would need to manage the process such heavily. Still, I need to be careful. The slightest mistake on my part could collapse the whole thing, and the 3 of them could suffer huge damage, some of which might affect them for years. I could not let something happen to them due to my mistake in focusing completely on the process. An hour passed by since I had begun, and now the signs are truly positive that I begin to lessen my interference, letting the 3 strengthenings interact with each other with positive friction. It has seemed simple enough, but not, and I am keeping my eye on everything to lend a hand when I need it, and I have a feeling the process going to need them a lot. 6 hours have passed, and I have dealt with another complication that had nearly derailed the whole process. The process is much more complicated and delicate than I had initially thought. Every hour, a major complication would occur, and I would deal with every option I had. 2 hours ago, I had nearly abandoned the whole process as it had become very dangerous, but a few seconds before stopping everything, I saw the positive signs and continued, and it is a good thing I did. The process had not finished. It would take 2 to 3 hours more before it could be finished. And now, after dealing with so many complications, I am less afraid of them and would be able to deal with coming complications with a clear mind and confidence. The complications are bad, but they have also provided me with a huge amount of data. I have seen blood, flesh, and bone react to one another and different types of herbal energies, and what I should do when negative friction occurs between them. I could say now that the next session would be much easier with all the data I had collected. Yes, there would be the next session as I have already got the 25 success that I want as a minimum. Another hour passed and then another, and now I am again dealing with the complication, and this one is the hardest. I could not get it out of control, or it will seriously injure 3 of them, and Ida might not be even able to survive the shock. This time though, I am not worried that things will get out of control. I am managing it without letting it harm 3 of them too much. It took me half an hour to manage the complication, and after that the process had lasted another half an hour before I finally took a sigh of relief and let go with a smile. I have done good, a little better than I had imagined. 42 is good, but I would do it with little fewer complications. It would take me some tries before I could perfect the method. The research requires rigorous experiments, and it is due to these rigorous experiments I was able to create the famed 3-way strengthening method. Currently, it is far from perfect and extremely dangerous to perform, but soon it will not be. That serum of her was extremely useful. If not for it, the experiment would have delayed weeks, if not months. I turned toward my patients and focused on the seeds in their bodies, and the next moment, even clearer metaphysical shapes appeared in front of my eyes. Through it, I could see their states even more clearly. Currently, they are unconscious. I had done that unintentionally to save them from some blows. The process was not extremely smooth, and I could handle it without them being conscious. Though it would have been great if they had been conscious, it is such an amazing process to experience, and I will give them a chance to experience it when I furnish the process. Their data looks good, but I think we will have to give them a day's break before we start on the soul, Neela said after a few minutes, and I nodded. Though they would more than recover by tomorrow, the break is necessary. The strengthening of the soul is not as dangerous or complicated as the body, but it will be straining. It would be good for them to be well rested for it. They will go through 3 body strengthening sessions and 3 soul strengthening sessions. It will take 12 days at most, and after that, they will be ready to join the war. If everything went according to my plan, then the power they would get would be shocking. I stayed in the arena for another hour, doing multiple tests, deeply looking into their bodies for any hidden danger that they may have gotten from the experiments, and only when I got satisfied did I leave the arena. Neela stayed. She did not have to be, but she wanted to. She said she liked to keep an eye on them till they woke up. Neela is quite dedicated and has a great mind, and I am thinking of making her my assistant. I need an assistant, to be honest. There is too much workload, and it sometimes felt suffocating, but I could not make anyone my assistant, even if she was my mentee. I have many secrets, and some of them, like the rule-bending power or my core, could not be known to others. I have never told anyone about them, and I would never have. These are the secrets that could put their lives in danger. An assistant might get a hint about them, and so they need to be very trustworthy. I will watch her, and if she continues to be useful with her abilities and careful about her words, I will make her my assistant. It was again very early in the morning when I returned, and my father had not woken up. So after I freshened up and cooked the breakfast and ate it with Ashlyn and Nero, I had finished breakfast and washing the plates when my father came into the kitchen. "You are up early. You are leaving today?" he asked as he sat at the table. "No, I had just returned some time ago, and decided to make breakfast since it is morning," I said, and could feel him taking a small sigh of relief. I couldn't help but feel guilty seeing that I may not leave today or tomorrow, but I will leave soon. The war is raging outside, and everybody will have to fight. There might come a day, even non-combat people like my father will also have to fight, but I will try with the last drop of my blood to prevent such day. "Grandmaster Mitchell, they are ready for you," said Colonel Cynthia as she led me toward the office where the important meeting is. I have been here a few times, but every time I came here I felt slightly nervous. I am in the central part of the pyramid, in the tallest tower there is, the official tower of Pyramid Council, the place where all the important decisions made the world. Click. She opened the door and led me inside a big hall. It is cream white in color and completely nearly empty, except for a straight marble table with 13 chairs behind it and 1 stone chair in front of it, which is for me to sit. There are 5 people aside from Grand Commander. There is Lenora May of Bloodsun, Raymond Loan of Wisdom Tower, Jax Whitman of Silverstone Academy, and Sela's Bishop of Sky Saber, except for Raymond Leon, who is present in her physical form. Everyone is in their projection. Grand Lord Council, I greeted as I appeared in front of the table. Mitchell, take a seat, Grand Commander said. The reason we have summoned you, Mitchell, is because we want to know your progress on grandmasters in Hall of Sleep, asked Grand Commander. I am not surprised. I had expected it to be one of the reasons why they have summoned me here. As you all have already been aware, Grand Commander, I, with help from Grandmaster Charlene, already devised the healing method for 17 grandmasters and made good progress on 7 grandmasters, and would able to finish perfecting the method by this month's end, I informed. Since you have already outlined the whole healing process, why don't you begin the healing process? Even if you Grand Lord help, we will provide that to you, said Raymond Leon. There are 2 people in the Pyramid Council that I do not like much. First is Sela's Bishop of Sky Saber, and second is Raymond Leon of Wisdom Tower. I did not have any liking for Sela's bishop because people of his organization tried to kill me, and instead of punishing them, he tried to make things difficult for me, and as for Raymond Leon, he feels kind of shifty to me. It is a good thing there is Grand Tower Mistress at the top, keeping him in control otherwise. He would have definitely have ruined the reputation of Wisdom Tower that it had built in thousands of years. Though with all their flaws, both of them are extremely powerful people, one of the world's strongest. If it were possible to heal with Grand Lord's help or any Grandmaster's help, I would have already done it, my lord, but the process required a huge amount of energy that's special to me, and currently it is far from enough to bring the Grandmasters out of the sleep, I replied. Hearing that, Grand Commander sighed. We did not want to pressure you, Mitchell, but after yesterday's assault, we are under immense strain. We have lost 4 Grandmasters in a single day. Aside from the final battle in the last war, we have never lost so many Grandmasters at once in these past 2 centuries, Grand Commander said. I shook visibly hearing that and felt like lightning had struck me. Losing 4 Grandmasters is a huge loss. There are hundreds of them, and every single one of them is precious beyond value. Losing a single one could affect things hugely, and we have lost 4, and that is in a single day. The Grimms must have made huge preparations. Killing Grandmasters are not easy. They are very hard to kill, not to mention quickly rescued or reinforced if things get dangerous for them. We did not mean to pressure you, Mitchell, but we really need Grandmasters badly, Grand Commander said. If there is a way to wake them quickly, the pyramid is willing to pay the price for it. We will give you as many resources as you want, she added as she looked directly into my eyes. There are ways, but you all already know about them, I replied, and Grandmaster Commander shook her head in that. With the method to heal, I've also provided the ways to heal, but unfortunately all of them are beyond reach. The resources and tools required for it do not exist in our world, so the only way for them to heal is for you to level up, asked Sela's bishop, and I immediately nodded to that. If it had been anyone else, I would have waited or put a little hesitation, but I did not. Our relation had already soured, and I don't think any pleasantness would make it civil, so I did not even try for it. Grand Commander gave Sela's bishop a look before she turned toward me. Mitchell, from now on, focus solely on leveling up. I will put a stop to your missions, and your responsibility to mentees and authorize triple resources to them before, said Grand Commander. There is no need for that, Grand Commander, as you know how hard it is to take the next step, I replied, to which a small mirthless smile appeared on her. I will try my hardest to level up and have a complete confidence that within 3 months I will make a breakthrough, I added. I would have liked if it had been a month, but it is not easy to take that step. Your confidence of reaching there within months of becoming a tyrant already spoke of your great talent, she said with a sigh. Silence descended into the hall, and for a couple of seconds, nobody spoke before Grand Commander spoke again. You are already under quite a pressure, and what I am going to say will add even more to that, she said with a straining smile on her face. We will need you to double the output of your wares. We will need them in much greater quantity if we want them to have a great impact on the war, she said. Double will be hard before I level up, but I will increase the output, I said, and was thankful when they did not press. It had been 14 days since I had a meeting with the great commander, and war had become even more intense, and we have lost another grandmaster. Things are raging, and even grandmasters are dying. Even they who are just below the Grand Lord couldn't guarantee their lives, and it is not early grandmasters are dying. The Grimms are even successful in killing one of the elites. I knew him sort of off. He is the friend of one of the grandmasters I had healed, and came to me thanking me personally. You all have done well during experiments and have made huge progress. It is now time for you to show it in the war, I had said to 4 of my mentees, all of whom are leaving for different battlefields. Even Neela is leaving, and she will go without Ida this time. She needs to learn to fight in huge wars, and with Ida around to handle most dangers, she will not learn that properly. She will not only fight but will also heal. She is a war medic, and I have to say, her inheritance is much better during the war than mine. She could heal the patients while they were fighting the enemies and even learn to tweak the chemical balance of the body. It will help her even make dying humans a raging powerhouse. Though there are serious side effects of such things, they are sometimes necessary during the war. I hope you would put a noteworthy performance in the battle, I said, and filled their wine glasses again. I have taken out one of the most precious wines I have. It is something I had found long ago when I was a knight, and only tyrants could drink it safely. Till now, I have found many wines in the storages of enemies, but I have never found a wine better than it. Even though the vine was crafted with mediocre resources, the craftsmanship was amazing, and thousands of years of aging had made it really good. Professor always had begged me for some, but I have never given her more than what I had given her initially. I have rarely opened these bottles, but before I knew it, I had reached the last bottle, which will also get empty today. You have the best things, Lord Mitchell. It is the best wine I've ever drank by far, Ida said as she took a sip of the vine. It really is good. I don't think we could ever find such level of the vine in the market, Leonard said. Before, Leonard rarely spoke, but now he began to open up a little by little. It is a good thing for him and his practice. A caged mind does not help but impedes progress. Well-aged wines that are found in ruins are one of the hardest things to get hands on. Many old monsters like them and would get their hands on it as soon as it appears in Supremes. You could get a lesson or two from old monsters if you can give them a bottle of good wine, Danielle said softly as she twirled the wine from her glass. They stayed half an hour more. After an hour before they left, each of them was going to leave the pyramid by midnight. This time they will take a while to return, 3 to 4 weeks at the least. Their bodies and soul had gone to lots of experiments, and if I continued, it would affect them adversely. The battles, on the other hand, will be very, very useful. After they left, I shared the remaining bottle with Ashlyn and Nero. I had to give it to them. Those two were staring at the bottle hungrily. If I had not given it to them, they would have taken it themselves. After finishing the bottle, I trained for an hour and went to my core. There I worked on my inheritance for a few hours before opening the tome. It had been a long time, but even now I was not able to pass the test. As always, no matter how good my recipe is, the being would reject it. Sometimes it felt like it was toying me, and there was nothing above I could learn. Still inventing and perfecting new and old recipes, I want to see how long it could keep the farce going, and it is not like I am wasting my time. I am pushing myself in control I've never done before, which is not only improving my control, but I have also been able to cook the recipes with even greater expertise. These reasons are more than enough for me to continue trying. I practiced for a little more than an hour, which is days in a time, before I got out of my core and fell asleep tiredly. Ting ting ting, I was sleeping soundly when my holowatch rang. I opened my eyes in a second and received the call after seeing who it was. Mitchell, come to my office in half an hour, Lord Whitman said and cut the call. I did not question him and got out of bed and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. He did not immediately ask me in his office, so it should not be an emergency, but it is important, seeing he had called me in the middle of the night. Knock knock. Exactly half an hour later, I knocked on the door of Lord Whitman's office, and it had opened a second later. I walked in and was surprised to find a familiar person was sitting opposite him. It was Rhea. I had only seen her 2 times after I had rescued her in Lancet ruin. After she had been discharged from the hospital, she was sent on the mission the very next day. It was a secret one, so she did not tell me about it, but she said it was very dangerous, and she was nothing but a meat shield for someone important, who I know but again did not tell me about that person's identity. Mitchell, take a seat, and since you already know Rhea, I will directly begin with why I have called you for, Lord Whitman said, tapped on the screen, and soon map projected in front of us. It is a map of the central continent, and it is a blank. It did not even show the areas occupied by humans and Grims, though there is something on this map, a green dot that is shining, and it is not the central continent but on the ocean, on the Great Northern Sea to be exact. About 3 months ago, we have discovered the secret ruin in the Great Northern Sea, about 200 nautical miles away from our coast, he said and expanded the point. The secret ruin has never been discovered before. We have immediately sent people in it, and so has the Grim monsters. Soon, we have found out the secret realm was very dangerous. Only grandmasters had an assurance of surviving. We did not have enough grandmasters to send some to an unknown secret realm, and so we sent masters. We have suffered some losses but also discover some things, he said and tapped a few buttons on the screen, and soon another projection appeared. It is of the person, and seeing him, I couldn't help but get surprised, as it is my good friend Jim. Our exploration has found something that came to huge interest of the Jim hammock, and after some consultation we have sent Jim with Rhea, as that thing could only be retrieved by someone with deep alchemical knowledge, he explained and looked at Rhea said. We have got that successfully, but Jim fell into a dangerous trap that could not be broken up with his ability, and now he is stuck there, Rhea said. There are many masters with runic expertise, I said, to which Lord Whitman shook his head. The trapping formation is very complicated, even for runic grandmaster, and only a few masters could survive in that secret realm, Lord Whitman. The ruin is quite vast, and each entry takes to a different section of the ruin. Most masters would not be able to survive a few hours in that ruin, Rhea said, and Lord Whitman projected the information about it. When do I have to leave? I asked after reading the information. Immediately, and Rhea would come with you, he said, and before his eyes became serious. Mitchell, Jim Hammock is a very important person. If nothing happened to him, then we will have another alchemical grandmaster within a year, he said, and I couldn't help but become surprised. I know Jim is very talented in alchemy, but did not expect him to come such close to becoming a grandmaster this soon. I should not be surprised. If I could become grandmaster of healing despite starting 10 years later than him, then he would surely become grandmaster of alchemy, which he had been practicing before he was even 5. 15 minutes later, I walked into the teleportation gate and appeared in a room which is painted or black. It was hard to differentiate. Lord Mitchell, Lady Rhea, please, said the middle-aged peak master class powerhouse who was waiting for us. We are at Underwater Fortress 11, which is built around entrance number 11, she informed as we walked. Rhea seemed to be familiar with its fortress as she did not seem much curious about it as I am. I have never been in an unground fortress, and when I saw huge powerful monsters through the glass, I couldn't help but become little excited. It took a few minutes before we reached the big enclosed courtyard, and in the center of it was a spatial gate that looked like an unfurled scroll of red color. The ruin is very vast, and at max, we have explored around 10 of it. It has dangers that could even kill the grandmasters, and I was only able to survive because of my powerful defense, she said, and activated her bloodline armor. It looked amazing. It is made of thin diamond scales that hugged her body in perfect design, which would let her move effortlessly while giving her optimal defense. Seeing the scales, I had thought it was snake or dragon bloodline, but when I looked further, I shook at those thoughts. Some of the things did not match for it to be both. It is something different, and it couldn't help but make me even more curious about it. Where these rings, we will be transported to the same place, she said and handed me the ring, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. Surprised, right, I was too. I heard they were made by Artificer Grandmaster, Rhea asked, seeing the surprise on my face. My surprise was about seeing my rings and not about the ability of rings. I know them as I am the one who has created them. He must be quite talented to design something this amazing, I said as I wore the ring, yes. The only rare artifact could do this before, but now amazing rings do the same things, and the only drawback they have is that they could only be used once only, she informed. I will surely inform the creator of these rings if I ever met him, I said, and she glared at me for that. Let's go, she said, and the next second we stepped into the scroll-like ruined gate, and everything turned black in front of me. I could not even see Rhea or sense her, and it was a quite scary experience, which thankfully lasted for a couple of seconds only. I appeared on what seemed like barren ground, and immediately felt dark corrosive ice climbing over me. The strange thing is, I could not see the dark corrosiveness around me, or sense it. It just appeared around me as if it had been teleported few inches away from me directly. Fuck, the gate just had to transport it to the dark ice field, Rhea cursed beside me, whose body is also getting covered in dark corrosive ice rapidly. Dark ice field, I asked, looking at the rapidly climbing dark ice. The dark ice seemed quite powerful, and it was getting power as it climbed over my body. Don't underestimate this corrosive ice. It will get stronger the more it will cover you. Your friend had nearly died by it last time when we were here, she said, and while activating her diamond skin ability, which began to shine faintly in golden color. As it did it, the dark ice began to slide off her. I could see it trying to climb back, but repelling force seemed quite powerful and able to keep it at bay. Any way to deal with it? I asked. Everything is fine, repel it, burn it, just don't let it accumulate on you, or it will be very dangerous, Rhea said without even looking at me. She did not seem to care for rapidly climbing ice on me as she was more focused on the map and looking around. Crackle, crackle, crackle. I shook my head with a smile, and the next moment couple of formations activated, and my armor lit up. The faint shine from my armor begins to burn the black ice. The faint shine might not look much, but it is extremely hot and contain properties that are best at dealing with corrosive things. But the resistance of this corrosive ice is more powerful than I had anticipated and has increased the power of the formations by a little bit. You are really something here. I am trying my all to repel this ice, and it was not even able to touch your armor before it being burned away to nothingness, she said as she finally looked at me from her map. Did you find where we are? I asked, ignoring the note in her voice. Yes, I did, and there is good news and bad news, she said with a sigh. The good news is we have appeared quite close to your friend. It would not take us more than 3 days to reach him. But the bad news is dark ice field is very dangerous. That last time we have barely survived through it, she explained and began walking. I thought about her words for a while before shaking my head. There is nothing we could do since we have transported here directly. The only thing we could do was get out of here as soon as possible before any danger fell on us. It was night and the place seemed to be barren. All I could see was the small hills around me and crunchy soil under my feet. This place looks normal, even the concentration of energy here is lower than the central continent. The only strange thing about this place is the dark, which seemed to materialize out of nowhere. I am trying to probe where it is coming from, but was unsuccessful in finding anything. This place is more dangerous than you think. Sometimes the quantity and power of ice reach 10 times or even greater. I fear this dark ice could become dangerous enough that it could even threaten a grandmaster, she said as we walked. It did not surprise me. The dark ice is too strange. It had been quite consistent since it began assaulting us. There was no change in its power since it had begun assaulting us. Still, hearing her words, I became even more careful, ready to deal with a sudden burst of dark ice coming at me. Minutes passed, and we walked at a speed that a regular person could run. We could easily move at 100 times greater speed, but moving at that speed will make the assault of this dark ice 100 times powerful. The assault of the dark ice depends on the speed of one. We could not move fast, and due to it, it would take anywhere between 5 to 8 hours to get out of this place. I am a little disappointed, not at the danger, but being transported to this place. From what I've heard, this place contains many good things, and if not, there has been a raging war outside. Our grandmasters would have thronged this place. Keep an eye on exits. We have fallen into the trap because we were searching for the exit, Rhea said, and that is another strange thing about this ruin. While the entrances are unmoving, the same is not true for the exits. They appear and disappear, and we have to find those exits, and we could not get out of this ruin through any exit as each exit is connected to entrances outside. We have walk out of these ruins from the exit that is connected to the entrances that we humans have in control, a wrong exit, and we would directly fall into the hands of the grim monsters. More than an hour passed by when suddenly, I felt a change in the dark ice, and fear couldn't help but appear on my face. The power and quantity of dark ice had increased suddenly. The dark ice, which had been melting to nothingness before it even touched my armor, is now beginning to cover it thickly, climbing rapidly from my feet. I reacted immediately, and the silvery shine of armor began to brighten up rapidly, but this dark ice was resisting it. The power of dark ice is more than 10 times greater than Rhea had said. It is 26 times greater, according to my calculations. It is becoming very dangerous. That did not hold back at all and released the full power of corrosion melting radiance. Even then I was not able to stop it completely. I was only able to deal with 90 of it while 10 was still climbing up. If it continued to spread and thicken, I would be in real danger. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Seeing that, I released the faint stream of internal energy in the radiance, and I did. The radiance thickened up, and its power rose explosively that within a second, all the ice had melted into nothingness. It had even formed a field of radiance around me, and any dark ice that enters 20 inches of that radiance, it will meld to nothingness. I had just dealt with dark ice attacking me when my gaze fell on Rhea, and I couldn't help but be shocked seeing her thickly covered dark ice. Her diamond power shining brightly, but it did seem enough to repel the dark ice, which is covering her more and more thickly every second. Rhea, I said in surprise. I was so busy dealing with dark ice assaulting me that I forgot her for a second, but seeing her in her predicament, I did not waste even a moment to act. Crackle, crackle, crackle. I immediately placed my hand on her shoulder, and thick dark ice which was covering her thickly began melting at a visible speed that 1.5 seconds later, there was no dark ice on her, and the one current is that is assaulting her was disappearing without touching her. Fuck, I had not thought the things would get such a serious turn within a second, Rhea said as she moved her hands and feet. Thank God I have a freak such as you with me, otherwise, the dark would have turned into a corrosive popsicle, she said, still little shaken by the assault. You are welcome, Rhea, I said, to which she had just snorted. Do we have to walk like this? She asked, looking at my hand on her shoulder. No, we do not, I replied with a smile and removed my hands from her shoulder, but despite that, the silver radiance still covered her. She looked a little surprised, but she did not say anything. I had my invisible strings connecting her, few of them more than enough to transfer this anti-corrosive radiance to her. It feels like old times, right? Two of us walking in the realm that is full of danger, Rhea said after some time. Yes, it really feels like that time, I said, remembering my first realm, which I had traveled with Rhea. We were so new and weak that even an ant-like monster had the power to crush us, I said, reminiscing the struggle we have faced there. Even though the realm was just a simple space bracket born out our world, nothing like this foreign world piece that got attached to our world. I have got one of my most cherished memories from there with people whom I could proudly call my friends, she said while looking at me. Yes, it had changed us for the better and gave us friends that we could rely on, I said with a smile. In that ruin, I have not only made Rhea my friend, but also met Jill and her brother William. 2 more hours passed. In these 2 hours, we increased our speed with the protection of the radiance. We dealt with the increased resistance of the dark ice. Rhea had said that we were less than an hour away from getting out of the dark ice field, and I couldn't help but feel happy about it. I have grown quite tired of seeing barren landscapes with nothing that would excite me and nothing I could take. What is that? I suddenly asked when I spotted something and lessened my speed before moving toward it. The bastard got quick death, Rhea said when we reached the thing we spotted. It is what remains of the grim monster that is too slowly disappearing. If we had come an hour later, we would have not been able to find what we did. I moved the rubble around with my strings and soon found the thing I was looking for, its storage. The grim monster that died is a master-class tyrant. Without a master always has good things in their storage. My strings picked up the storage band, and I placed it in my storage before we continued with our journey. 40 more minutes have passed by, and I could finally see something that was not barren. I see a forest, and I see buildings in it. Some seem to be in great condition while others are completely collapsed state. I could also hear the noise. They definitely belong to monsters, which are very powerful. Activate your stealth method. We will soon reach the boundary dark ice field, Rhea said, and a few minutes later, Rhea stopped and turned at me. Dark ice field was dangerous, but the places ahead are even more, from dangerous formations to the energies of thousands of years old attacks. There are also the monsters and grims. Both have grandmaster level powerhouses here. It could be said that the whole place is littered with dangers, but they could be avoided as long as we are cautious and does fall to greed, Rhea said with a serious voice. Aye, Captain, I said, and she glared at me. Just be cautious and don't be too greedy, she said and walked forward, and I followed behind her. While I may sound like I am joking, I am not. I know how dangerous this ruin is. There is even proof of it killing Grim Grandmaster, and those are very hard to kill and one of the dangers this ruin had. While we did not have any Grandmaster to spare for this precious realm, the Grims have, and they have at least sent 3 Grandmasters here according to our intelligence. They are extremely dangerous, but so are the other dangers of the realm. It could be said to be one of the most dangerous spatial realm I've come to. Finally, we got out of the dark ice field, and I immediately felt the change. The first is the constant assault of dark ice that would come at every moment constantly, and the second is very pure energy, far purer than the central continent, even purer than what I have experienced in any ruin or real. As my body came in contact with, every pore of it opened, it took it all. This purity is nothing, Jim, and I had found a place where the purity of energy was so high that it was actually harming us, Rhea said to my shock before my eyes became excited. It is a common truth that a place with high energy purity contains precious resources, and seeing the numerous experiments and my own appetite, I need a huge amount of resources. After saving Jim, I will ask Rhea to take me to a dense energy place. It is also the place where Jim got trapped. She dropped the bomb. The area in front of us, Sail Hello, is extremely big, hundreds of times bigger than our biggest city, and our friend Jim is trapped here, she said while showing me a location of where we are and where Jim is, which did not seem that far. We will have to go to this place, she said, magnifying the map and distance I had through short magnified greatly. They seem to have found the perfect map of the city, which would be useful, but we still have to be careful. There are numerous dangers ahead. I had just thought of danger when we stopped, as we have spotted a giant hare walking not far from me. It is over 5 meters long with red horns and red skin, which is a fiery volcanic shade. The air would crackle, it would pass by its skin and horns. The hare looked beautiful, but it is master-class monster. Though it is in the initial master class, it has enough raw power to fight against peak master. You will only see master and grandmaster class masters roaming openly in this ruin, she informed telepathically, but a shock appeared on her face when the hare that was just walking stopped, and life in its eyes disappeared before it came floating toward me. Since the war had begun, I am a little low on the exotic fresh meat. People had nearly stopped exploring the ruins. So I decided to hunt a few of them myself, and I liked this one. It had such a unique flavor that I had not tasted in quite a while. Soon the carcass of hare appeared in front of me and disappeared into my storage. Rhea just looked at me, and we continued with our journey. A few minutes passed, and several more grim monsters came across us, but I did not kill them. As I had said, I liked the flavor of hare, so I killed it. I do not need others for any purpose, so I did not kill them. Hunting without a purpose is just cruelty. Half an hour passed, and we finally came across the first building. It is a 6-story building and could be said to be in good condition, just slightly collapsed, but I would not dare to enter inside it. Tens formations are still active there, and half of them are broken. At least you have some sense, Rhea said with sarcasm. If you want anything, I could get that for you, I said back. She glared at me for a moment before silently walking away. To be honest, my runes have sensed something that is building that will be helpful to me. If I had been alone and not been on the rescue mission, I would have gone there without any hesitation, but I could understand my priority, especially when it concerned the life of my good friend. It had already been days since Jim had gotten himself trapped, and from what Rhea had told me, the place in which Jim had gotten himself trapped is not easy, and he might very well be fighting for his life right now. We had just walked 5 minutes from the building when I saw the herb that caught my eyes and instantly used my strings to get it. There are precious herbs and plants everywhere. A simple grass beneath my feet would be useful for the regular emperors. The dense energy in the air makes every plant here as precious, and I plan to harvest whatever that caught my eyes, as long as it does not waste my time. An hour passed by, and we have passed by tens of buildings, and I have harvested hundreds of plants, including one monster. I am shocked in this last hour by the tens of buildings we have passed through. 6 buildings have something that has something which could be very useful to me. The building I had passed through 15 minutes ago has given me a very intense reaction that, for a moment, I wanted to ask Ria to stop so that I could explore that building and get the thing that had produced such an intense reaction from my ruin. The thing is quite shocking, as I have never experienced so many resource signals in such a short period of time. It is like I am walking through the treasury and not a realm. I had already decided to go for some treasures hunting after I rescued Jim, and would also return here when I have time in my hand with all the things I have to do. An exit, I said slowly. Ria's eyes flashed in surprise before we moved toward it, avoiding a very powerful monster that was only a step away from reaching the grandmaster class. Soon we could see the gate. It is about the same as the one we had entered, but its color is sky blue instead of the red that we have come from. It exit connected to gate 6, which is in control of Grimm's, she said, and we were just a step away when the door had disappeared from our view. This is the most frustrating thing about this realm, the gates that disappear. Each gate would only remain in its place for 6 hours before it disappears and appear in a completely different place. It is the reason why Jim had fallen into his predicament. They have found the thing they have come looking into this realm within a week of entering. It is searching for the gate took them nearly 2 weeks and fall into the trap. We did not remain in our spot for long and continued on our journey, avoiding the dangers and also numerous tantalizing resources that would make even Grandmaster fight with his all. Many times I wanted to ask Ria to stop, and nearly did before my loyalty for my friend had stopped me. ROO. We had just circumvented the gigantic broken formation that would have turned us into the cinders if we had got caught in it when suddenly, we heard a roar of a monster that shook us to every inch of our life. A grandmaster. It is a roar from a grandmaster class monster without a doubt, and it seemed angry for some reason. Let's get out of here, I said to Ria telepathically, and we began to the other side of grandmaster monster. I may be able to handle a weak grandmaster for a minute or two, but I would not be able to handle even the weakest monster grandmaster. The raw physical power and energy they have are beyond what I could handle. They would shatter my defenses like paper and blast me pieces of flesh and bones, so I did not even look at what it is angry at, and I am not the only one who is thinking that. Ria is also the same. She did not waste any time and began to lead me to a different way. That is the opposite of which monster grandmaster. ROOR. We had just walked a few steps, and when we heard another roar, and it came with crackling aura, and next moment, we saw a black cloud appearing out of nowhere, and an enormous bolt of yellow lighting shot out of it with a speed that I could not comprehend. Bang. The enormous bolt of lightning struck on the ground, and it shook the ground and filled the air with a powerful electric charge that would vaporize the elite instantly and seriously injured leader if they are standing at the place where we are right now, which is quite far from the Grandmaster monster. Fuck. Yes, fuck. The powerful attack of the monster instantly made things difficult for us. The formations around us went haywire, whether they belonged to buildings or streets. Hell, even formations in the sky began to get haywire. Whether intentional or unintentional, it has really fucked up and made things difficult for us. We are surrounded by formations, nearly all of which, whether they are broken or unbroken, is activated. ROOR. We just thought about what to do next when we saw black clouds torn apart by a huge yellow boar monster tearing through the black clouds. Its tusks are filled with lightning, and now they have Grim Monster, who had a big sword against the lightning tusks. Fucking grim bastards, they will never let us do what we want in peace, always interfere, reaccursed. It makes things even difficult for us. If it had been 2 monsters fighting, we would have been a little relieved, as they would fight for a while before going in their own way, but here it seemed like the Grim Monster was actively hunting it. It would not stop till it killed the monster or the monster forced it to run away, and if it had spotted us, it would not hesitate to kill us itself or by the hands of Monster Grandmaster. We have to do something, Ria said. Sooner or later, these formations are going to crash on us, or that 2 fightings will notice us, and getting noticed by either of these things are bad for us, Ria said. I understand that, but there are very few options in front of us. Let's break into the building and wait till things calm down, I said to shock Ria, and she opened her mouth angrily, but the next moment her anger disappeared. She understood my reasoning, and it was the only option we had. It would not be easy to break into the formation, especially the active ones, she said. Leave that up to me, I said, and looked around. While most of the formations activated, some of them have not, and there are few complete ones that I could break quickly. Soon I spotted a complete formation which is not broken. It is on the gate of a dilapidated gated manor which is a few miles away from me, which is slightly collapsed, and looking at the sheer amount of cracks on it, it took like the Wall manor would collapse at any time. I looked around for a better option, but I did not find any. It is the only thing I could that seemed to have many unactivated formations, and there seemed to be quite fewer broken formations on it too. We will be going into that manor, I said while pointing at the manor. She looked a little surprised, but she did not voice her opinion as we moved toward the manor while avoiding many active formations. The travel, which should have taken us a few seconds, took us a few minutes, and on the way, we have nearly hit by the stray formation. Soon, we reached in front of gates, and a formation appeared in my eyes which had scanned the formation on the gate. In a few seconds, it appeared in my core, and the avatar of mine inside my core scanned it with the calibrator. Seeing how uncomfortable it is to scan the formation with a calibrator and then cover myself with energy to avoid suspicion, I created this little trick. Let's find a safe place where I could solve the formation, I said, and moved toward the place which seemed a little safe. To be honest, I had already begun solving the formation inside my core. I had given my avatar of mine 80 of conscious power and would give 10 when I hid in a safe place. Aren't you going to scan it and use the calibrator? Rhea asked, seeing we were walking away from the gate. I did reply. She gave me a look and opened her mouth to speak but closed it with the shake of her. 3 minutes later, we were hiding under what seemed to be a broken part of some building, which over the year formed a hollow space. It is far from an ideal place to hide, but it did not have any formations and seemed to be made of a material that blocks soul sense. As we hid, I closed my eyes and allocated another 15 of consciousness power to my avatar to solve formation while keeping 5 to myself. It is a dangerous place, and I need to be aware of my surroundings. It's finished, I said as I opened my eyes 14 minutes later and took out the air pen. I did not get a chance for Rhea to say anything and concentrated on the air pen in my hand. The next moment, very tiny runes, smaller than even ants, begin to come out of the air pen. The air is a very high-level artifact. It could make the runes small and big with a similar amount of ink as their big counterparts. These runes will become bigger when they are attached to the formation on the gate. I had made them smaller due to the constraint of space where I am hiding, and also, I did not want to attract any attention with big runic formation floating in front of me. It took about a minute for me to materialize the formation through the ink, and it was about the size of my hand in its length and width. With it done, I walked out of the hiding spot, careful in avoiding any broken and activated formations. The battle is raging, and the attacks have become even more powerful from what I had gathered. The grandmaster level boar monster seemed to be more than a match for the bullman, but bullman also seemed to be hell-bent on killing it, seeing the attacks it is using. Soon we reached the gate, and I sent the formation floating toward it as it went. It began to increase its size, and soon its size became similar to the runes on the formation. Buzz. The formations buzzed as they attached themselves to the gate. Let's go, I said a second later. I could break the formation, but I do not have an ink powerful enough to do it. From the beginning I had designed the formation not intending to break but stun its working for a few seconds, which would be enough for us to open the gates and go inside, and we just did the gate might be, but it worked on the mechanism. Rhea entered the gate first, and before I did and closed the gates behind me. If I let it open, the formation will surely activate, and I do not want to find out what it could do. As I had entered inside, I have received a couple of surprises. First is the change in concentration of energy. It had increased 3 times instantly, and my runes picked up a couple of resource signals, some of which are a little intense. Earlier I had sensed a few of them, but they were a little weak, and their number was not what I am sensing right now. It seemed like the material of the gate was more powerful than I had imagined, blocking my runes in such a way, as it is very hard, especially since I have formed the core with rule bending as my main element. In front of me is a manor which could not be said too big by what I have seen in the city so far, but also not small, and it has a thing which most manors I had seen here did not have, a big garden. I am sure it is a luxury that very few could afford in the city when it was at its prime. The garden in it must have been very beautiful in its day, but now it is just an overgrown mess that had even spread to the manor, though there are a few very precious things there which I have spotted and sent my strings to retrieve as I walked toward the manor. Sup. We had just taken a step when tens of green things came at me. Their speed is so great even those who are step away from grandmaster would not be able to match, and the sharp aura they are releasing makes one feel as if their soul getting pierced. It would delay their response inevitably, which is more than enough time for these things to finish their job. Though both of us are not surprised at all by their sudden attack, Rhea activated her defensive ability while I had. Stop, I said, and all 12 things stopped in front of me and revealed themselves. They are mantis monsters and look like they are made of green metals. Their blades are quite sharp, Rhea said, and I couldn't help but nod. The blades of monsters are wickedly sharp. I dealt with them quickly and stored them in my storage. If they had not attacked us, they would be fine, but they did, and I am not merciful enough to release them back after they attacked me, as they would not have shown mercy if we were weak. After we did not even stop as we dealt with monsters, our priority was to get into the manor as soon as possible. We would not get discovered by the two grandmasters. Soon, we reached the manor and walked toward its left. On the way, I had collected a few more plants that had caught my eye. "Shit, formations," Rhea said. "The formations cover every part of this manor, even the one that is slightly collapsed. If it not for that, we would have directly jumped into the manor, instead of wasting time in breaking the formation on its gate." I looked at formations. I had completely disregarded the broken formation, and the ones that are activated, solving them would waste too much time. There are a couple of formations, but only one which is complete and not activated, and through which we could enter inside the manor. I scanned it with the ability before hitting behind the bushes with Rhea to solve the formation. I am quite excited to solve the formation, as one of the things I am sensing is not far. It would not take me a minute to reach that thing as long as it is not protected by formation, or there is formation on the way. Buzz, the formation froze, and we have stepped through the formation and entered the left wing, which is slightly collapsed. "We will be safe here, at least partially," I said as we have walked inside. Rhea nodded and turned to me. "Do you want to hunt some treasures?" she asked. "Of course, since we are here, we might as well use the time to get some things for ourselves," I said with a smile. This ruin is filled with treasures. Until now, I was not able to get a single one of them except for the resources I have found on the way. But now, since we are stuck here till the battle ends and even some time after that, it would be wise to not to waste so much of time. "We will start from this room then," Rhea said, and walked into the first room, whose formation had broken so much that it had become harmless. I followed behind her and saw a standard-size room that was not able to bear the test of time. Still, there is something worthwhile here. The only thing that survived in this room, and that due to only it had a formation covering it. "This vase is definitely made of Mesidar earth," Rhea said in wonder as she appeared beside the golden-brown decorative vase. Even I was quite surprised by it. Those who have earth elemental powers or rules love this earth, especially when it is in its raw form, but even craft made from it is much appreciated and desired. It helped in strengthening earth-type powers when one remained in its constant contact. Even grandmasters would pay a high price for such things. This thing is useful to them, but it is even more useful to their descendants, from awakening their earth constitutions and bloodlines to strengthening it. Though I don't think Rhea would give it to anyone her diamond ability and bloodline is. "Michiel, help me break the formation," Rhea asked, looking at the vase with shining eyes. "I've already begun," I said with a smile. I've began breaking the formation the moment my eyes fell on it. 6 minutes later, my air pen appeared in my hand, and runes began to come out of it, and a minute later, the runes appeared around the vase and placed a powerful energy crystal on it. As I did, it lit up blindingly. Crack. A loud cracking sound rang out, and formation cracked into the dust, and Rhea wasted not even a second taking a vase in her hand. "My precious," she said as he touched the big vase to her cheeks. "You would good on the trasberry wood stool I have," she said, and placed the vase in her storage. "Do you have any extra trasberry wood by chance?" I asked softly. "No, all I have is a little stool, and with this vase I could take full advantage of it," she said, and I couldn't help but get jealous of her for a moment. "Don't make that face, Michiel. This ruin is rich, and I am confident that by the time we leave this ruin, our storages will be filled with rare and precious treasures," she said, and she seemed quite confident of that fact for some reason. I did not ask her about it and walked out of the room with her. The door of the second room in the hallway is not intact with broken formation in it, and so is third. We ignored them. Breaking the broken formation is time-wasting and dangerous, and since we have the whole manor, we decided to target the rooms with complete formations or the ones we could pass through with minimal waste of time. After avoiding a broken formation, we have reached the room with the complete visible formation on it, and I have wasted no time in breaking a formation. Click. It took me 11 minutes to break formation, and another minute to draw out the runes to stun the formation before we were able to open the door. We again found ourselves in a huge room, which is in much better condition than the previous, and a few more things in a great condition that previous room we went in. There is also a door attached to it, and we could sense the faint fluctuation from it. Sensing the fluctuation, I shook my head in disappointment. There used to be spatially enlarged space behind the door, and now there is only chaotic space behind it. Opening it would be extremely dangerous. "I will take the plate and the book," I said after glancing at the door. "Good, then the rest of 3 things are mine," she said. I nodded and walked toward the book and picked it up. I chose the book because it had survived even after thousands of years. Without the protection of the formation, most books found in the ruin do not survive such long, unless they are made of powerful material and craftsmanship, or protected under the formation. I picked up the thick book and dusted it, and as the title revealed, my expressions couldn't help but change. "Hee hee, it seemed like you will have fun reading this fiction, Michiel. Do let me borrow it after you finish it, Rhea said with a laugh, and I couldn't help but glare at her. The book I had picked up is called The Great Adventures of Lord Wraithorn. The title is more than enough to know it is fiction. I still flipped the cover and found the thing I had sensed inside the pages of the book is a brown dried leaf. It looked like a regular maple leaf, but the veins on it are crystalline. I know what this leaf is, and I couldn't help but laugh inside my mind. Let Rhea mock me as much as she wants. I have also found a treasure whose value is no lower than the vase. Its value is even bigger to me as this resource is suitable for me. 1.5 hours passed by since we have come to the manor. Until now, we have sacked 4 rooms and found many precious things. In just 4 rooms, I had collected 10-some things whose value is bigger than any single storage of Grimm, which is kind of shocking seeing the level of things I usually found in the storages, but it is a reality. It is blocked. It seemed like we have no way but to go up, Rhea said, seeing the broken formation which is blocking the whole way into the right wing. It did not bother us. The stairs to the upper floor are still open, and we could go to the right wing by the garden route, but we are not interested in doing that. There are still 2 floors above us, and they would be more than enough for us, and we would not be staying here for long. We will leave a few hours after the battle is finished. Until now, the battle has not finished. I could still fear the powerful sounds of their attacks and shockwaves that had been clashing against the defenses of the manor as grandmasters fighting came closer to the manor. We began to climb the stairs to the upper floor, avoiding any formation we could and breaking those we couldn't, and finally, we have reached the 2nd floor, and it is much better than the floor below. Some of the showpieces in the hallway are still in great condition, and seeing them, our eyes couldn't help but lighten up. There are things that we have caught our eyes. I did not waste any time and started breaking the formation on one piece after another. I fought with Rhea on some pieces before we negotiated and divided the loot, and within an hour, all the 7 pieces in the hallway were in our storages. There are 19 rooms in total. Some seemed important, some not. All of them had the formation on the door, and 11 of them are broken in some, though some are in good enough condition that I could try to break them, but I will do that only when I finish with perfect condition formation. I will not take risks with the broken formation unless I have no choice, and here I have a choice. There are 8 rooms with the perfect formation and another floor above for us to explore. I started the first door on the right, and 11 minutes later it was broken, and we went inside and started to break the formation on the things. As I continued breaking the formations after formation, I fell into the rhythm. My speed grew faster first. It was only a few seconds faster, but soon it transformed to minutes, which helped a lot in saving time. They seemed to have stopped, I said when I heard no sound of a fight for a whole minute. Who do you think won the battle? Rhea asked. I don't know, but I am sure about one thing, and that Grim Grandmaster has survived, Rhea nodded, not contending my reply. It is common sense. While the monster Grandmaster was powerful and had a fearful amount of raw power that is powerful enough to crush a Grim Grandmaster, it is, in reality, very hard. The Grimms are full of tricks and have excellent survival abilities. There is a chance that it would have been successful in killing the boar monster. Superior power is not the only thing needed to crush the enemy. We will stay here for 3 hours before we will leave, Rhea said, and I nodded. It is wise to leave right away. It would have been wise to wait for 6 hours, but we do not luxury to wait for that long, even if we know that once we got seen by either monster Grandmaster or Grim Grandmaster, we would be dead. Let's clean this room quickly, I said, and gave even more focus to Avatar breaking the formation, keeping only 2.5 to myself, which is dangerous but necessary if I want to get the maximum out of this manor. Break. A few minutes later, I was successful in breaking the formation and drawing the runes, which helped me break the formation, covering a huge king-size bed. This was no normal room, but a master bedroom, and all things inside were much nicer than the other rooms, including this bed, which seemed to be made of unknown wood and worked on by a grandmaster craftsman. Just staying near the bed made me feel calm and brought out the tiredness deep inside me, which made me feel sleepy. I am taking the bed, I said to Rhea. Take it, I have one with similar properties, she said, showing no interest in it just like before. While she had no interest in a book, she had a lot more interest in the work table, and so did I. We negotiated, and I lost, mainly because I have put nearly all my focus and conscious energy into solving the formation. My avatar had started to break the next formation the moment it finished breaking the formation on the bed. One by one, I broke formation on all the things, and when we got out, there were huge smiles on our faces. This single room had given us more stuff than all the other rooms we had explored, and the stuff of it was a higher level than other rooms. We passed by 3 rooms with broken formation. One of the rooms had a door that was elaborate, just like the master bedroom, but the formation on it was broken. So I shook my head in disappointment before moving toward a room after that, which had a clear formation. Mitchell, break this one first. I feel like we might find the best things of the mansion here, Rhea said, pointing at the thick silver metallic door, which has a design of circular and triangular glyphs carved over it. The silver metallic door that Ria had pointed out is different from all the doors we have broken so far or seen in the manor's rooms. It is metallic, while the door of all the other rooms is wooden, which means it is different than other rooms. It might contain the great treasures as Ria is hoping, or it might contain something that is totally useless to us, or the worst, it might be empty like that room on the first floor. The design on its doors was quite strange, and we had thought it might contain something unique, but we have found it empty. I hope something like that would not happen with this room. It would be a huge time waste. Sure, I said, and my eyes lit up as they scanned the formation, and the next second a surprise couldn't help but lit up in my eyes as I found the formation is quite difficult. It is on the same level as the one on the manor gate. It took my avatar 12 minutes to break the formation before I took out the air pen and runes began to come out of it. Click, the formation was created and it stuck on the door, stunning the formation. Ria gripped the handle and opened the door. She was about to step into it when she stopped, and I too had stopped when I looked inside. Fuck, we have found an absolute treasure, she said after a second and went inside with me behind her. It is an office, a big one at that, and in the condition that could be said ideally seeing old this ruin is. Nearly 60 of the stuff inside is in near perfect condition, and there is one thing that is giving my runes the most intense reaction. As I had said, it is a big office, with a big desk and elaborate chairs with bookshelves filled with books. My heart pained when I saw 2 of 5 bookshelves being turned to rubble, but I found some light when I saw not all the books had turned to dust. I could see some books in the rubble which seemed to be in good condition. I want this desk, and all the chairs. I have wanted such a good set for quite a while, but did not get even after exploring so many runes. I also want books. My book collection is quite small, Ria said as she looked around. Not books, all of them are mine, I said without hesitation. I could compromise on anything but not books. Ria looked at me and saw my expressions. She glared at me. Fine, you can have the originals, but I want the copies, she said. You will have the copies, I replied and moved toward the desk, as the thing that is giving my runes intense hunger is in the desk. There seemed to be some stuff on the desk, but it had turned dust, except for the rectangular clay tablet. It seemed like the runic protection of the table did not extend to the things that were placed on it. I scanned the formation on the table and started breaking it. It was quite tough, but I was able to break it in 11 minutes. Crack, the formation broke with the crack, and a smile appeared on my face. Let's see what it has, I said and walked toward the table. Everything on the table is mine, she said, to which I smiled. No, the table is yours. Everything found on it will be divided equally, I said, to which she pouted angrily. The table had 3 drawers and a cabinet. I opened the cabinet and found nothing but dust inside. Shaking my head, I moved toward the drawers. I know where the thing my runes are sensing is. It is in the second drawer, but I did not open it directly because I did not want to draw out the unnecessary suspicion. I opened the first drawer with hope. Even if it did not have the thing I wanted, I could hope, but I was hoping for nothing as I did not find anything but dust. Taking a disappointed sigh, I closed the first drawer and opened the second. The first thing I saw was the dust, but soon my eyes fell on the 2 objects which were shining inside the drawers. I took out the 2 objects, which are turned out to be gems. One is blue and while other is violet. It is the violet one that is giving my runes an intense feeling which became ravenous the moment I picked it. These gems looked like an elemental gems, but when I scanned them in my soul, I was hit with a peculiar blast of energy that froze me for a moment. It is a good thing I only scanned on gem, otherwise the reaction would have been more intense. Do you know what these gems are? I asked Ria and handed her gems, and a few seconds later she too froze, and she did for a couple of seconds, and when she came out they widened in shock before they began to shine. I don't know what these gems are, but I want them, she said and was about to place them in her storage when I stopped her. I also want them, I said. Fine, since we both want them, we both will take one each, she said, to which I shook my head. How about you give those gems to me and I will give you something equally good, I said, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. It's better be a good thing. Mitchell, I could tell these strange gems are at least a grandmaster class resources, might even be grand lord class, she said as she looked at me intensely. While my runes only want the violet gem, the peculiar energies got me curious about the blue one too. Don't worry, you will not be disappointed, I said and threw a crystal box at her. It is a thing I have found not long ago. It is one of few things that the second videt I had killed had in its storage, and it is the perfect thing for Ria. A diamond sand lotus, she exclaimed as she opened the crystal box. Her eyes are shocked wide with a burning desire to consume the thing. I hope it is to your satisfaction, I said, to which she turned at me. It is more than enough, you can have those gems, she said dismissively before touching the beautiful lotus, which looked like it was made of diamond granules. It is a powerful grandmaster level resource. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw it in the storage of the videt. I put the gems into my storage and opened the third and last drawer, which had nothing but dust inside it. With that done, I turned to the last thing on the table, the clay tablet, which Ria took her in hand. A second after she did, the clay tablet lit up before disappointed expressions appeared on her face, and she threw the clay tablet at me. "It is made for you," she said and threw the tablet at me, and I caught it before inserting my energy inside it, which activated it, and its information entered my mind, which had lit up my eyes. "Tablet of 10,000 Puzzles by Jupiter," the tablet said, and as its name said, it is a puzzling artifact. I love these kinds of artifacts. I have collected several of them and finished them. I have a standing request for such tools on the feed, and several masters and grandmasters have gifted them to me. I was so excited that I selected the first puzzle, and when I saw the first puzzle, my mind couldn't help but blow away. The first puzzle is much more difficult than I had imagined it to be. It is on the same level as formation on the gate of this manor. Seeing that, smile on my face couldn't help but brighten up even further. If the first formation is so difficult, then I couldn't help but imagine how the rest would be, and there are 10,000 of them, which made me extremely excited, and I put the tablet in my storage as it is not the time I should focus on. It is time to break the bookshelves, though there are other things. Some of them are quite precious, but they are not as precious as me as these books. Thankfully, I had already begun breaking the formation on the bookshelves right after I broke the formation on the table, and now close to breaking it. Buzz. A few minutes passed by, and I was finally able to break the formation and take out the air pen. A minute later, the runes stuck on the formation and broke it a moment later, giving me complete access to the hundreds of books on the shelf. "Let's check out what books these shelves have," I said excitedly and took out the first book, which turned out about herbology. The whole book was on the line about herbology. The next came books about the alchemy, then few books of my runology. There's also a small section about politics and a lot more books than one should have about fiction. About a quarter of the shelf is about fiction. "The lady of this manor seems to love fiction, especially of that kind," Rhea said and gave the books she took out. "The proof we have seen so far told us this manor belonged to women, and she loved fiction. She's likely an author, with her favorite genre being adventure erotica." Buzz. By the time I had finished with books on the first shelf, I had broken the formation of the second shelf. It also has a second book about similar topics, with a few books about cosmology and healing, and again, a little more quarter of the books are of fiction. This is the first time I have found so many fiction books in the library I had raided. The third shelf is a little different. The formation on it is not complete. It is broken in some parts. If it had been any other thing than the books, I would have not touched them, but since they are books, I will break them, and I am going to be very careful about it. I want all the books without getting a single one damaged that ones already are, so I gave more time solving the formation than I should in such conditions. It took me about half an hour, but I had created the formation, and after looking at it one more time to be sure about it, I took out the air pen and began drawing out the runes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation created and stuck on all the 6 broken parts of it before it started breaking one after another. Some of the broken formations shook heavily, and for a moment, I thought they might explode and even create a safe distance from it, but thankfully, nothing of that sort had happened. It would have been very painful to see any of these books getting damaged. My calculations were nearly spot on, and the margin of error was manageable for the safety net I had created, so not a single book got damaged by the formations. The third shelf had a lot of fiction books, but there are also many books about runology, and from a few pages I had glanced at, they looked quite interesting. "Mitchell, look, the whole collection of books about alcohol making, and I even have the seeds of grapes that mention in this book of about wine," she said, showing me the collection of books. "So you're going to make wine?" I asked offhandedly. I have some interest in winemaking and some books about it too, but I have not started as it is notoriously hard that I have nearly abandoned the idea of creating my own wine. Normal wines are easy to make, but they are useless to me, and the ones I want to create are extremely hard. The ingredients required to make them are rarely found in the world, and the process is extremely hard that barely anybody tried to make them. The Arala's grapes are extremely precious wine grapes, but they could not grow in our world due to the peculiar need of environment and nutrients they have, she said with a sigh as she put down the books. "Do you say you have the seeds of Arala's grapes?" I asked back. Arala's grapes are one of the best grapes for wine, extremely hard to grow even in the world who have the ability to grow them, and the thing is, they could be used for the other purpose than making wine. Yes, I had got them when I had raided a winery in one of the ruins I had visited. The bottles of wine I have found there had helped me get the lessons from grandmasters and precious resources, which had awakened the bloodline I had hidden in me, she said. Awakening of the bloodline is not simple, as she said, but I am not interested in it currently. There is one thing I want from her that would be very helpful to me in my practice. Could you give me some of Arala's grape seeds? I asked to offer her something good in return when she took out a small crystal bottle with black seeds in it. "Take it, the seeds are as useless as the grapes are precious," she said and threw a crystal bottle at me. I grabbed the crystal bottle and saw there were 21 Arala's grape seeds inside it. I am going to plant them in my core as soon as I level up. Since you got the seeds, hurry up and break the formation. We do not have all the time in the world, she said, seeing me staring at the seeds. After I was done with the books, I started breaking the other stuff in the office, and there are lots of stuff in it, and it took time, more than we had expected to take, but we are still able to finish the time limit we have allowed ourselves. This manor had really good stuff. I wish we could take it all, Rhea said, and I couldn't help but nod to that. There are still a few things that my runes are sensing, but unfortunately I could not take them. We have a friend to save, and we have already wasted enough time here already and should be getting going as soon as possible. Let's go, Jim is waiting for us to rescue him, I said, and we climbed out of the second floor and reached the first floor before getting out of the manor. We have become careful as we got out of the manor. Only 3 hours had passed since the battle was finished with the monster and grim grandmaster, and it might be still lingering in this area. If it found us, it is game over for us. We carefully walked through the overgrown garden, dealing with a few pests that attacked us as quickly as possible before opening its gates and getting out. We did not say anything as we got out, just silently beginning to make the way toward our destination while watching for the signs of any threat that was not visible. This ruin is fraught with dangers. The more cautious we are, the safer we will be. The monster the grim fighting was really powerful, Rhea said telepathically as she had activated her defenses and me my defensive shields. We are walking through the field where one of the lightning attacks of the monster had landed. The whole area had become charged with powerful lightning that we could not pass through without defensive abilities. We would not have dared to pass through such a dangerous place if not this way, saving us hours of time. Before the battle, this was blocked by a very powerful broken formation which was destroyed. There are parts of it that are floating here and there, but as long we avoid it, we will be fine with our defensive method. Hours passed, and soon, it had been a day since we had come to this ruin, and I have to say, it had been productive beyond my imagination. I have found things that will help me extremely. Aside from books, the gems I have found gave me greater hope. There are massive peculiar energies inside those gems, and I couldn't wait to investigate them. It is clear that once upon a time, those gems were extremely powerful treasures, but over time they have lost more than 99% of their energy. From the little investigation I did, I was able to see that these gems are not treasures that maintain their optimal condition. Due to not being stored properly, they have lost a huge amount of energy, which is a very good thing for me. If they were in their peak condition, I don't think they would have been any use to me. They would have been too powerful to be of any use to me. Even these gems, after losing so much energy, still contain a colossal amount of power, so I will have to be extremely careful when I use them. Stop. I suddenly stopped Rhea and hid behind the large collapse wall while asking her to activate her stealth ability. She looked at me in question, but I did not answer, and a few seconds later her eyes widened up in surprise. There are 2 grim monsters coming in our direction, and like us, they are also traveling cautiously, avoiding any danger they have come across. Both of them are also quite powerful and with commendable defensive abilities. Their defensive abilities might not be compared to Rhea since she is a freak, but they are still pretty good, but it would not save them from me. Monster integration, should we attack them or let them go? Rhea asked telepathically. There is no need to create a disturbance, I will handle them silently, I replied. While they are powerful, they are not videts or at the caliber of someone like the werewolf who has created the bloodline core, so I would be able to deal with them without them being discovered. The ratmen and snakemen are very cautious as they travel, not reckless and drunk with power as they usually are. They have some good artifacts with them. 2, I want the one that is floating above the head of the ratman, aside from the ratman itself. The ratman has a bloodline, and there is no way that I would not harness it to grow the plants inside me. A minute had passed when suddenly, to extreme shock of ratmen and snakemen, they found themselves frozen in a spot before they levitated inches away from the ground and came floating toward us. Soon they appeared in front of me, and shock appeared on their faces. I assume you won't tell me where the grandmaster went, will you? I asked, and both of them looked at me and struggled even harder. Well, I asked, said with a sigh and waved my hand. The light in their eyes began disappearing and they disappeared as well. I did not kill them, not killed the ratman while the snakeman is dead. As for ratman, it is inside my core, and in a few seconds it will begin to get harvested. Let's go, I said, and we continued with our travel. A few hours passed by, and we covered miles of space, avoiding and sometimes breaking through the dangers that have the power to vaporize us in an instant. Before we knew it, it had been 2 days since we had entered this ruin, and I have to say, this ruin is more dangerous than I had thought. It is due to our knowledge and powerful defensive abilities we are surviving here inside the city. A regular peak master would not last even a second. As we deeper and deeper into the west side of the city, the formations became denser. Than every hour I had to break at least one to make the way. There is also energy that is also getting denser. It is now at the level of what we have experienced in the mansion. Due to it, there are lots of precious resources that are lying around, which I would harvest on the way. Some of the resources are a little harder to get as they have monsters guarding them, but it is not a problem for me, as long as they are not grandmasters. So every hour the stockpile of precious plants and monster meat would increase in my storage, making Rhea glared at me. My strings are really useful. They are not something energy strings that Rhea tried to copy with could match. My strings are very special, and if you want something like it, then you will have to use the essence of diamond ability, not just its energy, I said, seeing her frustrated face, as destroyed the resource she had been trying to harvest with her energy strings. Rhea looked a little surprised hearing that and nodded gratefully. What I told her is the secret of my most powerful ability, though it is just the surface of it. It is still a great secret. Another door, and this one is ours, unfortunately. We could not go through it, she said with a sigh, looking at the yellow exit door which is in our control. If we had Jim with us, we would have been walked into that door, but we could not. Let's keep moving, we are just a day away from Jim, I said, and we continued moving toward our direction. A few more hours passed, and we came across another grim monster, this one too quickly dealt like the grim monster before. While we have seen the grim monsters, we have not seen the humans. Some humans have also entered this ruin, but their numbers are too low compared to the grim monsters, and seeing how big this ruin is, it will be hard for us to come across each other. What is that? I asked suddenly when I saw the green statue, which is heavily covered in the broken formation. It is not the statue that surprised me, but the feeling it is giving me. The energy released from it invigorated my body and soul that had never been done by anything. All the deep tiredness I had seemed to have vanished by this energy. The statue is not complete. It is broken in several pieces, and they have littered all around, and from what I could tell, it is of a beast. As for what beast it is quite hard to tell with it breaking down in so many pieces. Jim had said this statue is made of radiant jade, it have invigorating abilities, and would be able to relieve one from their deepest tiredness with the effect of sleep, Rhea said. I know what radiant jade is, and I couldn't help but hunger for it. Jim had tried to get a piece, and he nearly died before he even reached close to it, Rhea said, and I could imagine. Those broken formations are not easy to deal with, even with all the greed I am feeling for it. I will not attempt to get its pieces. Jim was very lucky that he was able to survive with fluctuation. I am sensing from broken formations. They are very powerful. They could easily vaporize Master and even have the power to kill Grandmaster, so I am not getting anywhere near those pieces. We both stopped by a statue for a few minutes, as was beneficial to us before we started moving toward our destination with even more cautiousness. Rhea is not so many words have said that place we are going is very dangerous, and I have to be in one piece and in perfect condition if I want to do any rescue. We are now just 2 hours away from that place, Rhea said, and her voice was very serious when she said it. We have to be very careful from now, Mitchell, the last time we were here. We have discovered several powerful master-class grims, including a videt, and there was even a grandmaster, she said, and it couldn't help but surprise me. This was not a part of the information she had provided me or told Lord Whitman about it. I had already suspected something. There was more to it than what she had told me, and now it is time she told me the truth, what had truly happened. I asked. She seemed to have been expecting that question as a small smile appeared on her face. Greed happened, she replied before opening the map. Jim is trapped in a place called Melody Garden. It is a vast herbal farm with thousands of herbs that would be useful to masters, grandmaster, and even those above. She while showing the spot and highlighting the area it is covering, which is quite big. We did not plan to go inside it, seeing it is filled with thousands of formations, and a high number of them are broken ones. We have accidentally entered that place through the broken formation and found a huge harvest, anything like we have ever found before, and we let our greed drive our thoughts. Before we understood what was happening, Jim had found himself in any very dangerous broken formation which he could not break out with his own power. She said with a regretful sigh. It is not your fault, I said as I patted her shoulders gently. I know Jim well, and he is a clear-minded fellow, though he had glaring weaknesses through which he could not think straight. First is his girlfriend Sarah, and the other is alchemy. I have seen how he behaves when he finds resources that could help him with research and let him create new things. He became a hyperactive kid who had no thoughts for the consequence. I have sure, after seeing those resources, he wanted to acquire them, believing he could take them without triggering any formations, but it seemed like he was wrong. Now he is trapped, and we have no idea whether he is alive or not, as it had been nearly a week since he got trapped in the formation, and many things could happen in a week. Let's move and get that bastard out of there, I said, and we began to move again, but we had to stop not long after. Roar, roar. Fuck, I cursed, not able to stop myself as I had heard the familiar roars. These roars are definitely from the Borg Grandmaster, and faint electrical discharge in the air is proof that it is definitely it. The roars are faint, but one could sense blazing rage from it, and from what I could gather, it seemed to be attacking something furiously. We looked at each other before we moved forward. Even if there was a dangerous monster that could crush us in a single attack, we had to move forward, and thankfully, while we were moving in a general direction as the monster, we were moving toward it. Another half an hour passed by, and we could see the monster from a distance and hear it even clearer. It seemed to be attacking a formation wall crazily, not only with physical attacks but also with the fearsome lightning attacks. Its attacks are easily seemed to be repelled by the formation wall, and it even attacked the monster back, which seemed to anger it even more. The reason for its crazy attacks became apparent when I was able to see a few grim monsters behind the huge formation wall, and one of Grimm's is Bullman that I had seen fighting against the monster, a grandmaster. There is also a videt, but it is nothing in front of the threat that grandmasters represents. I will be able to deal with it if it dares to attack us. What the hell is this? I couldn't help but say that to myself. There are two grandmasters not far away from us. They both are scarily powerful and could kill us within a second, with us having no chance of defending against them. We have entered that place through the left, Rhea said gently, and we began to move left with our stealth abilities working at the full power. I had expected my string and cover Rhea with my stealth aura when I saw her ability was not as powerful as mine. I could not take any chances against these powerful enemies that would not blink even twice before attacking us, and that would be death to us. Gasp. Around 20 minutes passed by when I suddenly stopped and was barely able to stop myself gasping in a shock, though I had gasped in shock in mind. The thing I am seeing right now is too shocking for me not to gasp. In front of me, the huge formation wall had turned translucent, and through it I could see what was inside it. No wonder Jim had not been able to control himself. I thought inside myself when I looked ahead, where I saw field after field of herbs. Nearly half of them still seemed to be maintained even after all these years, while the other half looked like overgrown forests. These overgrown forests are in the parts where the formation have broken. What you could see is a small part of Melody Far. Only when you entered inside it will you see the true scale of it, she said, and I couldn't help but become slightly confused as the scene in front of me is already quite grand. We should move quickly, the hidden entrance of it is not much far, Rhea said while looking at the monster on the other side, which is still crazily attacking the wall. Its fury did not seem to diminish at all. Shit, both of us cursed loudly at the same moment as we felt a mighty gaze upon us all of a sudden. The monster grandmaster had spotted us. We have been very careful, and there are tens of buildings between us, but it had still spotted us, and now, I could feel all the rage it had for the grim monster is being directed at us. It had happened so fast, we were just about to take a step toward the hidden entrance, which is between the two broken formations, when suddenly this mighty raging gaze landed on us. Crackle. The sky had darkened instantly, and I could feel the crackle of lightning in the sky that was powerful enough to turn us into the ashes. First boost plus second boost plus third boost, Shield of Roses. Even knowing the defense would be useless, I still activated all my boosts, used internal energy, and even burned my blood at my limit to get the greatest power and used it to power up my shields, which is covering Rhea and me. Rumble, mid-shield jump. Rhea shouted and I reacted by jumping, taking her with me under the cover of my shield before jumping up, and as we did, the lightning came down from the clouds with a power that decimated us. Boom. Thankfully, it looked like we would be able to avoid the lightning with a moment of lead we had. I had that thought when a small bolt of lightning separated from a huge torrent and struck my shields as Rhea, and I passed through the hidden entrance between the two formations. Bang bang. A second later, I entered the other side and crashed on the ground hard, but I did not have time to care about it as a far greater danger than I could handle had befallen on me. A powerful raw lightning had torn through my shield and attacked my armor. Some specks of it were able to break my defense instantly and begin to strike my body. Within a second, I am heavily injured that my breathing stopped, and I am pretty sure I will be dead the next second if the powerful specks of lightning continue to strike me. I had just thought that when familiar sensation filled my body and my strings, and I saw lightning disappear at a visible speed. In a matter of seconds, all the lightning had disappeared from my body, not even a speck of it had remained. I said weakly, it is Nero that has come to my rescue and sucked away all the lightning in my body. If not for him, there would be my ashes lying here right now. The lightning was powerful enough to turn my strong body to ashes. While I did not die, my condition is extremely precarious that I am only a step away from dying. I am injured in both body and soul and did not even have the energy to even twitch. Still, I know I have to do something very soon. I am at a very dangerous place, and with the very weak condition that, if left untreated, could kill me, not to mention the other dangers of this unknown place I had entered. So I strained my soul to its limit, and when inside my core it took quite an effort to do that, but I finally did. The next second a formation appeared around me, and on it had resources that would make the eyes of Grandmaster go wide. Buzz, the formation activated without me activating it. It is one of the emergency recovery formations I have created. It does not need to be activated as long as they are brought out. they will be activated on their own. It took only a few seconds for essences of resources to cover me before they seeped inside me, feeding my hungry body and soul the recovery energies they needed. The recovery energies of these resources are very powerful. I had used the very precious resources to make this recovery formation, keeping conditions such as this in mind, and thank the God I did, otherwise got to know how long it would take me just to open my eyes. It took me half a minute before I could open my eyes and another minute before I could twitch my finger. 5 minutes later, I got enough energy to move that I saw Rhea, who is not far from me, and just looking at her, I knew her condition was even worse than mine. Her diamond armor is in tatters. There are several holes in her diamond skin, and she looked burned all over, and if it is not for her bloodline that kept her life hanging by a thread, she would have died by now. When lightning bolt struck my shield, most of it had spread around my shields, but some of them went for Rhea. I tried to protect her, but I was powerless to do that. I could sense her vitals and knew her condition was very serious. Her bloodline was holding her life by a thread, but that threat was under an extreme, and the lightning was tearing through every part of her and straining her bloodline more and more. It won't be long before the lightning suppresses the bloodline completely, and that time, the final thread she was hanging by would also be snapped. I would not let that happen, I said. I was not able to protect her earlier, but I will protect her now, and with that throat I waved my hand gently. A recovery formation appeared around her. The formation is different than mine. The recovery formation I am using is designed specifically for me, while the one around Rhea is for someone with a bloodline. Buzz. There are neutral element recovery resources already around the formation, but I added all the powerful earth elemental recovery resources I have in my storage and activated the formation while seeping one string I could produce into her. The bloodlines are very complicated, and the string would help me adjust the process if any complications appear. A few seconds after her recovery formation had activated, an amazing and shocking thing happened. Her bloodline latched to the formation and began swallowing recovery resources before they could even be condensed into the optimal mix of recovery solutions. It had thoroughly shocked me, as I did not expect the bloodline would react this extremely, and this view of mine depends not on just feeling but hardcore research. I had many times created scenarios that made the bloodline feel very threatened to dig out its power, but seeing how Rhea's bloodline is reacting, I've seemed to have held back a lot and was never able to draw a final survival instinct of bloodline. Here Rhea had truly reached the edge, hanging by a thread which is at its limit, that even the slightest strain could snap her life thread. Her bloodline was consuming the recovery resources ravenously and used it to recover its power, and also helped in the recovery of Rhea's body and soul, which is getting attacked by the lightning energies every second. It is very hard to see the progress with lightning attacking every moment, but progress is happening, albeit very slowly. The power of lightning is whittling away very slowly. The more it attacked her bloodline, body, and soul, the more it whittles away. 10 more minutes passed by, and I had made enough recovery that I could stand up, but I was lying on the ground, watching the shocking thing that happening to Rhea. This terrifying assault of lightning was helping. Every moment lightning would attack her, and at the same time her bloodline would release special recovery energies, which would not only help her recover but also strengthen her. Her diamond body ability, which is still active, is strengthening continuously, each minute getting stronger slightly. An hour passed by and I have consumed all the recovery resources. I am feeling good now, still weak but would be able to fight any master. It would take 2 to 3 days before I could recover fully. I have only burned my blood for a second, but the amount I have burned was huge, and it will take time for me to recover it. It is a good thing I have only burned my blood for a second. If it had 5 or 10 seconds with the same intensity, it would have taken me a week or more to recover. While I have recovered enough, Rhea is still far from doing that. In the past hour, she was only able to whittle away about 20 of lightning. There is still 80 of it that is present in her body. It will take another 3 to 4 hours before all the lightning whittle away from her body. I hope the process will last longer, seeing the incredible benefits it is providing her. She is getting stronger at a shocking rate, and the speed of it only increases with her bloodline recovering and strengthening, which is providing her more recovery energy. A few minutes later, I sighed and waved my hand. As I did, the formation, which had barely any resources remaining, got filled with resources again. I will make sure Rhea pays them back to me, I said, painfully watching the resources disappearing into her. The resources I am using are very precious. Many of them I had collected for my experiments. While some of them are the resources are from the breakthrough chest, they are resources I had collected for my level up. Not all the resources could be used in a breakthrough. If I had used the general resources in recovery formation, no matter how powerful they are, her bloodline would not have accepted them. I had put the general resources in formation. They were quite powerful, but her bloodline had not even touched it. While keeping some of my soul sense focused on Rhea, I opened my eyes and looked around. Till now I was so focused on mine and Ria's recovery I did not even look around. Though I have put Ashlyn on guard, if any danger comes, she will handle it. She has the power to handle anything that is below the grandmaster, no matter how powerful they are. Gasp. I gasped at what I saw. I was in hill and around me herb gardens that stretched miles and miles. There are hundreds of herbal fields, each protected by formation or broken formation. These formations not only protected them, but also created a special environment for them to grow. The hill I am standing on also seemed to be an herbal field, but it seemed like it had harvested, and what plants on it remained is too low level for me to even take it. There is another thing about the hill. The energy of density here is huge, at least 12 times greater than outside. Anyone below master standing in this energy will suffer energy poisoning. The higher density is not always a good thing when it is not softened to acclimate those of lower levels. 2 more hours passed by, and in these 2 hours I looked around and also cooked the recovery food for myself, which I am eating while monitoring the process of Ria, who is still recovering. She was able to deal with 80 of lightning, and her defensive ability had become powerful enough that it would shock even grandmasters. It had reached extremely close to the videt, and some people even considered it equal to the videt. It is quite shocking if I had not seen her. Even I would have doubted any human could such incredible defense without going through the freak procedure that Grims go to become a videt. She had reached very close to recovery, and seeing her state of body and bloodline, it would not take her more than half an hour to deal with that 20 of lightning roaming in her. I was just thinking that when suddenly I felt strange fluctuations coming from her bloodline out of nowhere, and when I looked closely, my eyes couldn't help but widen up to their limit. This girl is going to kill people with shock. I would really be mad if she did not pay back these resources, I said, and threw a large number of resources into formation, far more than before, and these resources are no recovery resources. These resources would aid her in advancing her bloodline. That is what's happening right now. Her bloodline is advancing, and this is not a small advancement. A huge whirlpool of energy appeared over her while is funneling energy into her. The energy has almost become crystallized when it is concentrated further in the funnel. With the aid of energy and herbal resources, her bloodline is advancing rapidly. This big advancement had caught me a little off guard. It is not an advancement of a bloodline that caught me off guard, as it was about to happen after what it had gone through. It is the level of advancement that caught me off guard. Her power is going to increase a lot. It will definitely make her one of the most powerful masters. She already had the space among those who were still hidden due to her shocking defensive power, but now, with this increment, she will now find a place among them with her strength too. A few minutes passed by when a shocking thing happened, or shocking things began to happen. First, I sensed the minute amount of source energies, which is kind of surprising, seeing only those with bloodline core would be able to call it. The amount she had called is nothing compared to what Rabhan had called still. Her being called even little of it is very noteworthy. As her bloodline begins to take the source of energy, it started doing something strange, a thing which I had not expected it would do. It had contracted its earlier behavior completely. Her bloodline begins to consume her diamond body ability, which it had been strengthening not long ago. Her diamond body ability is not from her bloodline and is gotten from the miracle fruit. It became especially strong after Ria awakened her bloodline, which had been strengthening it continuously. Now it is consuming it. Slowly, I saw diamond skin covering her body fade away till it had completely disappeared, leaving not a speck of it. A few more minutes passed by, and the bloodline continued strengthening when another change had occurred. The bloodline begins to transfer a huge amount of energy to something. This transference is huge that I had instantly noticed it, but it made little confused as this huge energy would disappear a moment. I did not remain confused about it for long, as soon I understood where this bloodline energy was going, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The energy continued transferring for about 20 minutes before it stopped and being spent. The bloodline roared again and began to consume the energy and resources even more hungrily. I had been forced to take out even more resources for its consumption, which I had not thought I would have to do, seeing I had already taken out a lot and thought I might have to take back some, but obviously I was wrong. 10 minutes passed when suddenly, intense fluctuations shot out of her bloodline. The energy whirlpool became 10 times bigger in a few seconds, and it began to consume the resources like crazy that I thought I might even have to take out some. At the same time, I was finally able to see her bloodline as its phantom finally materialized, and it was not something I had expected. I saw a gigantic humanoid appearing behind her. It is huge, hundreds of meters tall. I have a feeling this being is even taller than its phantom, but that is not a thing I should be thinking right now. The being is huge and is not made of the diamond as I had expected, but has huge red diamond eyes to which I was only able to look for a moment before a blinding headache took me. It has 4 hands whose nails are also diamond, and hair made of fine blue diamond strings. It had only appeared for a few seconds before it had disappeared, and with its disappearance, it brought huge changes to Ria's bloodline. It had now advanced to the stage that 99.99 of bloodlines would reach in their lifetimes, as the next advancement would be a bloodline core, which is not easy to make, but Ria had already made a few strides in it. Grrrr. I was observing her when her soul lit up for a moment, and the next second, 2 meters tall monster appeared in front of me, standing in front of unconscious Ria protectively. It had been a while, DD, I said to Panda Monster. The Panda Monster is DD, Ria's monster, and there is a huge change had occurred in her since I had seen her last time. Even if I had seen her an hour ago, I would have still seen her change. She had consumed so much bloodline energy, I would have been surprised if there had been no chance in her. She is much different from the old Earth Panda she was. Her whole body had turned to a diamond with bright red diamond eyes, those similar to that being which Ria inherited the bloodline. Ashlyn, say hi to your old friend, I said to Ashlyn, who was sitting not far away from me. DD's diamond eyes fell on Ashlyn, and for a moment, fear appeared in her eyes before it replaced with the serious protective look it had before. Ashlyn had created quite an effect on the monsters she met. When she was little, there was not a single monster of my friends that did not fear Ashlyn. DD looked at me again before her eyes softened a little, but still stayed in the defensive position, guarding her mistress against any danger that might befall her. I smiled, seeing that, and waited. It won't be long before Ria wakes up from her unconscious. The sooner she wakes up, the better. I've got quite a long bill to give it to her. About 15 minutes after DD came out, Ria's eyes fluttered open before she slowly sat up. I survived and I feel fine, more than fine, she said softly before she turned toward me. I assume it is your doing, she asked. I helped a little bit, and this is the bill of resources that needed to heal you, I said, and wasted no time sending her a list of resources to her. I have heard about excessive prices you healers charge, but this is something else, Mitchell, she said angrily, reciting the stereotype we healers detest. I did not charge you excessively. I even have video proof attached at the end of the list, but I don't think you will need it when you check your condition, I replied with a smile. She once again glared at me before looking at her state, and for the next couple of minutes, several expressions appeared on her face. From outright shock to pure numbness, all could be seen on her face. I've just provided resources while everything is done by your bloodline, I replied, to which she shook her head. I've seen the list of resources, and while I may not know much, I know they precious resources of recovery and bloodline evolution, she said before she took out a wooden box from her storage. It will take me a while to collect these resources, but I will do it with the strength this advancement had given me. Until I do that, take this thing as down payment, she said and threw the box at me. I watched the box and opened it as I did. My runes reacted instantly in hunger. It took me a second to know what this thing is. It is one of the things I was looking for and would be extremely useful in a breakthrough. It seemed like you have got some great things, I said as I kept the box in my storage. Getting that was just luck, she replied with a smile. So do you have any idea where we are? I asked her finally. We have wasted enough time with her injuries. It is time for us to continue with our missions. It is the same place I have entered last time and would be able to reach where Jim is if we followed the same path, she said and began walking down the hill, and I followed her behind. Soon we reached the formation, which is broken into several parts. Your friend Jim had an amazing artifact which gauges the stability of formation. We had passed through these 2 broken parts last time and felt a powerful assault that only masters could bear, she said and finally summoned her armor. Her armor had changed completely. She is now wearing knight-style armor, which is made of delicate diamond scales, and it hugged every part of her body, and only her eyes are visible through it. The armor did not feel thick as before, and one might consider it too delicate. If one looked at it, one would not think so. Every scale of her armor had been carved with the very tiny translucent patterns which felt primal in nature and seemed to do the job similar to the formation. You will be able to handle the pressure, right? Ria asked. As long as it is not something of videt level, I will be fine, I replied and activated my defensive measures. She nodded, seeing my defense, but soon a look of hesitation appeared on her face, and she placed a hand on my should. As she did, diamond energy flowed out of her hand and covered my body. As it did, she removed her hand and took a step inside the gap between the formation before disappearing. Seeing that, I also did the same. As I did, I felt crushing pressure that only masters could bear. No pressure felt on my defenses as everything was dealt with by the diamond energy covering me. A second later, I entered into a different field which was muddy with extremely cold lunar energy present in the mud. The field is also harvested, and the resources that are present are level too low for me to take. Though I had collected a few samples like I did earlier, some people back home would very much like to cultivate these plants. I suppose this is your doing, I asked, motioning toward the harvested plants. Yes, Ria affirmed with a single word. This field only has one side covered with the broken formation, while the other 3 sides are covered in the complete formation. Rhea turned left before we had stopped in front of the complete formation wall. Jim was able to break this formation with a set of some nifty artifacts, but it took him more than a day, she said. I understood my clue and scanned the formation before giving all my conscious power to my avatar in my core. I'm operating at 70, so the conscious power I could provide to my avatar is 30 less than before. While it will affect formation breaking skills, but not as much as one would think it would. The formation in front of me is hard, much harder than any formation in the manor that it took me 52 minutes before I could break it. After that, I took out the air pen and began drawing the formation. Buzz. 4 minutes later, I stunned the formation, and we walked through it and entered the land of fire that had an extreme heat that I finally felt some strain, even with diamond energy covering me. The next field was volcanic, and it was so hot that even masters with the best defenses would find it straining. Only someone like Rhea could remain comfortable in such an extremely hot environment. At my peak, it wouldn't have been any problem, but now, not so much. Thankfully, Rhea had powered up the diamond energies around me, which is helping me deal with this extreme heat. It is not just the heat that is extreme here, but also the energy purity, which is also much greater compared to the last field. All the plants in this place are protected under the formations, and these formations are not protection formations. I could easily make my hand pass through them and pluck those plants. These formations' only job is giving them enough heat and energy required for their level and blocking the rest. As their level grows, they will get more access to energy and heat. Eat this tablet, it will save you from the energy poison, Rhea said as she took out a white-colored tablet. The energy of this place is too dense, even those who are step away from reaching a grandmaster class would get poisoned by such purity within a minute. There is no need, I said, declining. While others may not be able to bear such energy purity, I do not have any problem with it. It could be said that it is even slightly beneficial to my recovery due to my constitution. Every moment my body is sucking up a huge amount of energy and transferring into my core, which would purify this energy further and would sense recovery wave throughout my body. While it may not compare to the bloodlines, which healed Rhea completely within an hour and even made her advance while I am still suffering the weakness despite being injured at a similar level. The method is good, and it would make my recovery a few hours faster. The speed of recovery would increase further if I find energy even purer. With the specialty of my constitution, I could bear energy density compared to that of grandmasters. The plants in this room, too, have been harvested still. I had collected a few samples as usual. We appeared in front of the wall, and this time I did not need a reminder. I quickly scanned the formation and began breaking it. Buzz. Around 50 minutes later, the formation I had created buzzed, and it stunned the wall of formation. We walked through it without wasting any time and entered what seemed like a land of gentle. The wind may be gentle, but it is far more dangerous than the volcanic heat earlier. This is no regular wind, but one which is filled with lacerating astral energies that would give trouble to even Videt. There is no way the previous defense of Rhea would have been able to bear, even with its incredible abilities. We have barely survived here last time, and to survive from it, we quickly passed through that broken formation when Jim said it was safe enough, she said, motioning toward a wall made of a couple of broken formations. We just have to pass through these formations, and we will reach the place where Jim is, Rhea added and placed her hand on my shoulder. As she did, she released her diamond energy, but this time the energy was far greater amount than before, and in a couple of seconds it had formed a thick hard diamond layer around me. Things are quite dangerous in front, she said and walked toward the formation before passing through it a second later. I followed suit. As I passed through it, I felt as if a mountain trying to crush me, and at the same time I was attacked by thousands of sharp swords. It is something I would have needed to use my shields at full power, but now diamond energy is doing it, and I couldn't help but become impressed by its prowess. Humans. It is the first word I had heard when I reached the other side. There are two grim monsters in front of us, and after looking at them, I instantly lost interest in them and turned toward the real thing I had come here for. Jim. I could see him and couldn't help but marvel at his luck. He is trapped all right, but not in trapping formation, but into a group of broken formations, which are surrounding him from all sides, giving him not a single chance to get. It is extremely rare for broken formations to amalgamate like that, but it is also extremely rare for not a single one of them had torn the Jim apart. Jim's eyes lit up seeing me, and he said something, but no sound came out. He seemed to know that as he quickly began to sign off the few gestures, saying, "Get him the hell out of here." He also did not seem too worried about the two Grims in the area, as he had not even glanced at them. We had expected humans would come to rescue it, but did not expect they would come this early, said the goatman with a laugh as it looked at both of us. Both of our faces had been covered. If it knew our identity, it would not be this calm even with the power it possesses, which is slightly lower than a Videt. You will be able to handle them, right? I asked Rhea. Don't worry about them, she replied. The grim monsters are in no way weak, they are cream and crop of grim race, only slightly weaker than the videt which put them at the very top of master class, a real fearful enemy for anyone below grandmaster. Before her advancement, Rhea would not have been a match of the powerful grim monster, much less two. She would have only been able to passively defend, but now that is not the case. These two grims would not be a problem for her. You humans seem to be confident. I want to see if you remain this confident when I burned you with my fire and eat you alive, the goatman said, and came at Rhea with the lightning werewolf beside it, which is most dangerous of two. They both went for Rhea instead of coming at us together. They may look angry and dumb, but they are very sly and know how to use their nature to their greatest advantage. Within a second, they burst out of immense power and attacked Rhea with great teamwork. Seeing their powerful attack coming, she instantly activated her diamond ability, which surprised me as it had been consumed by her bloodline. It seemed like it had become part of her bloodline and became even more powerful, I thought as I saw Rhea taking their head on as tear through their attacks and attacked the werewolf. The move shocked the Grims, as nobody with a sane mind would directly pass through the attack of the enemy, which is on the same level as them. The werewolf reacted instantly, but still got a long gash from Rhea's sword before it was able to put enough distance between it and her. Her sudden and powerful attack had made Grims even more serious, and they burst out with serious power. I kept half of my concentration on the battle while the other half focused on Jim. I had scanned all 12 pieces of broken formation and sent it to Avatar my core, which is running with half of the conscious power I have. The 12 parts belong to different parts of the formation, some are even harmless individually, but in that mix everything has become dangerous. I have to design something that encompasses all, a net to be exact, which would immobilize these formations, which would help Jim walk out of them safely. The plan is simple enough, but it is not. It will be hard and very time-consuming to design, but it is the only idea that gives a relative safety to Jim, while other ideas I have are not as safe as this one. I did not waste any time and begin crafting the formation. It will take a while as it is not the only thing I have to focus on. There are also two Grims that Rhea is fighting. I have to remain aware of it too. While Rhea is doing more than fine against those two Grims, and it would not be a problem for her to kill them. It would be a grave mistake for me to be unaware of the battle. Who knows if one of these bastards or something like a strength medallion and attack with it, that would be disastrous. Half an hour passed by and great change have occurred in the battle. The Grims were being beaten to every inch of their life and they were gravely injured that their priority shifted to running away from killing Rhea. While they want to run away, Rhea is not letting them. She suppressed them, not letting them move, even an inch toward the exit. Seeing the conditions of the Grim monsters, the battle would not last more. It was due to Rhea being a little unfamiliar with her new powers that battle had lasted so long. If she had been experienced with it, it would have ended within 15 minutes. Bitch, you have forced me, said the werewolf suddenly and took out the crystal, which is shining blazingly with very unstable energies that put fear on my face. As those unstable energies are not normal, they are grandmaster level. Let's die together, it said with madness as the crystal in its eye's hand blazed even more brightly. Suddenly the unstable energies in the crystal stabilized, and the crystal turned to normal before it came floating toward me, and all the werewolf could do was let out a sound of shock. You should not play with something as dangerous as Vitch's Pyrene's crystal. They are extremely dangerous, you know, I said as I took the crystal in my hand. While I am far from my peak in dealing with a grim monster, such as it would be a great challenge if I fought against it head-on, but I will be fine as long as I use my strings. Since the battle began, I had been mobilizing my strings against the Grims. I had no intention of interfering with Rhea's battle. I had only used strings as a precaution, and it is a good thing I did. I don't know where this bastard had found such a dangerous thing, but if it had exploded, it would have us with it. This Pyranic crystal had enough power to vaporize an initial stage grandmaster, and everything in between 500 meters, we would have stood no chance against its explosion. Finish them before these idiots take out something even more dangerous, I said to Rhea. To be honest, werewolf taking out the crystal had scared the hell out of me. That thing is even more dangerous than the bastard would have released. It is a great threatening material, even against the grandmaster. This time Rhea did not hold back, and within 3 minutes she had finished them all. It is such a regret that the two Grims did not have a bloodline. If even a single one of them had it, it would have been more than enough for me to recover, but it seemed like my luck was not that good. How long will it take you to bring him out? Rhea asked as she finished with the Grim monsters. 5 to 6 hours at least. I replied it could be even more if I had come across any difficult problem. I'm not trying to rush you, but be a little fast. The Grims are here. Though these two are not part of a group we had seen earlier. Still, we could not take any chances when a grandmaster is involved, she said. We have barely survived the last encounter, but I don't think we could survive another one, she added with a laugh. Monster integration, hee hee. I never had throat while solving this problem. I will find such a great solution to my own problem, I said to myself as I noted down a great idea I had. The idea said to revolutionary. If I am able to realize with the scale I had imagined it to be, the power I will have would be unimaginable. But that is a thing of the future, and I would need to develop the idea to a much higher degree. Currently, the basic part of the idea is more than enough to solve my problem and give me an advantage on top of that. I once again focused on the formation. To break the gym out, I had sidelined it for a minute to write down that revolutionary idea I have. I'm close to finishing the formation, and it also helps that I am using all my concentration on solving it with Rhea and Ashlyn protecting me, so I should be able to finish within 2 hours. Finished, I said as I finished with the formation. With a new idea, it took me more time than I had estimated, about 8 hours. A full day inside my core, which is the highest any formation had taken in recent times. You finished? Rhea asked. Yes, I said with a sigh. Why do you look sad then? She asked. The price of it would be great. I will be using one of the most precious treasures I have, I said, and selected the most precious ink I have, the one I had always kept for emergencies and never used it. It is a gift from old man Salvador. He had given me for saving him. It is a high grandmaster level runic ink, and seeing how powerful the formation is, I will have to use nearly all of it. I would have thought 100 times before using it if it had been anyone else, even used my second ranked ink, but I could not take the risk when it comes to Jim. The 12 formations are barely maintaining equilibrium, and if I use anything less, then there is a chance Jim will fall in great danger and die. Don't worry about the cost. This friend of yours had really good things. You can loot him after you saved him, Rhea said. I very much plan to do that, I said inside myself while giving Rhea a smile. The runes began to come out of the air pen. I could see Jim becoming excited seeing it, that he is barely able to keep himself calm. Hundreds of purple gold runes begin to come out of the air pen every second, connecting to those which are already in the air. Each second the formation grew bigger and bigger till finally, at the 4th minute, it had become gigantic. The formation looked like its purpose, a big wide net. Tap, as it materialized, I checked it one more time for any mistakes, and when I found none, I tapped on it, sending it toward the formation where Jim is trapped. The formation slowly floated away like a kite and appeared over the formation before beginning to descend over them like a blanket, waiting to cover all the formation in its embrace. The 12 formations did not react at all. As runic blankets begin to cover them, how can one react to the thing that is not visible to the senses? Ever since I had gotten this ink, I had been daily adding my rule-bending power to it. I knew I would one day use it, and when I do, I need equally powerful rule-bending power inside it to deal with anything that is powerful or important enough to make me utilize the ink. Though even after months, I was not able to insert a sufficient level of rule-bending power in ink, it would be more than enough to deal with the current scenarios. Buzz, the net for formation completely covered all the broken formation and activated. Seeing that, my expression became serious. From the next second, anything could happen. The formation would not act quickly. It would take at least a minute before Jim could come out, and that would only happen if the formation worked as I had intended. Though I have full confidence in the formation I had created, nothing is completely certain, seeing I am dealing with the broken formation, not a complete formation on which I could be completely certain. Step. We were looking at next with bated breaths when suddenly an uninvited guest stepped through the broken formation wall on the left, and seeing both of our eyes, couldn't help but become serious. It is a grim monster that had come, but not a regular grim monster but a videt, and is different from the one we have seen earlier. Hee, it seemed like I had come on the right time, said the videt ape-man and raised its huge black warhammer and moved toward the formation with a clear intention to destroy it. You will not do that. Rhea shouted, and strength I had not sensed in her earlier battle had burst through her body. Her bloodline aura is so powerful that it had made Videt stop on its track with wide eyes as it moved its huge warhammer toward Rhea from the formation. CLN and NG, their weapons clashed, and the Videt shook while Rhea took a step back. Both of them had a great shock in their eyes. Rhea is shocked because she was able to stop the Shade the Videt, and not a regular Videt, but an 8-man Videt who are famed for their massive physical prowess. Videt is also shocked for the same reason he shook, and the one was able to do that, not a fellow Videt or Grand Scion but a puny human, which should have exploded in pieces the moment its warhammer touched her toothpick sword. I had not thought humans would let a person of your caliber would it come here, Videt said as powerful violet energy filled its warhammer. We have to get experience, Rhea replied, and even a powerful bloodline aura burst out her. I will make sure this experience of yours will be the last, it said and swung its huge warhammer. Dream on. Rhea snorted out a reply and went at Videt with her sword blazing in powerful diamond energy. CLNNNG, CLNNNG, CLNNNG. After their first clash, they have gone crazy in attacking each other, launching one powerful attack after another at extremely fast speed. The 8-man Videt seemed to be an incarnation of the strength itself, and it is using it skillfully. Within 5 seconds, it took control of the battlefield and began the powerful assault on Rhea that she could only respond to. It is not her fault Rhea had her power, but she does not have the experience of the videt. Its combat style is furnished over a century or centuries. It is the only thing these bastards could work on, which makes it very hard to deal with these bastards. The only reason I was able to kill them is my strings, which are invisible and wrapped around them without them knowing. And so, unless Rhea has something like that, she will have to defeat Inginity Raw or Power. I hope she has one of them. While she is only able to respond, she has been doing a pretty fantastic job. The videt had tried to come at me in the formation, but she had stopped its bid for that. I wish I was at my peak with my strength. It would not have been any problem, but I am not. Now, not only do I have to be careful of the videt, but also actively manipulate the formation to deal with 12 broken parts. I have to be extremely careful. The slightest mistake on my part and Jim would be finished, and I could not let that happen. To be honest, I am really angry at this bastard. If it had come a few minutes later or minutes late, things would have been much easier. I would not have to juggle two things at once, which is straining me quite a lot. Alas, there is nothing I could do other than handle the formation with utter carefulness and believe in my friend in protecting me. I had just thought that when the 8-man videt appeared next to me and attacked, but before the hammer could be reached me, Rhea appeared in front of me and stopped it. I moved away while maintaining my delicate control over the formation. 30 seconds have already passed, and I would need another 30 seconds or a minute at most before I succeeded in bring out Jim. I am not too happy with the bringing out. It would be like bringing him out volcano to the frying pan, but there is no other option. This is the only chance I have to bring him out, as I had already used nearly all the grandmaster class ink I have. If I failed, then it would be really hard to bring him out or even alive, seeing I am moving these broken formations. The moment they get out of my formation's control, they will go batshit crazy and rip Jim apart. Seconds passed by, and I continued with manipulating the formation. It is a hard thing that needs extreme control, but I am doing it and even begin to focus on it all my concentration, believing my friend would protect me. There's also Ashlyn on my shoulder, watching Grim Videt coldly. If its attack is really close to attacking me, Ashlyn will take action, but I hope that does not happen. I do not want to reveal her identity to anyone. She and Nero are my biggest trump cards, and I want them to remain trump cards for as much time as possible. A minute and 13 seconds passed by, and finally, the runes blazed like the sun as I was able to open the gap big enough through the formation. The gap will not last forever. The energy within runes is rapidly expanding, and within a second it will be completely spent. Jim seemed to understand that before I could even signal. He jumped out of the gap and got out of formation that caged him for a week. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face, but just as it appeared, it froze up as the videt appeared beside a grim monster with a vicious smile on its face. "Die human," it said, and swung its hammer at him at incredible speed and power. I was about to ask Ashlyn to rescue him when I saw there was no fear on Jim's face. The same for Rhea, who did not come to save him. Instead, she looked at the videt with mirth. Jim looked at Warhammer without any fear despite its power to blow into pieces instead. A smirk appeared on his face as he threw a blue bottle at the videt. Seeing the blue, my eyes couldn't help but go wide, the bottle releasing very dangerous, peculiar type of energies, which made every hair on my body goes up. The videt seemed to have felt the same as it gritted its teeth and stopped its attack, and moved its hammer to defend. Crack, bang, the bottle cracked and exploded, covering the grim videt in a dense blue fog. "Rhea, you are not doing your job as my protector well. You have yet again forced me to waste another bottle of blue button potion," Jim said with a sigh before he turned at me. "Mitchell, my dear friend, I did not think I would be rescued this soon, and you would be one come to rescue me," Jim said as he appeared in front of me. "Snort, were you expecting a grandmaster to save you or thought your girlfriend will bring you out of her by the power of her altitude?" I asked back, to which a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. "When you say like that, it truly seemed like you are the only person who could save me in the shortest time," he said with a smile. He had changed in the years. He became slightly taller, and his lanky frame little muscular, which made his already handsome face even more handsome. I couldn't help but feel happy seeing Jim. It had been a long time since I had met him. "You bastard, I will fucking kill you," the videt raged as it walked out of the fog, and while it raged at James, it had wasted no time in attacking Rhea. These fossiled bastards are very smart. They would not let their anger come in front of their objective. It knows the biggest hurdle of it killing us is Rhea. Once he dealt with her, no matter how many tricks we have, it will be able to finish us. When did this happen? A week ago, she would have already turned puddle of flesh and bones if she had fought against that thing, Jim said while motioning toward Rhea. "A lot can happen within a week," I said without explaining. "What happened with Rhea is her secret. I have no right to tell anyone about it." Jim seemed to understand that as he did not press any further. "I have wasted a lot of resources to come here, but since you are a friend, I will forego that. I only hope you will be able to replace this formation ink for me, which I had used to open a way for you, I said and gave him the bottle. Sure it is, at least I could do, he said and opened the bottle, and just as he did, his eyes couldn't help but widen up in shock. This, he said, it was a precious gift from someone. I hope you will replace it soon. I really need this, I said. Hearing that, an apologetic smile couldn't help but appear on his face. It will take me a little while to create a formation of ink of this quality, but I could still provide you with grandmaster class formation ink. It will just be of lower quality. He took out 3 bottles of gray, yellow, and cyan color. Rhea is good, slightly stronger than Videt, but she does not have the skills to defeat it, Jim said and turned to me. Don't judge yet, she might surprise you, I said. A surprise couldn't help but appear on his face, and he looked at me carefully and looked at me question. But when I did not say anything, he turned his gaze toward the battle. Do you really think Rhea could defeat it? He asked. She does not have sufficient skill and would need to overwhelm it with sheer power that would put her extremely close to the grandmasters, he said, and by the end, his voice has become low. I did not answer as I don't have a clear answer about it, but I had seen the changes in her bloodline, and from the data I had collected, Rhea should have the power to defeat it. Bang! Half an hour passed by when a sudden change occurred in battle. The grim monster had finally been able to evade Rhea's counter and stuck her squarely. The head of its hammer is as big as her. A huge smile bloomed across Ape Man's face as its hammer struck finally, but a second later, that huge smile froze away when it saw she did not explode into pieces or even fly back like a broken doll. Instead, it just took a few steps back without much injuries on her body. How? Asked Videt in shock. It is not the only one. Jim also had quite surprise on her face. While he knew about the prowess of Rhea's defense, and with her advancement, he also understood the attack that would have blasted others into pieces would have only injured her. But when he saw it wasn't even able to injure her, he couldn't help but became surprised. It seemed like I had really underestimated the advancements she had made, Jim said softly while Rhea, who just stabilized herself, had a smile appear on her face. You disappoint me, Videt. I threw the Videt I feared so much would be stronger than my nightmares of it, but it seemed like I had far too overestimated you, Rhea said, and powerful bloodline aura like never before burst out of her, and she flew toward the ape man. Rhea had trauma about the Videts after what she had experienced in the Lancet ruin. While she was not as heavily tortured as others due to her defense by Videt, it had still created a big trauma. This battle would help her heal from it. Her attack was fast and sharp, that ape man was barely able to defend against it, but it was not lucky enough to defend second while clashed against its supremely defensive clay-like skin, and to the horror of the Videt, it had let inches deep mark across its chest. A horror appeared on the Videt's eyes, seeing that before it forcefully calmed itself and began to run away toward the broken formations. No, you won't, Rhea said and appeared in front of it and attacked it with even greater power than before. The next minute was the worst of Videt's like. Nearly every attack of her had able to land on it, giving it the injury which should not be possible given its defense, but Rhea's sword is doing that and doing it finally. Bang, leave it alive, I called out when Rhea was about to pierce her sword into the chest of the Videt. It is very sneaky given a chance. It will run away, Rhea said while still attacking the Videt so it would not run away. You do not have to worry about that, I said with a smile and moved my fingers, and at the same moment, the Videt froze away, without having the ability to even twitch. What happened to I don't have the strength to deal with Videt shit? Jim asked as I moved toward the grim Videt. I truly did not have the strength to fight it directly. I was only able to bind it because Rhea defeated. I replied with a smile before appearing before a Videt and revealing my face through the diamond energy that is covering me. A surprise couldn't help but flash in its eyes before horror dawned on its face. My notoriety had spread far and wide among the grim monsters, especially since the crystal roses appeared on the battlefield. There wouldn't be any grim tyrant that didn't know about me. I threw the storage of the Videt at Rhea before enveloping it in myself in the curtain of energy. In my current condition, I could not transport it to my core, and also could not harvest, as I usually do due to access to fewer strings, as before it is going to take double time to harvest, as it usually does. It took 6 minutes for me to spread the strings inside it and start the harvest process, and as I did, the mysterious tree began to suck away the Videt with as much energy my strings could carry. If my strings could carry 100 times more energy than their current, then it would have drained this fearful Videt in less than 5 seconds. It took a tree 1.5 minutes to completely drain the Videt before it became growing again. This time the growth of the tree is not completely focused on getting taller. Instead, multiple branches spread out of it, and leaves begin to sprout over it at a visible speed. No matter how many times I look, watching it grow at visible speed still enchant me. It only grew for a minute, but now it had become slightly taller with much wider branches like before. It slightly looked like an orange tree, with the trunk being double thick. I spent a few more seconds observing the tree before I got out my core and removed the energy screen. Hun, no essence rose. I was hoping to see the essence rose made out of the videt, Jim said as I appeared. Videt essence could not be harvested into essence rose, I replied with a smile. Then why do you need the videt for? He asked back. It's a secret, I replied. Fine, don't tell me now that you guys have rescued me. Let's go harvest some resources, Jim said, and Rhea looked at him like he was mad. We have just rescued you, and you want to repeat the thing that put you into that formation. Have you not learned anything? Rhea asked with a voice that was slightly loud. She had clearly gotten angry at Jim's suggestion. Dear Rhea, of course I had learned, and I would not have suggested it if it had been anyone but my dear friend Mitchell. We have a chance to get far more resources than we have imagined, he said with his eyes twinkling, probably imagining getting the resources he had just suggested. It is too dangerous, and there is Grandmaster here. If we got caught by him, we would be dead, she said, clearly not agreeing with his suggestion. Dear Rhea, you have to understand there are an immense amount of resources here. What we had harvested are just master level. We have not even touched those at grandmaster level that deeper in the garden. Imagine the help those grandmaster level resources could provide us, especially breaking into grandmaster. You understand the number of resources needed for that, won't you? He asked, making a compelling argument which finally made the hesitation appear on Rhea's face. As for the grandmaster, there is a very low chance it would be any threat to us with the help of Mitchell and this nifty little artifact I have, he said, and showed a blue metal ring with a green gem top of it. Rhea seemed to know what the ring was, as the hesitation on her finally broke away. Fine, but we will have to be extremely careful. Those grandmaster level fields would not be easy to enter, she said while looking at Jim intently. While it will be a little expensive, I have a way to deal with such a scenario, Jim replied before he turned to me. You don't have any objection about the plan, right, Mitchell? Jim asked. Since both of you have already decided on things, who am I to object to? I said with a sigh. They have already discussed the plan and covered everything, and who I am to say no to the grandmaster level resources. They are extremely rare and could only be found in a dangerous place such as this one, and there is no way I am going to let go of this wonderful opportunity I have come across, even if there is a danger of the grandmaster. Good, now take out the map, he said to Rhea suddenly, who looked at him in confusion. The two dumbfucks you have killed earlier have somehow gotten the hold of a map of this place, he said. It would take a while to break the lock on its storage, she said. Here, I said, and a map appeared in my hand. Unlike her, I did not have to break the storage ring manually. The formation in the storage ring breaks the formations better than any artifact I've ever seen. The speck of the soul that had survived the ruin of thousands of years seemed to be very smart. That formation it had created in my ring had broken every storage ring I had come across. It had never disappointed me. According to the map, we are at the outer edges of this garden, and the deeper we go, the rarer and high-level plants we will get to harvest, Jim said excitedly while pointing at the places on the map. It would also be very dangerous, re-equipped, but Jim ignored that and began to study the map more detailedly. Now that we have decided on the direction, my dear friend Mitchell, would you break that formation, Jim said, mentioning toward only formation wall in this field that is complete. We have decided to move along with the complete formation wall this way. Even if Grims decided to chase us, they will have to break these complete formations. It is not easy to do that even with the powerful artifacts to help. One would have to be very talented in the runes to break them. I already had, I said, surprising them both. After I had broken Jim out of those broken formations, I scanned two complete walls and began to break the formations on them. I took out the air pen, activated it as it began to spew out the runes. This air pen of yours is quite a high-grade artifact, he said. Yes, it is, and I am using only a fraction of its abilities as most of them need a higher amount of skills and power also. Some of them are suppressed due to the grade of the artifacts. Buzz. A few minutes later, I was able to stun the formation for a second and walk through with Rhea and James. Just I entered the other side, I felt extremely cold. This cold is different from the lunar cold I had experienced a few hours ago. If I am right, then this is some type of nether cold. It affects the body as much as it affects the soul, and if I had not been protected by a diamond cover which again charged by the Rhea, this nether frost would have been dangerous for me. Nether stream azaleas, row nether black roots, purple frost dream vine. Jim excitedly began to name one plant after another as he looked around. He looked quite excited, barely able to stop himself from leaping at the plants. He is not the only that is excited, I, too, quite excited. It is the first herbal field that has not been scavenged. There are hundreds of master's class plants of different species lying around, ready to pluck. Each person for themselves, Jim said and ran toward the plants without waiting, and Rhea also followed behind. I did not move from my spot, but my invisible strings did, and they began to harvest the resources. The harvesting is not easy as just plucking the resources away. Nearly half of the resources here need a specific method for their harvest, and regretfully, both of them are knowledgeable in them, and with great control, they are harvesting these resources at an incredible speed. Their speed is good, I am better. If I wanted, I could harvest the resources at a much greater speed than I am currently doing, but that is not proper. According to the published etiquette of adventuring and harvesting by pyramid, at most, I could harvest as much as both of them and not more given my contribution. Still, it took us more than 2 hours to harvest all the resources in this field. I assume you have already solved the formation, Jim asked when I moved toward the wall and waved my hand. A huge formation materialized in front of me, which couldn't help but surprise Rhea and Jim. Since I had solved the formation on the wall, I also used an air pen in my core and created the formation since I had time before working on my inheritance. I had gotten a great idea while breaking out Jim. I had been using every minute I had working on it. I feel some kind of urgency in my heart to finish my inheritance upgrade. I feel like I will need it very soon. Buzz. I stunned the formation again, and we had stepped into another field, which is just as dangerous as before and contains as many resources as the previous field. This time, Jim did not have to say anything the moment we arrived in the field. All three of us moved toward the plants to harvest them without wasting even a second. In 2.5 hours, we have cleared the whole herbal field and moved to another to harvest more resources. We begin to travel field after field, harvesting resources after another. The pile of precious resources began to bigger and bigger. There seemed to be no end to it. A few times, I've even felt like I am hallucinating seeing the sheer volume of resources I am collecting. To be safe, we are only targeting the fields which are covered in complete formation. But sometimes, we would enter the field which had some broken formation. All formation walls are not transparent. Sometimes it is very hard to see what is on the other side. Before I have even realized it, we have harvested to the 14 fields, accumulating a huge amount of resources that others could only dream of. And the truth is, we have only harvested a fraction of the herbal fields. There is a large number of them that remain to be harvested. Another thing that happened as I harvested through the fields, I have recovered completely. It is a little earlier than I had first estimated, but I am not surprised as I had expected it. The dense energy here is out of the world, and my core had been guzzling it and speeding up the process of healing through my runes. It felt good to be recovered. I had felt a little powerless when I couldn't participate in battles earlier, only act passively, but now no more. With me fully recovered, I would be able to deal with almost anything that is below grandmaster class. Even with all my strength, I did not say all masters. I am aware there are people like that golden fire werewolf. Some even had grandmaster level strength while still being master. There is nothing for me to be jealous of them. They should be jealous of me. When I reach the master class, they would not be a match for me, no matter how incredible boosts their bloodline or inheritance would provide them. We have been harvesting the resources for 2 days. Let's take a break, Jim said when we finished harvesting our 16th field. Has tiredness have finally caught up to you? Rhea asked with a smile, for which he glared at her before taking out an abode and going inside when he saw both of us did not have any problem with his suggestion. From what I could gather, Jim had been awake for little more than 2 weeks. While a master like him could remain awake for that time without any problem, but he will feel the tiredness, and that tiredness would rapidly accelerate with each passing day till one won't be able to function at all. This is why it is very important to sleep regularly, if not possible every day, then every few days. I like to sleep regularly, it keeps me at my best. Jim directly went to his room, asking us to take whatever room we wanted. I took the second room while Rhea took the third. The room was simple other than the bed and table. There was nothing in it, though I could materialize the thing on it with the help of the control panel, which is shining gently to my left. I instead went to shower. It had been a week since I had taken a shower, and even though my body was spotlessly clean, I needed a shower. 20 minutes later, I walked out of the shower and touched a few buttons on the control panel. As I did, the bed disappeared, and the next second, another bed appeared, which was big and had an incredible level of artful carving. As the bed came out, I felt an incredible amount of tiredness that I was barely able to keep myself standing. This is the bed I had found in the manor. It bright out all the tiredness that is hidden in my body and soul. I would see how it is in relieving it. The next second, I fell down on the bed, and a couple of seconds later, I was fast asleep. When I woke up, I felt incredible. I felt like every part of me was well rested, and I was ready for everything. And the most amazing thing is, I had only slept for 6 hours. Seeing I had been awake for a week, I had thought I would sleep for double of that amount. It seemed like I had underestimated the bed, I said. I am happy to get something like that. It would save me time, but also give me good, well-rested sleep. I got out of the bed, freshened up before going back on the bed, and laid back on it before closing my eyes. The next second, I am in the core, which has dense energy and incredible greenery. While the resources I found in the garden are rare and precious, they could not compare to the resources I had planted in my core. Each plant is specifically selected, and each of it fell into the unofficial category of emperor plants. These resources could give me boosts others could not. The garden had grown a little with the grim master that I had harvested, and it would soon reach its limit. To continue, either I will have to harvest the resources, which I have not done so far, or level up. Both options are preferable, but I would like to level up then harvest the resources, through they would reproduce quickly as long as I could get my hands on the masters with bloodline. I only spent a minute looking at the resources before I walked to my study station and began working on my inheritance. I am nearly finished when I do. I will be able to level up to the mid-level of elite stage, which would make a leader-class tyrant and give me the power of the grandmaster. I had worked for little more than 17 hours, making huge progress before I got out of my core. As I did, I felt slightly tired, but I did not sleep instead. I took back my bed, showered before walking out of my room. When I went to the hall, I found no one was present there, so I walked into the kitchen and began preparing dinner. I had been eating packaged food throughout the week and wanted to cook something fresh, something new. All the dishes I am cooking are invented by me, and all of them were rejected by the being in the tome. I am still continuing and will do it till I pass the test. I was in the midst of cooking when Rhea appeared in the hall before she sat in front of me, watching me cook with great surprise and hunger. It took me 1.5 hours to cook all the dishes, and by that time Jim had also arrived. You are amazing, Mitchell. There are very few people who could cook better than you, and you only get to eat food made of their hands once a year, if you are lucky, Jim said as he took his first bite. He is referring to the grandmasters. Some of them took various interests in their long lives, and few of them chose culinary art. There are some culinary art grandmasters I had met, but never had a chance to discuss art with them. Such things are considered a top of leisure time and not of wartime. Soon we finished the dinner and walked out of the abode. We had wasted enough time already and would not have to waste more. There is no need, I said to Rhea when she moved her hand to make a diamond cover like before around my body. You have recovered, she asked in surprise, and to that I nodded. Good, with you recovering, we would be able to deal with any danger even more efficiently, Jim said happily before walking with me toward the formation. I had already broken it when we were harvesting the resources and even created the formation in my core. Now I only have to bring it out. If the map is right, then we would be able to reach the middle layer of the garden after breaking this formation, Jim said while staring at the map and formation wall in front of us, which is filled with much denser formation than the other walls we have come across. It had been 5 days since we began harvesting the herb garden. Until now, we have harvested 49 fields, collecting the resources on a scale I had never done before. With this amount of resources, I could definitely be able to help the academy on a big scale and not help a select few. Mitchell, you have broken the formation, right? Jim asked. Yes, I replied. Crush this bottle and eat this table with it. We will be able to withstand the environment of the other side, as long as it is not a direct attack, he said and handed me the small bottle with wild solution. Crush, crush. Powerful auras blasted off Rhea and Jim's bodies as they activated their defensive methods before they ate the tablets and crushed the bottles. As they did, the liquid inside turned into white mist and wrapped around their bodies like a second armor. Crush. I also crushed the bottle, and soon misty armor covered me. I did not eat the tablet, I would only eat it when I felt the energy purity was too much for me to handle. Ready, I said to them and waved my hand, and formation appeared in front of me before going toward the huge wall and stuck at it. This formation bears a huge amount of power. I had mixed the formation inks together, adding 20 of one of the grandmaster level inks that Jim had provided me. Buzz, the formation had activated, and we walked toward the formation as the way had made. Each of our expressions had turned serious, while the other side had many powerful resources, but it was also very dangerous. We passed through the formation and appeared in what seemed like a sunny place of grassland. It is very beautiful with a sun that looked not too bright and gentle wind. It is an atmosphere that even Grims would enjoy. But we are shaking in terror. The sunny sun is spewing out heat that would melt any master instantly, and gentle gale seemed to have held the power of a tornado, that if we did not have our defenses, it would have crushed us into pieces. There is also another danger, the energy, which is not only denser than before but also much purer than even masters like Jim and Rhea, incapable of taking this energy despite having powerful bloodline and inheritance. Hun. I am feeling powerful pressure, but the mist cover is protecting me. As for the energy, it is a little overwhelming, but I am handling it, and there is even surprising. The moon, which is orbiting around my core, had started absorbing the energies. It had only done that with the energies of my art, and now it is doing it with these energies. I wonder what it will do with it. I had throat when I saw it releasing pure white specks through it. Just like what it did with the energy of my art, this time, it is releasing the specks while continuously absorbing the energy. While the last time, it had done that after it finished absorbing the energy. I couldn't help but get happy seeing the shower of specks coming from the moon. The last shower of specks had increased the quality of the soul in my core. It had also purified the pure soul power I had in the small lake. I'm sure these specks would help me too, and I will research them later, but before that, I should harvest these wonderful plants that are present here. Be careful, some of these plants are quite dangerous. I warned my friends, they nodded, and moved toward the plants. I did not move with them, as my strings are more than capable of doing the delicate work of harvesting the grandmaster level plants. This time, all my strings moved toward a single plant, instead of moving toward the several. As I had said, the grandmaster class plants require more finesse. I could not take a risk with them. When I had finished with them and moved to the lower level plants, I would harvest them in my usual way. The first herb my vines moved toward was rockthorn root. It looked like a root made of rock. This rook is quite dangerous. Carelessly touching it might kill one, as it releases stony thorns on touch, which are filled with petrific poison. Mitchell, help me with harvesting the rockthorn root. I do not want to touch it, Jim said suddenly. Help me with that too, Rhea said. Sure, but first let me finish this one, I said, and moved my string around the root. It did not even detect it when my invisible strings covered it fully before beginning to pull it up. It reacted at that, but it was already too late at that. I had harvested it with textbook finesse, not damaging even its tiniest, most delicate room. Jim and Rhea would have difficulty replicating this feat, even if they tried. Such undamaged root is precious. I am sure many grandmasters would pay a high price for it, but I have no interest in selling it. This root is a powerful body refining resource that would be very useful to me and my experiments, also to people close to me. After I had done harvesting rockthorn root, I had harvested one for Rhea and one for Jim before harvesting the last one, which I had kept for myself before moving to another plant. There are several grandmaster level plants here of different types. Each one of them is precious, and we would harvest it all before moving toward another field, and like always, I had already started to break the formation to reach it. It had been 3 days since we had begun harvesting the grandmaster level fields. Till now, we have harvested 8 fields, and this is our 9th one. I have finished harvesting a while ago, and my friends will finish soon as well. Currently, I am working on my inheritance in the faint twinkling of fiery red specks which are being released by the moon. They have formed quite a layer on me, and I had stopped shaking it away. Even after 3 days, the moon is still absorbing the dense energies around me, before sending it down in the form of speck, which is nothing but mellowed energy crystals that could be used by anyone. Due to my core reaching the limit, it currently could not absorb these specks, and due to it, inches thick layer of multicolored energy dust had formed in my core, making it feel like snowfall was happening. It made my core very beautiful and made me extremely happy, as the value of this speckled dust is more than I had imagined. As I had said, this speckled dust is nothing but mellowed purified energy that had been crystallized. It is more purified than the energy outside, but unlike the energy outside, which is harmful, this one is not. Such pure crystallized energy could be used in all kinds of stuff, from quickly recovering one's energy to alchemy. If what I had found out about this energy was right, then the alchemists would go mad for it. It is not regular mellowed energy crystal dust, but a grandmaster class resource, which makes it extremely precious. This will make much alchemical procedure very useful for them. As usual, they had process energy crystal to create something like this dust, which is a long and expensive process. A huge amount of it is present in my core, and it would only increase with time unless I break through into leader class. Then it will begin to merge with my core, improving it from all sides. Currently we are in the fiery field, and thus the dust that is falling is red. Earlier we were a metallic field, and metallic dust was released from the moon, which is now hidden under the layer of red dust. The moon is an amazing thing. It is a blessing, as they said to be, a blessing from the world. We have finished, let's go, Jim said. I stopped working and opened my eyes before bringing out the formation, which directly moved toward the huge formation wall. Buzz. A few seconds later, formation buzzed, and we passed through it, reaching a place very thick with earth energy. The energy purity and density of this place are greater than the last field, nearly at my limit. If the purity increases any further, then I will have to activate those seals which I had created to guard against the extreme purity. The change in elemental energy also occurred inside me. From releasing the dark red specks, now the moon is releasing the brow specks, which are emitting more powerful energy than those fiery specks. Such dense earth energy, Rhea said as she breathed in deeply with a smile on her. Her diamond bloodline is essentially an elemental earth bloodline, and the herbs of this place would help her a lot. Let's go, Har, Rhea was saying when suddenly stopped, as saw the ring on Jim's index finger shine up. It had also surprised me, as the ring had never reacted before, and it also artifact Jim had said help, but against the grandmaster. The grandmaster is 17 miles away from us. Jim stated, Mitchell, break the formation first before begin harvesting. He added before he explained the properties of his rings with the short words. To say simply, the ring is a detection artifact, and it had detected the grandmaster. The situation is not serious, as it looked, Jim said. 17 miles away from us means it is 3 fields away from us, seeing each field is 5 square miles. In a regular situation, such distance does not mean anything to the grandmaster, but we are not in a regular environment. The grandmaster is at 3 fields away from us, and even if it had sensed us or coming toward us and had better formation-breaking skills than the mine, it would still take it time for me to come here, and as long as I quickly created the breaking formation, we will be able to leave as soon as it got closer. So while Rhea and Jim moved to harvest the resources, I scanned the formation and closed my eyes to solve the formation. The formations in the grandmaster level fields are harder than the ones before, but I have got used to them and break them pretty fast. It won't take me more than an hour for me to break the formation. Time passed as I focused my all on breaking the formation, and I did, with a better time than I had expected, which is good, as every minute I saved would be used in harvesting more precious plants. I had solved the formation in 41 minutes, and now I am using the airpin to create the breaking formation. If the grandmaster comes too close, I will just have to throw away the formation, and within a few seconds we will be out. The grandmaster did not seem to have changed the place otherwise. Jim had warned me, which is good because I do not want to leave all these precious earth elemental plants. So as soon as I finished out drawing the formation, I went on to harvest the resources. It had crossed the field. It is just 13 miles away from us, Jim informed, and our expressions became serious, but nobody stopped harvesting the resources. Unless it comes to the field next to ours, we will not leave, and due to this reason, we have only been traveling to fields with complete formations and leaving out others, no matter how many desirable resources it has. Another 4 days have passed by, and in these 4 days we have sensed Grandmaster many times, but not a single time it had come 10 miles distance from us. Though one thing is clear, it is moving in the same path as us, just using a different route. This is dangerous, as we might meet up in some field, but chances of that are low, as we are actively tracking Grim Grandmaster, and if we see it moving toward us, we will run away without hesitation. We are now just 3 fields away from reaching the end of the middle fields, though we have barely harvested even 10 of it. I wish we could harvest the whole middle field or even half of it, but that is not going to happen. We could not stay here even if we wanted. Each of us has great responsibilities outside and would have great consequences. We went back too late. It had been already 20 days since Rhea and I have arrived in this realm, and we plan to harvest for 2 more days before leaving a garden to find the exit to leave this realm, which might take a day if we are lucky and more than a week if we are unlucky. From the map, we have gotten information that there are teleporting stations that will take us outside of the garden, and I hope they are working. Otherwise, it is going to take a lot more time to leave than we have planned. Buzz. Soon we finished harvesting the field and brought out the breaking formation I had created hours before. It activated and passed through the formation wall and entered another field that had shocked all of us. The green element. This field has a green element, though all the plants belong to the green element. This field is especially of the green element, and that means most of the resources here would be used for healing, which makes them extremely precious. I quickly got over my shock as I felt breathlessness and pain all over my body. Alarm flashed in my eyes, and I immediately activated a few more seals in my body. The purity of energy here is much greater than in the previous field, which is also above my limit. The green element may be the healer's element, but it could turn poison if it came in excess. With the seals active, the breathlessness and pain receded till there was barely any, and I was finally able to take a sigh of relief. Any sign of Grandmaster? I asked Jim, and he shook his head. Despite the ring not sensing it, we all have become careful. The ring has its limits. Due to multiple restrictions of the realm, its range is only 20 miles, and it would not be able to sense a Grandmaster if the Grandmaster is using a stealth method. Using the stealth method is very unlikely. We are not using a stealth method, as there is no need to. So an apex predator like Grandmaster did not need to use it. It could deal with almost any danger it came across head-on. It took them a few seconds to get acclimated to such thick green energy before they moved to harvest them. I also moved my strings before taking a glance at my core. The moon again started taking the energy and converting it into mellowed essence specks, and as the clouds of these specks fell down, it began to get absorbed by the plant before it would even reach the ground, and no tree was an exception. It is not like the tree had not taken the crystal specks, but they have only taken what is related to their element. Till now, no crystal energy specks were absorbed by all the trees together. It is truly an amazing scene to watch. Time passed by as I had harvested one plant after another while at the same time solving the formation of the wall I was going break. Within an hour, I solved the formation before focusing on my inheritance. Mitchell, let's go. We have finished harvesting, Jim said suddenly. Wait for a while, I said without opening my eyes. If I had my eyes opened, I would have seen the great confusion in their eyes, as I had never behaved like this before. Still, they did not question and waited. I had asked them to wait because I had reached extremely close to finishing my inheritance, and I would finish it before taking another step. I had waited too much for this moment to care about anything, even Grandmaster class resources. I had made my friends wait for 1 hour and 20 minutes before I opened my eyes, and when I did, there was a big bright smile on my face. I had finally done it. I had solved the biggest problem in my inheritance and am now ready to level up. Leveling up is going to first thing I am going to do after I reach back home. I will be a leader class tyrant after breaking into the mid-level of tyrant stage, but I will have the power of grandmaster. I was sure this moment would come, but I did not think this would come this early. People spend decades or even centuries to get the power I am going to get soon, and extremely few billions succeed in getting it. I would level up here and now if not for there been instability in this realm. Making a breakthrough here is a dangerous thing. It is a chance I am willing to take. I would have to wait for a few more days before I get that amazing power. The wait would be excruciating, but I will bear it. Why is there a shit-eating smile on your face? Jim asked. A very good thing had happened, I said, and I immediately felt his soul sense scanning over me. What is it? He asked back instead of answering. I turned back toward the wall and threw the formation on it, not minding the curse he muttered beneath his breath. Buzz. The formation buzzed, and we stepped into it, just as I made a huge sense of danger well up in my heart of all of a sudden. Before even entering the other side, I knew we were going to face danger, the greatest of all we have faced in this realm or ever. I walked to the other side with my friends, and was immediately hit with the chaotic energy that is so pure and dense that it had attacked us like an attack. It had immediately started to reduce the power of mist cover around us, and that is not even most dangerous about the thing of the place we now have found ourselves in. We were supposed to enter a herbal field just like we have entered before, but the place we have entered beyond what we had imagined. It is chaotic, filled with broken formations and energies that seem to contain all the elements of the world. The place is not constrained by the field. It is wide with hundreds, even thousands of broken formations floating around. It seemed like someone had attacked the tens of fields with the powerful cannonball, breaking them in every way possible. All sorts of things could be seen here, from overgrown forests or neatly planted herbs. Powerful monsters, including the grandmaster level and even grims here and there. It felt like fate had mixed all the dangers that could kill us and sent us here. This chaotic land around us stretched for miles, and the worst thing, we had lost the way out. I don't know how it had happened. There should have been a wall behind us, but all I could see was broken formations around. I had sensed the spatial energies a second ago. That is what transported us to this place. Fuck. Jim cursed in pain as he crouched down before he popped up a blue pill and crushed yellow-colored bottle, which began to form a yellow-color misty cover around him, which is stronger than the misty white cover of before. Take this pill and bottle. They are much stronger than what we have used earlier, Jim said as he handed me and Rhea pill and bottle. Crush, crush. I crushed the bottle immediately and also ate the pill, which I had not eaten before. Till now my seals were more than enough to handle the pure energy, but seeing how pure and dense it is with the mix of chaoticness, my armor's defenses are incapable of dealing something this immense. The yellow mist began to wrap around me, and pressure of pure chaotic energy began to decrease rapidly till it came down to a more manageable level. We are fucked, Rhea said, and Jim and I couldn't help but nod at that. It might not look like it, but we have found ourselves very dangerous situation and have no idea how we should get out of it. Let's study the map first before deciding the way, I said and took out the map. Thankfully, we have been transported to the somewhat safe area, but seeing the formations floating around me, we won't be safe here for long. We have to move and find an exit to leave things in place. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it would be for us. There is a high we might die next minute if some broken formation came at us. Only Grandmaster would be able to stop something like that, and even them would need some efforts to do that. We should be near field 339, and the closest station is station 25. But we could not go there. That grandmaster monster eat us alive if we do that, so we would move towards station 28. It would be little longer, and we would come across those grims, but we would be able to handle them, I said after a few minutes of studying the map and surrounding. Let's not waste any time then, Rhea said, agreeing with the route I had planned. With the route planned, we did not waste any time moving, and Jim even took out his amazing artifact, which measures the safety of the formation. It looked like a metallic short blue thick stick with a silvery end. Due to this artifact, he and Rhea were able to move through the fields. It will be very useful here, as this place is filled with broken formations. Stop. Jim said softly and moved his stick toward the broken formations which had jumbled together. They have formed a huge wall, and we have to pass through it if we want to move forward. There are a few other ways, as me breaking the formation or taking a different route, but both of them would take hours, and not mention, if we take the different route, we would still be coming across such obstacles. There we could pass through from there, Jim said as the stick in its hand lighted out the bathe and half-meter wide zigzag hole. We all took the air as it was 12 meters high. As we reached the hole, one by one, we passed through it into the other side through the small hope. The other had even denser chaotic energies and had an overgrown garden filled with rare and precious plants that produced the big desire for my runes. Most of the plants would die in such an environment, as high-level plants need a specific environment. Not all plants will die in a drastic environmental shift, less than one of them will adapt and survive. These are the plants that are surviving, and some of them are extremely precious. All of us couldn't be shocked when we saw some very precious plants, and were about to move toward them when we stopped on our tracks at the same time. We felt its gaze, the gaze of Grandmaster Monster, which was quite a distance away from us, is now looking at us with its dark eyes, threatening us that if we dared to move toward those precious plants, it would kill us. The armadillo monster looks fucking scary, Jim said with a slightly shaking voice. It is scary, I added. The monster is huge, with very thick armor, much thicker than an armadillo monster of this level would have. Like the plants, it had also evolved to survive the danger of this place. It might be scary, but it seemed to be trapped, and we harvesting resources does not change the facts much as it will kill us if it gets the slightest chance, Rhea said as she looked away from the monster and moved toward the plant she wants to harvest. Aroe! The armadillo monster roared, seeing us harvesting the plants, but we did not care for it. It is stuck and could not come to use, so we do not need to be worried about it. The only thing we have to do is be fast in harvesting. We had spent only half an hour harvesting the plants before we resumed our journey. There are so many precious plants of grandmaster level that we could harvest them for hours, but unfortunately, we did not have time to harvest them all. We have only harvested those select few plants before they are really precious, would not be found anywhere. We traveled through the overgrown garden. Our steps were quick but cautious, and soon an hour had passed, and we have stopped in front of another blockade made of several broken formations. Jim again took out his stick and scanned it, but soon, his expressions turned worse and he turned toward. It seemed like you have to take this one, Jim said. Passed me a bottle of grandmaster level formation ink. I nodded and scanned the 7 huge broken formations that were blocking our way before beginning solving them inside my core while my friends began to harvest the precious plants, to not waste any time. It took me 1 hour and 7 minutes to find the solution, much quicker than I had thought. As I had expected it to take more than 3 hours, but to my surprise I had noticed the 2 of 7 formations are too stable, and I would just have stunned them to pass through their gaps. Creating such a formation is quite hard compared to when I do it for the complete formation. No matter how stable broken formations are, they are not as stable as the complete formation, thus, even the stablest possess considerable risk. Buzz, the formation appeared and stunned the 2 broken formations, and we walked through it. While walking through the gap between them, I felt the great instability, but the formation covering the 2 formations shone brightly and forcefully stabilized the 2 formations till we passed through them. It is the reason why I used the Grandmaster grade formation ink, despite the fact that I could make do with Master grade, but if such problems occurred, then it would be completely useless and we would get killed. The area we appeared to have neat lines of plants, the formation regulating the order of plants and the weeding out other is still working. We have spotted a few extremely rare plants which we have harvested very quickly before continuing, avoiding many stray formations. We continued for 2.5 hours before we have reached the block, which we could not avoid. Thankfully, James' artifact was able to find a stable home for us, and we passed through it and entered a completely different area, which had 20 thunder energy in all chaotic mix. There are many extremely precious herbs in this field. Many of them were desired by my runes, but we did not stop there for even a second, as the powerful thunder energy in a chaotic mix of energy is attacking our protection wildly. Once it had eaten away our protection, we would be in deep trouble, and we did not want to get into the trouble just because of a few plants that are extremely rare, and many grandmasters back home would pay a high price for them. Thankfully, we were able to move away from that place before it was able to eat away our protection. We continued to make the way toward our destination, and thus moved toward the group of 5 Grims, which seemed to be stuck with the formation, and their artifacts seemed to be in no way helping them break out of their predicament. I would have liked to avoid the Grims, even though there is no Grandmaster among them, but I could not. Their field is the shortest route we have in reaching Station 28. If I took another route, it would take us a day or more, and we even have to go near the place where that Grandmaster monster is trapped, which I do not want to do under any circumstances. So going through that field is the only choice, and these grim monsters seem to be waiting for us, the eagerness on their face unmistakable. Putch, putch, putch. I killed the 3 monsters that dared to attack us. These monsters are very powerful, but idiots since they dared to attack us. I killed them before they could even approach us and stored them in my storage. The monster attack is not rare. There are tens of monsters that have attacked, but we have dealt with them. The monsters here are no danger to us unless they are Grandmaster class, and there are only 2 of them, both of them trapped under some formation. The snake Grandmaster that is quite a distance away from us must have been trapped for quite a while, as its condition is not ideal. Monsters can live without food for years due to the immense storage of vital energies their bodies have, and this survival would last even longer when they are in a high-density energy environment such as this. Still, It could not keep them alive indefinitely, and they would die if they did not get food. We have already come across the skeletons of monsters, masters, and grandmasters that would have died of hunger. Though such cases would be a minority, there is very field as such in which the snake monster is trapped, which is barren for some reason. The armadillo is trapped in quite a big field which is filled with plants. It would be able to keep itself alive as long as it eats the plants sparingly and seeding formation in the field kept working. Soon we have reached the field of broken formation where 5 grims are trapped, and they are looking at you welcomely. We gave them a blank look as Jim scanned the formation with its stick, but as expected, he did not find any safe gap. If there had been, the grims would have already found it with the artifacts they have. It seemed like Mitchell, you have to make the way again, Jim said with a smile before he and Rhea went back to the field and began harvesting the precious plants, while I scanned the broken formation to make the way for us. Buzz, we will finish them without wasting any time, I said, and 12 shields appeared around us. Small forms and formation buzzed, and we stepped inside without giving the slightest moment to grims on the other side to come out. Bang, bang, bang. As we stepped inside, we found ourselves under powerful attack. All 5 grim monsters have attacked. Without caring about the consequence, their actions will have to field of broken formations caging them. My shields instantly have got bigger, and I begin to defend against the powerful attack. They have not only defended, but also absorbed the energy of the attacks heavily. While these idiots may not fear death, I very much do, and I do not want to die by their mistakes. Destroy these fucking humans, but keep the one in the middle alive. It can create the breaking formations, shouted a snakeman in the middle, and their attacks became even more intense. We should finish these bastards soon, or it won't be long. Any broken formation activated something very dangerous, Rhea said with urgency in her voice. I nodded and waved my hand. The shields surrounding us unraveled, and to the shock of my friend and Grims, the unraveled shields surrounded the Grims. It had happened so fast that Grims did not have to dodge and moved away. Die, I said to shocked Grims as my shields turned to a sphere, and those outside were unable to see what was happening outside. The Grims caged inside is powerful, but they have no defense against my strings. If they had been videts or someone at the level of Golden Fire Werewolf, I would have had quite a problem caging them this easily, but they are not. I placed my hands on the sphere, and a few minutes late, the harvest process began, and this time, I am lucky as there are 2 grim monsters with bloodline and 5 of them. They will help the plant inside me greatly. I once again wished I could use this purified bloodline essence for myself, but I have reached my limit, and I would have to make a breakthrough before I became capable of doing that. 2 minutes later, my runes finished harvesting the bloodline, and the mysterious tree inside me released growth energy toward all the plants. I could feel the pressure inside my core is increasing every second as these plants grow, and the resources on them mature with growth energy. It won't be long before the growth of plants reaches what my core could handle. While most of the time limit does not affect me negatively aside from stopping my growth, it would be bad if the growth of the plant had stopped. It would definitely affect them negatively. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh and wave my hand. The formation covering the plants shone up, and they began to harvest the resources on the plants. The resources would then fly away from the formation and store themselves on the special storage boxes I had prepared for them. It is quite regretful that I had to harvest them now to relieve some pressure on my core, as I had wanted them to grow to the grandmaster level before harvesting them, but it was before I came to understand the pressure of the plants, and I could not grow them high as I could, as long as I had enough. With me harvesting the resources, the pressure relieved a lot, and plants began to grow at even greater speed. The harvesting will have its advance. The more mature plant will produce resources at higher speed and require less energy. Not to mention, I am not harvesting all the master class resources. I am keeping a minute amount of them on plants. Soon, all the growth energy expanded, and the pressure of the plants have again reached the limit. I would be only able to use this method couple of times in harvesting the grims before the plants would create enough pressure that I would have no choice but cut the purified bloodline supply of the mysterious tree. Even without resources on them, the grown plants would be enough to create pressure on me. So it is wise for me to make a breakthrough as soon as I can, and I plan to do that just as I walk out of this realm. I looked at the plants in my core and also the multicolored elemental crystalline specks that are released from the moon. The moon is still sucking energy and releasing the crystalline specks through it, and it is much denser than before, which is understandable seeing the purity and density of energy outside it off the charts. I called back my shields, giving my friends a peek of 5 essences roses. Fuck, these essence roses are amazing, Jim said in surprise. Many old monsters in my organization tried to reverse engineer your method, but they are not able to take even a step toward it, Jim said, looking at the roses. I couldn't help but smile hearing that no one beside me could create these essences roses, as rule-bending power is vital to create it, and unless they have it, they could forget about harnessing the Grimm's essence into roses. I quickly stored the roses and their storage, which my friends looked jealously at. Till now, they harvested the resources, while I broke the formations. It is about time I get a little advantage. Jim again tried his artifacts, but as I had expected, it failed to find a safe way for us. So I scanned the broken formations and began solving them, and this time they were a little tough as it took me 2 hours to create a formation that would make way for us. Buzz. The formation buzzed, and a second later, we walked out, and just as we did, our expression changed, not to with shock and surprise, but with bright smiles. We have reached very close to our destination. We could literally see it. We are close, Ria said, looking at the station far away. If we were outside, the distance wouldn't have meant much. We would have been able to cover it within a minute, but here, it is going to take quite long. Yes, we are close. We should be able to reach it within 2 days, Jim said before we began moving again. We are moving quickly, a little more quickly than before, taking each step with purpose. The station looked to be in great condition, and if it is as inside as it looked outside, then we would not have any problem in leaving through it. I hope there is no problem. We have been here for quite a long and would need a few more days to find the gate before we could leave this place. 9 hours passed by since I had dealt with the Grimms, and we had already covered half of the distance to the station, and now could see it even more clearly, and signs are good it does not as damaged as the places around it. 4 more hours passed by, and we have stopped again. All of us had serious expressions on our faces looking at the giant thing in front of us. Will this be safe? Ria asked, looking at the thing in front of us from a distance. This thing did not look much dangerous as it looked from up close. This will be our biggest hurdle before we reach the station. No, but T is our only choice. Circumventing around it would days at least, and it would be even dangerous with the spatial energy on both sides, Jim said before turning to me. Will you be able to make a way through it? Jim asked. Yes, but it would be dangerous, I said gravely. In front of me, a giant field stretched miles and miles. It does not have broken formation, on the outside at least, but inside there are lots of broken formations that seem to have formed neat layers, and if we want to reach to the other side, we would have to break the layers. That is not the biggest danger. I could sense the faint spatial energy inside. It should not be dangerous, but nothing is sure when it comes to spatial energy. I would not have even thought about entering inside it. If I had not sensed even greater energy on both sides of the field, means circumventing around it is even more dangerous than passing through it. You guys go harvest, I said to them and closed my eyes as Ashlyn appeared on my shoulder for protection. I begin to create the formation. It won't take long despite the wall being large as it is a complete wall. The only problem, it had the spatial energy covering it, and for it, I am making it extra stable and won't skim on the formation inks. I was able to create the formation within half an hour, but I spent another 45 minutes fortifying it before materializing with Grandmaster class formation ink. My heart couldn't help but feel pain seeing the amount of formation ink I was using, but I have no choice. I could not compromise on safety, and in front of it, thousands of bottles of Grandmaster class formation ink are nothing. It's ready, I said as I opened my eyes, and a few seconds later, Ria and Jim arrived beside me. As they did, I brought out the huge formation I had created and threw it toward the wall while all 3 of us watched in utter seriousness. Buzz. A few seconds later, the formation buzzed, and 3 of us walked inside it without wasting a moment. Just we did, the spatial energy covered us, and it was much denser than I had sensed before, which is quite a surprise to me as I am very sensitive to spatial energy. Seeing the denseness, I know I am in trouble. I just hope this trouble didn't outright kill me. The spatial energy disappeared as we have appeared, and I know we are in a different place we are supposed to be, and I like to know where, but before that, I should deal with this extremely pure and chaotic energy assaulting. Feeling the energy, I am pretty sure this place had some connection to the central layer, otherwise we would not have been experiencing such dense, chaotic energy. Jim, give me something strong, I said with the greeted teeth. This extremely pure energy is very hard to bear. The tablet and protection covering me are far from enough to deal with it. Fucking hell, Jim cursed while crouching on the ground as he threw the bottle and tablet at Ria and me. Crush. I ate the tablet and crushed the bottle. The dark brown mist began to cover me, while the pressure of energy in my veins began to lessen, but not at speed I would like it to lessen. Still, it is barely enough to deal with the energy, but continue taking this pill every hour, seeing how quickly its energy is draining. The mist protection would last long a little, but I will still need one every 2 hours. I just wish Jim had enough bottles and pills for us till we get out of this predicament. It seemed like we have passed the first layer and directly appeared in the second layer, Ria said, and I wouldn't help but nod in affirmation. The spatial energy had directly transmitted us to the second layer, which is not good news. The field had 5 layers, and each one seemed to have spatial energy, means there is no guarantee we might move forward, even if passed through the layers. We might end up in the first layer instead of going to the third, and might even be lucky to directly reach the 50, or unlucky enough directly within a broken formation, which would be a death of us, but we do not have any option but try. I took a deep breath and scanned the 22 broken formation in front of me after Jim's artifact failed again. While I was creating the formation, my teammates again went to harvest the resources, and from what I could hear, they are getting a harvest of their life, which is not surprising seeing the purity and denseness of energy this place has. I was solving the formation when I felt a very felt spatial energy, and my whole body shuddered in fear that I had instantly opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was the horror on Jim's face when he looked in front of me. I followed his face and saw what he was looking at and shuddered in horror as all the color drained from my face. There are 6 grim monsters that have appeared in a layer in front of us. Half of them are familiar, especially the videt and the bullman grandmaster who was fighting against the lightning hog monster grandmaster a few days ago. Gee, guys, look. I was watching the grim in the next layer in horror when Ria's voice rang out behind me. I slowly turned back, and what I saw made horror deepen in my heart that I had nearly collapsed on the ground. There are 2 more grim monsters in a layer behind us, and of the 2 grims, one of them is grandmaster. We are dead, we are fucking dead, Ria said, and even if I did not want to accept it, it is a truth seeing we are being sandwiched with the 2 grandmasters who will reach her sooner rather than later. My mind became chaotic, but I calmed myself forcefully before I turned to my friends. Do any one of you have anything that could deal with grandmaster? I asked, my eyes especially focusing on Jim. He is from Supreme and has one of the best inheritance, and top of that, he is very close to becoming a grandmaster class. They would not let such a person out without protection. If we had been outside, there would have no need to worry about the grandmaster, but here I would only be able to bear its couple of moves before blasting into pieces, he said before turning to me. Your grandmaster of healing the pyramid has given you something good, right? He asked back, and to that I shook my head. I am really angry with Pyramid right now and see how much help I had been providing it. I should have been given something that would be able to protect me against the Grandmaster, but now I did not receive anything. It seemed like I had been too lax with Pyramid, always wagging my tail to please them while they play their politics and deny me the protection I deserve. If I survive this somehow, I am going to demand what I deserve. We are fucked them, Ria said, nearly falling on the ground while the Grims on both sides looked at us hungrily. The Grandmasters even laughing seeing us scared shitless, and if that was enough, then the Goatman Grandmaster took out a calibrator and is now started breaking the formation. It seemed to have some talent seeing the way it is working. Earlier, we knew we were going to die, but now a clock had appeared on the day. It might take a few hours to a few days, but Goatman Grandmaster will break the formation, and if it appeared in our lair, we would be finished. Even with all the strength I have, I am no match for the Grandmaster. The Bullman Grandmaster could kill me in a single strike. It seemed like death is inevitable, but I will make sure the grim monsters would feel the cost of it, Jim said with gritted teeth and took out an abode. It is definitely an abode, but something feels different about it. What is it? I asked, seeing the strange abode. This is the thing for which I had come to this realm for, Jim said, caressing the abode lovingly. It is alchemy abode. It has all the advanced alchemy tools in formation. It is a took every alchemist wished to have. I am going to craft some potion now that will make even grandmasters feel some heat, he added viciously. You hold on for that a little bit. I am going to try something. If I fail, you can make your dangerous things, I said with a sigh. What are you planning on doing? Ria and Jim asked in unison. You will know soon, I said to them, and the next second formation mat appeared before it began to extend till it covered the area of 400 meters. I opened its control panel and selected the formation, and the soon silvery script appeared on the edges of the formation. Buzz, get inside, I said to them, and when they did, taken out the energy crystal size of my head and placed it. As I did, an energy dome began to form above us. Seeing it, a surprise couldn't help but appear on the faces of my friends. It is a Grandmaster level protection, a very costly one, but I needed it for what I am going to do, which attracts some stray formation. As the dome appeared, I selected another formation, and golden runes began to appear, and they covered nearly the whole formation mat. This is not the formation which is stored in the mat, but the one I had designed myself. It did not take long for Jim to understand what was happening as his eyes flew wide open, and he looked at me with shock. You are mad, you will kill yourself. If breaking into Grandmaster class had been this easy, there would have thousands of them instead of hundreds some, Jim said, Ria also alarmed hearing that. Michiel, don't do it. It is not worth killing yourself over something impossible, Ria said with a slight pleading tone. You guys are a little mistaken. I am fully confident in my ability to break through into the next level. I was just holding on due to us being in this unstable realm. To tell you the truth, I was planning on making a breakthrough right after we reach back to Pyramid, I said with a sad smile. It shocked both of them, as even though I did not mention the next level I am breaking through, I did not have to, as with my current strength, I could be only breaking into the Grandmaster class. I wonder how they would react if I had told them I was breaking into the leader class instead of the grandmaster class. Still, it would be dangerous, Jim said as he recovered from his shock. I know, but there is no choice, replied, hearing that a sad smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This is place every powerhouse wished to reach. I wish you had a safer place than this to make a breakthrough. I wish you good luck and hope you will reach the grandmaster class successfully, Jim said. Good luck, Michiel, Rhea said. With command, hundreds of resources fell on their faces, from essences to the plants in their raw form, metallic ores, and crystal. Every type of resource could be seen on the huge formation. I checked the resources and saw no problem in them. I summoned out the 13 wooden and crystal boxes of all sizes and shapes. The 12 of the 13 boxes contain the powerful resources I had harvested in my core not so long ago, and while the last box contains the strange crystal in a manor, the one my runes desired hungrily. I removed them carefully before beginning to place them in their respective places. These resources are very precious, and if Jim saw them, he would not hesitate to give me a lot of Grandmaster class resources in their exchange. These resources are special. They contain something special, and even rare and precious resources planted in this place do not. If it had not been for my core and rule-bending power it contained, I would not have been able to sprout a single seed, no matter how many times I would have tried. After placing the resources in the formation and checking their placement one more time, I went to my core and activated the breakthrough process before activating the formation. Buzz. The formation buzzed as I had activated it, and at the same time the runes inside me began to recede to the core, and a couple of seconds later, all the runes went back to my core, making me feel powerless. The runes are what enable me to project the power that my core contained, and it does feel good to lose the connection with it. As all the runes receded back into my core, it began to spin. It was slow at first, but with every second, its speed got faster and faster. As it got faster, it began to suck the energy, and seeing my expression couldn't help but turn back. I had placed a very powerful energy crystal in the formation, but my core had completely ignored it and began sucking the chaotic energy around me. The process would have been more painful, but I was prepared for it and had formation, which mellowed this energy a little. Still, I felt like hot lava was tearing through my body, and as the time passed, my core began to suck even more energy, making the process even more painful. I could see the signs of energy poison begin to appear on my body and soul, and they began to spread, giving me injuries. It continued for several minutes till finally, all the resources transformed into essences and merged before herbal formation covered every part of my body, which began to transfer a large number of herbal energies into my core. It blunted the force of the chaotic energy and gave me the relief I needed, but at the same time, it made my core even more hungry. It now begins to spin very fast, pulling up a large number of essences every second, but at the same time, it begins to pull a large amount of pure chaotic energy. The whirlpool of chaotic energy got bigger and bigger till it had covered the whole breakthrough formation and still got bigger. I couldn't help but shudder at the thought of getting more chaotic energy inside, as I am already getting it in an extremely high amount, more than I had expected, and instead of stopping, the appetite of my core kept increasing. It is not just my core taking these energies, but a large share of it, about 30 of it, is getting sucked by the moon. Unlike before, the moon is not releasing mellowed speckled crystals, it is just absorbing them. I have no idea what it will do with it, I just hope there is no harm come to me due to it. There is another strange thing that is happening. My core is not touching the strange crystal. Despite my runes crazily hungering for its energy, it is not taking even a speck for it, which couldn't help but shock me. I kept my eye on the crystal while my core kept guzzling more and more resources. I have placed more resources than I needed for the breakthrough, but it seemed like I would need all the resources here. An hour had passed, and my core had consumed 90 of resources, and now spun even faster, consuming the resources at even greater speed, while the whirlpool above me, grown triple the size formation mat, that I am sure even Grims would see it happening. My plan on keeping everything under the wrap had already gone to the drain, and now I am in danger. One broken formation had moved very close to giant whirlpool. It could fall into it any second. Formation is small about my size, but poses a great danger, and my friends know it, and they are trying to push it away from whirlpool, but they are not getting any success. I wish I could do anything about it, but I was powerless. I could only watch as the scythe of the Reaper came closer and closer to me. Seconds passed by painfully before suddenly the formation fell into a whirlpool. As I fell in it, I felt its aura, and horror couldn't help but appear on my face while the whirlpool began to shake. I had thought the whirlpool would break before the formation fell me and kill me when suddenly, the moon inside me shone like a blazing sun. I wished with shock and amazement when I saw the formation meeting in front of my eyes before coming at me, and soon that melted cyan liquid touched my body and seeped through me before getting sucked by the moon. As the moon sucked the formation, it stopped sucking the chaotic energies while still remaining blazing like the sun. Rumble. It took me a while to get over my shock, and just when I did, I received another shock. The blazing moon rumbled with loud sound before thick, bright cyan energies were released from it and began merging with my core. It had only released the energy for 13 seconds before it stopped, and its blazing shine began to mute away before it had completely disappeared. At the same time, the spinning of my core began to slow down with its consumption of energy, and essence also began to slow down. When in half a minute later, it had completely stopped spinning and taking the energies and essence. Buzz. For a second, my core remained quiet before runes came out and began to spread all over my core, seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I have reached the near end of my breakthrough, all the dangerous parts are over, and in a couple of minutes my breakthrough will be finished. I would reach the mid-level of Tyrant stage and be a leader-class Tyrant with the power of Grandmaster. Buzz. It took 37 seconds for the runes to reach every part of me, and when they did, my core buzzed and shone, and released the energies so thick that it blew my mind and made my runes shine in red-hot intensity. Ah, I couldn't help but moan in contentment as my body and soul continued to absorb more and more thick crystalline energy and became stronger every second. It had been 10 minutes already, and the energy was still filling me, giving me more power than I had imagined it to be. Even before level up had completed, I began to feel invisible, that bit-down urge to move my hand to shake the space around me. Another minute had passed when finally thick crystalline energy from my runes began to thin out, and a couple of seconds later, it had completely disappeared. I have now officially reached the middle level of the Tyrant stage and became a leader-class Tyrant but have the power of Grandmaster. Feeling the power, a big smile couldn't help but appear on my face. People dream of gaining the power I have, but barely few are able to get it, and they take decades, even centuries, to get it, and I had not even needed a decade since I began practicing before I got such power. I wanted nothing but to test the power, but I controlled myself. There was one more thing I had to be before I could stand up. The Grimm's Grandmaster is powerful, especially the Bullman. I had seen it fight against the Hog Monster, and the power it had displayed is tremendous, far more than what regular initial Tyrant-class monsters should have. I want to be sure that I could deal with it, deal with both of the Grandmasters if they came at me together. My strength has increased tremendously, but I want to advance it more to be more confident in a fight, and thankfully, I have a way to increase my power further. It is my art which had been restricted due to me reaching the limit, but now that I have leveled up, I would be able to practice it. I have time to do that, as looking at the formation Goatman is creating, it would take a lot of time to create the formation to pass through the broken formations. I looked at my core and found it quite changed. Its size had remained the same, but it became powerful and looked even more like a world than before. The clouds could be seen when one looked from outside. One could get a faint peek of the island if one looked long enough. It is not just the core, but the moon has also changed. I could see faint cyan spots on its body. The blinding cyan power it had given to my core is not even 10 of what it had gotten from that formation it had melted. There is still a large amount of it stored inside it, and it seemed to have no intention to release it. Like before, it had again begun to absorb the chaotic energies around me, and this time, it is not restricted by limit and releasing 9 times more speckled crystal dust than before, and specks now are twice bigger than before. I looked at my core from outside before I went inside and felt shocked and disappointed at the same time. The disappointment because the size of the island had not changed, and neither is the flow of time inside, but other than these two things, shocking change comes to my core. The first change is the density of energy. It had 5 times denser, and the tiny lake on the island has also become slightly bigger with soul energy inside, much purer than before and more powerful than Grandmasters would salivate for it. The inches thick crystalline speckled dust that had accumulated on the surface had disappeared, merged the soil of my core. When I took soil in my hand and tested its quality, I couldn't help but be surprised. With such soil, I would be able to grow many more plants with an even greater probability, which is great news. Seeing everything all right, I moved my hand, and many buildings and things appeared back in core and moved toward their original place. Fearing something might occur to the precious things I have stored in my core during the breakthrough, I have stored them in my storage ring. It seemed like I was fearful for nothing. Some dummy stuff I had kept inside were left unchanged. I would not have to take the trouble of moving stuff around during my next breakthrough, which is good news. I looked at Nero and Ashlyn and saw them fine, just sleeping, and moved toward my destination, the forge. There is no change in the forge. It is the same inside and outside. I was surprised to see barely any change in the phantom, despite huge change occurring in me. It is still faint muddy gray as before. I plan to finish the whole first stage in a single session. It would not have been able to do it when I was elite. My body and soul would not be able to bear that, but now that my strength had gotten stronger, I don't think it would have any problem. I did not waste any time and threw a huge amount of resources into a furnace unlike before. I now would need more resources. Higher levels require a higher amount of resources. I would likely require more resources to practice the remaining 29 of art than I had a need to practice the 71 of it before, but I am not worried about it as I have a huge amount of resources in my hands. Ting, ting, ting. As I added the resources furnace, the whole forge lighted up, and the beings picked up their tools before they started hitting the huge phantom of mine, giving me a pain that I hadn't felt in quite a while. Ting, tung, ting. The last of hammers fell on my phantom before everything had stopped. The humanoids placed the hammers back in their place before turning off. I looked at my phantom, which had turned completely colorless that not even a speck of grayness could be seen. On the other hand, every vessel and vein became clear. I am seeing the veins so clearly that I could barely sense them with my soul power. It looked so pure that I had a hard time believing that it was really me. I could already feel that it was going to help me a lot. The data I will get from Phantom not only improve my inheritance, but will also help in improving my healing arts. I would have stared at the Phantom for hours, copying every vessel and vein, but I did not have time. I had spent 5 hours in my breakthrough and practicing the first stage of my art, and I could see my friends getting worried. They would attack the formation if I did not come out soon. I opened my eyes and burned all the vomit like impurities covering my body. The impurities and the horrible smell coming out of it had instantly disappeared as my silver fire touched them. Seeing that, I waved my hand, dissolving the protecting screen covering the whole breakthrough formation, though not before adjusting my aura. I do not want to kill them with shock revealing my level to them. Michiel. Both of them said in unison as I had revealed myself before appearing in front of me instantly and looking at me from top to bottom. You are fine, Rhea said, and I could see her taking a sigh of relief. When I saw the formation entering the energy whirlpool, I have thought the worst, Jim said before directly looking into my eyes. So have you succeeded? He asked, and I could tell Rhea also had the same question in her eyes. What do you think? I asked back and released a faint amount of aura. It is of course of the grandmaster class, not of the leader class which I am. Damn, it seemed like you have really become the first grandmaster of our generation, Jim said before his smile took a mirthless shade. You have got me into little trouble with your breakthrough, you know. Sarah going to be quite irked about it, he said while messaging his head. That is your problem to deal with, I replied. I have no sympathy for Sarah, even happy knowing the frustration she would feel knowing I had beaten her again. Sarah never liked me from the beginning. I had to improve our relationship when I began dating her sister, but gave up after some time when I had realized it was a lost cause. She's never going to like me, so I just stopped trying. With you becoming a grandmaster, we now stand a real chance to survive, she said, looking the both grim grandmasters on our left and right. You guys should not waste any time. I am here if Grims came, I said and placed my hand on the shoulder of both of my friends. As I did, silvery runes began to come out of my hands, and a few seconds later, it formed a secondary armor over them. This cover would repel all the chaotic energy coming at them with it. They do not need mist cover or eat the tablet. It would not let any chaotic energy inside unless they willed it. It seemed like you have gained some cool abilities, reaching the Grandmaster class, Jim said, to I just smiled. Yes, now I could do things which I could not before, and what I just did was a small teaser of real abilities I have gotten. With the new protection, they walked out of the energy dome to harvest the resources. Seeing the purity here, the resources here are quite powerful than tens of them had pinged my armor, and I would have gone to harvest them if I did not have more important things to do. I had gained great power after leveling up and practicing my art, and now I have to get control over them before the grim monsters came. Uncontrolled power is very dangerous and would spell my doom, so I have to get it under my control as soon as possible. So I summoned my armor, which had also changed. There are 20 more strings now, and the silver and green color became even more pronounced. More strings covering it gave it a heavier feel than before and made it look more dangerous than its slimmer predecessor. With my armor summoned, I took out my sword and powered its weight enchantment till my hands started shaking under its weight before I began to move it slowly. As I moved the sword, heaviness spread around. A small domain of force had formed without me even trying. It is due to the sheer weight of my sword and the power I had given it. It had inevitably formed the domain. Time passed by, and before I knew it, a day had passed, but the goatman still was not able to break the formation, but from what I could see through the formation, it had reached very close. Let it come, a day of practice had given me a needed control over my abilities, and I have to say they have improved shockingly. It took half a day more before the formation of Goatman Grandmaster was ready, and it had sent toward the lair. My friends have stopped what they were doing and appeared beside me as Goatman Grandmaster, and Snakeman beside it stepped into the lair. Hun, I don't know whether it is intentional or just spatial energy covering the layers, but instead of appearing in our lair, the two grim monsters appeared where the rest of grim monsters and Bullman Grandmaster are. Fuck, they have regrouped. Rhea said with horror in her eyes while I had remained unfazed. Whether it is one or two, it does not matter, I will be able to deal with them. The regrouping is not a bad thing, I said after some time, hearing that both of my friends looked at me in confusion. They have regrouped, and now we could pass through the layer. If we do that, there is a 25 chance we will enter their layer and 75 chance that we will enter any other layer, and both options are not bad. They are at least better than wasting time waiting for them, I said. I have gotten control over my new powers with a day of practice, and my friends have also harvested all the important resources here, so there is a need to stay here. Do you have the confidence to deal with the two grandmasters if we have entered their lair? Rhea asked. Yes, I said without hesitation. Since you have confidence, there is no need to waste any time, Jim said, and his words surprised me a little. Unlike Rhea, who is just a step away from reaching the grandmaster class and has incredible defensive abilities, Jim is only at the peak of the master class, and he would have a problem dealing with 6 master class grim monsters, including 1 videt, even if Rhea handles the videt. If his expressions were any proof, it seemed like I didn't have to worry about my friend against masters. I would have just had to make sure that grandmasters wouldn't attack them. Since both of you don't have any problem, let's not waste any time then, I said and waved my hand. A formation appeared in front of me and flew toward the wall before attaching itself in the gaps of formation. My soul power had taken an incredible leap in this advancement during practice. I had spared 10 of my conscious power to my avatar, and it created an avatar that was far more stable than before and able to create the formation within a couple of hours. Buzz. Formation buzzed and walked toward it as we did. I clapped on the shoulders of my friends, enforcing the silver armor they have even further. Even videt would have a hard time breaking it in a short time. Seeing the formation, Grims became careful. Everyone who had been around harvesting resources gathered in an instant. It seemed like we had entered the first layer, Jim said as they stepped out of the layer. Instead of going to the third layer, we have entered the first layer. I will start working on the formation, I said and scanned the formation while both of them went to harvest the resources. The Grimm's monsters were here for more than a day, but they did not harvest even 20 of the important resources of this later. There are more than enough resources for my friends to harvest and me. I have allocated 50 of my conscious power to my avatar, which is more than enough to solve the formation. Now, even if I allot more, it will not affect my ability to solve the formation. While my avatar created the formation, I moved my invisible strings, and these strings moved like a tide, harvesting one resource after another at incredible speed that shocked my friends who were harvesting on the opposite side. The power my breakthrough and my art have given me is incredible power, and when that matched up with my control, I could do some amazing things. I am controlling hundreds of strings. Each group of them would move toward resources and harvest them at the correct method before storing them in my core directly. Unlike before, the thing do not need to be very close to me for me to store them in the core. The range had widened a lot, and now as long my strings touch them, and they are at a certain distance, they could be directly stored. They wanted out, and I had said, so they moved their gazes to the resources I am harvesting in this realm, and I had relent as they have threatened to come out forcefully. An hour passed by, and I was minutes away from completing the formation when a group of my strings came across a group of a tree. Trees of rasm grapes. These grapes are precious resources, especially the water elemental. Seeing the trees, I have remembered the seeds of Arala's grapes that Rhea had given me. Those Arala's grapes could also be used for many other things, especially in fortifying the solutions. Their grade is slightly lower than the resources I have planted in my core, but their value is equal to those resources to me considering how much they will help me in my experiment, and I had decided to plant them right after I had finished with formation. I would not have been this hasty if not for me being fighting against the grim monsters soon, and they having the bloodlines. I want to make full use of that if I am able to get my hands on it. 12 minutes later, I finished with the formation and instantly started the process of planting the Arala's grapes. I have already taken a copy of the detailed process of planting from Rhea and studied it on the way. It had only taken me half-hour outside to create a formation that would create the environment the grapes needed to grow. With that done, I had planted the 10 seeds. I have more, but I could only plant 10 as there are other seeds that I am planning on planting after I get my hands on those seeds. So 10 seeds of Arala's grapes are more than enough. I have created the formation, I said to my friends, and a few seconds later my friends appeared beside me, having the same serious expression on their faces they have earlier. Buzz. As they arrived, I threw the formation. A couple of a second later it activated, and we stepped inside it. On the other side, we might face the Grims or empty layer. There is even chance we might directly exit out of this place. I am fine with anything. Welcome, human, or should I say Grandmaster Czar. We have been waiting quite a while for you, the Bullman Grandmaster said as I appeared in the fourth field with my friends. I was surprised when they did not attack us. I was kind of expecting that and was ready to deal with any that would have come. I am little surprised that a person like Grandmaster Czar had heard about me, said the bullman. You are a grandmaster, of course. I would know about you, I replied with a smile. While we humans refer to them as the Grimms or by their tribe, we have a vast database about them, from their names to their level to their abilities. The bullman is from the Alabaster Bullman tribe, which specializes in power and defense, and this bullman is their only grandmaster. He is an old grandmaster, first appeared in a previous war, a century and a half ago. While its level had not increased, its power has. The power it had displayed fighting the hog monster is more than the records state. The Goatman is from Stone-Eyed Goatman tribe. It is a newer grandmaster, appearing only a few months ago. There is not much information about it, as it had only exchanged an only couple of moves against our grandmasters. The Goatman is also the initial grim monster, and its aura is weaker than Bullman, but it gave a bigger feeling of threat. I would have to be very careful against it. I suppose you two would not let me and my friends go, I asked, despite knowing the answer. My apologies, Grandmaster Czar, but we could not do that. It is our duty to kill any human powerhouse, especially one such as you who could become Grandmaster at such young age. If we let you escape, then it won't be long before the Grandmaster like me would not be your match, and that is the price we are not willing to pay, the bullman said while shaking his head. I had expected as much, I said, and instead of disappointment, there was a smile on my face. We looked at each other with our weapons in hand, ready to move against any aggression, but nobody moved. While we did not move, my friends in Masterclass Grimms did, and a couple of seconds later they began fighting, and a great surprise couldn't help but appear on their faces. Grandmaster Mitchell, it seemed like our data on your friends is also quite outdated, the bullman said. Then you should update your records, I replied. To that, Bullman shook his head. There is no need for it since all of you are going to die, the bullman said, and the white greatsword in its hand moved, and it moved with a speed that shocked me for a moment before I realized it is a Grandmaster level power. At the same moment, the stone-eyed goatman attacked me with its long staff, which is no less slow than the bullman's staff. I disappeared from my spot and appeared in front of the staff before swinging my sword at it. Clang. A deafening clang rang out, and powerful shockwaves spread around that stopped the battle of the masters and sent them to find cover while I disappeared from my spot right after the clash was finished as Bullman attacked me from behind. Once again, I returned to my original spot with Goatman and Bullman staring at me more seriously than before. It seemed like killing you would not be easy as I had thought it would be, Bullman said, and a powerful bloodline released from its body. Alabaster strike. It shouted and attacked with its sword covered in dense white bloodline energy, which felt extremely dangerous. At the same time, I sensed a powerful aura released from the goatman's body before covering its whole staff. Weight of mountain. It shouted and attacked, and I felt heaviness covering my whole body. If I had been master, there is no way I would have been able to move under such weight. It would have crushed me on the ground. Snort. I let out a snort and attacked, harnessing all the power contained in my body as I powered the weight enchantment on my sword, which immediately crushed all the mountain-like pressure crashing on my body. Clang, my toothpick-like sword clashed against the huge sword of Bullman, creating a shockwave powerful enough to shake the broken formation, which half of our soul power is focused on while the other half toward each other. The biggest danger we have here is not each other, but these broken formations, which are everywhere. From up to down and from left to right. If we had not been mortal enemies, we would have thought about not fighting here, but here there is no choice. We would have fought each other, even if this place is more dangerous than it is right now. I disappeared the moment I clashed with the bullman and appeared behind the goatman and attacked at its next. It had instantly turned at me and moved its staff toward me smoothly. The reaction was fast and natural, had no unexpected element in it. Hun. Our weapons came close, and when they were just about to clash, a translucent gray shine appeared in its eyes. Just as I saw the shine, a feeling forbearing welled up in my heart, telling me I've fallen in great danger. I was about to retreat when the attack hit me. It was no visible attack, but it had hit me even worse than a physical attack could. Fuck, I cursed loudly in pain as a soul attack hit me. It is the most dangerous soul attack I've experienced, and it is nasty. I felt like my soul was getting cleaved by the thousands of daggers at the same time. Bang, the huge staff of the goatman crashed against my body. I felt like the whole mountain had crashed on me. It felt worse, with thousands of daggers attacking my soul continuously, trying to shred it apart. To be honest, I could have dodged that attack if I wanted to, but that would have made me a target of Bullemon's attack, which is coming from behind. So I decided to take it head-on while avoiding the attack of Bullman by inches. As I had flown back like a rocket, I began to activate all my soul defenses. Most of them were not active, which I know is a mistake I will never repeat again. As for the soul attack and staff that just hit me, they were unable to do anything to me despite striking it directly. The first stage of Mountain Forge art had made my soul extremely pure and powerful. While the soul that attacked me is powerful, they were not even able to lay a scratch on my soul, aside from giving the pain. The same went for its staff attack. The defensive way I had gone in this upgrade seemed to be a wide choice, as except for shock, I did not feel anything my thick armor had bored at all. They had underestimated me widely. If they had attacked me with their full power, they would have been able to injure me seriously and come really close to killing me. Fortunately, they did not, thus losing the only chance to kill me. As of now, I will not make the same mistake I made a second ago. I stopped myself at a respectable distance, and as I did, I found both Goatman and Bullman appeared left and right of me, ready to attack at any moment. Raista, you should have attacked it with a stronger attack. It is not a place where we could take our sweet time in killing humans, Bullman said as an even more powerful aura blasted of it. I thought the attack would be enough to break its soul, but it seemed like I was wrong. Don't worry, I will not make the same mistake, the Goatman said, and even a powerful aura blasted off it. Sorry to disappoint you, gentlemen. You will never be able to catch me off guard again, I said, and the power of the first boost activated inside me, and I felt vast as sea filling my body. As the power of the first boost filled me, I did not waste any time and disappeared from my spot, and appeared directly in front of Th. Goatman's face and attacked. The Gayopman immediately got over its surprise, and translucent grayness appeared in its stone eyes again, and I felt thousands of daggers attacking my soul, and this attack was even more powerful than before. As I had said, you could only catch me off guard once, Grim, I said with a laugh and attacked it with even greater power, not caring for a sort of Bullman that is coming from behind. The soul attacks were powerful without doubt, but this time they did not even touch my soul. My defenses crushed the soul attack before it had even touched my soul. A surprise couldn't help but appear on its face. Seeing me remained completely unaffected, but it had recovered instantly as it had my sword to worry about, which has come very close to its face. Stone shield, it said, and a huge shield made of gray stone materialized. The shield is thick and made of powerful earth energy. Rip, my sword touched the shield, and to the surprise of the Goatman, it began to rip through it. My sword had ripped half of its shield before it had stopped, and I have disappeared from my spot to dodge the Bullman's attack. Fracker, it seemed like we have to get serious to kill this human, said Goatman, and change began to appear in it. Gray stony lines across its armor begin to become translucent, and powerful soul energy begins to radiate out of it. As I had suspected, I said to myself, it is practicing the soul art, and it is from its inheritance, seeing how it had merged with it. The Goatman had just released its power when Bullman also released earth-shaking power. A clear phantom of regal Bullman had appeared behind it before it had merged with its body, which began to vibrate space around it. Now, let us see how long you can survive, human, the Goatman said in an echoing voice, and its stony translucent eyes shone at me. Soul-crushing mountain, it shouted, and immediately I felt like I was getting crushed by the mountain. The attack was so powerful that even when my defenses had stopped it from touching my soul, I still felt like I was getting crushed by a mountain, and it had sort of froze me. It is not due to the power of the soul attack, which I was able to defend, but due to my inexperience against such attack. Cage of alabaster, the Bullman shouted, and the air vibrated around me before I found myself in a huge cage made by the alabaster. The cage looked very powerful, harder to break than steel. Human, since I became grandmaster, there are very few people that had been able to get out of my cage, the Bullman said with a laugh before placing his huge hands on the cage. Now die, human, alabaster crush, I shouted, and the cage began to shrink rapidly while getting more and more powerful as it got smaller and smaller. Sorry to disappoint you, but I have no intentions to die yet, I said when the huge cage shrunk close to me. Second boost. I activated, and its power had filled me. I had taken the risk of letting myself be captured. I had accomplished what I have taken the risk, and now it is time to break out of it. I harnessed the humongous power the second boost had given and swung my sword. As I did, a surprise couldn't help but appear on their faces, but that did not stop them from reacting immediately. Soul-crushing thorns, shouted Goatman, and immediately I felt hundreds of huge thorns striking against my soul, the first time rippling my soul defenses. They did not attack my soul directly, they still gave me a blinding pain that was brought through my eyes. Though such an attack easily injured the soul of Grandmaster, or at least lost their concentration, but not me, my blade did not stop. I am more focused on the strengthening the Bullman is giving it to the cage, and pouring even more power into the sharpness and weight enhancement. RIP. My sword touched the alabaster column and cut through it without feeling the slightest resistance before cutting through another column. In less than a second, my sword had cut through the whole cage, and I walked out of it with a smile on my face. You guys will have to do something better if you want to cage me, much less kill me, I said with a toothy smile and appeared in front of the Bullman and attacked. Hun, don't act too cheeky. Human, you have not seen all my power yet, it said, and an even more powerful aura burst out of it, and it was about to attack when expressions on all our faces changed, and we disappeared from our spot. Bang. Broken formation that was floating above us activated and sent a powerful beam of energy against us, which if it had hit would have seriously injured us, even had killed us. It had created a huge bang on the ground, destroying quite a lot of areas, but it did not affect us as just we dodged. I moved toward the bullman and it toward me. The real clash has begun, and it will not end till another side is killed, and nothing can stop it, not even dangerous broken formations. Clan and NG, our swords clashed, and right when it clashed, the goatman had attacked me with an even more powerful soul attack, but with already being prepared. I did not let it faze me or break my concentration. Clan and NG, Clan and NG, Clan and NG. Bullman and I begin to clash earnestly. Each clash is supremely powerful. The same level of power when it fought against the hog monster, but unlike when it fought against the hog monster, this time I will not let it run away. Clash after clash rang out, creating one big shockwave after another. I am not only countering against the attacks of the bullman but also of the goatman, which is showering me with the soul attacks. It is a real terror among the two Grimm's grandmaster, and if it had been anyone with weaker soul defenses than me, then they would have died. A death only required a single lapse of concentration. If I lost my concentration even for a second, I was finished. I am sure the Grimms must be cursing themselves badly right now about not using their full strength earlier when they had a chance. Now they don't. While I am doing fine, my friends and the other Grimms are not much. The shockwave of our attacks is too powerful for them to continue fighting. Both groups have taken refuge behind the huge broken formation. It is very dangerous to do that, as the formation might activate any time, but they did not have a choice, as the shockwave of our attacks is powerful enough that even videts would have a hard time defending against it. Alabaster cleave. The bullman roared and attacked with the sword, which suddenly started to burst into the alabaster flames. These flames are not normal flames, as they begin to affect the same around it as they burn on the blade. At the same time, I got attacked with a powerful soul attack that made me grit my teeth in pain. Third boost. Allah! I roared back as the power of the third boost filled me and attacked while avoiding the formation that fell down from above. Clan and NG, our weapons clashed. Even clashing with such great power, I was not able to shake the bullman. Such attack would have easily sent the regular grandmaster of early stage flying, but it had remained on its spot. I am not surprised. It is an old grandmaster. It should be powerful. If it did not display this much power, I would have doubted there was something very wrong with it. You are good humans, but it is far from enough to deal with me, it said, and the white flames on its sword burned even brighter as it came at me. Bring it on then, I said with a laugh, and moved toward it while bearing the assault of the powerful soul attacks, which have begun to create the bigger and bigger ripple across my soul defenses. I had to deal with the bullman quickly as possible before I could focus on the goatman. Even though it had stopped attacking me physically, I still consider it the most dangerous of two. I have a feeling that this bastard has something that is a serious threat to me. Clan and NG, BAN and NG, Clan and NG. Our swords kept clashing one after another. They would affect the surrounding broken formations. Some broken formations would attack us, some directly came at us. One had come very close to striking Bullman and me that we had barely been able to dodge it. Human, you are incredible for Grandmaster who had broken through not long ago, and that made me want to kill you more, the Bullman said as it attacked again. Unfortunately, you are not going to get that chance, I said, and the sword disappeared from my hands. The grim monsters must have sensed something bad going to happen, as the goatman had attacked me with its strongest soul attack, yet while Bullman began to retreat at full speed. Seeing that, I couldn't help but shake my head. It's too late, I said, and yanked my hands back as if I was holding something. The Bullman had stopped on its tracks for a moment with shock and horror in its eyes before it disappeared, not leaving a single trace of where it went. What did you do to Fracker? The goatman asked in great surprise as I felt its powerful soul sense, which is thick as water, spread around me, wanting to find the signs of its friend, but it can't see it, not even the slightest fluctuation of the space. The same thing I will do to you, I said, and moved toward the goatman, harnessing all the power of the third boost, and also using all the internal energy I have, leaving not a single speck behind while at the same time. I had also activated the Crown of Roses to be extra sure. I have used my strings against Bullman and had not touched it with even a single one, fearing its powerful soul energy might detect. Though I have complete confidence in my strings, I did not want to take chances when I was fighting against the two grandmasters, but now there is only one, and I want to finish it as soon as possible. Seeing the way these broken formations shake, I feel that the whole layer might collapse, and with spatial energy in the mix, I do not have any confidence in surviving the whole collapse. I also have to think about my friends, who were barely hanging there behind the broken formation. An alarm flashed in its eyes for a fraction of seconds before its eyes recovered, before it moved its staff in defense while the translucent armor let out a shine, and I knew a powerful soul attack was coming my way. Raid of ants. It shouted, and at that very same moment, I felt as if hundreds of thousands of ants had attacked my soul. The attack is powerful, all right, but its main purpose is not to destroy the soul but give the pain. This attack of it is more effective than any of it before, and if I had used to the pain since I began my practice, I would have thrown my sword and screamed loudly in pain. I activated the new ability of Crown of Roses, which immediately helped me dull the pain, and I harnessed even greater power from my deepest part to crush this bastard even greater strength. CLNNNG. It was barely able to move its staff in time to defend against my attack even then. When it did, its whole body shook before it began to take a step back uncontrollably, with great shock flashing in my eyes. You should be fallen down on the floor screaming with your soul broken, the goatman shouted as it took the steps back. How are you able to defend against my attacks? You are also practicing the soul arts, don't you? It asked as if it understood the answer of the great mystery. I did not reply. Instead, I appeared next to it while it was taking the steps back and attacked again. I did not want to give it any chance. The sooner it dies, the better. On the way to the attacking it, another broken formation had attacked me again with a powerful attack which I had dodged before attacking the goatman, which had bombarded me with another powerful soul attack. CLNNNG, CLNNNG, CLNNNG. I begin to launch attack after attack, not giving it even a second of relief, always forcing it back with the attacks it is barely able to defend. It continues to bombard me with the powerful soul attacks, but my defenses are defending against them, albeit barely. I have to finish it soon before it brings out something which I could not defend against. Despite getting the upper hand against it, I am still feeling a little antsy. The buzzing feeling of danger I am getting from it had not truly disappeared. After hundreds of attacks, my sword had finally able to evade its staff and move toward its body. Mountain hand. It shouted and a huge hand made of mountain stone appeared in front of it, but my sword ripped through it, cutting it into two before moving toward it. Slash. My sword slashed across its chest, giving it a bone-deep injury and releasing peculiar energy through it, which I have made to counter the Grims especially. The injury would have been much deeper, but it was too slippery. Next time I will not let it happen. I will take this bastard's heart and will tear apart its life core. Yao. The goatman said with eyes wide in shock, like it had never expected my sword would be even able to hit it, much less give some gruesome injury. I really don't want to use this human given the cost of it, but you have left me no choice, it said maniacally, looking at the long, deep injury I had given it, which has not begun healing as it should have. The feeling of forbearing rose in my heart, and I pushed myself even faster against it, wanting to finish it off before it launched the fatal attack it was planning on launching. Human, you have forced, now bear the power of the soul-corrupting flames, it said, and translucent gray aura came out of its body, seeing I had topped on my tracks as it gave me the feeling of extreme danger. Gray translucent flames spread out of it and began to move toward me when suddenly, the translucent flame suddenly stopped. Clear confusion appeared on its face. The confusion did not last for more than a second, as a surprise appeared on its face which had morphed into alarm. It took it another second before it was able to regain its expressions. Invisible cage, which could not be only capable for caging physical forces but also a soul. That's how you got Fracker, don't you? It asked back. I did not reply. Instead, I powered up my defenses even further and was even ready to activate the fourth boost if it is needed to be. It is a good thing, powerful enough that even I am not sure I could break it, it said, but it did not seem worried. It is great that you have such a good thing. It made killing you even more easier as this thing is directly connected to you, it said, and gripped my invisible strings with its hands, and next moment, it began to spread its soul-corrupting flames on my invisible strings. I couldn't help but get shocked by the fearsome soul-corrupting flames, which is unlike anything I had experienced before. I wanted to repel them away from my strings, but I could not. I wish I had access to full rule-bending power, but 80 of it had already been busy elsewhere, so I could not even take one from it, and 20 is not enough. I am fucked. I thought about what to do when the soul-corrupting flames reached me, and they had taken a moment before they had completely covered me. They did not even give me time to summon my shields, which are equally good as defending against the soul energy, as it is physical and energy attacks before they showed their horror. It immediately started to attack my soul defenses and begin to burn them, and that is not an even worse thing. Every moment, more and more soul corruption would accumulate and burn my defenses even faster. If my soul defenses continued to burn at such speed, my soul defenses wouldn't last long for much time. In less than a minute, they will be finished burning up my defenses and turn to my soul, and when that happens, even I won't be able to save my soul. I had to do something before my defenses crumbled, but I couldn't seem to think about anything other than using the full power of my rule-bending power. But if I did that, the bullman would destroy my core. It will take 10 years to regain the power I had to sacrifice to use this move, but it is totally worth it to refine your soul by my soul-corrupting flames. I am very sure the Lord of Ghost would pay a very high price for the soul of a talented person like you, the goatman said as it poured even more corrupted soul flames toward me, not daring to hold anything back against me. Its words clicked. Something in me gave me a very daring idea. If it had been usual times, I would not have dared to do something like it, especially when my core was already strained, but now I have no choice. If I did not take a risk, then the consequence would be even worse than the death if the words of Goatman any proof. After deciding to take the risk, I did not waste any time and immediately a function of my core. The 9-plated refining quern appeared in my core. It is slightly bigger than before and had even denser runes on its huge transparent crystal plates. I formed the connection with rule bending power and activated the quern. As I did, the quern began to spin and started to attract soul-corrupting flames into it. Soon the soul-corrupting flames began to funnel inside the first plate of the quern. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel relieved, but soon I calmed my emotions down. As these corrupted soul flames were no ordinary fires but something extremely dangerous. They are in a huge quantity, and the quern might not be even able to take it all. So I have to remain calm and not show I have found a way to deal with it. Instead, I should scream even louder and project a weakened soul, so the goatman might not suspect anything before I deal with it. 20 seconds passed by, and when I had a piece of extremely good news that I was barely able to stop myself from smiling. The bloodline harnessing of the bullman had finally begun. It had struggled a lot that I had to use 80 of rule bending power on it. All my efforts have succeeded now that the harnessing has become. I have become even more careful and begin to manipulate my strings again with the rule bending power that had been freed. Thud. Still, I made my screams even louder and began to shake my body, even let myself fall to the ground and started shaking wildly. Seeing such drastic change, the smile on the goatman's face widened up even more, and the 6 grim masters began fighting against my friends again. They still have their armors on and would be able to survive for an hour unless the goatman interfered, but I won't let that happen. In a few minutes I will kill this bastard, and this time no move of it would be able to save it. Buzz, 1.5 minutes passed and harvest was finished, and a moment after that immense amount of strengthening energies was released, and at the same time growth energies had released inside me. A few seconds have passed since the strengthening began when suddenly laugh on the goatman's face disappeared, and it looked at me with utter shock. "Yao, you are faking it," the goatman said with a shaking voice which is filled with shock and rage. "So you have sensed it," I said as I suddenly stopped shaking and soul-corrupting flames around me began to disappear before all of them funneled inside my core into the quern. I am not surprised it had sensed the cursed flames connected to it, and if it had not sensed the changes happening to me, then it has no right to call itself a soul grandmaster. Unfortunately, it is too late. If it had sensed something wrong about a minute ago, it might have been able to do something, but now it had lost the chance, just like it had lost it during its first attack. It saw me getting up, and I thought it would attack me again, but to my surprise, it began to run away, and its direction was my friend's. I don't have to be too smart to know its intentions. "Stop," I said, and to the shock of the goatman, it had stopped just like the bullman did a few minutes earlier. It is extremely shocked by it, and I could understand why. It had already sensed my strings before and had been very careful about it, but despite that, it was not able to sense them when they wrapped around its body. The goatman stopped with my command with deep shock in its eyes. It had recovered from it immediately and attacked me again with the corrupting soul flames. I could contain them as my strings have covered it completely, but I did not. This grim monster does not have a bloodline, so the only thing it would be able to give me is essence rose. So when I saw it so willingly give me these corrupting soul flames, who I am to reject such precious gift? I have a feeling that these corrupting flames are going to be very useful to me once my quern purifies them. The soul-corrupting flames came at me, before going into the quern inside my core. These flames are weaker than the soul-corrupting flames it had used before, and taking considerable efforts to produce. I could feel each second its aura was getting weaker and weaker before it stopped on its own, seeing the futility of its efforts. "It seemed like my soul-corrupting flames are useless against you," it said as I freed its lips before a vicious look appeared in its eyes. "Let's die together then," it said. An aura so powerful that it had momentarily frozen me in my spot came out of its body. It is self-destructing, and unlike the masters and other powerhouses, the self-destruction of the grandmaster is no joke. It is so powerful that even with all my defensive abilities, I would get instantly vaporized if I got caught in it. Thankfully, I had already prepared for such a scenario. There is fine invisible string brimming power, rule bending power is wrapped around its life core. I could stop self-destruction if I wanted, but I would not do that. With it burning, its core would expedite its refinement, so why the hell would I do a silly thing like stopping its self-destruction? As it begins its self-destruction, the string wrapped around its core lit up and began to suck away that tremendous power, not letting it create the fission inside the core. The goatman got alarmed seeing it and tried to stop, but the things had already have gone beyond its control. D-Hub, 4 minutes passed, and the husk of goatman collapsed, revealing Essence Rose of great power. Essence Rose is gray in color with silvery soul lines across it, and it is filled with so much power that the first time, I hesitated to put it inside my core. as no matter how many protections I put on it, if it explodes, there is no way I would survive the explosion. It's beautiful, but I am also feeling terror seeing it, James said as he looked at the rose with awe and wonder, and also lust. Their fight was over quite a while ago. I had stopped the fight the moment I began harvesting the goatmen. I had put my seed inside them the moment I walked inside these layers, and saw the tough fight they have given to my friends. It is, without doubt, I have gotten the precious data from them. I moved my fingers, and 7 grim monsters appeared in front of them, and several seconds later, their harvest began. It is a good thing there is one grim monster with bloodline, as harvest is very fast. As always, the mysterious tree took the whole videt, while purified bloodline energy was shared among all stakeholders. It took less than 30 seconds to harvest before strengthening energy released and growth energy released by the mysterious tree, both of which seemed paled in compared to what Bullman had given me. I still appreciate the energy it is helping me, and most importantly, the resources inside me grow faster. The bloodline energy from the Bullman had changed everything in my core, more than my breakthrough. That tremendous bloodline energy not only strengthened me, but also helps me grow my resources to an unbelievable degree. I did not carefully look at the change in my core, except for glancing at it. I want to take the time to observe every change, and that will take the time which I don't have. Thankfully, the battles of grandmasters are fast. It might not look like it, but my fight with both of grandmasters lasted only about 15 minutes, which is about the average time how the battles of grandmasters went. After the harvest finished, I wordlessly gave the 4 storages of masters to my friends, which they accepted before turning to a wall of broken formation, which thankfully did not collapse during our battle. Still, the battle had brought quite a destruction in this already destroyed place. My heart couldn't help bleed seeing the number of precious resources that had been destroyed during the battle. The power of Grandmaster is terrifying, and I had no choice but to go all out. If I had dared to hold back even a little, then it would be me instead of grim monsters that would be dead right now. Still, the field is huge, and there are still resources to harvest. My friends have already begun, and the moment I scanned the broken formation wall, I had also released my strings to harvest the resources. It took me 52 minutes outside time to create the formation, and I called my friends who appeared beside me within a few seconds. I hope this formation took us to the 5th layer, Rhea said. It would be better if it takes us directly outside, Jim added. Buzz. I took out the formation, and a couple of seconds later, it buzzed as it did. We stepped into it, and again felt the same spatial energy we had felt past 2 times. We are out, Jim shouted excitedly. A smile couldn't help but form on my lips either. It is truly a surprise, as I had not expected. We were directly out. I thought the spatial energy would make us travel around the layers before we could get out. Since we have gotten out, let's not waste any time, I said, moving toward the station, which is not far. We should be able to reach it within a couple of hours. We have finally reached it, Rhea said as we stood in front of the station, which was bigger than I had expected. Its doors are big enough that even Grims could walk inside without any problem, and the condition is quite great, which is a good sign. It took us 3 hours to reach it, which is less than I had expected, but Grandmaster's power made things a little easier. On the way, I had harvested a huge amount of resources. My strings were always moving. I had harvested so much that my friends' gazes turned strange. I am really glad that I have Grandmaster's strength, otherwise, my friends wouldn't have any thoughts about robbing me. Don't go any closer, there is a very dangerous formation etched on this place, I said as I warned my friend. The formation on Station 28 is complete, and they are dangerous. So dangerous that I will get wiped out instantly if they target me. So not only them, even I have to be careful, lest I touch something I shouldn't and got wiped out in the face of the world. I activated my ability and scanned the formation on the door before I sat down and began solving the formation, which is the hardest formation I have encountered in this ruin, but I have confidence I could break it. While I began solving the formation, my friends went on their harvest, so were my strings. My strings went the opposite side of my friends. They would not get in their way. There are so many resources here that even if we have harvested for days, we would not be able to harvest them all. I wish I had time. If I had, then I would have stayed in this realm till all my storages and core filled to the brim. There is really too much stuff in this realm, and if there had been a huge war that is being fought outside, the masters and grandmasters would have leaped at this ruin. Even grand lords would not have been able to resist the temptation, as this ruin had something to tempt them to. Solved it, I said with a smile on my face. It took me 2 hours and 23 minutes to solve the formation, and it was an amazing experience. The formation was tough and complex that I used formulas I had never used before to solve them. As always, my friends appeared beside me in few seconds after I called them, and all of us looked at the huge coppery door with hope. Inside lies the way that would take us outside this place. I hope the teleportation gate inside is in good condition. If it is not, then we would have to waste time on another station, the time we did not have. Buzz, I took out the formation and it stuck on the formation before activating, stunning the formation of the door for a second. Grrrrrrr. I did not waste any time and pushed the door, which took some force before opening. All the huge doors opened. I took a step inside it, but not before taking a glance at my left, the central area of the garden. We have explored the outer and middle area of the garden, but not a central area. It is for powerful grandmasters and grand lords. Even with my strength, I have no confidence in safely exploring the central area of this herb garden, though one day I would. I have already decided that I will come back to the realm, and visiting the central area of Melody Garden would be one of my targets. We stepped inside, and the first thing we have a huge teleportation gate. It is huge, one of the biggest I've ever seen, and it seemed to be in perfect condition, just like the formation that is covering it. The formation is not a security formation, and we could walk through it without a problem. This place does not have anything besides the teleportation gate, Jim said as he looked around. His teleportation gate is not enough, I said back as I appeared in front of it. Buzz, I did not have to press any switch or activate any formation. Just as I appeared in front of it, the teleportation gate activated, ready for us to travel. Things are rarely this simple, and I looked for the threat, but I did not, even after searching around with my abilities. Will this be safe? Rhea asked. I don't know, but we have no option other than to take the chance, I said and looked at my friends for objection, but there was none on their faces. Let's go then, I said and stepped inside the formation, but not before fortifying the formation armor on their bodies as much as I could. I stepped into formation, and a second later, I stepped out. There was no danger that I had expected to see. Through the place we appeared to look quite dilapidated, and formation around me have been broken to such degree that they are no threat to even master. We have really got out without any problem. Now we just have to find exit gate as soon as possible, and we would be good to go home, Jim said, mentioning the hardest task we have. The exit gate is hard to find. They appear and disappear continuously. If our luck is good, we might find them in a day. If it is especially bad, then it might take weeks. We looked around before we carefully began to walk out of the rubble, avoiding the broken formation as much as possible. Even though they are not dangerous, it is to be avoided as one thing might lead to other. Soon, we walked out of the broken building and were about to see where we were in the city when I felt a dangerous, familiar pressure on me. Roarr. I heard the familiar roar targeting us, and the sky above us began to darken rapidly, and I could see the yellow thunder appearing in it, which is dangerous enough to kill a grandmaster if it directly hit their body. Rumble, the sky had rumbled loudly, and a huge bolt of raw yellow thunderbolt shot down from it. Expressions of three of us couldn't help but change seeing the bolt, especially mine and Rhea's, as we have experienced its power firsthand. What had struck us was a tiny bit of spark of the finger size, but it had nearly killed us. Even a videt has turned to ashes if it had stuck by it, and we have only survived due to our abnormal defensive abilities. Boom. My shields appeared around me, all 12 of them, and as they did, the huge bolt of yellow thunderbolt struck them. A deafening boom rang out as the thunderbolt struck them before yellow thunder spread around my shields, covering them completely, but just as it covered it began to lessen, and a second later all of it had disappeared, leaving no sign of it. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I have worked really hard on improving my defensive shields, and the improvement seemed to work. You guys hide, I will go deal with the monster, I said and flew toward it. Be careful, I heard behind me, and as my friends moved to find a good place to hide. A couple of seconds later, I appeared in front of the huge hot monster, whose giant tusks are covered in powerful yellow lightning. It is a good thing you have found me. I have to pay you back for the attack that nearly killed me, I said to the thunder hog, which is looking at me with burning rage. Roarr. The monster roared and came at me while, at the same time, the sky darkened, and even more powerful thunder began to form inside it. First boost plus second boost plus third boost. I activated all my boosts, and on top of that, even let out all the internal energy I had, holding nothing back. This is the monster that gave the bullman run for its money. I would be an idiot to hold back against it. As I have activated my boosts, I moved toward it with my greatest speed and attacked. The thunder hog has also come at me, and its speed is even faster than mine, which is quite shocking given its size. It is the thunder that is increasing its tremendous speed level. The destruction is not the only thing that the thunder element is capable of. I appeared beside it and swung my sword. I wanted to attack its eyes, but it moved its head swiftly and aimed its huge tusks toward my sword. CLANNG. Its tusks clashed against my sword with a powerful physical blow that shook me and made a step back while the thunder on it snaked across my sword. And if that was not enough, the thunder that was brewing into the clouds came down. BOOM. The thunder again clashed against my shields, covering them immediately before they began to refine it, including the thunder coming at me through the sword which I had sent to my shields through the invisible strings. ROO. The thunder hog roared and attacked again as I was taking a step back, not wanting to give me even a second of relief. At the same time, another powerful bolt of thunder begins to materialize in the dark clouds above me. CLNNG-BOOM, CLNNG-BOOM. The monster attacked. Its attack was even more powerful than before. The raw thunder and physical strength of the monster are above what grim grandmaster could compare. It is very powerful and is coming at relentlessly. The monster is the strongest I've ever fought and has such raw energy, which would have turned me into the ashes if I did not have such capable defense. I am really glad that I've worked such hard on my defense, as it is what saved my life against its continuous attacks that are not only powerful, but also extremely fast, that they are not giving me the slightest chance to stabilize, much less attack it offensively. When I appeared in front of it a few minutes ago, I had a plan on attacking it, which is derived from the data I have gotten from experience in fighting the monsters, but that is all useless in front of this bastard. It is too fast, and the raw strength it has was really shocking. If not for advancements I had gotten from consuming the purified bloodline essence of Bullman, I would have thought hard about clashing against it directly. It is coming at me from all sides with its speed, attacking me with not only its tusks, but also its hoofs and tail. It is also not dumb, as I had thought it to be, as many times it had tried to push me into the dangerous formations. Still, despite the difficulties I am facing, I am having more fun than I have in fighting against the Grims, and I wish I could only spare half an hour to fight against it, which is already over. While I do not have the power to kill it directly, I have another way, or the way which I use to kill nearly all my enemies, including the ones that are quite stronger than me, and it is best in dealing with monsters. Unlike the sentient being like humans and Grims, monsters are not intelligent and thus restricted, using their power more delicately. So even if it had sensed what I was doing to it, it would have been unable to stop it. "Enough, monster," I said, seeing it coming toward me, and it stopped with alarm and confusion appearing in its eyes. "It is time for you to die," I said, and it seemed to understand what I was saying in some way as it began to struggle with all its strength, but it is already too late for it, and the next second the shine from it disappeared. I had my strings infiltrated inside it, and with it, they cut off multiple connections to its core, heart, and other important organs, killing it in an instant. "It's not ours," Rhea said with great disappointment, seeing the gate. A second ago, all of us had turned very excited seeing the gate, not daring to believe our luck, but as Rhea had said, it's not ours. It had been 8 hours since I had killed the Thunder Hog, and right after that, we began exploring. The 3 fights with the grandmasters have made me quite tired, but I do not want to rest. The first priority is to find an exit for home I could rest as much as I want once we have returned back home. It would not be easy, as there is no place we could go to. The exits are random, popping out any place, anytime, without any pattern. Though I am not bored, in fact, I am quite excited. For the past 5 hours, my avatar has been working on the puzzle, which is much harder than I had imagined, as it had stuck on just the 3rd level. I rarely get stuck in all the formations I have solved. I did not get stuck for more than 10 minutes, and here my avatar had gotten stuck for nearly an hour but still seeing no way forward. This is a very good thing. If it had been an easy puzzle, I would have found no interest in it, but this puzzle is extremely hard, as only the 3rd level had stopped me, and there are 10,000 levels inside this clay puzzle. It would be good training before I attempt the Hermes Library, which I still think I am not ready for. The library and its vast knowledge are very important to me, and I plan to make a visit there very soon. Not to attempt to get its ownership, but to read from its vast collections, as I felt I have something which would give me a week or 2 in the library. Man, this is frustrating and tiring. "I wish we could just find the exit quickly and get out of here," Jim said frustratingly a few hours later. He had been complaining every few hours. He's not the only one who is frustrated, we all are. We want to get out of this realm as soon as possible before it breaks my resolve not to actively hunt for treasures. There are treasures everywhere, and every moment, some treasure would attract my runes. Most of these treasures are in buildings where I could not go, as it would waste a lot of time. Currently, I am only harvesting the resources that strings could reach, and there are more of these resources than one might expect. 70 are useless to me, but they are very useful to my mentees and other people, and I am harvesting them because they are not costing me anything other than filling the space in my storage, which I am more than willing to give. Soon, a day had passed since we had walked out of the Melody Garden and only come across one gate which was not ours. We have also come across a lone grim monster which did not have a bloodline. Rhea defeated it while I have turned it into the essence rose. Other than that, nothing much interesting has happened. A couple of more hours passed by without us seeing the single sign of gate when all 3 of us stopped, not because of the gate, but because of the resources that are precious enough to make all 3 stop. "My dear friend Mitchell, will you be able to fetch a small piece for me?" "I do not need a big piece, just small palm size would be more than enough for this little friend of yours," Jim said while looking at me flatteringly. Rhea did not say anything, but I could see she also wanted this thing desperately. They are not the only ones. I also want a piece. The thing in front of me could be used in many things, from alchemy to artifice, but most powerhouses would keep the small piece on themselves or in their room. The resources in front of us raided a jade, which used to be a statue that now lay broken, protected by the dangerous broken formations. It is the same statue of jade I had seen a few days ago and wanted a piece of it but did not have the strength to take it. Even now, I am hesitating to take it. These broken formations are stacked upon each other, and the slightest shake might activate them, and seeing how dangerous they are, I don't think I would survive these formations. This is why I did not go for the dangerous pieces but the few small and big ones, which I am quite confident to take without triggering the formation. Tens of my strings moved toward the pieces of the statue. I went for every piece, from small as a thumbnail to a broken arm of the statue. Even the smallest part of Radia jade is precious, and many would pay a high price for it. Most importantly, it could be helped in awakening one of Grandmaster who is sleeping in the Hall of Sleep. A few minutes later, my strings have brought out all the pieces I could, and as I touched them, I felt like all the tiredness I was feeling from deep within me slowly disappearing. It is really disappearing. The effect of Radia jade is near good as sleep. There are other important benefits of it as well, which came after remaining in its prolonged contact. I shared the 30 jade with my friends while keeping the 70 myself. The 30 is far more than they are asked for, and happy to get it, seeing the usages it has. I turned back, and my eyes couldn't help but widen up in surprise as well. Anyone would be surprised, as a literal gate just materialized behind me. "My lords, Lord Whitmore has ordered you back into a pyramid as soon you appeared," said the masterclass powerhouse the moment we have stepped out of the gate, before beginning to lead us toward the formation. We did not even get a few seconds to relax before we reached the other end of the underwater fortress, where the teleportation formation is. The appearance of the exit gate was so sudden that after confirming it leads to entrances we have in control, we jumped inside it, fearing it might disappear the next second. Less than a minute later, we have disappeared from it and appeared in the pyramid. There is someone who is already waiting for us to take to the office of Lord Whitmore. Click. The door of the office opened, and we walked inside there. We saw Lord Whitmore's realistic protection working around tens of screens in front of him, and looking at the expressions on his face, he did not look to be in a good mood. Not only him but the whole pyramid seemed to be in a somber mood. Something bad has definitely had happened, I am sure of it. "You have taken far more time in what was supposed to be a rescue mission," he said as he looked at us from the screens in front of him. "If you had not returned in a week, I would have had to send a search party for you, which I could not afford to do, seeing the losses we have had suffered in the past few weeks," he said, swiping a screen in front of us. The screen is showing simple numbers, but seeing it, a shock and alarm couldn't hello but appear on my face, especially one number. In the month we were in the ruin, we have lost 14 grandmasters. The number is shocking. Aside from them, we have lost more than 100 masters and over 1,000 leaders. The number of elites we have lost went even higher, and the number of regular tyrants went in tens of thousands. As those below the tyrants, their numbers went nearly 100 million. It is not just a number I am seeing, but a slaughter that Grims have brought on us. It is earth-shaking. What had just happened? I asked as I had got control over my shock. The Grims have brought out their real strength, even taking out 5 grandmaster videts, he said, shocking us further. The grandmaster videts are extremely rare in that they are only brought out in the last phase of war or in the final battle. The most shocking thing is their numbers in the last 500 years. They have never brought out more than 4 grandmaster videts in any war, but now they have brought the 5 of them, one more than usual. There are more than 100 grandmasters have taken the field while we have deployed more than half our grandmaster. It would be an understatement to say our condition is grim, he said with a sigh. Rhea, it seemed like you have improved. Take a good rest today. I have an important mission for you tomorrow, he said to Rhea before he turned to Jim. Jim, since you have gotten that alchemy artifact, I hope you will be able to help us even more. With its help, you will get the list of resources you will have to craft. He said and dismissed them. They left, and now only I alone remained in the office with the projection of the Lord Whitmore. I should have not sent you to rescue mission, he sighed again. In the past weeks, we were forced to use your crystal roses to gain the edge we could, that we had to use them all, he informed, which couldn't help but surprise me. From what they have told me, they have been storing more than 80 of crystal roses. I have been supplying them to them for the final phase of the battle. The things must have really gone worse for them, force using them earlier than they have planned. From now on, you will be staying at the pyramid, focusing solely on crafting crystal roses and working on your advancement to the Grandmaster to heal the Grandmaster in the Hall of Sleep, he ordered. I don't think there is a need to that, I said while shaking my head, and before he could ask the question, a crystal box in front of him. He looked at my question, and when I did not provide an answer, he took the box in his hand and began to open it. Even though he is a projection, he can touch things. It is one of the things special to Pyramid. It took him a moment to open the box, and when he did, he sort of froze. He is unable to properly process what he is seeing. In front of him is a big rose, and not an essence rose but a crystal rose, a grandmaster level crystal rose. After I got with a puzzle, I focused my gaze on the essence rose of grandmaster. I have all the data needed to create a grandmaster class crystal rose, and more than enough resources. I only had to give 80 of my consciousness and lots of rule-bending power to create this. My eyes are not deceiving me, it is truly a grandmaster class crystal rose, he said softly as he looked at the alabaster color crystalline rose, which I have made from the essence rose of alabaster bullman. It means I did not keep him in suspense for too long and released the grandmaster class aura, which couldn't help but shock him despite expecting it after seeing the crystal rose. It seemed like the gamble we have placed on you have really paid off, much sooner than I had imagined, he said with a smile on his face. I know what he is referring to, my rescue when I had leveled up to the tyrant stage. It had cost Pyramid a lot, and with this grandmaster class crystal rose and other things I've done, I think I have paid the heavy debt that Pyramid had incurred in saving me. Means, now I could truly demand something by right. I would have liked to begin immediately to Lord Whitmore, but I am feeling very tired. I've slept for 10 days and fought many battles. I like to begin healing with rested body and soul, lest I make any mistake, I said. Though I am not as tired as I said due to the jade, I still couldn't begin work immediately. I miss my family and would like to see their faces at least before I begin. Rest them, but I hope you will begin by evening, he said, hearing that a small, mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face. There are barely 6 hours to evening. He wants me to start in 6 hours. I will try, I said before my eyes turned a little serious. Lord Whitmore, I have a small request. I hope you will be able to fulfill it, I asked. As long as it is within my power, I will try, he said, not promising me directly. I hope Pyramid will add my sister and father a golden band, I said. A surprise couldn't help but appear on his face, and he opened his mouth to say something before closing it and looking at me for a couple of seconds. The golden bands are yet another of Pyramid's ability. Once one has it, they are near impossible to kill under a pyramid. Only the power of Grand Lord would be a danger to them. If I had asked for this before my breakthrough, the request would have gotten rejected without a doubt. Even the powerful Grandmaster would not be able to request a golden band for their family, much less two. In their eyes, I am simple Grandmasters. My value surpasses those even of powerful Grandmasters, as I am the only person who could awaken the Grandmasters sleeping in the Hall of Sleep, which made indispensable. I also have another request, Lord Whitmore, I said, and this time he just looked at me. I hope to join the war directly after I am done with the business of Hall of Sleep, I said. I have been in the background for too long now that I have gotten the strength. I have to join the front lines. We will talk about it after you are done waking up the Grandmasters in the Hall of Sleep, he said. I stayed in the Lord Whitmore's office for a few more minutes before I walked out, and a minute later, I appeared in my home through the teleportation formation. Brother, my sister came running toward me. I took her in my arms and kissed her cheeks. Soon she will have a golden band, and with it, she will have very few things to be worried about as long as she is in the pyramid. Father, Lady Hazel, I said to the woman who is with her children. On the outside, she looked fine, but her hazel eyes and aura seemed very tired. It seemed like she had overexerted herself, which is not surprising given the state of war. An alchemist like her would be in high demand. I am quite surprised she got free time at all, and she has decided to use that precious time with her children. Lord Mitchell, your father, had been very worried about you, Hazel said. She only uses Lord, addressing me when I address her with Lady. It was an easy mission, Hazel, nothing compared to drastic change that had occurred since I had left, I said, and her tired eyes became even sadder. I assume your mother is fine. I asked. I did not the name of Grandmaster Veronica's name in the name of fallen Grandmasters, so she should be alive. Mother is alive, but she had suffered grave injuries in her last battle, she replied while looking at me with hope. I will take a look at her tomorrow and see if I could do anything about it, though I doubt my help would be needed, I said, and I could see small relief appearing in her eyes hearing that. I would really appreciate it. Mother had spoken highly about you, she said, and I just smiled at that. Hazel, you seemed quite tired. Eat this, it will help you little with your overexertion, I said, and black blueberries flew toward her. Seeing the group of 5 black blueberries, her eyes couldn't help but widen up in surprise. Raytalon berries, I couldn't eat them, they are too precious to be eaten directly, she said as she caught the berries in her hand. These berries are just master's grades. I wonder how would she have reacted if I threw her grandmaster class. I think she would have fainted directly, which would accomplish the purpose. These berries are not normal resources. I am sure she would have many master class resources, even grandmaster class, seeing she is an alchemist. Most importantly, her mother is grandmaster, but these berries are quite rare that grandmasters would desire them. Eat them, I said before I turned to my father. He had many things to talk about, and I listened patiently while playing with my sister, as Nero and Ashlyn were still sleeping. Hazel looked at those berries for a whole minute before she ate one, and a few minutes later, she was down on the couch sleeping deeply. The berry would deal with overexertion and even give her soul would get a small boost. I talked about my father for half an hour before I went to my room while thinking about my mother, who still hasn't returned from her mission even after months. I had asked Lord Whitmore about it, but I got the same answer that I usually get, that she is alive and it would take her a while to come back. Seeing the answer he is giving, I don't think even he has an idea about my mother's mission despite being responsible for it. I woke up after sleeping 4 hours and felt completely refreshed, though I was not much tired to begin with, as I had told Lord Whitmore. I did not get up as I woke up instead. I closed my eyes and entered my core. I had resisted for quite a long to carefully look inside my core, but no more. Now I want to look at each changes carefully. The first thing I saw was the multicolor crystalline snowy grain under my feet they have formed on the thin layer on the whole ground of the small island. It is purified crystalline energy specks that the moon had released after my breakthrough, as it absorbed the thick energy in the melody garden. It would take them a while before they merged with my core. It would not only strengthen them, but also make the soil even more optimal. Energy inside my core is dense, and its density would increase even further after my core is done digesting the crystalline snow. The plants have grown a lot. The biggest growth occurred in none other than the mysterious tree, which had grown 40 meters tall, taller than the average trees in the world. Unlike the average tree, its trunk is thicker and its branches wider. It is very clear that the tree would not stop growing at this stage. It had a lot of potentials before and would grow taller from I can tell. As for how tall it might grow, I have no freaking idea. The second most important tree in my core, the essence tree, has also made huge progress. It had sucked all the 24 essences of metal, leaving not a single one behind, and for it had a lot to show. In just a short time of a few days, it went from having flowers of some fruits to actually having the fruits, and not 1 or 2 or 10, but all 24 of them. One could see all 24 multicolored essence fruits hanging by the tree. These fruits are eatable, but due to their level, they would not provide as many benefits. They have not even reached the tyrant grade yet. Though I am not worried about their growth, I would need to harness a bloodline of another grandmaster before they reach the tyrant stage, and a few more grandmasters again before they reach the stage where they will be able to get the optimal benefits. The fruits would have already reached the grandmaster grade if the tree prioritized its own growth over the growth of the tree, which I think is a wise choice. The tree has since doubled in size since I had found her, which is a good thing, as only a robust tree would be able to produce the highest grade fruits, and I am more than willing to provide it all its needs for its growth. Aside from these 2 unique trees, others have grown immensely. Every tree, whether it is herb or root, had master-class resources on them, and 6 even had grandmaster-class resources. Seeing those, my eyes couldn't help but shine brightly. Each of my breakthroughs would require unique, powerful resources. The quantity would not be enough. I would need quality too. One thing that made me quite happy is the seeds of Arala's grapes that I have planted right before my fight with Grimm's, and it is the best decision I have made. Within a few days, the seeds have turned into grown trees with grapes on them. Those grapes are no low-level grapes, but master-class grapes, and I require them immediately, not only for myself but also for my experiments. I walked toward those trees and harvested a few clusters off them while leaving the most. I still want them to reach the grandmaster level, and the only thing I have to do is hunt the grandmasters. I would have to be very careful with the resources here. Unlike the masters, there are a limited number of grandmasters, and even among them, the minority are with bloodline, and more than half of them I could not defeat. Aside from a lot of time, these grandmasters are the only things that could help me grow a grandmaster-level resources, so I have to be very careful on how I use the resources produced in my core. I could not spend them on frivolous activities. After the plants, I looked at the other things, especially focusing on the 9-plated quern, which are refining the corrupted soul flames, and the refining speed is very slow. So slow that even after more than 4 days, not a single wisp of flame had reached the last plate. The flames are at the 7th plate, and to reach the 9th plate, it might take weeks and more than a month to complete all the flames stored in the quern, which is quite long, and I could wait that long to get the end product. My quern is powerful, but it had a limit due to its grade. I had noticed the slowness and had made my avatar research it was able to find the reason for the slow refinement. It was its art, which used some powerful resources. Some elements of these resources merged with grim energy made something that is very hard to destroy. Fortunately, I have found a way to make the process faster with one of the things I had got not long ago. I waved my hand, and the next second, a yellow shiny jagged crystal appeared in my hand. It is the side of an adult thumb, quite small in size when one considers it is the core of Thunder Hog, a grandmaster-class monster. Lightning is an extremely good purifier of corrupted things. The core had powerful raw thunder inside it, and with the current tools, I could use that raw thunder inside it to purify the corruptness from the soul flames. With command and thick transparent wires came out of each plate of quern before the end of the wire merged and formed something akin to the holder. I placed the thunder hog core in it just as I did. It closed immediately, and yellow lightning runes began to appear on the wires, and soon it had spread into the quern, covering all of its 9 plates. Crackle, crackle, crackle. I have been watching the quern for the past 10 minutes, and I have to say, I couldn't think the raw thunder the quern is extracting from the core is working better than I had imagined it to be. For more than a month it would have taken for the purification. I don't think it would take even a week. In a few hours, I will begin getting the Kindle, and I have decided the ways I am going to use them. They have many uses inside the core and outside it, and I can't wait to use them. I watched the quern for a few more minutes, especially the Thunder Hog's core, which the quern is holding. The small core contains a huge amount of power which is raw and violent that slightest mistake could make unstable and explode, an explosion I would not be able to survive. The raw thunder from the core is being extracted very carefully, even after checking it multiple times. I did not find any problem. I turned to the next wonder of my core, the furnace. To be specific, the first stage of Mountain Forge art, which I had finished practicing, and now will have to begin on the second stage, which I have already studied. This stage, too, requires an immense amount of herbal resources, but it also requires a few specific resources, which I am sure I will be able to get within a few days. As soon as I do, I will begin practicing the next stage of art. The second stage of the Mountain Forge stage is much different from the first stage. The first stage is just cleansing and reinforcing the strength already present in the body and soul, while the second layer is different, and the boost it will offer couldn't be compared to the first stage. The most important thing I will have from it would be moving. Nearly all the arts offer the moves, most of them offered in the first stages, but mine did not. It gives them a second stage, and through them, one displays the true power of the art. I looked around for a few minutes before I walked toward the refining tower. It is time that I upgraded my energy further. It would help me a lot with the lots of healing I am going to do in the next couple of days. An hour later, I walked out of the living room after playing with my sister and her friends. Hazel, on the other hand, is still sleeping, which is not surprising seeing how tired she was and how much she had exerted herself. Soon I stepped into the teleportation, and a second later I appeared in front of the Hall of Sleep. 2 people are already waiting for me there. One is Grandmaster Charline, and the other should be Grandmaster Sakar, the previous head of Blood Sun, a predecessor of Lenora May. Grandmaster Charline, Grandmaster Sakar, I said to them politely. Grandmaster Mitchell, I've heard so much about you, said Grandmaster Sakar, and if he felt his soul sense around me, not touching me around me, wanting to sense my aura, which I have kept firmly locked. Grandmaster Charline nodded at me before the signing of a few gestures. Yes, let's not waste any time, I said, and the 3 of us walked inside. I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw the number of grandmasters inside the number had increased. I see a couple of faces here that I had walked and talking not long ago, like Grandmaster Veronica, Violet's mother. Sigh, the Grimms have specifically targeted our grandmasters. If we kept losing them some way, then things would be very grim for us, said Grandmaster Sakar, following my gaze. Grandmaster Charline gave him a look before she turned toward me. She did not have to say anything to me, I just nodded, and strings began to came out of my hands. Soon a huge coffin had formed. It looked less like a coffin, and more than a wide box. It is completely transparent, has 3 circles carved on top of the coffin. The 3 circles are for 3 of us to sit. I took a seat in the central circle, while Grandmaster Charline sat on my right and Grandmaster Sakar on my left. Soon a med bed flew toward us before a body of a ruggish-looking man, who looked to be in his early 60s, flew out, and appeared in front of us before seeping inside the coffin. The man is Grandmaster Kleem. He was the leader of Blazing Sphere in the previous war and had a seat at the council. As he went inside the coffin, Grandmaster Charline waved her hand, and a huge amount of resources appeared. They too seeped inside the coffin. Grandmaster Sakar, I assume the Grandmaster Charline had explained what you have to do. I asked the old man. He is Grandmaster Sid Sakar. He was the leader of Blazing Sphere in the previous war and had a seat at the council. You will not hear any complaint from me, Grandmaster Czar, he said, and I nodded and released my Grandmaster's aura finally while activating the formation. Buzz, the formation activated, but the surprise still remained in their eyes. I am sure Lord Whitmore had already informed me about my breakthrough. Without it, we would not have been here, as the healing requires the power of the Grandmaster. While they were surprised, they did not waste any time. Without saying anything, Grandmaster Sakar poured his blood elemental internal energy. It is the core art of Blood Sun. This energy would be very helpful in healing a few people here. We are healing the targeted curse, the first if we exclude one that has on the rye. There was a little understatement on Grimm's, which made it easy to heal, but this one and other targeted poisons and curses are not a life that. They have perfectly latched themselves on users, and untangling them would not be an easy task, aside from 3 grandmasters working together. It will also require lots of resources. Thankfully, the pyramid is not holding back on it. To heal the grandmasters, they have thrown open their vaults which they guard so zealously. Give me more energy, grandmaster, I said and filled my string with even more energy before I morphed them into the rune. I am creating a huge formation inside Grandmaster Clement's body, absorbing the huge amount of blood element energy into my vines. This blood element internal energy of his is extremely powerful that even with their strength, my vines are barely able to contain them. Which is a good thing because we will need it to be strong if we want to deal which has nearly merged with Grandmaster Clement. I am not using just the internal energy, but also using the essence of resources and my own internal and inheritance energy, which had become even more powerful not long ago. It is a good thing my vines are strong otherwise, they would not have been able to assault the curse that brought them on. It is very vicious, and if not for the blocks I have placed on my strings, it would have attacked me too my strings. I could have used the rule bending power to hide my string, but I will need it very soon when I begin the final moment. Another 40 minutes passed, and finally I had finished creating the formation, which covered every inch of Grandmaster Clement. From inside and outside, taking nearly 80 of my strings, which is a lot considering, even to bind huge Thunder Hog, I had not used even 50 of it, so one can imagine how many strings I have used. I have filled the Grandmaster Clement with them. Thank God he is unconscious otherwise, he would not have been able to bear it no sane person could have. Let's begin the final phase, I said and took a deep breath before I began. Buzz. The formation covering the Grandmaster Clement, every part on the surface, and inside Buzz lighted up before his eyes flew wide open. Ahhhhh, he let out a wailing scream, so painful that I couldn't help but feel pity for him. He is really as pitiful as the pain he is feeling is beyond abnormal. We are tearing apart the curse that nearly became part of him. It is akin to bifurcating his soul. Thankfully we have made preparation for it. His movements are sealed, and even his power is not he could not bring it outside his body. I am confident that even with such great strength, my runes will restrict him from harming us. Poor soul, even for us grandmasters, bearing such pain is no easy matter, Grandmaster Sakar said as I activated mute formation in my coffin, which had immediately stopped his screams. His screams are too loud, they are disturbing my concentration. So I have to shut him up, even if it is his only outlet through which he could express the great pain he is feeling. About 9 minutes after the formation activated, the purple-black smoke began to come out of it, and that smoke formed a ball which had the smoky strings attached to the runic formation covering the Grandmaster Clement's body. Seeing the smoky ball, all three of us shuddered and became even more careful. This is the curse they have attached the Grandmaster Clement with, and if it distracted in any way, it would do great harm. I am delicately managing it. The slightest mistake could make it destruct, as it is programmed to do if things go awry for it, or worse, it could go back inside the body, which would increase the difficulty of healing the Grandmaster by 10 times. Minutes passed by, and each minute more and more smoke would come out and merge with the ball, which his size had not increased even by a bit, but it had grown a lot thicker in this past hour. Another hour had passed by, and now the ball of curse had become so thick that it felt like it had become a liquid. In these past 2 hours, we have extracted nearly 80 of the curse, and the extraction is continuity, while Grandmaster Charline is working on the grade and injuries that this tearing has left behind. Aside from her powerful healing abilities, she had help from rare and precious resources, making the healing even more complete. It is extremely important that we work side by side. I am fully focused on extracting the curse while Grandmaster Charline is healing. Without her aid, there are high chances of body and soul collapsing under the healing. The healing would also help him quickly regain his power in a matter of days, so he would be ready to join the battlefield. Another half an hour passed by, and now only 10 of extraction have remained. My expressions have become even more serious. I do not want to make mistakes just when I am about to succeed. 40 more minutes passed by, and I finished extracting every bit of the curse present in the body of Grandmaster Clement, and with it, his screams also lowered before they stopped altogether. I checked his condition carefully for minutes before I began to extract my strings, while at the same time, I carefully placed the small ball of purple-black, which is solid but turns fluid now and then as if it is alive. It is a treasure containing a vast trove of knowledge within. I am going to have lots of fun researching it. Soon I finished extracting all my strings from the body of Grandmaster Clement, who had fallen unconscious, and turned to my two companions, who looked just as tired as me but had a smile on their face. Grandmaster Charline, we will begin working on the second patient after 2 hours, I said. My words have caught her by great surprise, as the original plan was to heal a single patient a day, and that was a great speed. Healing of Grandmaster Clement had taken 6 hours. I think we could heal another one after taking some rest. Grandmaster Charline looked at me for a few seconds before nodding, and we turned to Grandmaster Sakar. This old man still has some energy to go for another round, he said with a laugh. 6 days had passed since I came back, and I am healing at speed I never have thought possible when I began 6 days ago. After just 2 days of healing, I've discarded the healing formations which I have designed with Grandmaster Charlin. Those were designed from the data I had got from the Rye, and were quite inefficient compared to the new ones I had designed after getting the new data. Each day, I would perfect the formation, which would bring greater and greater enhancements in the healing formation. Finished finally, Grandmaster Rika said as she fell down on the surface of the coffin with tiredness, not caring for her dignity of being a grandmaster, though she does not have to worry about it since all of us here are grandmaster. I had not believed it when I heard, I will be healing 4 grandmasters in a day, said Grandmaster Johansson as he vaporized respiration that had covered his whole body. Today we have called the help from the 2 grandmasters. Both of them were on the active battlefield, but they were called back for a day to help in healing. Both of them possess unique abilities that are helpful in healing. Today is the first time we were able to heal 4 grandmasters in one day. Of the 6 days I had been healing, for the first 2 days, we have healed 2 grandmasters, and the next 3 days, 3 each before 4 today. Lord Whitman had wanted me to heal at least 15 grandmasters within a month, but I filled the target in less than a week. There are still many grandmasters we could heal, but not all of them. There's still few I could not heal even with my current accomplishment. Some people are suffering from something that is too complicated, while others are too far gone that I am not confident to heal them safely. I would need more knowledge and more power before I could try healing them. Until then, I would try healing those I could. Grandmaster Charlin, you are wonderful as ever while you little guy is truly a demon, said Grandmaster Johansson. Very few people would dare to call me a little guy, but forgive this old man who is nearly 300 years old and once upon a time used to have a seat in Pyramid Council, but was not from Supreme. A few minutes later, I walked back into my home and slept. I did not even shower or eat despite feeling hungry, too tired to even think. Thankfully, I have a half day to myself, but it is filled with activities, mostly experiments that I have to try. I woke up 4 hours later, feeling completely refreshed. All my energies recovered, and I felt like I could do anything I wanted. I got out of bed, freshened up, and showered before walking out of my room. The living room was empty, so I went to the kitchen and began to make breakfast for myself and others. It is early in the morning. A father would be awake by the time I finished cooking breakfast. It is good I felt like I hadn't talked to my father since I had come back. With tens of strings working, I had a sumptuous breakfast as I had expected. Both my sister and father had woken up by that time, and we had breakfast like family. I talked with my father for an hour and played with my sister a little before I walked out, and soon I was in the area with 4 people waiting for me already. Lord Mitchell, they said in unison. I nodded, and without saying anything, 4 seeds appeared in my hand. They seeped inside them, and soon I got a complete picture of their progress in front of me. These seeds are the improved version, and unlike the previous seeds, they did not waste time collecting the data. Instantly, I got a complete picture of them appearing in front of me, and I have to say, I couldn't help but become impressed. They have not leveled up. I had asked them not to. If I had not restricted them, Neela would have reached the peak of leader class, Ida would have made a breakthrough into the master class, and Danielle and Leonard, both of them, would have reached the peak of master class. The last time they went through 3-way strengthening that targeted their body, soul, and energy. It is a great method with huge potential. What I am going to do today is going to give me even more data, which would not only help me in improving my method, but also help in improving the healing arts. All 4 of you have done great. I had read your reports, and your commanders have been quite impressed by your performances, I said. I had sent them to the front to fight in the war, and as I had said, their reports are commendable. Even Danielle had been impressive in the open battlefield, where she could not show her real power. I have come across a great thing, and I want to test it out on you guys, I said, and I could see them faintly shuddering. Most of the new things I bring are not a pleasant experience to them. Don't look at me like that. This thing will provide you immense benefits, I said, and that did not make them feel better. I smiled at that, and strings began to come out of my hand, and a minute later, a huge coffin formed in front of me. It is 5 times bigger than what I used to heal the grandmasters. 5 births? Are you 2 joining us, Lord Mitchell? Neela asked, and to that I shook my head. No, it is for my friend, and as always, she is being late, I said with little exasperation. I had just said that when the teleportation formation behind me lit up, and a person walked out of it. You should have been here 15 minutes ago, I said without turning. You haven't even finished making the preparations. Me coming here early would have been a waste of my time, Alina said as she appeared beside me. I am finished, or aren't you seeing this coffin? I said and motioned toward the huge coffin in front of me. Thank God you changed the design. That old coffin of yours used to give me creeps. I don't understand why you made a healing method in shape which used to bury the dead bodies, she said directly, ignoring my question and looking at Danielle, who was looking at her in surprise. So the Mitchell had been training you, no wonder you have improved so fast, Lady Danielle, Alina said. I still couldn't compare to a young person like you, little Alina, said Danielle. They seemed to know about each other quite well, seeing the way they were talking to each other. I will ask about it later sometime currently. I don't have any time for that. Get in, all of you, I said, and 5 spaces opened in the coffin. I also seamed my seed inside Alina for better monitoring. She knew what seed was and did not react. Her mother and I are the people in the world that aware of all her practices' secrets. She trusts us enough to know that we will never reveal her secrets to anyone, and they would be only used for her benefit. They did not need to be told twice one by one. They got into the coffin, including Alina, before I closed the lid of the coffin. A second after closing the lid, an elaborate formation appeared on the coffin. As it did, I waved my hand, and rare and precious resources appeared over the formation, seeing that even eyes of Alina couldn't help but widen up. I sat top of the formation, and second after that, a small milky white kindle of flame appeared in my hand. It is purified corrupted soul flame. It is now completely purified, and I am going to use it to purify their souls. The kindle is very tiny, small than a wick of the lamb, but is quite powerful. It is grandmaster class flame, will be able to burn their souls if I am not careful in handling it. Buzz, I placed a kindle on the tiny flower-shaped formation in front of me. As I did, the formation activated before the flames of kindle spread into the flower formation before it began spreading into the rest of the formation. Within a couple of seconds, the flames spread into the whole formation, begin me melt and purify the resources. About 40 minutes later, the flame purifies and extracts the essence of all the resources before merging with it. As it did, it moved toward the 5 people lying inside the coffin. The runic formations begin to appear on the bodies of 5 people, each formation different, crafted according to the data I have on these 5. I already have the data on my mentees. As for the new data on Alina, I've gotten from a teacher whom I've yet met 2 days ago. Soon a burning while violet formation appeared on the bodies of 5 of them, and the next second their screams began. Purification couldn't be without pain. It is natural since I am extracting the impurities from their soul. I muted their screams as I controlled the formations while watching the changes that were happening to them. First, there was barely anything, but as time passed by, more and more changes began to appear on them, and most of them were positive. There are some negative changes, but they are easily manageable and could be fixed immediately. Half an hour passed, and impurities began to come out. They are of different colors, and the ones coming out from the Ida were invisible. These impurities are useless but dangerous seeing their level, so I storing them to destroy them later. Time passed, and soon it was an hour since the purification began, and the process I far from over. The fire is dangerous, and I take things slow. There is no reason to take risks when things are going well. Another hour passed, and purification ruins began to recede. Nina a few minutes later, runes receded from Ida. It took half an hour before runes on Leonard receded, and 3 minutes after runes on Danielle began to recede. It took another 35 minutes before the runes on Alina began to recede. Alina had bloodline core, and even with all the resources in the world, it is quite hard to follow her progress. She is a peak master, but even Rhea would not be her match. The power provided by the core is immense in that it helps one bend the rules to a certain degree. It wasn't much hard for those with the core to have the power of grandmasters while still being master, though they would still not be able to compare to me, even with all the advantages their cores provide to them. Damn, it was quite painful, but I could feel the purification had helped me tremendously. Alina said and released some of her aura that made Ida and Nina take a step back, while great surprise couldn't help but appear on the face of Danielle and Leonard. As usual, Mitchell, you are amazing as ever, she said before her eyes blazed with fighting spirit. It has been quite a while since I have beaten you. This seemed to be a good place to have a round of the fight, Alina said as she looked at me invitingly. Sure, but do you really want to? I asked with a smile and faintly released some of my aura. Alina, who had just opened her mouth to reply, froze on her spot with her mouth hanging open and eyes. She looked quite shocked, more than I had imagined it to be, and she is not the only one. My mentees are also looking at me with their eye wide open. Nina even looked like she might fall unconscious with shock. No wonder Mother was in such a happy mood despite the grim conditions of the hospital. Alina said, "You have told Mother about your breakthrough, aren't you?" She said, and I nodded at that. Aside from the higher-ups in the pyramid, only 2 people knew about my breakthrough, my father and teacher. The purification worked as I had expected, but to be on the careful side, don't train yourself for a few hours, I said and made a pulling sign. 5 seeds came out of them. I have already recorded the data and will be analyzing it to make the process even more optimum next time and use it on other things. With that said, I walked toward the teleportation formation with Alina. I would have liked to stay and continue their training, but I did not have much time. An hour later, I have to go to the Hall of Sleep and continue with healing the grandmasters there. You are improving too fast. It made me feel like I should also prepare for the breakthrough into the grandmaster, said Alina as we have sat in the private parlor. If anyone had heard her say that, even some grandmaster, they would be shocked. But it is not shocking for the people like Alina who have the bloodline core of powerful bloodline. To these people, breaking into the grandmaster class is not a big thing. It would be a grave mistake, I said, shaking my head. You have bloodline core of Phoenix bloodline, and unless you gain the strength of the grandmaster or defeat it while still being a master, breaking through would not be a wise choice, I added. Mother had said the same words not long ago, she said while looking at me accusingly. She is right, I am the one who put those words in the teacher's mouth. Gaining such strength while being a master would be very hard and will take a lot of time. It would be easy to just break through into the grandmaster class, she said, and I smiled at that. I had given her my advice. Whether she wanted to follow it or not was her choice. I would not force her, at least not explicitly. Well, I have at least you count on, she said. You will always have me, I said back to my friend. We sat in comfortable silence for a few seconds when suddenly, a smile appeared on my face. So you've got a new boyfriend, mind telling me who he is? I asked, and a great surprise couldn't help but appear on her face hearing that. How do you know about that? She asked immediately before understanding dawned on her face. You know, you and Mother are the same, she said and threw a cushion at me which was blazing in her purple fire. I caught the cushion, and as I did, the purple fire attacked me, but I destroyed it. In our little skirmish, the cushion had remained unharmed. It is not my fault that I could clearly see it in you. You should learn to destroy all signs, I said, to which she glared at me. Like I didn't try, she said, and glared at me with her glowing violet eyes. It is very hard to destroy those signs for those of us with knowledge of human anatomy. We could easily see the signs at the microscopic level. Well, at least tell me if it is someone I know, I asked back just to tease her. You will know him when the time comes, she said and looked directly into my eyes as if daring me to ask her more about her mysterious boyfriend, whom she looked quite serious about. Seeing the look, I did not pursue it further. I know when to stop friendly teasing and instead turn to an important topic. How is the war? I asked, and her expressions turned serious at the question. Grave, very grave. Thousands of people are dying by hour. That sometimes it became unbearable to even close my eyes, she said with a sigh. I could see the pain and helplessness clear in her eye. I had asked to join the front. I hope they accept my request, I said. To that, she nodded. An extra grandmaster in front would make a significant difference, she said, but you would also be useful in background than fighting in the front, she added after a second of silence. I understand what she is saying. With my healing talents, I could do much more than I could in front, but she did not understand that I needed to be at the front to get my prey, which is what ultimately helped me get powerful, get more data to develop, and furnish my inheritance. The grandmaster level had made many things had been easier for me. Since I had woke up, I had created an avatar with the quarter of my conscious power, which had been creating crystal roses after crystal roses and other things like ruin rings. I would always have my avatar working in my core when I am not healing or sleeping. Within a few days, I have created a huge amount of crystal roses and petals. A few days ago, I got a huge consignment of essence roses. They have created from crystal roses and crystal petals that use the battlefield. This is great because I only have to worry about Grandmaster class essence roses. The rest will be provided by others as long as there is a supply of crystal roses and petals, a circle of production and consumption. Well, I should be leaving. I have to leave for the front in a few hours, she said after a few minutes and walked toward the teleportation formation. A couple of seconds later, she left. I did not move from my spot. Instead, I closed my eyes and began working on the healing formations, modifying them according to the patients I had to heal. It is a time-consuming project, and I would have not been able to do it if not for my core, which gave me 3 times more time. I worked on the healing formations for the 1.5 hours outside before I ate the lunch that my father had made before I went to the Hall of Sleep to wake a few more grandmasters from their century-long sleep. 8 more days passed by, and I continued healing. In the past 8 days, I have healed 15 more patients, making a total of 32 in 14 days. I've healed much fewer patients in the last 8 days than the first 6 days, and it is not due to a lack of trying. In the past 14 days, the healing formations have advanced tremendously, but the patients we begin healing have also become more difficult. The ones we healed in the first week were the easiest to heal, while the latter ones were very tricky and needed a lot of time despite our healing methods advancing rapidly. It had been a few minutes since we had healed another grandmaster, and now only 9 grandmasters are still sleeping in the Hall of Sleep. Of the 9, 6 are extremely hard to heal, that they are beyond us, though I am sure I will be able to find a way to heal them. It's just that it will take some time. The 3 grandmasters are healable, but they are very tricky that we have decided to take a few days of break to further refine the method before trying to heal them. The slightest mistake on our part might kill them, and there is quite a chance of that is happening, thus the break of a few days. The council is not happy as they need as many grandmasters they can, but they have accepted the request. They also understood well that in hastiness, they might lose the grandmasters, and they do want it to happen in any condition. We will meet tomorrow and discuss Grandmistress, I said to Grandmaster Charline, who quickly signed off the gestures remind me of some important things. I will remember them, I said and walked out of the Hall of Sleep. When I returned, it was night, and my family was just about to have dinner, so I quickly freshened up and joined them for dinner. I spent an hour with my family before walking into the practice room a minute later. I sat in its center before closing my eyes. A moment later, I appeared inside my core. I did not look around and directly went for the study stage, where a huge long coppery scroll was still floating. That scroll is the second part of my Forge Mountain Forge art. I have already finished studying it and was just going over it one more time, and now that I have looked over and found my comprehension perfect, it is time I practice it. I would have practiced it sooner, but I did not want to disturb my healing, which it would have as it had changed my internal energy. Now that I am sort of stuck in my healing, it is the perfect time for me to make the breakthrough and research on the new internal energy. I think it might help me make the healing of 3 patients easier and less risky. I put the scroll back and walked toward the mountain forge. As I appeared beside it, I waved my hand. A huge formation appeared with a forge as the center, and inside the formation there were a huge amount of resources. All of them are extremely precious, from plants to crystals to metallic ores, everything could be seen there. Buzz, I activated the formations, and its runes began to light up before something strange had happened. The forge began melting, and the whole mountain forge melted and began to turn into the ruin and join the formation which I have carved around it. Within a few minutes, all the melted forge have turned into runes. A few seconds after that had happened, I felt the familiar energy gathering around me. The forge energy had appeared, and it was much denser and more powerful than before, that when it touched my body, I couldn't help but shudder for a moment. The energy began to seep inside my body before it appeared in my core and started to enter inside the formation. The core is not the only thing where the forge energies are going. The moon is also taking the forge energies like it had done before. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The purified crystalline specks of forge energy had helped me a lot last time, and they are going to help me a lot this time, too, not to mention, I have found another use of these forge energy specks and would be using them quite soon. First, the energy was in quite a low amount, but within a few seconds, it had completely surrounded me and began to come at me from all sides. A minute had passed, and the forget energy is surrounding me thickly and increasing at an incredible rate. I still remember how suffocating the torrent of energy has made me, and I have prepared myself for it. A few more minutes passed, and I am thankful that I have prepared my mind for the suffocation, as now I am feeling very suffocated. The density of energy has reached an incredible degree that I could not breathe at all. At my current level, I could hold my breath for a long time, but that is just the physical part. It is the mental part that is quite hard to deal with. Minutes passed by, and forge energies became denser and denser, till they packed the whole practice room with such dense energy that one could swim inside it, and it is all pouring inside my body at an incredible rate. It is a good thing this energy means no harm to me otherwise. Given its power, it would not even need a moment to tear me apart. The energy continued to pour inside me for another minute before it suddenly began to stop, and within a couple of seconds, the dense forge energy inside the room all but disappeared as the formation inside me stopped taking the energy. Buzz, the formation buzzed again as it stopped sucking the forge energies, and its shine began to increase till it became completely blinding. Seconds passed, but the blinding light did not lessen. It did not lessen even after a minute. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I thought it would last even more when at the 19th minute, the blinding shine began to lessen. Gasp. It took less than 30 seconds for the shine to disappear, and what revealed itself was so amazing that I couldn't help gasp in shock. In front of me are the mountain, and not a normal mountain, but a mountain that seemed to be made of ancient copper that had created a coppery hollow around it. Through the mouth of the copper mountain, a blood-red magma could be seen sliding down. The forge mountain of the second level is about 60 bigger than the first level and even more majestic. I am more excited to see what had changed inside it. Last time I saw shocked. I hoped this time it would give me a shock, and with that thought, I went inside. The first thing I saw when I went inside was space. It had become even more massive. Now, it is more than twice bigger than before and has coppery walls just like the surface of the mountain. Just like before, my phantom is lying in the center of the forge. No change has occurred in it. It is still huge as before and crystal clear, without a single purity that I could see every part of it. The furnace is bigger than before, with a small kindle of red coppery flames burning inside it. The beings of the ones that do real work are also present. Their numbers remain the same, but changes have occurred in them. They have become even prominent, wearing the black forge suits with runes carved them. They looked very real and from the mythical races that I've only read about in the books, while about some, I have no freaking idea. I took the whole forge in my eyes before I took a huge amount of resources and dumped it all in the furnace. These huge amounts of resources were all damaged resources, but these resources still contain an immense amount of herbal energies in them, and that is what is needed for the art. The unique specific resources are only needed to create the forge to practice. There is no specification, as long as they have a high amount of herbal energies. Aside from destroyed herbs, there are also failed alchemical products, which I have gotten from the alchemist at a poor dirt rate. Why should I use the precious resources when I could easily make do with these damaged ones? D-hum. The small kindle of bright red copper flame in the furnace instantly transformed into the burgeoning fire, which began to spread into the whole forge as dead runes lit up in the red coppery light. The runes across the golems of forge lit up, and so are their eyes, which made me feel like they were alive for a moment. With the runes lightening up, they moved toward the weapon rack in perfect order and picked up the hammers of the black iron, which are crafted in all styles and sizes. As they picked up the hammers, the runes on the hammers too lit up in red copper light and made these golems feel more complete. Ting, ting, ting. All of them appeared around and above the phantom of mine before the forging began. Each strike of their began to release a coppery ripple, which spread across my clear phantom in with melodic sound. The strangest thing about this practice is that I am not feeling any excruciating pain that I was expecting. Forget the pain, I am feeling good, and a different type of warm feeling arose around me. These warm feelings are extremely comforting that I unconsciously laid down from the sitting position like I would do if I were in the hot spring. As more and more hammers struck across my body, I could feel the changes happening in me. If the first layer purifies and consolidates the strength one already has, then the second layer brings out the hidden strength and refines it. Unlike the other arts, Forge Mountain art does not bring foreign strength to the one. It uses what one already has. Due to this reason, many people would discard this art, even if they could practice it. This means this art does not provide a fixed amount of strength. The strength it will give totally depends upon the host, which could be lower than other arts or higher. Many factors are responsible for the strength this art gives. First, the base of the host is most important, more than level. The stronger the base is, the bigger advancement one will get from this art. The level is the most important factor. If I practice this art in the master class rather than the current leader class, then the advancements I will get would be much more than what I would gain right now. There are other factors too, like talent and constitution, and thankfully, I am good at both of them. These facts are one of the reasons why I am able to practice this art at a low level. Though the rule-bending power and strangeness of my core played a big part in it, seeing how the forge couldn't be created outside, I don't think anyone in my world other than me could practice it. Still, even if I could practice all the arts in the archive, I would not choose the other arts over the Forge Mountain. It is best for me, it is giving me things that I need as a fighter and a healer. The first and most important is the unblemished internal energy, which is not being tainted by any foreign element. The resources and forge energy which bring out and refine the internal energy did not taint it with their element, which is the biggest thing I want from my art. Ting tung ting. The golems in the forge continue to refine my body, with each minute feels better than the last. The comfort those hammers provide me is on a completely different level, better than what anything had given me, and I felt that this feeling would never end, but not all good things are last forever. I was enjoying the feeling when suddenly, one golem put his hammer back into the rack and picked up the branding iron from the furnace, which I did not know was there, and came toward me. Just seeing the branding iron with ancient runes is its end. I know it's not going to be pretty, but I had still underestimated the pain it would give me. The golem stuck the branding iron on the huge head of my phantom, and as it did, I felt sharp white hot pain in my head. It was painful and hot that I had screamed loudly immediately and even fainted for a couple of seconds. When I came to myself from the short unconscious, the pain had faded a lot, and it is fading rapidly while the comfortableness of the hammer is returning at a visible rate. When all the pain had disappeared, I looked inside my mind and studied the new memory in my mind. The branding iron was used to brand memory in the soul directly, a memory of the method or skill, you might say. It took me an instant to reach the memory. It is much bigger than I had expected for a simple move, which is not so simple when I begin to read the intricacies of the skill that I had just got. The skill is quite simple that for a moment I couldn't help but be disappointed when I saw it was not grand as I had expected, but all these thoughts have vanished the moment I began to read the intricacies of the skill. It is a complicated skill that looked simple, and I have wasted no time and began to study it immediately. Soon, I lost in the studying while the refinement continued, only to divert my focus to add more resources to the furnace. Unlike the other arts, Forge Mountain art takes a lot of resources, enough to turn a rich grandmasters into a bigger one. It is a good thing that it does not have requirements on the resources, as long as they contain a huge amount of herbal energy otherwise. I would have been forced to think about changing my art. Ting, ting, ting. Time passed by before finally, the last of hammer fell down on the huge phantom of mine. The golems stopped before they went to the weapon rack and placed the weapon there before turning it off. Great changes have occurred in my phantom from pure transparent. It had changed to faint coppery. The same change had come to my internal energy. It had gotten a faint coppery color on it, which I think would become darker as I practiced the art further. I have practiced 10 of the art. I could go for some more before I reached the limit, but I did not. I would like to get control of the strength I have gained and also research the internal energy I've. Though even with the goals in mind, I did not get up from my spot and continued studying the new skill I've got. I lay studying my skill for more than an hour before I stopped and began to get up even so slowly. I have learned a lot from my previous mistake and would not like to repeat them again. Despite being careful, I still ended up underestimating my newly gained strength and nearly fell on the ground. It took me a few seconds, but I was finally able to get up, and as I did, my sword appeared in my hand, and I powered it up with my energy before starting swinging it ever so slowly, without making any fast movement. Due to the nature of advancement in the art, I have learned to quickly master the strength, which does not give the usual feeling that regular advancement would give. 2 hours passed, and now I am moving and swinging my sword at incredible speed at such a small practice space. My speed is blurring, and my sword is even faster. Those below grandmaster could forget about catching a glimpse of me. I practiced for a few more minutes before I stopped with sweat falling from my body. I did not care about the sweat instead. I closed my eyes. Now that I have gotten full control over my strength, it is time I test the shiny new method I have got with it. I have understood it despite it being complicated and fully confident that I could perform it. My eyes remained closed for a couple of seconds before they suddenly opened, and at the same time, a faint coppery shine enveloped my sword. Copper cleave. I shouted and swung my sword. It moved at an extremely fast speed that even I could not see it properly. The only thing I could see was a faint cover streak traveling through the air without affecting the air slightest. It is not just the air that is not affected, but also surrounding energy. The attack was extremely fast and sharp, that it did not even affect the air and energy around it. The only thing that it had affected was space. I was shocked by the power of the attack. It was immense. If I had used it against the bullman or goatman, they would have stood no chance against me. I would have even been able to damage those powerful tusks of it. The attack might look mediocre to others, but those with expert eyes would see how terrifying it is. Its consumption of internal energy is also quite great, that it had used the quarter of internal energy I have, which would have been more than enough to last me through the battle, but still, it is a bargain I would not hesitate to take, given the power it provides. This should work, I said to myself as I suddenly increased the heat of the fire and smitten the pan with hundreds of tiny bolts of thunder before making it all disappear. Everything was perfectly calculated, and not the slightest mistakes have occurred. The look of the dish is proof of that, and so is its delicious smell now. I just have to taste it before I finalize it. Ever since I have returned from the realm, I have been working on these recipes, refining them every day. Today is the day I think I have perfected the recipe, but I will only know after I taste it. I am not the only one that is tasting it. There are my mentees in front of me whom I have called today to taste. The teacher was also supposed to come, but the medical emergency had come up, and she couldn't come. This recipe of mine is different from all the others I have created before. Creating it, I have let go of my usual style and freed myself to consider all the ideas which I had considered preposterous. My battle with the Houndman and Seeing's primal fighting style and thunderous raw attacks. I became inspired and created this recipe, which I hope would be enough to pass the test of that being. I placed the food in the 7 plates. 2 disappeared in my core white. 5 went toward me and my mentees. All of them looked at the dish with great wonder before moving their forks toward it after I did. I did not eat it. I want to see their reaction, hear their opinion, before I will take the bite of the dish, which I have considered my best culinary creation. All 3 of them took the bite, and as they did, they closed their eyes and did not open it till they finished gulping up the bite. It is amazing, Lord Mitchell, much better compared to anything else you have cooked for us so far, and also really different, Ida said, looking at me with burning eyes. Hearing those words couldn't help but appear on my face, and I became even more confident in my recipe. It is delicious, and your masterful control over raw energy is amazing. I've never seen having such control over the raw energy, she said, which made my eyes a little serious, though a smile remained on my face. The reason I've begun working so hard on the recipe after returning from the realm is control. After reaching the grandmaster class, the control I've is not enough. My control over energy, soul, and body is better than half of the grandmaster, but unlike those grandmaster, I did not have decades, even centuries of time to accumulate great battle experience, reached very high into their skills. Even with the help of my core and talent, I could only match the people in those aspects and could not surpass them in a short time, but with the help of tome, I could surpass them in control, and that will give me an edge in battle. I need to hone my control to the degree that people might consider impossible. I need the control, not only for healing, but also for the battle where my most important killing more, which I use the majority of the time, is dependent on control. The new skill that I've gotten from my art also demands a lot of control. With enough control, I could make it even more lethal than it already is. The only thing that could help me rapidly improve my control is the tome, as I have reached the limit in my own methods, but to learn from the tome, I had to pass the test, which has already thrown away more than 50 recipes of mine. After hearing their remarks, I took the bite from my plate and couldn't help but close my eyes in pleasure while my mouth made an unconscious noise. It is really good, much better than the previous try. It has also seemed to be on completely level than other recipes. It is powerful enough to completely overwhelm the senses of Tyrant, which is not an easy thing seeing how powerful the senses of Tyrants are. This recipe is also quite dangerous. Only Tyrants could enjoy it, while those below would get injured or killed by the raw energies present inside. They left after dinner, while I went back to my room and took the tome in my hands before opening it. So you have come again. I thought it would take you a year or two before you came back, seeing how dispirited you have gotten in the last time, the being said, something that only a real person could say. I don't know what it is, a real being, part of the soul, or just a spirit. I had asked it, but it always gave me vague answers, which created more questions than the answers. Last time, it had used quite harsh words judging my recipe and even burned it. If anyone else had been in my place, they would have cried hearing those words and seeing their dish burned. I cried, not in front of Hum, but outside. The words were too harsh that I couldn't stop the tears falling down from my eyes. You have used these words so many times that I fear that it would be the title of your autobiography, it said without mincing the words, which had stung quite much. This time, it would really be different, I repeated. I hope it's really different this time, because if you failed, I might just ban you from the tome for a year or two, it said. It would not happen, my lord, I said, and walked toward the kitchen. There, I took a single deep breath to calm myself before opening my eyes, which were full of conviction to succeed. I begin with the bang. Powerful fire and raw lightning begin to dance across my palms before covering the pan. Ingredients inside the pan are high level, but very delicate, that the slightest loss of control and I will burn it all. I couldn't let that happen. It would destroy the dish, and might anger the being enough that he would ban me from tome for a year or two, as it had threatened. I am controlling everything to the best of my abilities. I am not only working my energy control at the highest, but also my soul and body control. This recipe is best is what I could create and cook with my current abilities, and if I want to make something better than it, then I would need time, lot of time, as I am currently stuck in quite a bottleneck. Time passed by as I cooked with my complete focus, so much that the only thoughts in my mind remained were that of the cooking and of nothing else. Such a state of complete focus is really hard to come by, even for someone like me, who never had any problem focusing. Soon 40 minutes passed by, and all the lightning and fire had disappeared from the large pan. I wanted for a minute before serving it on the plate and styled it with a few ingredients, motioning the plate toward the being. You have passed, albeit barely, the being said, shocking the hell out of me. You didn't even taste it, I asked. Usually the being tasted the food before giving his opinion. He never voiced it before even tasting it. The test is not about the recipe, but about the skill you have about, and now you have shown you really have the skills to learn what's ahead, he said before he walked toward the recipe and took the bite from the plate. It's good, but there are obvious flaws in it which you could work on, he said, and began stating the flaws one after another. Now that you have passed the test, it is time for you to get a glimpse of real culinary art, he said grandly, and the scenery around me had changed. I found myself on the hill within a small clearing. The scenery in front of me is breathtaking, with hills stretching for miles and miles, with lakes and rivers flowing through them. Nice scenery, isn't it? The being asked as it had appeared beside me. Yes, it's beautiful, I said, looking ahead. 100 things you are going to learn next are not recipes but culinary techniques, he said, shocking me greatly. As I had really thought, I would be learning new recipes as usual, but no, I am going to be learning culinary techniques, which are even better. There are millions of culinary techniques developed across the myriad worlds, but I am going to teach you a few basic ones which will fortify your culinary base and help you learn harder culinary techniques and methods in the future. He said and waved his hand. A table appeared in front of us, and it was huge, big as the size of the cabin behind me, and on it several things. Just looking at the things on the table, I know which technique I am going to learn. Half of the table is covered by a giant skinned rabbit, while the other half is covered by things such as gyro stick, handles, and 5 basic ingredients such as oil, salt, pepper, and other things. The first technique would be Databa's roasting technique. It is a very method which incorporates all the basics of roasting, it said, and walked toward the table. He picked up instruments and fitted them on the ground before taking a gyro's tube and inserting it into the skin a bit. While doing that, it had explained everything, from the condition of rabbit to the correct way of inserting the gyro's stick. The core of every roasting method is fire control. Database roasting method also needs great fire control, along with great familiarity with the basic ingredients that are being used, including the main ingredient of the roast. It said and placed gyro's stick with a skinned rabbit on the handle. With that done, it begins to apply the oil, first starting with the oil. It used simple but precise movements to apply the oil and other ingredients on top of it. Now that we are done with the first coat, let's bring in the fire, it said a few minutes later and twitched its finger. Blue fire streamed out of its finers and covered the huge rabbit hole while gyro's stick began to spin slowly, spinning the skinned rabbit with it. Gasp! A gasp couldn't help but come out of my mouth, seeing the way it is manipulating the fire. I have never seen anyone doing that, and when I looked at it, my mind couldn't help but explode with ideas. The being is not hiding anything aside from showing me. It is stating everything clearly and even answering the questions I have. The flue flame is a regular flame, but it is quite hot. It would not be a problem for me to take my fire to this temperature. The thing I am extremely interested in that the way it created 342 layers of fire, each layer is at a different temperature and creates a different effect when it strikes the rabbit. The most amazing thing about these fiery layers is the manipulation of the temperature of layers. The being changes the temperature of multiple layers according to need. There is no fixed temperature for each layer. Creating the hundreds of layers of flames of different temperatures and manipulating it in such a way is extremely hard even with current control. It is not something I could do, but I will be able to do it if I work hard enough. The being is not holding back in his teaching. It is showing me, telling me what he is doing with his words. Though I could tell he is not telling me some things in between, I know better than to ask it. It is leaving them for me to figure out. It does such things. They are his forms of tests within tests. It's finished, the being said, as layers of fires have disappeared one after another, and I stopped the urge to clap back. What he has shown me could be considered a great performance of the highest degree. It took 3 hours and 7 minutes to spit roast this rabbit, and every second of it was amazing. I have learned many things and even bigger challenges. Mastering this roasting technique would not be an easy thing, but I am up for the challenge. As once I had mastered this method, my control would reach a completely different level, which would directly increase my strength. It was amazing, my lord. I had never thought one could roast such way, I said with my eyes shining. Culinary art is full of possibility, little human, and what you have just seen is just the most basic part of it, it said, and knives appeared in its hand. He cut several pieces of meat from the roasted rabbit and placed a plate in front of me. I did not waste any time and cut the meat, which cut smoothly and ate the piece. Unconscious sound couldn't help but escape from my mouth. What I am eating is anything I have eaten before. It is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten and had just melted in my mouth. I don't know when I chewed it and gulped it down, as I had only come to myself when I was about to eat the second piece of it. I closed my eyes and evaluated all the layers of flavors it contained before I took another bite of the meat. The hundreds of fiery layers of temperature have given a unique texture and flavor to the meat. It is very soft to chew and delicious to eat. That before I know it, I have finished up the whole plate and looked at the huge rabbit longingly. Do you want the second? You can have it, said the being, completely shocking me, as before I only get to eat one time. If I wanted to eat again, I would have to cook it for myself. Yes, please, I said as I forwarded the plate. Soon I have another plate filled with roasted meat which I begin to eat in gusto while taking the notes in my mind with each bite. If I want to master this roasting technique, I would have to get familiar with every aspect of it. You can third, but it will be the last one, the being said the moment I finished, and second later, it filled my plate with the meat again, which I have begun to eat. This time I was much slower in eating as my cravings were a little satisfied, and I took my sweet time analyzing every little aspect of it and even spent minutes on the single bite, so I could not miss anything. Finally, after more than half an hour, I finished up my plate, and when I looked up, I saw the cooked rabbit had disappeared, and an uncooked one had appeared back on the table with all the tools and ingredients. It is clear that now it is my time to practice. I took a deep breath, got up from my place, and walked toward the table where the skinned rabbit and other things were placed. The first few steps were quite easy, including the application of oil and other spices. I do not think I have made mistakes in that. The real challenge begins at the most important part, the fire control. Fire streaked across my hand and began to form layers of fire, each bearing a different temperature. It took me a few to create the 10 layers, a minute to create 100 layers, and 6 minutes to create 342 layers. I already made a mistake. The forming of the layer should not take more than 45 seconds, and I would have to begin roasting the rabbit in the 9 seconds after applying the oil and spices. I did just that, but my lateness in the forming of the fiery layers had already destroyed the delicate balance I should follow in roasting the rabbit. The rabbit had not burned or anything, but I had already lost the delicate chemical and magical structure I should mold in the rabbit. My attempt to salvage it would be useless now, but despite that, I continued. I have created the layers of fire, but changing their temperature to create a specific chemical and magical structure inside is still an extremely hard thing for me. Maintaining so many layers and changing each of their temperatures every second as they hit is a very hard thing, far more than maintaining control over hundreds of strings, but still, I am trying. As once I master it, I will be able to manipulate my strings to a much higher degree than I could right now. Soon 3.5 hours passed by before I had finally stopped. The rabbit is completely cooked with glistering spicy juices dripping from it. These spices have reached very deep inside it, making it extremely delicious despite going very wrong from the beginning. The smell coming from it is salivating, and I know it's going to taste delicious but far from being the match of the real thing. You have made hundreds of mistakes, starting from applying the oil and spices. As for manipulation of fire, you were disastrous, the being sat, not mincing its words from the beginning. The first mistake. It began to note down all my serious mistakes, while mentioning small mistakes now and then, while also giving me tips on some of those mistakes, and left to figure out myself on few another. You should give your grand mess a taste before you try again, the being said after it had finished stating all my mistakes. Hearing that, I walked toward the rabbit. I roared, and cut a few slices of it, and took a bite. It is bad only when compared to what the being had cooked, but if one had not tasted the original thing, then it is extremely delicious, to the level of my fire thunder shrimp rice which I had cooked earlier with all my efforts. I am sure people would go mad for it if I cooked it outside. Crackle, crackle. Crackling violet energy begins to come out of the body of my patient. The violet energy is no simple energy, but the poison of lightning nature. A very destructive and uncontrollable poison that could not be extracted without ample preparation is likely why I had kept her to be the last patient I heal in the Hall of Sleep. Of the 3 most difficult ones, we have already healed the 2, and this is the last one, the most difficult one. I would not have dared to try my hands on it if not for my recently strengthened internal energy and energy control, which is keeping this destructive lightning elemental poison from getting out of my hands. All the lightning poison is getting accumulated into the small alchemical sphere in the center of a coffin, right above the stomach of the grandmaster. Jim had been very accommodating in creating this alchemical sphere. Even if he had been my friend, he would have still had to craft it, as the grandmaster I am healing belongs to the Sky Saber. The old lady had got poisoned by targeted poison, which would have given her terrifying pain from what I could tell. It is being intentionally made to give the user as much pain as possible till their last moment. The poison had nearly completely merged with her, and if not for that small gap that had remained there, she would not be placed in the Hall of Sleep. Once the targeted poison has been completely merged with a user, they go beyond saving. Crackle, 4 more hours passed, and the last of lightning crackle had entered the alchemical sphere, relieving the grandmaster inside of poison. The poison is extracted, but it would still take Grandmaster Mira a few months to recover, the teacher said, and Grandmaster Charline nodded to that. While we have extracted the poison, the condition of Grandmaster Mira still remains delicate that if she were to nature, it would take her more than half a year to that. The powerful resources could expedite the healing, and if they want to make her recover soon, then they would have to use the very rare resources he wants that the Grand Lords could bring or the ones I have in my core. 2 of 6 Grandmaster class resources growing in my core could help her, but I am going to give her that. I need those resources as I have a feeling that I am going to need those very much as for it. I need to grow them as much as I can for that time. I took out Grandmaster Mira from the coffin and also stored the alchemical ball containing the alchemical poison before taking my strings back inside me. As I finished, I found Grandmaster Charline, and the teacher looked at the 6 med beds. We have healed over 35 Grandmasters in the span of the month, but all of them are still hidden according to my knowledge. Their existence is secret. Very few people know about them. They are the secret hand that the pyramid is holding back to use at the right time. Only 6 people have remained sleeping in the Hall of Sleep, the fewest since millennia, and it won't be long before it becomes empty for the first time. These 6 Grandmasters are very hard to heal, but we are working hard to find a way to heal them. I have even come close to devising the method to heal one patient, and would be able to perfect the method in a week or 2. I stayed in the Hall of Sleep for an hour, discussing the important details of the patient with Grandmaster Charline before the teacher, and I walked toward the exit. I had asked the Pyramid Council for special permission to allow the teacher to participate in the healing of Grandmaster. It took a lot of convincing on my part, as the existence of the Hall of Sleep is secret, even among the Grandmaster. I had to ask this special permission because of the teacher's lack of progress. The inheritance of a teacher is difficult. The condition of her advancements depends on the comprehension of her healing arts rather than the talent and strength of her energy, body, and soul. The comprehension needed for every advancement is great that even with her healing knowledge and the great resources I've provided, she's still a leader while all the other council members have reached the master class. She needs a challenge, something that will force her to bring all her medical knowledge healing regular injuries, no matter how serious they are, would not help her. Only places like a hall of sleep and injuries suffered by people who came here could give her a sufficient challenge. I could already see the changes within a week. A strange sort of fire had lit in her eyes as she studied the patience and healing methods that Grandmaster Charline and I were developing to heal them. Have you begun making the preparations? Teacher asked. There is nothing to prepare. I am ready to go the moment they tell me to, I replied. The Pyramid Council had informed me that they have accepted my request to directly send to the warfront by the end of the week, and they have hinted that they would give me the command of the fort. They did not mention where they will be sending me, though they have said it would be far more dangerous than my last assignment in the front. Still make the preparation. The condition in the front is very dangerous, teacher said, and her eyes have become lost for a moment. I could understand her worry. Her sister and daughter are in the front, so are more than half of the people in the academy. She herself had requested to be posted at the front, but the request was rejected. I had also asked the council to keep her in Pyramid, seeing the sheer amount of assassins targeting the healers outside. This condition they are more than willing to accept, as a teacher might be a leader-class tyrant, but her healing knowledge could be compared to grandmaster. If her inheritance had not been this peculiar, she would already be a peak master, grandmaster even. Ting, I was talking with the teacher when suddenly, my holowatch beeped with notification. The notification was from the pyramid. The pyramid is sending out an important patient to me in a minute and asking me to treat them. They did not mention who the patient is, but it is clear that it is a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster could worth pyramid to inform me on their patient is coming. What is it? The teacher asked. A pyramid is sending an emergency patient. I answered and walked toward the infirmary with a teacher. Soon, I reached the small in-house infirmary where I received the emergency patients who rarely come. There are very capable healers in the pyramid, and unless it is a strange condition that is out of the expertise of the other healers, they will not send toward me. We had to wait for barely a minute before the teleportation formation shone up and a familiar person appeared alone. I had thought my patient would be unconscious and at least heavily injured in some way and have people bring him, but it is nothing like that. While my patient looked fine on the surface, his aura told a completely different thing. The pyramid is right, his condition is very serious. You should have come to me before the contamination began to overwhelm the restrictions, I said to the Rai. He had grown very powerful since I had met him last time, and aura I am sensing any indication that I do not match of him. I would not last more than 10 seconds in front of him, even if I burned my blood. I wanted to, but I have been busy with an important mission that did not give me a second of time, he said, speaking a little breathlessly. He looked fine, but he is far from it. He is having problems speaking and even walking, which is no surprise. He had activated one of the fail-safes I have designed in him, which is barely stopping the contamination from spreading, with the cost of sealing all of his strength. He walked toward me but soon stopped in his tracks. When he saw the teacher, there was a great surprise that appeared on his face for some reason seeing the teacher, which is strange. Get inside quickly, the restriction won't be able to hold for much longer, I said and lifted him with my power and placed him in the coffin. I would not have been heavy-handed if I had not sensed the restrictions on the verge of breaking apart. I want the contamination focused on these parts most, Rai said as I placed him in the coffin, and my holowatch vibrated with file received. I did not focus on the file, instead closed the lid over the file and began piercing strings inside it, and was shocked to see the amount of contamination gathered inside him. You idiot, you should have come to me sooner. If the contaminations had broken through these restrictions, they would have created horrible consequences for you. I shouted to him and projected his metaphysical stage, so the teacher could see it too. Gasp! The teacher couldn't help but gasp, seeing the thick green contamination spreading every inch of him. If it had broken through the restrictions, it would have definitely turned him into an abomination, and he was minutes away from happening. I moved the strings fast. My first objective is containing the contamination. Fortunately, that would not be a problem with me powering up the restrictions with my internal energy and rule-bending power. It took me 6 minutes to contain the contamination inside him, and it is time to distribute this contamination to favorable places where it would help him and not turn him into an abomination. Before I do that, I have one more thing to do. I opened the file he had sent me, and within a few seconds I couldn't help but become surprised reading it. It is extremely detailed and written with perfect clarity with deep research. Rai had been very clear about where he wanted the contamination to go and which parts of his body strengthen the most that will help him in the greatest in the long run. I did a quick calculation and asked the teacher for a second opinion before I began. Most of what Rai had asked is feasible. I only had to make some big and small changes to make it better and more balanced. so the strengthened part would not strain those that are less strengthened. Distributing the contamination is a delicate task. A small mistake could make aberrations appear on his body. The last time I distributed the contamination, I helped him hide the scale underneath his skin, which has plagued him ever since he ate the miracle fruit. I can't believe the luck this person has, the teacher said beside me. People fear the contamination, but he benefited from it, and now this contamination going to increase his strength tremendously, and when one adds that bloodline core in the mix, I don't think it would take him a lot of time to gain the strength equal to the council members, she added in amazement. You are wrong about that, teacher, I said, shaking my head. Others might not understand what I meant, but she immediately did, and her eyes widened up in shock. Why, you mean? She asked with a shaking voice, and I nodded. With the boost of this contamination, he will become one of strongest grandmaster of the world, at the level of council members, I said. The contamination is very strong, but what is stronger is his core. His bloodline core had become so strong that he is not able to harness its full power, but now, with the adjustment I am making, he would be able to harness its full power. I can't believe the luck of this bastard, though his hard work is also undeniable. It is clearly written on his body and soul. I could clearly tell how much hard work he had put into gaining the strength he has now. I begin with the veins that connected to his heart, strengthening them with as much contamination I could. I even used the help of runes and rule bending power to help his veins merge with more contamination than possible. These veins are the most important part in distributing the power of the core. The stronger they are, the more power they will be able to display. It is delicate work, and I needed more than an hour to work with his veins before beginning on the other parts. I have done great research on contamination and mutation, as I regularly use them in solutions to rouse the potential of my mentees. I now have enough data that I could apply it far more effectively with much greater finesse than before. Time passed by as I targeted one area after another, layering with contamination which would merge with his body, strengthening him further, and would not show any sign of aberrance internally and externally. Soon 5.5 hours passed by, and I had applied as much contamination I could without making him aberration, before I began to suck up the mutation inside my core into the 9-plated quern. There is quite a lot of contamination produced by Rai's powerful Hell Dragon bloodline, and now it is all mine. Rai had used 60 contamination, leaving 40 to me, and this bloodline contamination was much more potent than the previous one that my quern would need, at least a week or even more to completely purify it. It took me about 35 minutes to extract all the contamination from Rai's body, and after I finished with it, I began to build the restriction. This time I am not only using my inheritance energy and the rule bending power, but also internal energy and outside resources. These new restrictions I am creating are very powerful and would be able to contain far more sudden contamination without sealing his power. The things would become even more dangerous from now on, and if Rai did make a major breakthrough in the battlefield and accumulate the huge contamination, he would not have to come running toward me to deal with it immediately. 1.5 hours later, I tiredly take off my hands from the coffin and begin to take back my strings. Rai is still unconscious but will wake up soon. I have made him unconscious earlier, so I could work on the distribution of contamination without his interference. It took more than a minute for him to twitch before he opened his eyes. Move slowly, your strength has increased a lot. I warned him the moment he opened his eyes. I do not want to suffer because he could not control his strength. He nodded and closed his eyes, and he kept them closed for a couple of seconds, and when he did, there was a great surprise in his eyes. You have done a far better job than I had imagined, especially on my veins and scales, he said slowly, and a moment later, thick dark blue scales have appeared on his body. They have covered every inch of him. The scales now could not be compared to scales of before, which were faint and thin. These are darker and thicker. These scales were no armor, but the scale itself that is hidden inside a layer of skin, which now he could bring out at will. The defense it could give it would be massive even among equal power. His enemies would have to use near all their power just to breach the scales of his armor. Just how powerful you have made me, Rai asked suddenly as he looked at me. I did not do anything other than distribute the contamination. As for your strength, I think most of the council members will have to use nearly all their power to defeat you, I said conservatively. He did not seem to surprise my words. Instead, he kept staring at his scales for a few seconds before they silently disappeared under his skin. There is no need. And as for your information, I have already got a thing in exchange for my services, I said, to which he smiled. Madam, he said politely to the teacher, a little too politely before he stepped inside the formation and disappeared a second later. The teacher seemed surprised by his actions as me, but it did not affect her except for giving her a mild surprise. With this advancement, he got a strength to affect the war greatly, the teacher said slowly, and I couldn't help but nod at that. He is now one of the most powerful grandmasters we have, and his strength would create huge waves in the war soon. I should be leaving, Mitchell, and you should sleep. You look like a zombie, teacher said as she walked toward the teleportation formation. Healing Grandmaster Mira and then working on the Rai had drained me entirely. There is barely any rule-bending power, and other energies have remained in me. If I closed my eyes right now, then it wouldn't take me more than a second for me to fall asleep. Prepare as usual for tomorrow's session. Teacher, it is quite important, I said as she stepped into the formation. She nodded and disappeared. I have been working on teacher for more than a week. It is an experiment which I don't know whether it will be successful or not. Even after daily sessions, I did not see any signs of improvement. Tomorrow will be different. I hope I will see some changes, even if they are tiny ones. So I could keep working on it, as it will bring immense benefits to the teacher if it worked, even so slightly. Mitchell, you will go to Charmel City on the 7th of this month and take command of the forces there, said the projection of Lord Whitmore. I am once again back in the huge white hall, and in front of me is a long table with 12 seats, of which only 4 are occupied, and all of them are being occupied by the projection of the council members. It had become harder and harder to see the real bodies. It is clear that some of them have already joined the war and are fighting the front already. There will be few people to aid you, and we hope you will listen to their suggestion, Lady May said, especially emphasizing the suggestion word. I will listen to their suggestions, I said, understanding the meaning behind her words. In the northern side, we are getting pushed back a lot. The Grimms have destroyed our forts, and they have reached our cities. We hope you will be able to stop their advancement there, Lord Whitmore said. I will try my hardest to not let Grimms take even an inch of our territory, I replied, keeping my promises to a minimum. I don't want to boast and then not deliver. The war is unpredictable, and many things could happen. There is a quite high chance that I might die with all the power I have. Grandmasters are not invincible, as they were before the war when grandmasters were rarely fought outside, but not now. I stayed in the hall 10 more minutes, listening few more orders and veiled pieces of advice and words of caution before I got back in my home. I have to leave on the 7th of this month, which means I have 3 more days. As I had yesterday, there is nothing for me to prepare, and I could leave at a moment's notice, but on the other hand, I have barely any free time even when I am not doing anything. The call from the council had been a great surprise. I had thought it would take till the end of this week till they call me, but they mailed me in the morning. I told my father immediately about leaving, and even though he was not happy with it, he supported my decision. I am more worried about my sister. She's going to be in little trouble when she knows I am leaving. It had been more than half a year since mother had left, and since then, there was no call or message on her part. My sister is missing her a lot and asks about her every few days, a question which I could not answer. I don't know when the mother will return or where she is. The council had been very tight-lipped about her mission, only saying she is alive and will take some time before she comes back. I walked inside my room before entering the practice room before I took out the tub, which was already filled with blue-yellow solution. Ever since I had made a breakthrough into the tyrant class, I have rarely used solutions. I have only used them 5 times, which is much less than before my breakthrough into the tyrant class. The reason is that after I made a breakthrough, a peculiarity has occurred in me. A very few things could affect me even if I use very precious resources. They will not help me in advance. It could be said to be one of the side effects of bending a rule too much. Every action had a consequence, and if I bend the rules too much, I will have to suffer the consequence for it too. This one is one of my finest attempts in it. I have used the Arala's grapes and also couple more resources that I have grown in my core and a few resources from outside. The smell coming out of it has already affected my body. It is hungering from it along with my runes. A second after coming out, I did not waste any time and took out all my clothes before stepping into the tub. The temperature of the solution is quite hot, but it is something I could bear without any problem. A minute after lying in the pool, I felt the scalding hot energies begin to flow inside me in hundreds of streams. It is slightly hot but comforting at the same time that I lay comfortably and close my eyes, enjoying the feeling it is giving me. The solution is affecting me from my core to soul and body, which is good, as I am hoping the benefits I would get from it would increase my limit a little, which would help me a lot in the practice of my art. Before I leave for the front, I want to gain as much as strength possible, so I would deal with all the enemies that I would have to fight against. This mission is different from all the other missions I've been going to. I am going to fight in front and command a whole army, and not a regular army either, but one of the special armies of the pyramid. The pyramid is putting a lot of trust in me taking this huge risk, and I don't want to disappoint them. If I failed this mission, there would be a lot of repercussions, so in these 3 days I have to prepare with my all so something like that does not happen. Time passed by and soon 1.5 hours passed and I finished consuming all the energies. I could feel it had given me great benefits. If I continue to dip in this solution every week while making it better for greater effect, it will benefit me a lot, especially in the long run. After I washed away all the herbal smell off my body with the long shower, I went to the kitchen and cooked myself and my family a sumptuous lunch. which tasted even better with my cooking skills and control improving rapidly every day. I am still far from mastering that roasting technique, but I am practicing it daily for days in the tome and improving rapidly. My plan is to master that technique within a month. It would be a challenge to do it in such a short time, but I am up for it, as once I do that, my control would reach a completely different level, and I would get to learn another amazing culinary technique. I spent some time with my family before I went inside my core. Just as I did, my avatar had merged with me. Every waking moment, my avatar is present in the core, doing all sorts of things, from testing and experimenting on all sorts of things to crafting the crystal roses and other things of rule-bending power. Half of its time is reserved for working on the next upgrade of my inheritance. Though I am quite far away from reaching it, I like to be prepared, and the sooner I finish this upgrade, the more time I will have to work on other things till the time of breakthrough. Though doing that would be quite a challenge from now on, making a breakthrough would be quite a challenge, even if I have an advantage of the lower level. As I merged with my avatar, I found myself in front of the crystal roses. In just today, my avatar had finished creating the 5 crystal roses of master class and 30 more of lower tyrant levels. I've improved the formation a lot, then now the crystal roses have become even more potent and took much less time than before. I have been creating them daily that in this week, I have finished with the supply of the master class essence roses and would create the master class crystal roses from them as soon as their supply replenish, which happens daily. The crystal petals have made my life quite easier now. I just supply them, and I would have a constant supply of essence roses. I am only supplying 30 of my wares to Pyramid, and that speed is shocking to them already while stockpiling the rest 70, which I am very sure would be very useful when the time comes. I walked out of Crystal House and went to my study station there. Without wasting any seconds, I began to work on my inheritance. There I worked for 6 hours, about 2 hours outside, before I stopped and walked toward the 9-plated quern, which is still purifying the huge amount of contamination I had collected from the rye yesterday. Seeing such treasure, my eyes couldn't help but twinkle at all. This is a great treasure, which is not only going to help me but also quite a lot of people. Even after little more than 2 days of them being at the quern, the contamination had only purified it up to the 6th plate. It would be 2 more days before it purifies up to the 9th plate. I could take a look at it at midnight. After checking the progress, I got out of my core before getting out of my room and reaching the infirmary. Teacher will be coming soon, and I need to make the preparations for it. I did not waste any time and summon the coffin, which looks slightly different than the usual coffin I summon. It has a slightly bigger space than a one-person coffin and is deeper perfect size for a procedure. As the coffin appeared, I took out the 9 herbs and flowers and threw them in the coffin. 6 of these 9 resources are from my core. Anyone would seize them will have their eyes go wide in shock. With that done, I took out a bottle of yellow while liquid and began to fill the coffin with it. In 2 minutes, half of the coffin got filled with the wild solution, with the 9 resources floating over it. I took out 3 more bottles and added them to the solution, one after another. A minute later, all the 9 plants had merged with, and the solution had taken a gray color and is now thick as mud. I was testing the thick solution when the teleportation formation at the end of the room lighted up, and the teacher appeared. "You have made preparations," teacher said as she appeared behind me. "Yes," I replied. She nodded with slightly pink cheeks before her energy covered her and she began to undress. A slight awkwardness couldn't help but appear around us. Even after doing this so many times, awkwardness always appears between us. Unlike the normal solutions, where one could keep a small article of clothing on themselves, here one needs to be completely naked. A minute later, the teacher is completely naked, with only dense white mist covering her, but it will too disappear. Like all-time teacher looked at the coffin for a few seconds before she stepped inside the coffin. As her feet touched the muddy solution, the mist began to thin up, and by the both of her feet into the air solution, and she began to lie down in it. All the mist on her disappeared, and she became completely naked. I looked away, but not before I intentionally or unintentionally caught a look at her naked body, and was barely able to muster the willpower to not continue looking at her. Teacher is a beautiful woman with great charm, and I couldn't help but get attracted to her, which I should not, given our relationship. I kept those feeling deep inside me. There was no need to give them a thought, even if I wanted to so badly. Instead, I forced my mind to think about all aspects of the experiment, but despite that, the charming naked figure of teacher wouldn't disappear from my mind. I looked back at the coffin when the teacher had completely submerged into the muddy solution that not a single hair of her body could be seen. Shaking the figure of the teacher's naked body from my mind, I closed the lid of the coffin before taking out the 9 dark pink gems and placing them in the 9 slots that appeared on the lid of the coffin. These gems are thumbnail size and are extremely hard to craft for even a grandmaster, but Grandmaster Salvador was able to make them after I requested him. Though I have to pay him a hefty fee for it, including one Grandmaster level resource produced in my core. It was all worth it, as he was able to create these gems with the help of green fire, which is hoarding. After I got them, I charged them with a huge amount of rule-bending power, which is the most important thing of this experiment. This experiment is simple. What I am trying to do is treat the teacher with rule-bending power, hoping some of it would run into her. There is a simple reason for that, and that is her inheritance. I want to use the power of rule-bending to loosen up her restrictions. It is the inheritance created by Her Excellency Catherine, and over the years, very few people are able to have the aptitude to imprint this inheritance. It is an amazing inheritance, but, as I've said, a very strict one. Despite having knowledge of Grandmaster Healer, a teacher is stuck being a leader-class tyrant. With this puny power, she could not display her talent at all, and given its strict condition, it might take the teacher decades before she could reach anywhere near Grandmaster class. I could understand why Her Excellency created such strict inheritance. She wanted her inheritor to have great knowledge of the art of healing, and created this inheritance with those strict standards in mind. If it had been a peaceful time, I would not have done anything against it, but now is not a peaceful time, and we need the teacher to fully use her talents at her limit, and she would not be able to do it with the little power she has. It is a good thing that she has the inheritance of Her Excellency, an inheritance created in our world. If it had been Apex inheritance or something out of our world created by very powerful people. My puny rule-bending power would not be enough to touch those restrictions, much less make them loose. I don't know whether rule-bending power would affect teachers or not, or I am just wasting these precious resources, and even if it worked, I would have to continue treating teachers for more than a year before I will be able to see some loosening. Still, I want to try it, even if it costs me a fortune. She's one of the most important people in my life, and I would do anything for her. Thousands of strings are released from the coffin as I place the gems and begin forming the tiny runes across the teacher's body. Half of the runes went inside her and began to form the formations inside. It is an extremely painful procedure, but the teacher is bearing it without making much noise. I had offered to make her unconscious, but she wanted to experience the procedure herself, see what it does to her in real time, instead of reading the data later. I still remember her screams when I had inserted my strings inside her. Her screams were so painful that I had fought against myself to make her unconscious every second. I tried to be as fast as possible while at the same time being careful. This time, I am using a new formation I had created after analyzing data from the past experience, and thus it is taking a long time to create. I have to be very careful in creating the formation internally. The slightest mistake and I might injure her seriously and might even give her greater pain than she is already feeling. Finally, after 47 minutes, my strings finished creating the formation, and now it is time to activate it. Buzz, I checked the formation, and seeing everything was fine, I activated the formation. As I did, the 9 pink gems lit up resplendently like the sun and began to pour their power into the formation. Within a minute, the formation covering the teacher lit pink and began to absorb the essence of the solution before inserting it into the teacher's body, soul, and energy. Every part of her is being treated by the rule-bending power, from hair to blood and bone to every speck of soul and energy. Only by doing that will I have a chance to make a fraction of rule-bending stuck to the teacher. Time passed by, and rune-bending power spread into every inch of the teacher till she could not anymore. In the 1.5 hours since the formation activated, she had used 96 essence of the energy and 11 rule-bending power contained in the gems. These gems are quite good, able to store a massive amount of rule-bending power. After I leave for my mission, the teacher will use a different formation with these gems, and she will have to use them daily for more than a year if we want the noticeable loosing occur in her inheritance. Like I had hoped, this session had given me some positive signs, which is good as I do not want to stop these sessions as it is the only way for teachers' quick advancements. Otherwise, she would have to spend decades to gain the power where she could treat the grandmasters. Teacher had fallen unconscious. She had been awake throughout the session, but as the formation deactivated, she let go and let her tired mind sleep. It will take her some time to become conscious. Till then, I will study the data I had got more detailedly. Here are the gems. They should be able to last you for the 3 weeks, I said as I had handed her the 9 pink gems, charged to the brim. I had already given her a formation and the resources required for the daily practice and had also ordered the crafting of new gems, which I will get within a week. With them, a teacher would always have a rule-bending power to practice. The resources you're spending on me are more than enough for a grandmaster to progress continuously, teacher said as she took the gems from my hands. You are my teacher, it is the least I should be doing for you, I reply, and again a vivid naked figure of teacher appeared in my mind. It has been happening more and more for a couple of days. Nearly every hour, the naked figure of the teacher would flash in my mind. Especially at the moment, I had saved the teacher from falling when she was getting out of the coffin. I could still remember how her naked skin felt under my fingers. I just hoped that Charmel City would prove the distraction from these thoughts. They are really beginning to overwhelm me, that I am barely able to concentrate on anything other than the thoughts that I shouldn't have. Goodbye then, Mitchell. Don't take too many risks in Charmel City. And if things become difficult, don't hesitate to retreat, she said while giving me a look that said that I should take her words seriously. Don't worry, I will not take any big risks, I said. To that, she nodded and silently walked toward the formation before disappearing. I will be leaving in a few hours, after dinner, which is only a few hours away. These few hours I plan to spend with my family as I don't know when I will be returning. It might take a long time before I come back to my pyramid. The hours passed quickly, and soon my time of leaving had come. Thankfully, my sister had cried herself to sleep hearing I am going to leave again, so there won't be any crying anymore. A few minutes later, my father and I stood in front of a huge teleportation gate that would take me to Charmel City. Take care of yourself, my father said as the teleportation gate had activated. You too, I said back to him, and gave him a hug before I walked into the teleportation gate toward my first command, Mitchell Czar. I thought they were sending another grandmaster to replace me, said the old man in front of me in surprise. I am surprised too, as I had not thought the commander of Charmel City forces would be the one to greet me, a grandmaster. Nice to meet you again, Grandmaster St. German, and as for your question, I am Grandmaster. I was sent here to take control of Charmel City, I said and released my aura, shocking Grandmaster greatly. The old man in front of me is Nicholas St. Germain, a Grandmaster class powerhouse who looked to be in his 80s. Anyone would consider him having a half leg into the grave, but that view would change when they looked at his eyes. He may look even older for Grandmaster, but his eyes are sharp as a hawk and are burning with life. He only looked quite old. He became Grandmaster very late in his life, almost when he was on his deathbed, but with his current strength, living for more than a century would not be a problem for him. With war, I had expected you young ones would advance rapidly, but still did not expect a Grandmaster of 22 years of age, the old man said with a sigh, and I could only smile at that. Show me the order so we can begin the procedure, he said. I nodded and took the silver pyramid badge off my chest. A second later, an official order from the Office of Grand Commander appeared, which he scanned with his pyramid badge. You are legit, he said and placed his badge on his chest. I will tell you a few things before handling you the command, he said, and we walked out of the hall. As we walked the stairs, Grandmaster St. Germain began to inform me about everything. He started from our forces and moved to the Grims and the battles he had. The more I listened, the more serious my expressions would become. I have already got all the information about Charmel City, and most of the things Grandmaster is informing are the same, but there are some things that are not written in those reports, and now being told by the Grandmaster is worrying me. Soon we reached the big window, and I couldn't help but stop by it and look at the scenery outside, which is absolutely stunning. There I saw rows of the mountain. There are hundreds of them, and all of them are covered in snow. The scenery is completely white and absolutely beautiful, especially those glaciers at far. It does not feel like the Grandmaster class battles are being fought in this place every few days. The snowfall covered all the signs under its thick blanket. I was too mesmerized by it when I had seen it the first time, the old man said beside me. I looked at beautiful snow for a couple of seconds before we began to walk again, as the old man informed me about the things. In a few minutes, we have reached the command center, and on its door, there was a sigil of a lion covered in the lightning. The army that is guarding the city is one legion. It is quite small compared to many other legions, but no less powerful than the other legions. The power of the 10,000 emperors is immense, especially when they work in the formation that they have trained for years. We stepped inside the control room, which only has 9 masters, and one of them I am quite familiar with. Winona Camphor used to be commander of the Scorseas Valley, which is now in the hands of grim monsters. As I had entered with the old man, all the masters looked at me. Some even had expressions of surprise on their faces as they have recognized me and sensed a very faint aura that was coming out of me. Everyone, this is Mitchell Czar from today. He will be the commander of Lightning Lion Legion and responsible for the defenses of the Charmel City, he said, and barely anyone seemed surprised by that. They would have already guessed what a second Grandmaster meant. With our forces stretched so thin, only very few places are important enough to station the 2 Grandmasters, and regretfully, Charmel City is not that important. I have already informed Mitchell of everything, and with this he will formally get the command of Charmel City, Grandmaster St. Germain said, and handed me a copper color badge with the emblem of the Lightning Lion. I wish you all the best, Grandmaster Czar. May the Grims shudder under your might, the old man said before disappearing from everyone's view in an instant. I waved at his disappearing form and before turned to the 9 masters in front of me. I'm Mitchell Czar, the new commander of Lightning Lion Legion, and you can refer to me as Lord Mitchell or Lord Czar as you see fit, I said, keeping my expression serious. I usually don't like to be referred to as the honorifics, but I am now seen as a grandmaster class powerhouse and have to maintain that dignity and keep these masters in control. This is my first command, and I hope you all will help me with it all the way you can, I said to them. Of course, Grandmaster Czar, they said in unison. I gave a small smile on that. Good, now I like to hear about your opinion on the movements of Grimms in the past week, and how should we deal with it, I said and took a seat on the table before asking them to sit. There has been no movement from the Grimms' end for the past 5 days, which is strange considering the Grimms were attacking nearly every day. Such aggressive action didn't stop abruptly without any reason. It might be due to something happening in their fort, said a thin man who should be James Edvin, a peak masterclass powerhouse. They might be preparing something big to take the city in a single attack, said a master named Raina Julian. It might be just an act to rattle us and force us to make a hasty mistake, Winona Camphor said. One by one, each of them had stated their opinions, and all of them were feasible. The important question is what to do next. So what do you all think I should do? I asked, and this time there was a small smile on my face. While it is true I do not have experience in command and have not fought as many battles themselves, I am not completely clueless either. I will hear their opinion and will make the decision after. The pyramid had given me the command, and I should do what a commander does, first listen and then act. It is the tip I have gotten from many grandmasters, I asked before coming here. They remained silent for a minute before they began to voice their opinion. This time they were far more careful in their words, likely not wanting to piss their new young talented boss, who might have a big ego. Their opinions range from waiting and watching to launching an attack immediately. There are even a few creative ideas on launching a stealth attack. I had thought this was just an offhand comment to impress me and even asked the person to elaborate the plan, and to my surprise, the person has a quite detailed plan, more details than I had imagined that I could find very few faults inside it. I have already decided on the plan, and whether it is wise or not, I don't know, but I could not just employ a wait-and-see strategy. Who knows what grim monsters might come up with if I give them enough time. The command center is the center of the city, which is situated on the peak of the mountain. Through this window, I could clearly see the good portion of the city, which is a bright starry sky but an empty, barren forest. All the civilians had been evacuated from the city, and only people of the Lightning Lion were occupying it. Most of them are living in the barracks, so despite its bright lights, the city is a ghost town. I watched through the window for a couple of seconds before I opened the window. My lord, it is very dangerous. The wards may be powerful, but the enemy has the artifacts that could breach it if they find a single hole in it, cautioned a voice behind me. I know, Lady Camphor, I replied without looking back, and at the same moment, a silver bird appeared out of nowhere and flew into the snowy sky without making a single noise. I do not plan to wait around. I have sent Ashlyn to scour the area around the Grimms, and if she does not find anything strange or worrying, I will attack the Grimms' fortress, and it would not be a testing attack. If I get the chance, I will destroy their fortress. We have been pushed in the northern side for too long. It is time that we do a little pushback. It might seem like a careless move since I have taken the command, but I think it is a wise choice. While I walked around the city with the group of masters, showing my face to the army, my avatar inside my core is watching the footage Ashlyn is sending me in real time and analyzing it. Ashlyn is amazing. She is invisible as she flies around the fortress of Grimm, looking at enemies that are both visible and invisible. She wanted to enter inside the Grimm fortress to get an even better look, but I had stopped her from doing that. Unlike the regular tyrant powerhouse, grandmasters are completely different. They have a vast number of abilities and operate very powerful artifacts, some of which might be able to detect Ashlyn. So unless there is really a need and I have become very sure she could get away from any grandmaster, I would not let her any of such risks with her safety. In just an hour, Ashlyn's reconnaissance bore a huge fruit. I have got the idea about the Grimm monsters' numbers and got to know the position of scouts, and I am quite surprised seeing the number of masterclass scouts they have employed. The Lightning Lion Legion has 13 masters. 9 are present in the city, while the other 4 are scouting the area for the movements of the Grimms. Ashlyn had already found them despite them using very powerful stealth abilities. While Ashlyn is collecting the information on the enemy, I am touring the encampment, showing the men faces of their new commander and talking with some of them, including my mentees, though I did not let my relationship known. Nina and Ida had already come to Charmel City, while Danielle and Leonard would come in a few days. Both of them are fighting on different battlefields, and I did not feel like I should pull them out of them such abruptly. If they had been elites or even leaders, I would have been able to do it, but they are masters. A big part of any army's forces, such pullout would affect the strength immediately. It took me 3 hours to tour the whole encampment before I went back to the control room. 2 masters have returned from their scouting duties, and I recalled those who are on the field. It confused the masters, and they even suggested it was a bad decision, but I did not change my orders. With Ashlyn looking at things, there is no need for others to do any scouting mission. not to mention things would get very dangerous for the scouts very soon. Time passed by, and soon it was dawn and Ashlyn came back, and on the way, she had also killed 5 master scouts, which also gave me the glimpse of Grandmaster, who reacted immediately seeing his masters getting killed one after another. It was not able to catch even a glimpse of Ashlyn, but I was able to see it through Ashlyn's eyes, and it had given me quite a surprise and made me even sure of the plan of attacking the Grims. It had tried to find our scouts to kill them in retaliation but found none. It was angry, and I wanted to fight against it then and there, but I resisted the urge and watched it go with the burning rage. As Ashlyn returned, Nero flew out of me. He has much less experience of reconnaissance than Ashlyn, but I have to let him out, or he will raise hell inside my core, seeing I have let Ashlyn out, and due to that, he also wants to go out. I am not worried about his safety. He might be somewhat weaker compared to Ashlyn in strength, but he is full of tricks that I don't think even the strongest grandmaster would be able to kill him. No one noticed Nero coming out of me, and flying through the window he is invisible to their senses as it to the wards. Prepare, we will attack the Grimm's fortress within 3 hours, I said, shocking all the masters present in the command center. My lord, I think it is a little hasty. We do not know the reason for Grimm's silence, and it might be a trap for us, Edwin cautioned. If it is a trap, then we will deal with it, I said with a smile. Others wanted to object but remained quiet, seeing the look on my face. I could see the look in their eyes. Each one was thinking I was making a mistake, and it might be a mistake, but I could not just wait and watch. The council also said I should focus on defending, but if I get the chance, I should not miss the chance as well. The strategy meeting has begun while the Legion begins to assemble. I have to say, these masters quite experience in strategy. Each of their advice had merit, and I had a hard time thinking about which is to choose. I had to use the help of my avatar to think carefully with the 2 brains before I had decided on the strategy. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the small army of 10,000 stood amidst the snow. All the 10,000 emperors are standing on the ground in neat lines, with the fighting spirit blazing through their eyes. In the air, our 91 tyrants are standing, 60 elites while 31 leaders, and leading them all is Ida. The masters had a different leader-class tyrant in mind, but I chose Ida. Why would I choose another when there is my own mentee? Not to mention she is the strongest leader-class tyrant here with textbook-perfect combat style and experience in leading the battle. She is very powerful, could easily beat the leader, the masters have suggested. The battles here would be a great whittling stone for her strength before I could give her permission to make a breakthrough to master class, which she had been holding back on for quite a while. Ida gave a rousing speed before we moved toward the fortress of Grims, and unlike before, I made the army of emperors walk instead of flying behind the tyrants. Many masters have cautioned me against it, saying the chances of falling under the traps are very high, and they are right, but Nero had scanned the area before and already diffused and destroyed all the traps, so there is no danger. Thunderous sounds begin to ring out as the heavy steps of 10,000 emperors fall on the ground as they move across the snow. The light snowfall had turned heavy within a few minutes that normal people would find difficult to see what was in front of them, but to these emperors, this was not a problem at all. They could see just fine. The army is tearing through the snowfall and moving toward the grim fortress with great discipline. We will reach the fortress within an hour. If we wanted to, we could have covered the distance within a few minutes, but we do not want that. I want to create the effect on the psyche of the Grims. It is due to this reason I made the emperors walk their ceremonial walk instead of flying. I have been here for more than a month and saw them fight tens of battles, but I have never seen them in such high spirits, Rhine commented. It is not the fortune of every legion to be commanded by the one of a most talented person in the world, said Winona Camphor said before I could even utter the words. They have the confidence that I am not feeling myself, I said after some time. While I am confident in my strength, there are many grandmasters that could beat me. I am taking this risk based on the data I have. If there is a powerful grandmaster, I would have to retreat, leaving all of them to die. Even I might die if I did not retreat on time or the enemy is too powerful. When I think these thoughts, then attacking seemed a foolish choice, but I still think this foolish choice is much better than waiting and watching. All the past intelligence indicates there has been no movement from the Grims in the past 6 days. It may be a strategy to rattle us, or they may be cooking something in both of these scenarios. Waiting seemed foolish. I shook my head of those thoughts and focused ahead. Through the eyes of Nero, I could see the army of Grims are gathering, and the legion of there is same a lightning lion legion, a special legion made of emperors, but they have a 3 times more number than us. Our enemy is Devil Thorn Legion of the Grims, who has the strength of 30,000 emperor. The sheer number of emperor stage powerhouses they have are immense. Those who have fought them before would faint at the thought of fighting them. An hour passed by, and heavy snowfall had turned into the blizzard, and we had finally reached the 3-mile distance from the Grims. The army of Grims and blizzard behind them is clear in front of our eyes, and even a raging blizzard is not enough to douse our intentions to smite them into the ashes. Charge. A loud, deep voice rang out from the Grimm's side, clearly belonging to the Grim Grandmaster. With its command, the huge Grimms moved, and as they moved, faint black thorns began to appear on the bodies of every Grimm monster. These thorns are extremely dangerous without protection. They would kill an emperor with the slightest touch. Charge, I ordered, bringing deepness with a heavy dose of rule-bending power covered with a powerful burst of soul energy to burn the fighting fire in their heart brighter. Masters looked surprised, even tyrants, as what I did was very hard even for a grandmasters. With a simple voice, I have manipulated the emotions of 10,000 emperors, which is a feat that even I couldn't help but feel proud of. With my command, the army moved. The violet lightning covered the 10,000 emperors, and they charged forward with blazing battle spirit in their hearts. The sound of lightning could be heard with every step they took, as the lightning covering them burned the air itself. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Soon there were only 100 meters between the two armies, and the energies of the legion clashed. The black thorns of Devil Thorn Legion clashed against the violet lightning of Lightning Lion Legion, and a surprising thing had happened. For the first time, the lightning did not get pushed back as it always did. The huge clouds of violet lightning clashed against the jungle of thorns, matching in equal intensity despite having the third of numbers of grim monsters. As I had said, both are the special legions, and they are special not only because of all of them being emperors, but also because of the special artifacts they are wearing. These artifacts are known as army artifacts. They came in all forms, like thorn lockets that Grimms are wearing or the violet rings that humans have in their fingers. These army artifacts harness the power of their battle spirit. The greater the battle spirit is, the more power these artifacts would be able to harness, and technically, they could produce to rival even a grandmaster. They are far from reaching that stage. The power their collective battle spirit is able to harness is equal to an elite tyrant, which is a lot. Most of the special legions made of emperors were only able to harness the power of common tyrant. Both of the legions stopped for a few seconds as the energies clashed, and when they saw no result, the tyrants moved with emperors following behind them. Clang, Ida tore through the clashing energies and clashed with Golden Rock Bearman leading Grim Army, and just as her tiny sword clashed against its giant gold axe, shock appeared on their faces and all those watching. As their weapons clashed, Ida sent huge Golden Rock Bearman back uncontrollably. It had shocked the Bearman immensely that it had not recovered for a moment, but the shock had also appeared in the eyes of Ida as she could not believe what she had just done. Unlike Danielle and Leonard, Ida had been in Pyramid for the past 2 weeks, and I had been experimenting on her continuously, strengthening her bloodline with numerous boosts while also training her myself, and seeing her wielding this power, a proud smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This girl is good, Winona said beside me, seeing Ida pushing back the Golden Rock Ape Man. This is just a small peek of Ida's power. The attack just now is a simple attack where she has barely used any power. They would be really shocked when Ida finally shows her real power. As the Bearman stabilized, 2 peak leader-class Grimms appeared beside it, a werewolf and cheetahman. All 3 of them burst out with great power and attacked Ida. The battle has begun in earnest, and the ones that are facing the most pressure are the emperors fighting below. Each human emperor is facing against the 3 grim emperors. Within a few seconds, the battle has spread across hundreds of miles. Human emperors covered in violet lightning fought against the Grimms covered in a black thorn. These battle spirit energies have become a big part of the emperor's strength here, and if one party lost access to it, then the other part would crush them absolutely. It could be said that battle spirit energies are the biggest strength of both parties. It is their greatest advantage and disadvantage, as if one part lost the battle spirit, then they would be absolutely crushed, and if they are able to increase it by a large amount, then they would crush the other army. It is quite hard to increase the battle spirit increase hugely, but it could happen in the circumstances like our tyrants getting killed, one after another, which would affect the morale of those fighting below, and thus directly affect their battle spirit. The humans' emperors are fighting great, much better than what I had imagined them to be, seeing they are facing nearly 3 times numbers than them. I have already dispersed the temporary seeds in a few hundred emperors' bodies of both sides. These seeds are transferring like data to me, which I am recording inside my core and will analyze later. The performance of the Emperor's army is great, but the tyrants are doing even better. 2 grim elites and 1 grim leader had already died, and Ida also had been able to heavily injure one of the 3 Grimms she is fighting. It had been barely a minute since the battle had begun, and we were already doing the great. I could feel the agitation in the soul sense of Grim Grandmaster, against which my soul sense is wrestling. My battle had begun even before the people saw the enemy. The soul sense of mine and Grim Grandmaster has been wrestling for quite a while with no immediate winner, though it is also true that we are not using all our strength. It could change at any moment, though, as there are a couple of talented tyrants that we both are guarding, and once they fall in danger, we will save. could be simple as using little energy to block the attack or revealing ourselves and beginning fighting. Seconds passed and they turned into minutes, and we have finally lost our first tyrant, an elite, his body hacked into two by the sword of the grim monster, and two pieces fell down on the ground. The life in it began to disappear fast, and just when it was about to completely die down, the healing seeds inside him activated. On the outside, he died. He looked completely dead, with his vital energies losing the life with his soul stopped releasing fluctuation. Even Grandmaster would not be able to find anything wrong even when they stood next to the two halves of the body. Only when they carefully sense would they see there is life in the body, hanging by a sliver of thread. Though I could not help all tyrants directly, as long as their skulls remained undamaged or their vital organs had not suffered irreversible damage, I will be able to save them. 5 more minutes passed by, and we have lost another elite, but this one was beyond saving her while her body was crushed under the warhammer. If I wanted to, I could have saved her, and that would have broken the balance of the battle and cost us even more casualties. So no matter how much it pains me, I could not save every person, as the cost of it would be even greater. The battle continued every moment. Someone would use a move they had never shown to anyone. These moves would be strong and weak, would land on the enemy or get defended. A little more than 10 minutes passed when suddenly that moment had arrived. The important tyrant is going to die, and it is Grim Leader Class Tyrant, the Golden Rock Bearman, the leader of Grimm's forces. Ida had sent back Werewolf and Cheetaman and is now moving toward the Golden Rock Bearman and looking at the power behind her attack and the expressions on the Bearman's face. It is clear that it is a death move. As Ida's sword, a few inches from piercing the skull of the Golden Rock Bearman, the soul sense of the Grim Grandmaster strengthened rapidly and moved to stop Ida's attack. But how could I let it happen? My soul senses strengthened instantly and stopped the soul sense of Grim Grandmaster from reading Ida. Snort. I heard the faint snort through the air and felt the powerful push against my soul sense. But to the shock of Grim Grandmaster, my soul sense did not even shake, much less got pushed back by it. I could see the alarm of Grandmaster, and at that moment, I felt powerful fiery energy covering its soul sense and striking my soul sense, only to find equally powerful fiery energy covering my soul sense. Puchai. While that happened, the sword of Ida had finally pierced into the skull of Golden Rock Bearman, killing it instantly. Masters, go, I said a moment after Ida killed the Golden Rock Bearman while still being locked in the intense soul sense combat with the Grim Grandmaster. The failure to save the Golden Rock Bearman seemed to anger the Grim Grandmaster a lot, that it unleashed the whole power of the soul in attacking me, and I have to say, it is extremely impressive. If I had not made the extra preparations to deal with the soul attacks after what I had experienced in the space realm, I would have been sweating bullets right now. Still, defending against its soul sense is not easy. I am currently using 80 of my soul defenses to defend, which says a lot, and who knows whether it is the bastard's full power or not. There is not much data about it. I have bought the 12 masters with me. As they walked out of Vale, the Grim Masters have also appeared, the whole 22 of them. It is a huge number, seeing they were no common tyrants, but masters, even Grims, have them in limited numbers. The next second, the battle between them begins, and it is intense from the beginning. The masters begin with the big moves, revealing their true strength from the start. I lay hidden while my soul sense covering every master's, both Grimm's and mine. This time it is very careful, bringing out near full power of its soul sense, ready to act without wasting any moment. I have my soul sense covering the masters, but there is also another defense that is protecting the other masters and might need to bring it out soon when it decided to brighten out the rest of the masters that are hiding. These 22s are not the only masters the Grim had brought, there are still more. It is hiding them very carefully, that if not for the abilities I have, I would not have been able to sense their presence at all. The number of hidden masters is shocking, considering my predecessor had no idea about them. I don't know whether it is due to him being failed to detect them, or these masters are a new addition to the Grim Fortress, along with their new commander, which too my predecessor was completely unaware of. The human masters are good, but the Grims fighting them are equally powerful, and both sides seemed quite familiar with each other, seeing the way they are fighting and how they are taunting each other now and then. It is due to this familiarity these masters have a hard time killing each other, as they already have a counter against each other moves. Does not mean they would not be able to kill each other. It's just that it might take longer than usual or short if someone is really hiding their strength or has had a big breakthrough in the past few days. Their battles are intense. They have shadowed all the other battles. Even the battles of 10,000 tyrants seemed pale in front of their battle. It is so intense that the whole sky lit up in their power, and others begin to feel suppressed despite them fighting quite high in the sky. Everyone is used to this suppression, especially the emperors, who should be frozen under the powerful auras of the masters but fighting just fine. It is not due to the battle spirit energy that is protecting them, but also due to the practice. Since the war had begun, these people have been constantly fighting under the suppression of masters, and they had gotten pretty used to it. Soon, half an hour passed by since the masters entered the battlefield, and not a single master had died. There were not even serious injuries on their bodies. These people seemed to know each other's abilities too well and have a counter prepared to deal with it. Another half hour had passed, and not much change had appeared on the master's battlefield, while a great change appeared on the lower battlefield. Several elites and leaders died, and nearly 100 emperors on both sides. The state of the battle seemed to be slightly in our favor, seeing how we are still not at the disadvantages despite having nearly one-third of the numbers compared to the Grims. Finally, this fact seemed to have irritated the Grim Grandmaster enough that it had finally revealed its trump card, the Grandmaster it was hiding. The 11 Master-class Grandmasters have revealed themselves, but there was no surprise on the human masters' faces. I have already informed them about the hidden masters and their numbers. Though there was no surprise, there was trepidation and fear. These 11 new master-class powerhouse will add an immense amount of pressure on these masters, and it won't long before bodies of humans starts falling down under might these numbers would add. There was a question on the human masters' faces and other human powerhouses about how we were going to handle these huge numbers of masters who held power to change the tide of the battle when these masters moved. Huge smiles appeared on the Grima's faces, and while the expressions of humans became hard as they prepared themselves to deal with this huge threat, when shocked expressions appeared on the faces of all those watching, especially the Grims. The 11 masters have attacked, but instead of attacking humans, they have attacked their fellow Grims. This had shocked everyone, especially the master-class Grim monsters, who were barely able to defend against the attacks from their comrades. These masters were supposed to help them, not attacking them, but they were doing that. Michiel Zar, the Grim Grandmaster, roared out loudly as its huge form appeared in the sky, blazing in a fire that is so strong that it would burn a common master with the slightest touch. I am not surprised hearing it calling my name. I have never hidden too deeply, to begin with, not to mention the humans have mentioned my names thousands of times while fighting. Me breaking into the Grandmaster class was not known even in Pyramid. Very few Grandmasters were privy to this fact, but now the whole world will know it. The roar of the Scarlet Flame Bullman had stopped all the fights everyone watched as it appeared, especially scarlet flames that were blazing across its body, which are a testament to how angry it is seeing me controlling its men. Anyone would. What I just did is a clear slap on the commander's face. As I have attacked the invisible forces, it was guarding itself. The Scarlet Flame Bullman is the new commander of the Grimm's fortress. I was quite surprised to see it when I saw it come out to hunt Ashlyn when she had killed those master-class scouts. The data had said the commander is Onyx-Eyed Ratman. If I had not seen it last night, I would have entered the battle completely clueless. Now, I have a little bit of data on it, though what Pyramid had able to provide was really old data. You will pay for what you have done. It roared and came at me with its huge black axe blazing in a scarlet flame. Seeing its attack coming toward me, I revealed myself, and my sword appeared in my hand, but I did not move. Instead, I waited for its attack. Die, it shouted as it appeared in front of me a moment later, and fire on its huge axe head blazed further as it swung at me. My sword, which had been silent, zipped toward the flaming axe with the speed that is greater than it, and soon it clashed against it. Clang! As our weapons clashed, all the fire on its huge axe disappeared, destroyed under the force of my inheritance energy, which was covering my sword invisibly. Though my inheritance energy had not fared much better, it had nearly spent destroying that powerful scarlet flame. It seemed to make the Grim Grandmaster even angry that its eyes started to blaze with rage, but it did not act on it. Instead, it had forcefully calmed itself and looked at me with a rational gaze. We have made a mistake on your bounty. We should have kept it equal to a powerful Grandmaster, but there is no need to cry over a spilled opportunity when I am going to rectify it in a coming hour, it said with a voice laced with the confidence. Love the confidence the Grandmasters I had killed before had the same confidence, I said with a smile that alarmed the Bullman for a moment before it recovered its emotions. You make quite good jokes, Czar, it said while looking at me even more seriously. It is not a joke, I replied. I could see in its eyes that my admissions have shocked it, but it did not completely seem to believe them, but it is not completely discarding them either. You have a wild imagination, Czar, it said, and a powerful aura like a volcano burst out of it, and I found its axe coming at me. Like earlier, there is fire covering its sword, but unlike earlier, the fire is not blazing instead. It is covering it faintly, but the strength it is emitting is more than the blazing fire covering its axe earlier. Crushing kindle, it shouted, and suddenly the faint fire burst out with the incredible power it was hiding. In an instant, the speed and the power of the attack increased by 5-fold. Seeing that, a surprise couldn't help but flash in my eyes, and I harnessed all the power in my body immediately. Clang! our weapons clashed, creating a deafening noise and shockwave that is powerful enough to kill anything below that of Grandmaster if they had been a mile radius from us. Clang, clang, clang. That was just the beginning, as right after the first clash, our weapons moved again, and we began to clash intensely one after another. The battles below us have already resumed after a few seconds to pause. Everyone is fighting from emperors to master-class tyrants, including the grim tyrants inside whom I have placed my seeds. With those seeds, resisting is almost impossible, and dying is useless. I have improved the seals so much that even if the Grims kill themselves through the secret seal, they would still continue to fight for me. One master has killed itself through the secret seal, and its body is still fighting, and it is fighting better than those alive, now that all the resistance has vanished. This served to warn the other masters who were thinking of doing the same, and they would not do it, for their resistance and my benefits as the dead Grim monster is a huge loss, even if I could project greater power through it than the alive ones. The live ones are helpful in creating the essence roses, even bloodline, and most importantly, they help in making my seeds better with the ever-precious data. My seeds have become quite good since their inception. The masters they control do not fight as rigidly as before, but there is still a huge potential of growth in them. I want to harness all this potential, and thus I need them to live and fight as long as they can. The bullman fighting me also steadily increased its strength as it analyzed me. This Grim, like nearly all the Grandmaster, is quite an experience, and with its huge power, it had forced me into the defensive position. I have to increase my power soon, otherwise, it won't be long before it scored the hit on me, and that would cost me dearly and even be life-threatening if it used the chance wisely, which I am sure it would, given its experience. Scarlet Searing. I just thought that when it suddenly increased its strength and attacked so fast that its huge axe appeared very next to me. The sudden increase alarmed me, but I had been prepared for it, and instantly, the power of the first boost flooded inside me. My sword was moving at ant speed compared to its burst into amazing speed. Its position changed in an instant from defensive to offensive. CLANNG, my sword moved toward its axe, and a moment later, appeared next to it before clashing it with great power that sent out faint ripples in the space, and created a shockwave that pushed away from the masters that were already fighting quite a distance in front of us. A slight surprise appeared on its face seeing me taking its attack without the slightest shake, but that did not stop it from launching another attack immediately. This bastard has first time appeared nearly a century ago, in a powerful ruin. Its last appearance stated it fighting against the human grandmaster. The human grandmaster had disappeared, and so is it. It was said that both it and the human grandmaster had launched the mutually destructive attack that killed both of them, but the intelligence was clearly wrong. The bastard has been successful in killing the human grandmaster, and not only that, but he had also grown quite powerful. The power I am feeling from it is amazing, and what is written in the intelligence did not show it this powerful. It is not surprising seeing the bastard had not seen for more than half of the century, and it ought to have advanced in some way. Even intelligence about this grandmaster stated that given it should be only treated as a reference if this bastard somehow turned up from the grave. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Our weapons kept clashing with more and more power, and like before, it had begun to gain an edge on me. At first we were equal, but as time passed, it began to gain an edge on me with its experience and power. Though it is more experienced than me, I am not totally powerless in front of it. I am very good at defense, and that ability of mine is shining brightly, as no matter how many moves it used and how powerful they are, it is unable to breach my defensive boundary, and it seemed to be frustrating a lot. Still, despite all the frustration, it is remaining calm, not making any hasty moves that might cost it dearly. As we are both aware that with our power, we just need one chance to several injure the other, and even kill if we are able to use that chance perfectly. A few minutes passed by when a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. The first masterclass powerhouse died with the combined effort of my grim puppet and human masterclass powerhouse, Rose. It immediately changed the expressions on the bullman's face, and all the rage it was trying to hold back deep down came back, that it was barely able to hold back from spilling it out. The grim master's condition turned straining from being comfortable. When I made the hidden masters my puppets, they have lost their numeric majority instantly, and gave the humans a big edge, which they used to kill their first master within 20 minutes. With it dead, my grim puppet and Rose are free to join the other battles, putting more strain on the Grims. From now on, the battle is going to go downhill for the Grims in the fights of masters. With each kill, we humans would gain a bigger and bigger advantage. It would not have been this worse if Ashlyn had not killed the master scouts. Their death had cost the Grims a lot, and now this had made the bullman even angrier, as it clearly understood the great implication would have. Scarlet Blaze. It shouted and fiery lines appeared around its body before covering it whole. Seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but widen. It is a special ability, and these abilities are extremely powerful, and only most of the time, only grandmaster was able to dig it out of their inheritance. It attacked me the moment it had activated its ability, and I have to say, the power bursting out of it had scared me as it was tens of times stronger than its previous attacks, and it was coming at me with an incredibly fast speed that I could not see the axe of it properly, and that is a bad thing. Second boost plus third boost, Crown of Roses. I immediately activated the last two of my boosts and also activated the Crown of Roses, which immediately made my senses stronger. As the attack became clear, my sword moved with a clear purpose, which is of defense. Its sword is too close to clashing against it directly. The defense is the only choice I have. CLNNG. I was able to move my sword in time before its axe could hack me, and it clashed against my sword, shaking me from top to bottom while creating a shockwave that sent a visible ripple across the space that tore apart anything it had come across. The attack of the axe was just a trailer as the next moment, the fiery lines across it moved. They covered its sword before they came at me. Boom! They had just touched my sword when a loud booming sound rang out, and the fiery lines repelled back into its sword just as they tried to come at me through my sword, and seeing that eyes of scarlet fire bullman couldn't help but widen up. I have repelled its real attack with much greater ease than the feint. I have been hit by such an attack so many times that I would be an idiot to not have any precaution against them. To defend against such powerful hidden attacks, I have developed a hidden mechanism, a shield of energy, made of my inheritance energy and internal energy, and hidden by rule-bending power. This invisible shield would be hidden in my sword, and would activate when a really powerful hidden attack came at me, which had the power to injure me. If it had been attacked that had only been capable of pushing me back or injuring me lightly, then this invisible shield would not have been activated. It is only for emergencies, as the cost of making it is not cheap. Internal energy, it said out loud as I got over shock of me repelling its hidden attack. So you are practicing an art, no wonder you are so powerful for your stage, it said, looking at me with far greater seriousness than before. It had got that one right. I am quite powerful for my stage, and the funniest thing is, it has no idea about my true level. If it comes to know about it, then a simple shock would not be the reaction it would have. Yes, I have an art, and you should show me something good to worth my time, or I will just kill you, I said as I swung my sword relaxedly. This time it did not laugh at my words and looked at me intently before letting out a sigh. I was keeping this hidden for the really strong enemy, but now it seemed like I will have to use it to kill you, it said with a hint of slight unwillingness before a change in its aura began, and it is not explosive but smooth. I became extremely careful sensing the aura, and harnessed all the power of the boost to use it at any moment. Czar, you will be the first human to experience the power of this move of mine. You should feel honored to die under it, it said, and vivid armor of scarlet flames appeared on its already armored body. It had made it already bigger than it had been before. From being 8 meters tall, it had become nearly 10 meters tall and now looked even scarier than before. Scarlet Avatar. It said solemnly, and the next moment I felt its blade next to me. It moved fast even though I was able to see it. I was not able to react fast enough and instantly decided on completely defensive. CLANNG. I was barely able to move my sword in position before its fiery axe struck me, and as it did, I felt as if someone had hit me with a fiery wrecking ball. The immense physical force came with a tsunami of fiery energy, and both forces crashed against me one after another. Step, step, step. My body shook heavily before I began to take the steps back uncontrollably, while at the same time, my armor lit up red as it began to absorb and break the fiery energy, spreading it into hundreds of formations before sending it inside me. Steaming blood began to come out of my nose and eyes, but I did not have time to care about that as another attack from the bullman was coming, and I had to defend against it. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Its attack landed on my sword again. The attack was so powerful that red steam came out of me, and I was barely able to stop myself from flying away, and that was just a beginning, as not even a second later, it attacked me again. I defended against its attack, fighting every moment for my life and against my mind that wanted me to summon my shields. Its power had truly surprised me when I had estimated its strength. I had not thought it would be powerful enough to push me to this level. I am not weak. I could be said to be quite a powerful tyrant, and had defeated 2 grandmasters before it and harnessed the bloodline essence of 1 grandmaster, which made me even more powerful, and the second stage of my art I had practiced after made me even more powerful. Not to mention the solutions I used, all of it has made me quite powerful, but this bastard is beating the shit out of me. It is pushing me back and also injuring me continuously at the rate at which my healing power could not heal me. I so much want to use my shields right now, but I am resisting it as it would derail my plans. By not summoning my shields, I am taking a huge risk. If its axe had hit me, then I would be heavily injured, might even die. Die, you bastard. It shouted and attacked me with bubbling rage, as it could not kill me even after using all its strength. There is another reason for its rage, and that is the conditions of the grim masters. Only one master had died yet, but many have reached close to the death, and it won't be long before the bodies begin falling. It is under immense pressure to save its people, and the only way it could do it is to kill me with me dead. Everything would be easy for it. It would be able to slaughter the whole army within a minute, but despite all its tries, it is unable to kill me. Though it was able to injure me quite seriously, and I could not let it continue for long, I will have to do something about it, or these injuries will begin to affect my performance, and that will cost me my life. I have no choice but to continue with this risky strategy. If I use my shield, I will incur huge losses, and I have not reached that point yet. Another minute has passed, and when suddenly, a very powerful feeling of danger came over my heart. It is so powerful that if coming danger struck me, I would die without a doubt. And the thing is, this feeling of danger is not from bullman I am fighting. So you have finally dared to show yourself, I said in my mind, and the bullman in front of me too burst with an extremely powerful aura and moved its axe for the final attack. It had just moved its axe when a shocking thing had happened. It froze on its spot before it disappeared, while I turned back at incredible speed and swung my sword, which is covered in coppery energy. Copper cleave, I shouted as I swung my sword back. I was holding back this attack despite wanting to use it, as the bullman was not my energy which I could use my strongest attack against. Since the battle had begun, I had sensed its presence. I was not able to lock on its position, as it is far and hidden with a very powerful ability, but I knew it would attack me, and I would be prepared to defend against its attack. It is due to this reason I had not used the internal energy in battle except for the hidden shield. If I had used it, I would not have been in such worse condition. The new internal energy is very powerful and would have easily enabled me to fight against it equally and might even have helped me gain an edge. It is a good thing I took such a risk. It not only it had helped me bait it, but also helped me save the internal energy to launch this powerful attack at the hidden grandmaster who had attacked me from the shadows. CLLANNNG. My coppery blade clashed against the hidden sword, which became visible as they clashed. The clash was so powerful that it sent a clear ripple through the space and also made my invisible enemy visible, which is now taking uncontrollable steps back while looking at me with a huge shock. I am also in quite a shock seeing who had attacked me from the dark. To be honest, I had not expected to be it, seeing how famous it is. Well, I did not expect the famed Grandmaster Usura would be sent to assassinate me, I said to Night Moon Ratman, one of the top 10 grim Grandmaster assassins. It had been killing humans for over a century and built quite a notoriety for it. It did not answer my taunt. Instead, its silvery eyes moved around, searching for something. I could feel it an activating couple of abilities. Few of them would be even able to help it sense any anomaly in the space. What did you do, T-Fasser? It asked after a couple of seconds of looking, staring at intensely and cautiously as it asked the question. He is dead, that is all you need to know, I said with a smile to its alarm and moved toward it. I need to kill this bastard, forget the glory. The advancement I will get from its bloodline essence would directly take me to the end of early leader class. To my great surprise, instead of clashing with me, it began to retreat, and it did not retreat alone but took thousands of emperors, many elites and leaders, and all masters with it. But how can I let it do that? It will defeat the whole purpose of the battle if it is able to save all the tyrants. Within a second, my strings gripped 80 of the tyrant and 50 of the emperors it was retreating with. It tried to pull them toward it, but they would not budge from their spots. These people are like leaves in the storm in front of the Grandmaster. They are nothing, their fate depends on our whims. I crushed these thoughts as soon as they appeared in my mind and focused on the grim monsters ahead of me. Try to take them or you will have none, I said while looking directly into its eyes. I could see raging anger appear on its face. You think you could stop me, human? The Ratman asked, blasting away the full might of its power, which is quite impressive. Yes, I can, and I take you too like I did the bullman, I said without changing my expressions, and I could see my words have alarmed me and activated tens of its abilities to look for something, anything. Enjoy this small victor czar while you are alive. You won't be able to live for much longer, it said and disappeared from its spot, making the grim monsters I have given it disappear with it. I could have taken away all the grim monsters, but it would have been very risky for it, as it would have definitely fought me. We won, I said, and humans below me cheered before they attacked the Grims with great abandon. But the next second, they stopped when they saw hundreds of crystal roses falling down from the sky toward the emperors. The Grim tyrants are already bound by me, so they are not going anywhere. As for the emperors, these crystal roses would be able to deal with them. I have to do quite hard negotiations with Pyramid to use my own crystal roses. Though they have given me permission, as they had to since I am their creator, there is a condition to their uses. I could only use the crystal rose below that of the tyrant stage, and that is fine by me, as the first purpose of creating these roses is to create an effect, an image of me in the heart of my army. It is necessary, especially for the emperors who fight with the battle spirit. Such displays increase the morale, which directly increases the battle spirit. As the crystal roses landed, they attacked the panicked grim emperors like the sharks on blood. Thorny vines erupt out of the roses and begin to capture the grim monsters, whether they flew high in the air or burrow in the ground. The vines would capture them and begin harvesting. Even those who decided to make the last stand by attacking the vines fell under its slaughter. These vines are quite strong, and only tyrants would be able to damage them. So if they think their little strength might be able to damage my vines, then they are simply dreaming. A few minutes after I released the roses, the white snow mountains had turned colorful with my vines, and these vines will continue to spread till they sense the grim monsters. Now that I've dealt with the emperors, it is time for me to deal with the real things, the tyrants and the juicy bloodline they have. I did not immediately begin harvesting the bloodline. There is one more important thing I have to do before I harness a juicy bloodline, perform a miracle. I waved my hand up with a great flourish, and with it, 41 broken and severed bodies of humans flew up in the air. It had instantly attracted the attention of all the humans as I lifted the bodies of dead humans who had been left untouched by healers. Bodies of the battlefield could not be collected without the permission of the healers when they were healing on the battlefield. The dead bodies flew high in the air, with humans and frozen grim tyrants looking at my action with great confusion. Only my mentees Ida and Nina had some ideas what was going to happen and had a look of unbelievability in it. The dead, broken, and severed bodies stopped in the air, and for a moment, nothing happened before a green glower covered them, and to the shock of those watching. They have broken bodies healing at a rapid pace while severed bodies connect. In just a minute, all 41 of them completely healed before they became conscious all at once and had a shock on their faces. Some people had their emotions turmoiled and destabilized their power. I had to intervene and forcefully stabilize them. Calm your emotions, you have just recovered from the injuries that would have killed you, I said gently and moved them near the groups of healers, who immediately began to examine them. I could feel their awe and reverence, which couldn't help but make me feel happy but also repulsed at the same time. To be honest, such a pompous show of my power is too much for me, but I have to do it for the morale of my army and earn their respect. If I got to the usual way, it might take little time, while such a show does the job quite fast. I looked at the thousands of enamored humans for a second before I turned my focus on harvesting the bloodline. A minute later, the purified bloodline came at my core before dividing into several parts. The bloodline essence begins to enter inside my core, and it is not just the bloodline of tyrants I am consuming, but also the bloodlines of emperors. I am not willing to leave a single source of bloodline, even if what they offer is a fraction compared to the grandmasters. Compared to grandmasters' bloodlines, these bloodlines are quite weak, but due to their sheer numbers, the advancements that will provide me would be greater than the grandmaster. It is one of the reasons why I was so hurried to join the war. Even if I did not get grandmaster, as long as I win, I will be able to get a sufficient haul. Buzz, my core has finished absorbing all the bloodline essence and released the strengthening energy. It is not pure as that of the grandmaster, but the sheer amount of it is more than enough to make up for that. Earlier, I was a little sad that I was not able to catch the ratman. Unlike the bullman I had captured and now killed who did not have a bloodline, the ratman has it, and if I had been able to catch it, I would have truly reaped the great benefits from it. Now, I am not sad as before with this advancement I am having. I do not fear even if the ratman had decided to attack me. It took me more than 10 minutes to absorb all the strengthening energy, and now I could feel immense strength bubbling out of me, giving me a feeling that I could do anything. I took a deep breath and calmed these thoughts of invincibility. Such thoughts should be controlled as soon as possible. They have destroyed many people and are the biggest side effect of the advancement. As I calmed myself, I looked inside my core there. The resources had grown immensely. Plants have become bigger, and with more resources, there are even 2 new grandmaster resources, which is much lesser than I had expected. Last time, when I had harvested the resources, 6 plants have produced grandmaster class resources, but here, only 2 grandmaster level resources were produced. The difference is huge. It is clear that if I want the grandmaster class resources, I would have to harvest a grandmaster class bloodline. Otherwise, I would have to harvest a very large number of lower level powerhouses and would not even be able to produce many grandmaster class resources through them. If Ratman dared to appear in front of me again, I would not let it run away. It would die by my hands if it dared to show its face. The essence tree and mysterious tree, on the other hand, showed quite good growth. It is clear that they are less affected by the quality of the bloodline essence energy than the other resources of my core, which is quite surprising seeing their grade. I got out of my core within a few seconds and looked down. The harvest process of the crystal roses is nearly finished. It won't be long before the essence roses begin to appear from the thorn vines. I had just thought that when the vines stretched for the miles begin to shine, and they shone blindingly before the roses begin to pop on them. Hundreds of essence rose to begin to appear by the seconds, and the time minute is over. All the roses have appeared, and the vines begin to turn into the dust, leaving the essence roses floating in the air. The scene looked very beautiful, with thousands of glowing, colorful roses floating in the air in the snow-white mountain. For a couple of seconds, I bask in its beauty before waving my hand and bringing all the essence roses to me. I could see the disappointment in humans' faces, and I was disappointed too. If I had been stretched for time, I would have kept the roses floating for hours, but I could not. There are many important things to do than gazing at a mesmerizing scene. Attack, I ordered, and the forces began to attack the grim fortress. Every emperor and tyrant began attacking, including me. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening sounds begin to ring out as attacks hit the shields of the fort. We have to destroy the fort and kill all the grims within. It is a more symbolic gesture than anything else, as I had sensed the Ratman and others leaving through the different spatial channels. Though the attack is not all useless, as there are still many things that could be found in the fort, aside from the skeletal crew, not to mention this fortress itself is a very precious treasure. The shields are going down steadily in 10 to 20 minutes. We should be able to destroy the last defense this fortress has and enter inside. BOOM. 13 minutes later, we broke through the shields of the fortress but did not enter inside it immediately. It is common sense. They would surely have left the hundreds of traps inside, and if we are not cautious in dealing with them, we would have to pay a high price. There was the case in the last war where we have lost a grandmaster to the trap in the fortress despite being very cautious, which is why I had sent Nero, and also began to spread my strings inside to catch anything wily that Grims have left behind. Bang, bang, bang. A couple of seconds later, explosions began to ring out in the air in the fortress, and they continued running for minutes. Even now, sounds of explosions could be heard from inside the fortress. Just how many exploding artifacts these bastards have left behind, Edvin said beside me. There was a faint tremor in his voice when he said, "These explosions are powerful enough to scare even a master that is a step away from reaching a grandmaster class." Such numbers of explosive artifacts are not normal. I've been in a fortress raid before it had not had half of exploding artifacts as this fortress, added Nira, hearing the continuous explosions. She is right. From the data I had read, the number of artifacts they have deployed here is far above average. The Ratman must have really hated me to the bone to leave behind such a high number of artifacts. It is quite regretful that these artifacts could not be salvaged once they are activated, and most of them are one use. Still, I got pretty loot already through my strings, and a few skeleton crew it had left behind had bloodline, which had helped me grow a few of the resources. BNNNG. Suddenly a huge band rang out. It was so powerful that it had rattled this huge fort and pushed back the masters beside me. My God, Camphor gasped with a bloodless face. While the rest of the explosions were for others, this one was for me. It could kill a grandmaster easily, and if I had caught in it, I would have also been hard-pressed to survive. Even with my defensive abilities. Without them, I would have been dead for sure. The explosion was in the core area of the fortress, and likely would be the last of this level, as artifacts that could create an explosion powerful enough to grandmasters are not cheap. Even though I am pretty sure it would be the last grandmaster class exploding artifacts, I don't want to take any risks till my strings and Nero scanned every inch of this fort. Only then I would be able to enter inside this fort with my army. It did not take long. Within an hour, I had scoured the whole fort, diffused nearly all the dangers, and unless one does not act like an idiot, that will be fine. Let's enter the fort, I said, and we entered. We did not fly above it, instead walked inside through its huge gates. Entering the enemy fort through the gate is a huge sign of victory, and I want my army to enjoy that. They fought for it and deserve it. Once we entered the fort, I quickly assigned the jobs to masters and leaders before I took Edvin and Camphor to one of the most important places in the fort. It took us a few minutes, but we reached it. It is in perfect condition despite a couple of master-killing artifacts exploding near it. There were places here with the aim of destroying it, including the masters that wandered here. It is in perfect condition, Edvin said, looking at the huge teleportation gate, one of the strategic assets of war. These teleportation gates are spread everywhere, but they are still needed, especially those of grim monsters, as they are big and energy efficient, used in the travel of grim tyrants. I walked toward the formation before starting to dismantle it. It is a very complicated process and requires deep knowledge of its working. I had spent quite hours working with the technician, and with my deep knowledge of runes, breaking such things is not a problem. There would have been a problem if the gate had been a grim made, and fortunately it is not otherwise. I would only be used for spare parts. As half of the materials used in the making of those teleportation gates are useless to us, they hid quite nasty surprises for us humans. It took a few minutes before I completely disassembled it and stored its parts in my storage before moving toward the other important part. About an hour later, I entered the most important area, the control room. The bastard had placed that bomb right inside it, and when it exploded, it had destroyed quite much, but it is not beyond salvage. From what I have seen so far, despite hundreds of artifacts exploding, 90 of parts of the fortress are still usable, which is a great thing. The forts received huge damages during the war, and having a huge collection of spare parts helped a lot. I was moving the people and breaking apart the fort, and it is going quite fast. Many people are specially trained in it, including the masters like Neha and Edvin. Buzz, I was overseeing the process when the pyramid badge on my chest buzzed, which surprised me a little, and I asked Ashlyn to keep an eye around before I seeped my soul energy into the badge. The next moment I appeared in the familiar White Hall, and in front of me, 7 council members, including the Grand Commander, whom I had seen after a quite long time, sat. She's the only one who is present with a real body while others are in their projection, including me. Grand Commander, Council, I said respectfully, bowing slightly. Mitchell, congratulations on your victory, the Grand Commander said. Those bastards are very slippery, but it seemed like it is very hard for them to get away from you against you. They just disappeared, never to be seen again, Lord Whitmore added, and there is a strange glint in his eyes when he said the last sentence. It is not just him, the other council members, including the Grand Commander, revealed that glint and change in expression hearing that sentence from Lord Whitmore. Killing grandmasters is not easy when they have the option to run away, and in most battles, 80 to 90 of the grandmasters are able to run away. It is quite hard to stop the grandmasters from running away unless you possess a great advantage over the running grandmaster. While I am completely different, till now, I have fought against 5 grandmasters if one considered the monster grandmaster, and able to kill 4 of them. Only the Ratman had been able to get away from me. I'm sure these people have got a clear report of what had happened in the spatial realm and referencing with my battle data they have. They could easily tell that I have a very powerful binding method and the ability to make my enemies disappear forever. It was my preparation and luck that I was able to kill it. I said humbly, there is no way in hell I am going to tell them about my abilities, and nor they are asking. We have called here for your new orders, Grand Commander said after a second of silence. After you finished looking everything that is worth from the Grim Fortress, you will take your army directly to the Argan Fortress, Grand Commander added. The order had caught me a little off guard. It was not the order of charging ahead that had surprised me, but the place where we were going. It will be done, Grand Commander. I said the order is a little surprising and quite dangerous, but it is an order that I must follow without question. You will take control of Argan Fortress, and while the army there would be split to reinforce Fort Genevieve and Castle Candor, Lord Whitmore said, here is the copy of the order and other important details of the mission, he said and forwarded a file toward me. It is my honor that you have bestowed this great responsibility on me, but I wish to tell you that I do not have the confidence to defeat any of the grim grandmasters of 5 forts. I laid out my thoughts on the new order. You may not have confidence in your abilities, but we have, and we are sure you are the perfect person to take the command of the Fort Argan, said Grand Commander. Her words were quite surprising to me that I was not able to reach for a couple of seconds. I will not disappoint you, Grand Commander, I replied. I opened my eyes. Everything was going great in the Grim Fortress, but I needed them to be faster. All units have 1 hour to disassemble the fort's focus on the important parts first, I commanded through the comms. Have you received the new orders, my lord? Camphor asked. Yes, we are ordered to head to the Argan Fortress as soon as possible, I replied without turning back and began to lead the order and the file that is come with it. It will take us around a day march to reach the Argan Fortress, which is in the further north. The temperature there is very cold, so cold that only kings and above could survive there. The temperature is cold, but it is a problem. The problem is 5 fortresses of the Grims, which our 3 fortresses are constantly fighting. With the new order, I will be taking command of Argan Fortress and fighting against the 5 Grim Fortress. The Grims commanding those fortresses are on a completely different level, and I don't know whether I could match them, but since the council had ordered me to take the command, I will take it. An hour later, the majestic Grim Fortress has disappeared, leaving behind useless rubble. My people were quite fast. They were able to strip this fortress of all the important parts in record time and organized themselves for departure. Let's go. I ordered, and tyrants and 10,000 emperors flew toward the Argan Fortress. With the victory, their spirits are high, and if we come across an army right now, they will fight even more ferociously despite being a little tired. Though I hope we did not come across any grim army. The battle they have fought earlier had been short but intense, and they are tired. Still, there is very likely that we might have to face an army on the way to Fort Argan. I am quite sure grim monsters would not let me reach the Argan Fortress in peace. 14 hours have passed since we have left the Grim Fortress, and the temperature has become even colder. It is not just simple cold, but magically cold that emperors who don't have a sufficiently strong body had to use a faint layer of energy to guard themselves against this cold. We are now passing over the ruin of the city, which was not a city but a training facility of the Blazing Sphere. They had abandoned it the moment war had begun. It is not just a blazing sphere, many other supremes and organizations, even Pyramid, had their facilities in this area. The cold might be dangerous, but it is an excellent training environment. The special cold energies here are very useful in training body and energy. I had spent nearly a year in this place in my youth. It was a lot more different than it was in my youthful days, Edvin said with a tone of reminiscence, and many masters chipped in. I had not expected nearly half masters under me to have trained here. Once upon a time, I had also wanted to come here, but due to constraints of time and more important things, I was not able to come here. I was in my thoughts when suddenly a figure of grim monsters appeared in front of my eyes for a moment before it disappeared. That Ratman is quite persistent, I said in myself, seeing it through the Ashland's eyes. I had thought that Ratman had left for good, but I was wrong. It had come back around 10 hours ago, had been following me from the far distance, that only through Ashland and Nero I was able to get a clear glimpse of it. I would have attacked it if the bastard had not been so skittish. Since it had begun following me, it was very careful, never staying in one place for more than a second and always disappearing through the spatial away, and appeared a few minutes later in a completely different spot. I have been tracking its movements, but acting like I had not seen it. I want to see whether it dared to come closer to me. If it did, I would attack this bastard. The council would be very happy. If I can take care of this bastard, it had killed too many humans to let it have the joy of being alive. Another 2 hours passed by, and the bastard had been appeared and disappeared too many times for me to count, already maintaining the great distance, never daring to come too close to me. That now, it had begun to irritate me. Though I kept my emotions calm, it is not the only danger I will face here. If I let my emotions get better of me, then I would pay a heavy price. It had been 17 hours since we have left the grim fortress, and no attack came. It seemed like grim monsters might not attack us as we had expected, Edvin said as he looked around carefully with his abilities active. Don't let your guard down, Edvin. It is Grims we're talking about. They are very petty when they want to take their revenge, and they will take revenge for their grandmaster, Neha cautioned. I did not participate in their conversation, but Neha is right. Even though the Grims have not launched their attack yet, but they will, I am very sure of it. It may be Ratman who is following me from the distance or something else. I did not have to wait for much longer, as about 2 hours later, Nero gave me the visual cloaking artifact far away, which hit a very powerful grandmaster. Seeing it, I did not react differently with my abilities. I could not see it, and I behaved as if I could not see it and continued moving forward. I continued for another 40 minutes before my own senses were able to discover it. I would not have been able to discover it soon if I did not know where to look at and what to look at beforehand. So I behaved as if I did not see anything and continued moving forward. Stop, I said half an hour later, as huge changes had appeared on my face, and looked at my left around 20 kilometers away and continued looking at it. A minute later, I moved my hands forward, and a 12-petal black-pink rose formed in my hand. As it formed, I pushed it toward the direction of Cloaked Grim. My slight push gave the rose immense speed that it took less than 3 seconds for it to cross the distance and appeared above Cloaked Grim, where the rose petals separated and fell down like lightning with their size growing at every second. My men watched in awe and confusion as I attacked the empty space, but the confusion did not remain on their faces for long. Just when those ever-growing black-pink petals have crossed more than a third of the distance, 12 yellow arrows have appeared out of nowhere and moved toward the petals at great speed. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 huge yellow arrows struck against my huge petals, creating the resplendent explosion that was extremely deadly, but also extremely beautiful, far more beautiful than the firework. I had not thought you would discover us this early with such powerful cloaking artifact hiding us. The refined voice of Grim Monster rang out. I did not even have to look which grim monster it was. There was only one tribe there that put effort to completely master the human accent. As expected, a foxman appeared or foxwoman. It is quite hard to tell by the distance. It is clear it belongs to the azure foxman tribe with that luxurious azure fur and huge green bow in its hand. It is one of few tribes that use the bow among the Grims. It is alone. If the counter was any proof, I don't think it would need anyone's help. I thought the Grims would be sent an army to greet me, but they have sent you instead, I said, which instantly made the haughty smile on its face disappear, and anger replaced it instantly. The foxmen are the vainest, narcissistic grim monsters. They would get angry at the slightest negative comment about their power and appearance, which they always maintain, and which is why they are one of the most beautiful among these man-eating monsters. I am more than enough to destroy you and your little army, it said back angrily as it gripped its bow tightly, ready to make a move at any moment. I have no doubt about the Grimm's strength. If not for that, they would not have sent it. I am more worried about my men, which I do not think it would dare to attack openly, throwing away all the conventions that are on the place. If that happened, then the war would instantly enter the phase where only slaughter would matter, without care for the levels, which is usually the last phase of the war in which both parties throw away the convention and focus just on killing. Still, I ordered my army back, including the masters, and asked Nero to take action, if the ratman or this foxman dared to make any move on them. The grim grandmaster I had fought not long ago had said about the similar words, and now it is dead, I said with a smile which made its eyes flash, and it pointed its bow and at me, seeing that I moved toward it. Sup, sup, sup. It pulled string after string at a very fast speed while moving back at a very fast speed, wanting to maintain as much distance from me. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but light up. I am sure the Grimms had watched my earlier battle and caught the detail where I had just frozen the grandmaster before it had disappeared, without them understanding how. Still, they have acted very fast, much faster than I had expected. I had thought I would have to make another grim grandmaster disappear before they took action, but it seemed like they did not want to take the risk with the life of grandmaster. It is due to this reason they have sent Azure Foxman, who is an expert in long-range combat, also the reason why they have sent no army. It took a second for a barrage of huge arrows to appear next to me, seeing that my sword appeared in my hand, and I swung it toward the arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows began exploding the moment my sword clashed against them, but I did not care about that, instead focused on destroying the coming arrows. These arrows are very fast, and despite it launching them from a distance, each of them is perfectly aimed at my fatal. One could tell the degree of marksmanship the foxman had by it. Bang! This foxman is no grandmaster but a master-class powerhouse, which had gained power which is above of regular grandmaster. I had not thought the Grimms would send such treasure to me even among the Grimm monsters. There would not be more than 10 people who have such strength, and they have sent one here. Seeing that great killing intent couldn't help but appear in my eyes for a moment before a rational thought took control of it. I could kill it if I dared to reveal my true cards, but the value of them is far above this Grimm monster. So I will fight it and see if I can kill it with my own abilities. I am sure I will be able to if I get the chance. Feather stream, the foxman said, and tens of white energy arrows shot out of its bow. Seeing those arrows, my eyes couldn't help but widen up in great surprise. First boost. I activated the first boost without wasting a moment and swung my sword toward the coming arrows. These arrows are very powerful, and if I did not activate the first boost, I could forget to defend against them without suffering disadvantage, and I have to save myself from falling into such a situation, as it is not the only grim monster in the field. The white energy arrows took all but a moment to appear next to me, and I moved my sword to defend against them. Clang. My sword clashed against the first white arrow, and the first thing I had noticed was how insane amount of sharp energy it contained. They are so powerful they would be able to pierce through, or at least dent low-level grandmaster artifacts. As for the flesh, they would pierce it so smoothly that one would not be aware that he or she had been pierced by these arrows. Clang, clang, clang. After clashing with the first arrow, I clashed with another, destroying it under the sheer force of my sword, which had been enhanced by powering up the weight formation of my sword, which is now powerful enough to crush a mountain in a single strike. Thankfully, we are fighting quite high in the air, so high that even frighteningly powerful shockwaves of attacks were barely able to do anything against the beautiful glaciers below us. Finally, I finished destroying the last white arrow and looked at the foxman, who had now put even more distance from me, so much that even normal grandmaster-class archers would not dare to put such distance between themselves and their prey. You know, you could come a little closer. I promise I won't bite, I said to it with a smile which made it even angrier. Violet stream, it barked and pulled the string of its bow very fast before releasing a thick violet arrow released from it. This arrow was different from the past arrow despite being made of energy. It looked very solid. The dangerous feeling I am getting from it is much greater than the arrows. Before that, I did not waste time in activating the second boost, even before I finished harnessing all the power of the first boost. The power of the second boost flooded inside me, and I swung my sword at the first violet arrow that appeared in front of me. Boom! A loud booming sound rang out, and at the same time I felt a shock in my arm. I was right to activate the second boost. If I had used the first boost to defend against it, I would have sent back flying with vomiting blood from my mouth. The power of the arrow is like a wrecking ball. This single violet arrow is enough to turn the mountain into dust. If it had struck my flesh, I would have transformed into the shower of flesh and blood. Boom, boom, boom. The first violet arrow was just a trailer, as hundreds have followed behind, and I moved my sword to clash against each and every one of them. This is the power of the Grim Master that had created the inheritance core. If I am able to capture it, I would have been able to learn many secrets from it. Just the thought of it could help but make my mouth salivate. I had seen a bloodline core forming, even saw the mark of art forming, but never saw a formation of inheritance core or got a good look at someone who had created the inheritance core. I could tell few people have created it, but they are so high in the chain that I could not just ask them to show me their inheritance. though I would have to take that approach if I did not find a real example. I need it for my research. My core is also considered an inheritance core. Technically, it is of the celestial inheritance and fell into a completely different category that I could not take much of the data I had about it. Third boost. I activated the third boost and harnessed all my power at the same time. 24 roses came out of me and before burst into a storm of petals and moved toward the violet arrows and even powerful azure arrows it had to begin to launch. At the same time, I swung back my sword with all my strength toward the attack that was coming to take my life. CLANNG bang bang BO. My sword clashed against the powerful deathly attack of Ratman. It shook my body and revealed the figure of the Ratman before it had melded itself into the night begin to retreat while at the same time, the petals of Rose Storm clashed against the violet arrows and even powerful azure arrows which explosion nearly reached the limit of my armor's defense. What a masterful combination attack, I thought with horror as I began to take steps back to manage the momentum of a scary powerful attack that Ratman had landed on me. I had taken a huge risk to not use the copper cleave, and instead of believing in the advancement I had gotten not long ago to deal with the attack. Copper cleave is my most powerful attack, which I could only use 3 to 4 times before I could drain internal energy, which makes the attack extremely precious, could only be used at a very important moment, such as to save one's life to take the grim monsters. You guys would have to try much better if you want to kill me, I said as I wiped the blood off my mouth. The Foxman is still looking at me with great surprise while Ratman is lurking in the vicinity. Like Foxman, it is maintaining the distance from me, but the distance is not as big as Foxman, though it is continuously changing its position, fearing if it had remained on the one spot for too long, it might fall into some invisible trap. The bastard has become too paranoid. CLANNG and BOOM. It did not take it long time to take control of its emotions, and it began to launch the azure arrows at even greater speed while at the same time, the Ratman began to launch the attack from the shadows. At first, the attacks came few minutes before it began to launch at them every few seconds when it noticed that its attacks were actually injuring me, and it was no act. The attacks are really powerful that they are injuring me, and with each attack, the injuries are becoming more and more serious. I'm not only getting wounded, but also using a huge amount of energy that I am refining the energy inside my tower every moment. Harnessing the full power of the third boost, and using a move like a Rose Storm every second cost a lot of energy. If I did not refine it with speed, I am refining it then even with the vast storages of my refinement tower, I would find myself drained of energy within a few minutes. We were fighting intensely when suddenly, the Azure Foxman took out something which drained the blood from my face and made horror appear in my eyes. It took out an arrow. It is an arrow that looked like it was made of bone and had dense grim runes carved on it. Since our battle began, it had never taken out the physical arrow, and now it did, and it was so dangerous, I couldn't help but feel horrified. As it took out the bone marrow, it had placed it on the bow at a speed that was barely visible to my eyes despite being Crown of Roses activated. As it had placed the arrow, it had pulled the string before releasing it, and bone arrow came at me, and if that wasn't bad enough, I felt the same level of terrifying attack coming from the Ratman. It's like their attacks before this were tiny teasers, and this is a real picture, and I couldn't help but commend them for the strategy as ever since I had gained the power of the Grandmaster, I had first time feel this threatened. A couple of things happened the moment I had sensed the horrifying attacks came at me. I activated the fourth boost. I had not activated it in the battle since I have got the strength of the Grandmaster, but now, the attacks that are coming at me are powerful enough that I have been forced to burn my essence. As the power of the fourth boost burst out, I had merged it with my internal energy. A single shield appeared in front of me, buzzing with the power of the fourth boost and internal energy, and at the same time I had activated the copper cleave and swung my sword back. Time seemed to slow down in front of me. Those attacks coming at me with the speed of Sonic felt like they are coming at me with the speed of common man, that I could see every aspect of them, and it made the horror in my face deepened further. The bone arrow of Foxman is even more dangerous than I had thought. The energies those grim runes are releasing are something that made my mind shake, and the bone itself is from a dangerous monster of a peak Grandmaster class. It is not just the attack of Foxman that is dangerous, but also the attack of Ratman, who is also using a forbidden method like mine to enhance its power. Sensing the power of the two attacks, I don't know whether I would even be able to defend against the attacks successfully. Still, I am going to give my all. It is the only option I have if I want to live. CLANNG. The arrows struck my shield, and the attack of Ratman clashed against my sword at the same time. Instantly, I felt as if the two mountains crashed down on me. One mountain wanted to crush me to pulp, while the other wanted to drain me till only the dead husk of me remained. Spurt, spurt, spurt. The colossal force behind the Ratman's attack was so great that my veins on hand began to pop out despite the strength of my body and the protection my armor was offering. It is my great fortune that I had runes that suck the energy, and I have developed an efficient system to break energy that aids those runes. If not for that, the energy that came to attack would have torn me apart in pieces. It is not the great physical force, but the energy behind is the real danger of the attack. While the attack of the Ratman has the crushing force, the bone arrow launched by the Foxman is completely different. The bone is from the strange beast that has the ability to suck off all the energies, and the grim runes harnesses the swallowing power beyond its limit. The moment bone arrow touched my shield, its enchantments had burst into power. These runes begin to harness the natural abilities so greatly that it begins to damage the bone itself rapidly, and it would be turned to dust within less than 3 seconds, which is what made it extremely dangerous. The swallowing power it had burst out with was so dangerous that it had not only begun to swallow the energies present in the shield, but also in my body. Its power had scared me more than the attack of the Ratman that I had reinforced the energy locks even more and brought out the full power of swallowing rule to deal with, which immediately began to help me against surviving against the onslaught. Spurt, rip, crack. The second passed like an hour as the forces of attacks tore through my body, dealing an unlimited amount of damage to me. I could feel my veins bursting up, my skin ripping and bones cracking while swallowing the field covering me was threatening to swallow everything up. I am resisting with every ounce of energy and will I have, but even then, I did not know whether I would be able to survive or not. You are dead human, there is no way you could survive it. The Ratman said its voice is quite weak due to the weakness it is feeling, but it is still laughing, and unlike before when it would disappear after every attack, this time it had only put a mile of distance between us. It is not just Ratman who is happy, but also Foxman too. While the attack was very quick, it had also used some forbidden method to launch that bone arrow that now, it is barely keeping itself in the air. Unlike the Ratman, it is still very cautious and maintains its bow toward me while it consumes the recovery medicines. Putch, putch, putch. A second has passed since I was struck by their attacks, and their energies are still ravaging me, and they have grown even stronger. Blood began to come out of every part of my body, while loud ripping and cracking sounds could be heard clearly. Every moment I am fighting for survival, burning as much as essence I can to contend against the ravaging energy. I do not care how weak I would be and how much rest I would need. The only thing I have in my mind is to survive, as I could care about those things after I survive. Fuck, this bastard taking too long to die, Ratman said 2 seconds later and came at me. Its speed is slower than before, still faster. It took a fraction of a second to appear next to me. Die, you bastard, the Ratman said and swung its hammer at me, and when it did, I moved my neck slowly and looked directly into its eye. It seemed to understand what this looked meant as horror appeared in its eyes instantly. Its energies came to an abrupt halt, and it crushed its momentum and was about to retreat at its full speed when suddenly, it had just disappeared. One moment it was in front of me, and next, it had disappeared without leaving the slightest trace behind. Zaar, you bastard. The moment Ratman disappeared, a grim monster roared in my name, and a feeling of intense danger came over me. The feeling was 10 times greater than what I felt when Ratman and Foxman attacked me a few seconds ago. The voice did not belong to the Foxman, who was looking at me with horror while running away, wanting to be as far away from me as possible. Spheres of Reckon, the invisible voice shouted, and hundreds of gigantic iron spheres materialized over me. Just one look at these spheres and I know every single one of them could kill me. My defenses would be totally useless in front of this attack. Die. It roared and released the hundreds of gigantic spheres are at me. Each one of them is vibrating with great power and coming at me at immense speed. Even if I wanted to, I could not dodge this attack. Though I am not worried, I will not die. Breath of Hell Dragon. The familiar voice shouted, and dense blue fire materialized out of nowhere and moved toward the shower of spheres. BNNNG, BNNNG, BNNNG. The attacks clashed and created a shockwave so powerful that it had pushed me to take a couple of steps back and vomit blood. Fuck, couldn't he control this shockwave? Next time I get my hands on him, I will not show any mercy on him, I thought as I wiped the blood off my mouth. This is the warning, Grim. You dare to break the convention again, then it's war without level and limit, Rai warned. He is Rai. He and that bastard Grim that had attacked me have arrived for quite a while, and had only been watching the battle since then without interfering, till now. Ashlyn and Nero had noticed their existence the moment they have arrived. Both of them were hiding, and were not using their soul sense or ocular abilities, which made them very hard to sense. Even I would have needed a couple of seconds, even a minute, to sense their presence. Snort, the hidden grim monster snorted, and the next moment I felt its powerful gaze on me, which only felt faintly weaker, which is enough to tell how freaking strong this grandmaster is. Human, hand over Usura and I will spare your life, the hidden grim monster said to me. It is dead, I replied, directly looking at the place it was hiding. Hearing my answer, its aura exploded, and all of it had concentrated on me. It is extremely powerful that I felt a huge force crushing on me, and in my current condition, it is very hard for me not to shake under this aura. I already warned you, Grim, if you attack, then bets would be off in the war, Rai said. Unlike Grim Monster, he did not release his aura, but it seemed to be enough as Grim Monster controlled its aura. You won't be lucky next time, human, the hidden Grim said, and through Nero's gaze I had seen it disappearing, and it is not the only one who had disappeared. The Foxman had also disappeared, which is quite regrettable, as I really wanted to have it. Are you fine, Michiel? It seemed like you have suffered quite an injury, Rai said as he appeared beside me. I am fine, I would be able to recover within a few minutes, I replied. Really, I was ordered to take you back to Pyramid if you are too injured, he said. I am not as injured as I looked, in fact, I have already begun recovering, I said and released the fake aura, which is strengthening at a visible speed. I am far more injured than I looked, but what I had said is true, I would be able to completely recover within a few minutes. Since you are fine, then I won't ask any more, Rai said and disappeared. Like the Grim Monster, he too disappeared, and not lurking around, the spatial marks he had left behind are quite clear. I flew toward my army, and soon I appeared beside them. My lord, are you fine? Edvin asked worriedly, looking at my shitty condition. I am fine. My condition is not as bad as it looked, I lied with the same words. It good to hear, my lord, looking at your battle. For a moment I had thought for the worse, he said. It is not that hard to kill me, Edvin, I said, flashing him my most confident smile, a confidence I am not feeling in my heart. I may have gained the power of the grandmaster, but there are still many people who could kill me. There are many grandmasters that could kill me with just a finger, not to mention the grand lords, they could crush me with just their aura. We have wasted enough time in the battle, let's go, I said, and we began to move again. We have to reach the fortress as soon as possible and take command of it. Buzz. Half a minute after we began moving again, my core buzzed, and a flood of strengthening energy released from it. It is extremely pure and thick, and a large number of crystals could be seen floating inside it. As the strengthening energy appeared, it began to heal my injuries first. To heal the injuries that would have taken more than an hour for me in my current condition had healed within 10 seconds before it began to replenish my essence. I had only burned my essence for 6 seconds, but lost quite much that I would need to consume many precious resources and rest for 2 days at the least to recover, which now had recovered within 20 seconds before it finally began to strengthen me. I could feel my strength rising rapidly, and just within a minute, I had gained the strength that would help me fight the enemies like Ratman and Foxman without burning my blood, even against the final moves they have used that had nearly killed me. In a very secret place. So how does he capture and where does it take them? Old Werewolf asked slowly as it watched multiple screens where Grim just disappeared when they appeared in front of Michiel. It is strange but worrying ability, it does not leave any proof behind, and those who get captured were never seen again, added a Bullman, carefully rereading the frustratingly little data they have. I'm pretty sure that those strings are involved in capturing our men who fought against it, said the Crockman on the right of the Old Werewolf. It is one of the very few people who had seen Michiel's strings. Even with all his abilities, it is quite hard for Michiel to hide the strings for the Grand Lord class powerhouse. They had seen it clearly when they had come to kill Michiel, when he made the breakthrough into the Tyrant class. It is quite hard to believe that it could bind our powerhouses with strings without them realizing, but still feasible with all the strange abilities Host of Celestial Inheritance could produce. But it did not explain their disappearance without leaving a trace. The Old Werewolf said, "Why are we even discussing this? Like I had said before, we should kill this Host of Celestial Inheritance and be done with it," said the Bullman at the far end of the table. The instant we broke the convention, the humans will come at us like hungry wolves, and we have lost far too many wars, too quickly due to such mistakes before, said the Toadman in the middle. So we let a Host of Celestial Inheritance grow, who had already been capable of killing our grandmasters without giving them a chance to run away and produce the treacherous things like those damn crystal roses, Bullman said back with clear anger. I did not say we should not kill it. There are hundreds of ways to kill him without breaking the convention, not to mention, if we want to break the convention by killing a talented human, it is not a good candidate. There are people who have much greater potential than him, Toadman replied and moved his gaze toward the 4 floating images. Before discussing Michiel, they were discussing those 3. According to their intelligence, these 3 have far greater potential than Michiel. If Michiel had been here, he would have recognized them easily. I still think we should just kill as many as them in surprise attack possible. As for all-out war, why do we have to fear the humans when we have Her Excellency behind us? Bullman said, and all of the eyes fell on it. The projection of Bullman shuddered, and deep fear appeared in its eyes. It immediately understood it had uttered the words that should not have been uttered. It is the greatest secret of the Grimms, and should not come out in any condition without that person's permission. You seem to have forgotten Her Excellency's words, Treacle. the foxwoman said, and Bullman shuddered even more. It was so scared that its eyes became red, and its projection nearly broke apart. He had only seen Her Excellency only once, and that is a day before the war began, and remembered her words. She had said if she had been forced to enter the war, then the moment she finished with humans, she would kill them all and their tribes. The strength of Her Excellency is beyond its imagination. If she entered the war, it would be over within a few hours. Humans, with their hundreds of hidden cards, would not even survive a day against the might of Her Excellency, though the price Her Excellency would pay would also be as great as a result. Her strength is beyond what this world could contain, and the moment the world had sensed it, it will use all its strength to kill her. So how are we going to kill it? The Bullman asked after taking a whole minute to calm its emotions. It is quite easy. We will send someone it can't bind with its strings and have enough power to kill it in the shortest time, the old werewolf said with a crafty smile. I suppressed my roar as my body finished digesting all the strengthening energy, giving me a feeling of immense might. The boost the Ratman had given me had directly taken me to the peak of early masterclass power, which is immense. If people knew the progress I had made in the last couple of minutes, they would be shocked. Grandmasters took years, decades easily to make such progress. Some are not even able to reach the stage I am. I took a deep breath and began to calm my emotions before I looked inside me, and there, I saw things that shocked me before an ecstatic smile appeared on my face. The metal essence tree had grown bigger and taller with the growth from the mysterious tree. Most importantly, all the fruits on the metal essence tree have reached the masterclass threshold. The process, which is supposed to take years, has finished within a few months. If I plucked those fruits and gave them to the council, they would be ecstatic. They would have been ecstatic if I had given them when they had reached the tyrant stage. Soon, they would reach the grandmaster class, and I would pluck them. The 12 are for the supremes and the pyramid, while the other 12 belong to, and there are quite many people, I need to use these fruits on. Not to mention, I needed them for my research, especially the fruit made of invisible metal essence, which is invisible to all senses, except for ocular. Other than the metal essence tree, nearly all the trees begin to produce grandmaster class resources. Even grapes on recently planted Arala's grapes have reached the grandmaster class. I am going to use them in my next practice session. It took you quite a time. Zara, I have been waiting for quite a while, said the middle-aged woman who appeared in front of me. There was a little hiccup on the way, grandmistress, I replied, and from her expressions I could tell she knows what hiccup I have come across. It had been little more than 8 hours since my battle with the Ratman and Foxman, and I had finally reached the Argan fortress. I am now standing in front of its huge gates with my army behind me. We would have arrived early if not for being extra cautious. I had slowed down the speed to maintain the stamina in case we have got attacked, which I hope, but to my disappointment, nothing of that sort happened. I really wanted to taste my new strength, which I had gotten from consuming the bloodline of Ratman, but no Grim had come. Now, show me the order, so I could open the gates of a fortress for you and your army, she said. Of course, I replied and took out my pyramid badge and showed her the order I had got from the pyramid. It's all good, she said and turned toward the huge gates of the fortress, which began to open silently. Welcome to Fort Argan, Grandmaster Czar, she said, and we flew toward the fort while my army followed behind us. The middle lady with soft features is Grandmaster Rana. She is quite powerful that we fought. Then I would just have to summon my shields. The other two forts also have the Grandmaster that is the same level as her, which is why I was so surprised when they have asked me to take the command of this fortress, given I don't have enough strength to contend against the Grim Grandmasters in 5 forts. Now, after killing 2 Grandmasters in little more than a day, I am sure Grims would be very pissed at me, and the one they will send at me would not be easy to deal with. The thought of it alone couldn't help but scare me, but also make me excited. Grandmistress Rana took me around the fort, explaining every little detail. By the time we had reached the control room, 2 hours had already passed since I came the fort. In the control room, she again explained every intricacy of the fortress in even greater detail. The fortress is yours now. Young man, treat her well, Grandmistress Rana said as she clapped on my shoulder before she walked out of the control room, taking all the masters with her, leaving only 3 behind. 3 masters from my ground will follow go with Grandmistress, including Neha. I am sad to see her go. She is one of the most powerful master I have and a great fighter. Lord Czar, all the masters saluted together as the Grandmasters Rana left. I acknowledged their salute and looked outside through the window. I could see the faint outside of the Grim Fortress, which is standing tall on the tall glacier. I hope you will give your all in fighting the Grims. We will not be pushed back by them anymore, I said and asked the masters to take the seat. Grandmistress had been thorough in her explanation, but I still asked the 3 masters about the fort and the battles they had with the Grims. They have been here for months, fighting against the Grims a few times a week. They have got a very clear picture of the abilities of our enemy. While I asked the question and took their opinions, Nero and Ashlyn asked about the area around the fort before flying toward the adjacent 2 human forts and 5 grim forts ahead of us. They are doing much better jobs than any scouts would. They have already found more tens of enemy scouts and many traps they have set around. I had asked them to not touch anything, just watch. After what I have done, I am being very careful and asking Ashlyn and Nero to be careful. Edvin, Rhonda. You two will be in charge while I rest, I said to 2 of the masters before I walked out of the command center and walked into my quarters. I picked one room and went inside. Before doing anything else, I went to shower and let the warm water wash away all the tiredness I was feeling. Despite getting the advancement, I am feeling quite tired. I had not slept even for an hour and fought battle against the 3 grandmasters and killed 2 of them. Such thing takes quite a toll on body and soul. After I walked out of the shower, 20 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and began to make myself something. Tens of finger-thick strings came out of me and began cooking. I did not make anything elaborate or time-wasting. I just wanted to make something quick that could fill my growling stomach. Thankfully, I have tens of recipes and cooked 3 dishes within 15 minutes before I begin to eat their gusto. It had been quite a while since I ate alone. Usually there is Ashlyn and Nero with me. They are out, scouting for the danger and not hungry. I have cooked for them in my core, so they are fine till they return, and by that time I would also wake up from my sleep. There are tons of things for me to do, but I chose to sleep first. I don't know when I will have to fight against the Grims next, and when the time comes, I wanted to be as rested as possible so I could fight against them at my 100. I walked into the room and laid down on the bed, and a couple of seconds later, I was asleep and had a dream in quite a while. When I woke up exactly 4 hours later, I felt energetic. There was not a shred of tiredness that remained on my body. I checked the condition of my body and went to the practice room directly without freshening up or showering. I will do that after I have finished up with the thing I was planning to do. If I shower now, I would have to shower later too. I walked into the practice room and sat in the center of it before closing my eyes, and soon I was in my core. I looked around before turning to Forge Mountain inside. The huge phantom of mine had turned faint coppery color, and with each session it would get darker and darker. In the pyramid, I had practiced my art 2 times, reaching the limit, but now after coming here, my limit had increased further, and I could practice my art again, even though it is very seeing the place I am, and considering the Grims could attack at any moment. I'm still willing to take the risk, as I am very sure my next battle against the Grim monsters will not be easy, and I have to be as much as prepared as possible, and my art would be very helpful in that. After taking a deep breath, I threw a large number of resources in the furnace, and a few seconds later, a comfortable feeling washed over me that without wasting any time, I just laid on the floor and enjoyed the feeling. The feeling is amazing. There are very few things that could make one feel such amazing. It is like I am in a hot spring while at the same time being massaged by masseuse grandmaster. As I laid down, I popped up a grandmaster class Arala's grape in my mouth. Usually it is forbidden to eat anything during the practice of the art, but there are some exceptions, and Arala's grapes are one of them. The gem-like black Arala's grape crushed into my mouth, and a simple sweet and slightly sour taste couldn't help but fill my mouth. For a second, one would feel like they have eaten a regular grape, but a second later, their eyes would go wide as mine right now. No change had occurred, but the perfect balance between sweet and sour made it extremely wonderful to eat. It took me quite a while before I gulped down the grape, and as it reached my throat, its juices had transformed into energy. The amount of energy is huge and thick, but it is not overbearing at all. As the energy spread inside me, it began to get absorbed into my body with the strike of every hammer. The energy of the grape would not increase my strength at all, but it had many long-term benefits, such as increasing my talents, evolving the properties of my body for better absorption, and even helping me in strengthening my constitution. Such a range of benefits made it a very desirable resource, not to mention when it is used with other resources. It could increase their power and give many properties. Its raw consumption is best for the children. My sister has already begun to drink and soak in its solution regularly, and unlike other things I gave, she liked the juice of the grapes very much. Not only my sister, but teacher, my mentees, and a few other people are taking these grapes from one form to other. I'm even researching the one thing that would increase the benefits of these grapes tremendously, but it might take some time, as I have to research that topic thoroughly before I commit to it, as it takes time. More than an hour passed before runes in the forge began to mute down, and golems began to hang their weapons. I have again reached my limit and would have consumed the bloodline of a bunch of grim monsters again, preferably a grandmaster, which would directly take me to the mid-grandmaster class. This session had increased my strength tremendously. I have practiced 25 of the second stage of my art, which instantly gave me more internal energy. It is very important to me for the buzz. I was about to get up when my holowatch buzzed again with the message. It is from Edvin. He is sending me his hourly report. I read it quickly before taking out my sword and began practicing to control my strength. All the grandmasters I have fought were masters in the combat. If I fought against the grandmaster without being in full control of my strength, then I could forget about winning against them. So I practiced diligently, wanting to get every muscle, every streak of energy under my control. I am doing well. It won't be long before I am able to get complete control over my strength. 4 hours passed, and I finally took back my sword. My whole body is covered in strength, and my breath is a little ragged, but there is a smile on my face as I am able to get every aspect of my strength in control. I stayed on my spot for a couple of minutes before I finally walked out of the practice room and went to my room before directly entering the shower and washing with steamy water till there was no vomiting stench could be smelled from my body. After showering and wearing new clothes, I went to the kitchen and began to cook myself dinner. By the time I finished and set the table, there was a cute ball of fluffs with horns waiting for it, and just as I sat, he dug into his food. Nero had just returned a minute ago while Ashlyn was still scouting. He wanted to remain outside to compete with Ashlyn, but I had called him back. I wanted one of them to rest while the other one to work. They are the best scouts I have, much better than any masters or even myself, and I wouldn't want them to overwork as in this dangerous place I might need their strength sooner rather than later. A day had passed since I had taken command over the Argan fortress, but there were barely any movements from the Grimms. I had just spoken to the two commanders of the adjacent fortresses and exchanged intel with them, which has quite surprised them seeing how detailed it is. It does not only include the position of Grimm scouts, but also traps and other things around their forts. Silence from the Grimms is not uncommon. One of the forts had just fought 1.5 days ago, and the other plans to fight tomorrow if no Grimm's attack comes. So even if I wanted to launch the attack, I would have to wait for 2 days. According to understanding between two fortresses, only one fort would attack the Grimms, while 2 would be ready to provide reinforcement or deal with other mischiefs of the Grimms. So I really hope one of Grimm Fortress launch attacks on me. I really want to test the advancement I had just got. Another day passed by, and I sat by the window looking outside. While I may be looking outside, but most of my focus is inside my core, where I am researching several topics. Now and then, I would turn back at Masters to discuss a few things and look at the area where Nero is scouting before bringing my focus back to my core. Ever since I became Grandmaster, it had become quite easy for me to do the research. Except for when I am battling and practicing, I am always doing one thing or another in my core through my avatar. In the whole say, I had come to this fortress, my avatar was working non-stop. There is another thing I am constantly doing, charging the spatial artifact. I had weaved a special formation in my inheritance, which is nothing but a glorified charging station, but just as important as 7-plated quern. On the pick circular charging station, there is a silvery feather floating, which is constantly sucking up spatial energies provided by the charging station. I have reserved 25 of energy in charging this artifact. Always every speck of rule bending power above 75 went directly to this feather, which is solely responsible for the ease with which I could capture and harvest the Grandmaster in my core. My core is quite powerful, and I could keep a Grim Grandmaster for a second to a minute depending on its power, but nevertheless, it is very straining for my core, and there is always a chance that it could breathe through the restrictions and wreak havoc in my core. This feather dispelled nearly all the problems by creating a separate semi-spatial zone around a small space in my core and helped me bind the enemy with spatial forces, which instantly elevated all the strain on my core and helped me focus on other things. It could be said without it, I wouldn't be so maverick about capturing the Grandmaster in my core. While it makes it easy to capture a Grimm's in my core, it also came with its problem, and the greatest is the insatiable appetite that I was never able to charge it fully. Even during my stay in the pyramid, where I charged it with 50 of my rule bending power convert spatial energy, I was only able to change it to the 2nd level, barely, and there are 9 levels in this artifact, with each level requiring more energy to charge than previous. It has 9 levels from what I have been able to find out recently, and it is hard to imagine whether I would be even able to charge it fully in my lifetime. Though one thing is clear, if I charge it with enough power, it would even be able to cage even Grand Lords, and I don't think I would charge it to a high level for that. I shook my head at those thoughts and looked at the feather, which looked like a feather and likely a feather of some bird that had been forged into this artifact, an enchantment made of ancient runes. These runes became visible when this artifact activates, and for some time I have been trying to study them to increase my understanding of regular spatial runes, and I have to say, my comprehension is increasing. I do not understand the ancient runes, but like regular runes, each rune had an aura, and feeling and comprehending, I can faintly peek into its mystery. Currently, my target is to charge it to the 3rd level as soon as possible, and for that I will need massive spatial energy, and with the constant conflict, it seemed like it might take some time, but it did not matter. Charging it to level 3 will give me freedom. I would not have to worry about a powerhouse that I could not contain inside. As long as I can capture it with my strings, I will be able to contain it. I worked on my ruin for a couple of hours before changing back to research on the different things I have. There are a couple of amazing and interesting things I have found in the grandmaster's storage, one of which had again made me research a topic which I had dreamed about quite long ago, but left due to a couple of reasons. Now, I am giving some of my time to that thing. As if I am successful, I will have a very precious thing that will help me immensely in my practice, and other powerhouses would beg for it if they know I have it. That is things of the future. I should focus on the things that could help me in immediate terms. I researched for a few hours before I focused on the crystal roses. I had used nearly all my stock of Tyrant Stage Essence roses of all classes, and now focused on crafting Emperor-class Essence roses, hundreds at once. Monster integration, no attacks yet, I said to myself as I looked at the snow-white space out of the window. There is not a single Grim could be seen standing there. 3 days had been passed since I had taken the command over this fort, and I had not been attacked. I have already decided that if I did not get attacked by 2, I would launch the attack. I have not come to the front to fight passively. It does not suit me to employ such a method of fighting if I want to advance rapidly. I have a nearly sure method to kill my enemy as long the difference of power between us is not big, and I had fought against it long enough. The masters were already informed about my plan a few minutes ago, and they are making preparation. In these 3 days, I have accomplished a lot of things aside from gaining huge advancement through my art and working on my inheritance. I have been quite lucky as my research on the few things bore great results. There is also good news from Ida after recent advancement in the pyramid. Her bloodline had not stopped progressing. I could see it strengthening her every moment, and it won't be long before she received another advancement. That is a condition I have placed on her before I give her permission to break into the master's class. She has more than enough strength for it. It is so much that she hides her strength when she fights. Still, I had been asking her to stop, as only through these pressured advancements she will have any chance to create a bloodline core. Choo-choo. 2 hours passed by and 3 more before I launched the attack when suddenly Ashlyn showed me something which put a smile on my face. "Let's get moving," I said to the masters, greatly surprising them as I got up, flew out of the window, while the masters followed behind me. They did not question my order as I had already told them we would attack the Grims and had the army ready. A minute later, the army of 10,000 gathered with Ida flying in front of them. The huge gate of the fortress opened, and she flew out with the army behind her. At the same time, I saw the gate of the 4th Grim fortress opening up and a huge Grim army flying out of it. I don't know who the real target of the Grim army is. It may be us or the other 2 forts, but I am engaging this bastard, no matter who the target is. My army moved toward it at very fast speed this time. There was no show-worthy charge instead. We were moving like a precise strike missile would only stop when we clashed against the enemy. The battle spirit artifacts lighted up across the chests of the emperors, and spirit lightning began to cover them. To my surprise, it took the battle spirit energy mere 3 seconds to reach the level of Tyrant, and by the time a minute was over, it had reached the power of peak elite, which is quite shocking, seeing a few days ago, their battle spirit energy barely able to reach the elite class. Such progress could be said to be shocking, as it is very hard to advance it. Tens of battles needed to win constantly, a great bond needed to be forged between men and women, and most importantly, they needed to have immense trust and respect for their commander. I was in my shock over this when a slight frown appeared on my face before my expressions eased up. The commanders of forts have changed. The 2 battles had been fought yesterday, and a day before that, between 2 human forts, had completely different commanders. They have replaced them someone different. I couldn't help but think this might be due to me. It is quite evident through their fighting style. Soon there was only a distance of 20 miles between the 2 armies, and the Grim army was also moving toward us at high speed, ready to clash with the band. When there was only 10 miles distance between us, a small change had occurred in the Grim army. The masters that were hidden came, all 25 of them with a bearman leading the charge. Masters forward. I ordered, and all 13 masters I brought appeared in front of the army, and Edwin took a leading position while Ida joined the leaders behind her smoothly. It is a little rare to bring the masters out directly, but not that rare, and we have planned and practiced for such a scenario, so everything went smooth without any hiccup. Charge. Soon there were only 5 miles of distance between the 2 armies, and Edwin shouted charge, and the speed of the army instantly doubled. Charge. The bearman leading the Grim army also shouted and doubled its speed, and the watery green battle energy covering the Grim army of 30,000 brightened further, nearly as bright and powerful as the lightning battle spirit energy around my army. This is the poison water legion of the Grim army, and its power is quite shocking. Its battle aura is the peak of elite as well, but the data said it is high elite. Its sudden increase in power is a little surprising, but not much, as the opposite army is known to replicate the battle spirit energy of the opposing army if the difference is not huge. Though this spirit is not stable, and if my army gains the upper hand on it, then the spirit will plummet further. This would be the strongest enemy I would face in the battle, and I did not have the confidence to kill it, even with the strings and other methods. Bang clang boom, the explosion of power and sound came out as the two forces clashed. The tides of two armies rolled over each other, attacking each other with powerful strength that within a second, a couple of people both sides got heavily injured, and some had reached very close to death or had died, if not for seed had reached them. Some of my research was actualized after I had gotten the data from the last battle. Now I have permanence healing seeds in all the tyrants, while hundreds of seeds are floating around the battlefield, burrowing into people who reach close to death and will die within a second. It will save more lives than before, and Grimm's now will have to crush the heads of humans to truly kill them. Grimm's knows about my ability to bring the people from the deal. I have shown it to all those watching in the last battle. Despite knowing it, it would not affect the chances of Grimm's killing humans. On the other hand, it will swing in our favor instead. The example of crystal petals applies here perfectly. I only provide the crystal petals to a few people, only those who have a stable mind, despite being able to provide 100 times more people. The reason is that if I provide to everyone, they will try to maim the Grimm monsters, so they could insert the petal into them to harvest the essence rose from them, which will make many humans miss the perfect chances to kill the Grimms in a single attack. It will give a Grimm's chance to survive, and they might kill humans in return, as there would be no hesitation. Even for smart Grimms, it is quite a dilemma. So now the Grimm monsters know that they could only kill humans by decapitating them. It had automatically restricted the chances of Grimms killing humans, and it will affect the battle. I could already see more than 75 of Grimms targeting the heads of humans to kill them for good. I don't know what the Grimm grandmaster feeling right now, but it must not be the positive emotions. Despite having more than 3 times the numbers than us, it had not gained any edge, in seeing how the battle going. It won't be long before we get the edge over the Grimms. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face for a moment before they became serious. While this dilemma is going to help, the humans will still die, and I am seeing one dying right in front of my eyes, and despite having all the power, I am not helping it. I am powerless despite being powerful. I calmed my tremulous emotions and watched the battle with rational eyes while always keeping an eye on my enemy. Feeling its aura, I already know it's going to be a very hard enemy to kill, and that ring artifact around it going to make things even harder for me. It had not activated that artifact yet, but it would as soon as our battle began. I hope it is not something dangerous or complicated to deal with, but I know it is just my wishful thinking, given it is Grandmaster that is using the artifacts. The Grandmasters rarely used artifacts aside from their weapons, and when they brought out any artifacts, especially strange looking as like floating behind the Grandmaster, then it means it is really something I should be serious about. 10 minutes passed by, and now the battle had an edge toward us. Though the edge is small, it is visible, and it slowly began to put pressure on the battle spirit energy of Grimms that had to begin to falter. Currently it is safe, but we continue to gain the edge. It won't be long before it falters to its previous level, and it might even go beyond that. While we are maintaining the edge in the battle of emperors, in the battle of tyrants, we are nearly equal. They have 3 tyrants while we have lost 1, and seeing they have more than 3 numbers than us, it is near equal loss. The battle had just begun. As time passed, it would become even more bloody, and many people would die. I had just thought that when suddenly I saw something through Ashland's eyes that made my eyes go wide, and I reacted instantly. Complete boost plus crown of roses plus shields of roses. Grimm monster activated the artifacts behind it, and I instantly knew what type of artifacts it was. It also burst into what seemed to be its full power before it came at me with a speed, which I was able to barely see even with the full power of crown of roses aiding me. A huge yellow lightning bolt came at me at incredible speed. People might consider it an attack, but it is no attack. It is a Grimm monster that suddenly stopped as the shield appeared in front of it. Punishing claws of Damro. It shouted and brought down its huge, covered in thick, dangerous lightning on my shield at incredible speed. BAMMM. I felt like a river of lightning crashed against my shields. Within a moment, the thick lightning covered the shield and spread to other shields, which were invisible and became visible as the lightning began to cover it. A second later, it seemed like I had caged in the sphere of lightning, but that did not last, as my shield shone and began to suck up the lightning up before beaking it and sending it to me. The amount of it is huge. My vines have an insatiable appetite, and they consumed it as much as I sent it. 5 seconds later, the lightning disappeared while the Grimm monster looked at me with mild surprise. What a perfect defensive move. I would expect nothing less from you, Grandmaster Czar, said Cheetaman with a wide, grinning smile. Grandmaster Tastek, I thought you were fighting at Remedy Fields, I said as lightning completely swallowed up by my shield. I was fighting there, but when I heard about interesting prey such you have come to this place, I couldn't help but come here, the lightning Cheetaman replied with a grin. The one in front of me is Taystar, a lightning Cheetaman famous for its speed and destructive lightning, and it is also a mid-grandmaster class powerhouse. It is also very good at running away, making it quite hard for even those who are substantially more powerful than it to kill it. It is a little thin for a grim monster, but nearly 9 meters tall with a yellow furry body that has streaks of yellow lighting dancing around it. Those small streaks of lightning are dangerous enough to turn even a powerful master to ashes. You know, Grandmaster Tastek, you're standing quite close to me. You should know some of your friends have disappeared from the world doing that, I said with a smile, and the predatory grin on his lips disappeared instantly. For a moment, alarm flashed into its eyes, and the ring behind it brightened up the intensity before it looked at me again, but this time there was deep seriousness in it. It is not easy to make me disappear, Czar, it said, trying to gain the lost ground over the conversation. Many of your friends had said the same things before they disappeared for good, I said and stared at the ring behind it with greedy eyes. I did not hide my emotions at all. I wanted that ring, and I will have. The spatial artifact is quite good, and just as I expected earlier, it will impede my strings. While I was conversing with the Grim, I have moved my string toward it and found the huge obstruction. The ring behind it affects the space surrounding its body, diverting everything randomly. The effect is far from powerful. It is so weak that even a regular tyrant could breakfast spatial layer protecting it, but it is enough to manage to deal with my strings, which barely used any force when wrapping around the enemy. I could not use the force despite I could, as it would make my strings visible to the powerful senses of Grandmaster. So I want to wrap my strings around it, then I would have to make a way to melt my strings into my spatial current and pass through it without alerting the Grim monster or the artifact. Enough talking, Czar, I want to see how long you survive with these little shields of yours, it said, and thick yellow lightning formed on the metallic claw it was wearing, which came down on my shield hard. BAMMM. Its claw struck again on my shield, but this time with much greater power than before. The attack was so powerful that it instantly covered my whole shields, and that was just a beginning as moment. Another claw stuck my shield before they even finished dealing lightning of the lightning of first claws. I did not wait for a moment and activated the defenses of my shield at their full power, and as I did, the lightning covering the shields rapidly began to increase. Seeing that, surprise couldn't help but flash in the eyes of the Cheetaman, and it disappeared, and next moment, I saw it appear above me, trying to target above between my shields. BAMMM. My shields moved smoothly and instantly covered the gap it was going to target before getting hit by another powerful attack of the claw. The Grim had disappeared again, and this time it appeared behind me at extremely fast speed. If I had not been tracking it through the special skills, I would not have guessed it had even more from its spot. The realistic afterimage of it is still above me and giving off an aura as if it is a real thing and not a side effect of the immense speed. BAMMM, BAMMM, BAMMM. I again filled the gap, and its claw landed on the shield, covering them with further lightning before disappearing and attacking from another spot a moment later. In a matter of a few seconds, it had launched over 100 attacks, and now my shields and area around them are completely covered in the yellow lightning. The lightning was so dense that it had covered the gaps fully that people from outside could not see me from my shields. Under its constant attacks, even my most powerful defense has begun to feel the strain. The lightning is dangerously powerful that there was barely any early grandmaster who could be able to defend against such power. While I am fine right now, I would not be by the end of the minute if it continued to attack me like that. I would need to increase my defense power in some way, as this is not the strongest move this bastard has. 2 months ago, this bastard fought against Grandmaster Veronica, revealing all its power, and even though it had to run like a dead dog, it had revealed impressive strength, and if I compared that to it, then it is only using 30 of its power against me right now. Seconds passed by, and now the lightning around my shields had become so thick that it had formed a cocoon of lightning, and it would crumble my shield within the next 3 seconds if I did not do something. Your defensive ability is reaching the limit, Czar. It won't be long before my lightning swallows you whole, it said with a laugh, and it did not contain its voice at all. It had intentionally let it spread around the battlefield. Its intentions are evident and show the result within a second. The crumbling spirit energy of the Grim army begin to get its momentum back, and it won't be long before their battle spirit energies regain the lost power. You are powerful, Tastek, and I will give you that, but if you are assuming this puny attack of yours could crush me, then you are sorely mistaken, I said loud enough that the whole battlefield could hear it. I really want to see how you are going to deal with this attack of mine, said Lightning Cheetaman grinningly, while not stopping for even a moment from attacking. See then, I said, and just when my shields were about to crumble against this powerful attack, the lightning covering it began to get sucked into my shield at incredible speed that little more than a second later, every streak of lightning had vanished while Grim looked at me with a shock in its eyes. Internal energy. How could I forget that you practice an art? It said as it recovered from its shock. I continued glancing at my shields, which I filled with internal energy before looking into my eyes directly. You are quite lucky with your art, Czar, even among the Grims. There are very few arts that provide such strong internal energy for your level, the Chiteman noted. It is right, my unflavored internal energy is quite pure even among humans. Very few arts give such pure energy. The most amazing thing what I did with it, I had experimented with my inheritance energy and tweaked it a little so that the moment internal energy merged with it, its power exploded. I had only supplied a faint stream of internal energy to my shields, but it was enough to deal with powerful lightning that was accumulated on my shields. Since you have brought out your internal energy, it is time I kill you, it said, and a thunderous aura burst out of its body. The aura is so powerful that space begins to shake around it. My eyes also lit up when I noticed an important thing the Grims like to show, but they have to be intelligent about it, lest they gave great ideas to their enemies like it had just done to me right now. Blades of Dahmer, it shouted, and thick lightning covered its whole body before it moved toward its claws on both hands and formed huge lightning blades around the claws. The lightning blade looked very dangerous that I immediately doubled the output of internal energy into my shield, and it is a good thing I did otherwise. Something very bad would have had happened. CLANNNG. A deafening metallic sound rang out the moment its lightning blade clashed against my shield with such force that if I had not increased the output of the internal energy just now, the attack would have injured me very seriously. There are huge arcs of lightning this time, just pure force it had got from burning up that lightning. It is really an amazing attack, and I could understand its shock when it saw me surviving without any injuries. If it had been my friend, I would have told it I only remained uninjured because of my preparations to deal with such force. I had not only covered the shields with the internal energy, but also myself, or the shock of this attack would have injured me enough that I would be vomiting blood right now. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It immediately got over its shock before it attacked me with an even more powerful attack, but this time I was more prepared. It had begun to attack me as if it was in a frenzy, but it is in no frenzy. It is very calm and attacking with a clear mind. Each of its attacks is calculated and would target the weakest link in my defense. So why it is attacking me so frenziedly? Well, there are a couple of reasons for that. First and foremost are my strings. Even though it is very confident in its ability and the artifact behind it, it is cautious enough and wants to finish me off as soon as possible. The second reason is the spatial artifact behind it, the huge ring glowing in soft silver light. It, like most spatial artifacts, accepts regular energy, and like most spatial artifacts, it requires a huge amount of it. This is consuming energy like the sea consumes the river, and even with all its great strength, it could not feed these artifacts for hours. Hell, it could not even feed it for half an hour. It is why it is attacking me constantly, with barely taking any break in between. It had been only 2 minutes since we began fighting, but it felt like we had been fighting for 2 hours. It is not the only one who had rapidly expanding energy. I am too rapidly expanding my internal energy rapidly. Still, I will be holding on for quite a while, more than it could. That thought had just entered my mind when suddenly, those huge swords began to expand, and their size had reached 3 times of that original. These swords are more than twice bigger than the Grim that is holding them and projecting far more power than before. My eyes widened seeing those words, and I immediately made the preparations to deal with them. I could die if I am even a moment late in dealing with them. I filled myself and my shields with internal energy and activated all the remaining formations which I had made to use the internal energy at its greatest advantage at my defense. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. I had just prepared when the huge lightning sword, which is bigger than the sphere of shields surrounding me, crashed into me, and I shook. The attack was so powerful that it shook me from head to toe and every internal organ I have, and unlike before, it did not even stop for a moment to see the result of its attack before it attacked again, as believing it would not be enough to deal with me. It is right about that, while it shook me. It is far from enough to kill me. It would need to use all its strength before it could have that chance. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. The gigantic sword clashed against my shield. Non-stop. It is like my sphere of shields is some kind of nut it needs to crack. I am releasing the internal energy without holding back to deal with this attack. It is the only thing I can currently do. Holding back even a little could cost me my life, and I don't bet on my life when there are other ways. I could feel the frustration it had kept deeply hidden in its eyes, but as seconds passed by and turned into minutes, it became visible. The Grims are extremely intelligent, but they are too confident in their own ability that they end up underestimating the enemy despite understanding. It should not be underestimated. It has happened and proved so many times that it is a racial flaw of Grimm's, and not just a stereotype that we humans have created to make us feel good about ourselves. It is due to this flaw of them we humans end up winning, or at least surviving the battles that should have killed us. Take this battle, for example. This lightning cheetahman is aware of my abilities, and the most feasible way to deal with me is to attack me with all its power and kill me as soon as possible. The way it is fighting, it seemed like it is doing just that, but it is not even right now. It is not using its full power as it should. Instead, it is giving me a chance to get familiar with its fighting ability and collect the data on it, which will help me tremendously in the battle. It is intelligent enough to understand that as well, but that flaw of it, or rather a pride, would stop it from doing that to it. Humans are not worthy for it to use its full power from the beginning. Another minute and a half passed when suddenly it had stopped and looked at me intensely without saving anything. It looked fine, but it is not. It is as tired as I am. The respiration is vaporizing with lightning, the torrent of energy that is going toward the artifact behind it, and the signs of energy straining it trying to hide. Superimposing my gaze with Ashland's, all these became quite clear to me, and it also became clear that the most dangerous moment of the battle had come. It is not just staring at, but preparing an extremely powerful attack. The spatial artifact behind it makes it very difficult for one to sense it. I was only able to sense it after piercing spatial veil with Ashland's gaze. I begin to prepare myself as I pretty much have an idea of what type of attack came in my direction. It is likely the final attack that it had used on the Grandmaster Veronica before it had tucked its tail and ran away. I am not Grandmaster Veronica, who used defensive ability to deal with an attack. I do not have such power. I will have to focus my everything on the defense, and I should not be holding back anything this time if I want to survive. Human, run if you can. This final attack of mine will kill you without a doubt, the cheetahman said, and there was no grin or roar, just a warning which it wholeheartedly believes. I know about your attack, and running is useless in front of it, I replied with a smile. Did not seem surprised hearing that. As I had said, intelligent. The attack is very powerful and undodgeable unless one has a greater speed than it, and even lightning cheetahman is not that fast if the information about the attack is to be believed. Suddenly its aura exploded, but no lightning appeared out its body. Still the aura shook me, and I began to fight against my mind, which was screaming from all the corners for me to run away. Roar of Dahmer. It said, and the phantom of grim monster appeared behind it. It is different from the phantom that those with bloodline produced. This phantom is an exact copy of it, just 4 times bigger. Rumble. The phantom opened its mouth, and a rumbling sound rang out, and with it, a huge thick bolt of lightning shot toward me. The power inside the lightning bolt is earth-shaking. If it missed me and hit the ground, it would vaporize the whole army, sparing neither humans nor grim monsters. Even masters would be hard-pressed to defend against the stray energy this attack would release. As the attack released, my shield lit violet-red in color, as my burning essence merged with internal energy and inheritance energy, creating very powerful energy. Just 2 days ago, I was able to perfect this formula. It had taken quite a lot of time, but it was all worth it, given its power. Without such a card in hand, I would not have been confident in surviving against the most powerful attack of mid-grandmaster, even with the recent advancements I had. Boo! The rumbling lightning bolt crashed against my shields and exploded with so much power that it would vaporize a weaker grandmaster. Puh. I began to vomit one mouthful of blood after another as my skin split and bones cracked while I took a step back. The attack was beyond powerful. I have never faced something like it, and instantly it created a burning desire to get stronger. The attack had gravely injured me in an instant, and it is not over. The explosion of energies are attacking from all the corners, trying to find a crack in my defense so they could come in and destroy me. These energies did not find any gap, but they are still coming inside me rapidly. My shields have lighted up like blazing runs, and now ravenously sucking up the energy, breaking it before sending it inside me. The flood of energy began to come inside me, nearly ripping my veins apart as my runes swallowed it all without any problem. The amount of energy did affect my runes' speed. They swallowed this flood as they would swallow a trickle. I was watching it when I felt a change in me, only to see my swallowing rule advancing. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my bloodied face. With the swallowing rule advancing, my shields were able to consume all the energies around me pretty fast. It only took me 11 seconds before I revealed myself to Grim. Hugh, Grandmaster Taste Deck. It was quite an attack. For a moment I thought I might under it, I said as I wiped the sweat off my forehead. You have survived, it said simply. Still the shock could be seen filling its eyes. Yes, I paid a great price for that. If you attack me with such a powerful attack again, I might not survive, I said and faked a shudder. I could see the shock disappearing and anger taking its place, and which blazed when my shields disappeared. It is clearly a taunt, and it understood it as well. Its body literally shook in rage, but it was powerless to do anything. It might not look like it, but I don't think it had even 10 energy left in him after launching such a powerful attack, not to mention the ring behind it is still consuming its energies rapidly, so the chances of it attacking is really low. Even if I am wrong about its energy, which I don't think I am, I will defend against it with my shields. My shields have become invisible, they have not disappeared. I'm not an idiot even with 5 energy. It could kill me if I did not have my shields to defend. Retreat, it said, and with its command, the Grimm's army retreated, along with tyrants. Only it and I remained standing facing each other. We were watching the retreat of our armies when suddenly and tens of lightning bolts appeared around its claws, and I got a very bad feeling. Zup, zup, zup. A dead should remain dead, it said, and released these small lightning bolts at extremely fast speed, and a moment later they struck the humans, lying dead on the ground. It had killed those who could have survived. Tastek, you should be aware every action has a reaction, especially when it breaks the convection, I said, and heard that it opened its mouth scornfully, and words about to come out of its mouth when they suddenly stopped. The grim monsters began to fall dead, be it emperors or elites and leaders flying above, they all fall dead on the ground. I have killed 3 times grim monsters to the humans he had killed. You should know better to raise hands against my army without killing me first, I said on its raging face. I will kill you, Tsar, and it will be so painful that you will beg for a quick death, but I will not give that to you, he stated and flew toward its army while keeping the ring behind it active. It had been very careful during the battle and has not deactivated it even for a second. If it deactivated it during its final attack, it would have been able to increase the power of its attack by 20, but it did not, which is quite regretful as I wanted to have a chance to wrap my strings around it and harness a powerful essence that rose from it. I had already created 2 crystal roses from the 2 grandmaster I had killed in the front and shipped it to Pyramid. They are ecstatic about it, as with those 2, they have a total of 3 crystal roses of grandmaster grade. Those 3 have become one of the most powerful grandmaster class weapons the Pyramid has, as they would even be able to kill a grandmaster if they caught it off guard, but that is not their purpose. Their purpose is to kill the armies, as these are grandmaster class crystal rose which would even grandmaster would have tried their hard to destroy. Even lightning Chitemen would find it hard to destroy it before it consumes the whole army. The crystal rose made from the essence rose of Chitemen would be even stronger just imagining that I want to kill it even more. I waved my hand, and the bodies of Grimms have disappeared from their spots. The Grimms have tried to pick the bodies, but they have received quite a shock, and Chitemen had no interest in the bodies of Grimms that had died. He should have as not all the Grimms are dead. I have killed most but kept those with a bloodline alive, and now my strings have pierced through them, and soon the harvest would begin. These emperors, elites, and leader bloodlines would not help me advance, and I wanted them to. I only want them to recover my essence, and they should help me with it. Buzz, soon, the runes activated, and they began to harness their bloodline. It did not take even a minute to harness the bloodline of all the Grimms, and soon, the strengthening energy released. This time I manipulated the strengthening energy and only made it focus on replenishing my essence. My injuries are grave, but they are healing rapidly, and as my essence recovers, they will heal even more rapidly. It won't take me even an hour to recover from those grave injuries after replenishing my essence. Seconds passed, and to my surprise, within 26 seconds, the strengthening energy was able to replenish all my essence and move toward healing my injuries. I had not thought there would be enough strengthening energy to replenish all my bloodline essence. There is enough strengthening energy to replenish my burned essence, but also heal my injuries. A few more seconds have passed before strengthening energy has finally dried up. It was not able to heal all my injuries, but I have manipulated it to heal my most important organs, while the rest could be healed by my own healing energy. The battle was far from ideal. Even elites and leaders have done better than you all, I said to masters sitting in front of me. It had been 5 hours since the battle with the Poison Water Legion. In this battle, every level of powerhouse had been killed except for masters and grandmasters, and it is not a result I want to see. We will try harder next time, Edvin said after a second of silence. You better, but don't forget the caution. It is a most important thing to have when dealing with Grimms. They have tried their best in the battle. I have glanced at data which I had secretly collected on them. Their efforts were not enough, especially when there were still masters that hadn't joined the battle yet. It had been hiding the masters and hadn't sent them out, thinking I might make them fight against each other. Whatever the reason, they need to better against the Grimm monsters. I talked to them for a few minutes before I dismissed them. Half of them immediately left the control room on my order to rest. They had a hard battle and needed rest. I am also quite tired, but I need to stay here for a few hours the least. It had been only a few hours since I had fought the battle, and another Grimm fortress could launch the attack at me to take advantage of me and my army. It had happened before many times here, and one human grandmaster had even lost his life due to that. As they left, I walked toward the window and sat on the big chair in front of it. It is my chair. I had placed it here, so I could look at the window and also work in peace as this position avoids contact with others. I looked outside for a minute before closing my eye. Nero is outside, so I did not have to worry about any grim fort launching a sneak attack on me. As I entered my core, I saw hundreds of seeds floating in front of me since the battle had ended. My avatar had been studying these hundreds of seeds that belonged to many human emperors and all tyrants. There is another small group of different seeds besides them. These seeds are crystalline green with a tinge of purple. These are 12 original seeds that I used on the grim monsters in every battle. I have used them today too on the grim masters, enriching their data further. These seeds are progressing with every grim battle, and if I continue to fight such a big battle, I will make them strong enough for the next part, a part in which I will use them to control the grandmasters. I shook my head and focused on the seeds of humans. Most of the seeds were from emperors. I burrowed 260 seeds inside the most talented emperors, the list which I had gotten from the emperor. I am collecting the data not only because I want data for my inheritance, but also because I have a plan. I am now looking at the data to see who really has the potential to grow further. Only those will have a place in my plan, and to be honest, these talented, the ones supposed to have the greatest potential among the Lightning Lion Legion, are not that great. Looking at their data, most have the potential to reach the unranked tyrant stage. Few have the potential to reach elite and leader class. Only 11 will reach master class if all things work in their favor. As for the potential to reach the grandmaster class, only 4 have it, and I have only included these 4 because of their bloodlines. Those who have bloodline easily have the potential to reach a grandmaster class, but are barely one able to reach it. I will spread my seeds in all the 10,000 to find the best, and the brightest. I am sure I will be able to find people according to my specification. My avatar had already finished going through the data of all the emperors, and I already had the data about the tyrants from the last battle, and only had to look at data of the 3 news tyrants. The data of all the tyrants is good. They would not have reached this stage if they were not good. Here there are no unranked tyrants, only elites, leaders, and masters present with grandmaster leading them. Of all the tyrants' data I had looked, there are some that are quite promising. Except for my mentees, there are 2 people that have quite a good potential. They would be able to reach grandmaster class in a matter of years. They worked hard. There is one master called Calvin. He is a man in his mid-40s, but looked like someone in his late 20s. He had above average battle power, nothing interesting about that, and like all master, he has an apex inheritance, which is extremely suited with his constitution. It is due to this great synergy it was able to reach the master class, and would be able to reach the grandmaster class if he is able to strengthen his constitution further, which is not an easy thing to do, as knowledge and resources needed for it are hard to come by. The second person with potential is surprisingly Camphor, and her problem was completely different. When I saw the condition of her body last time, I was quite surprised, and this time had a special seed created so that I could get a detailed look at them. What I had found with detailed inspection had shocked me, and she should not be able to reach the master class with such condition, but she did. She is born with mutated veins. Her energy veins are wider than other people, much wider and stronger. They are 3 times larger than even my veins, which are quite wide and strong at the level of grandmaster. They are the wet dream of every powerhouse, but the thing is, 80 of her veins have been naturally clogged. With such a condition, it would have been hard for her to reach the tyrant, but she had reached the master class. She had worked impossibly hard for it. Signs of that are clearly visible in her. You are progressing fast. Keep it up such a way, and it won't be long before your bloodline goes through another advancement, I said to Ida as she walked out of Solution. All the essence of Solution had been absorbed her, and one could see her body is glowing with that. She is doing good. The solutions and constant battles are rousing her bloodline, harnessing more and more power from it. She just needs to continue such, and in a few months her bloodline will go through another advancement. I just hope my bloodline would advance soon. I do not want to keep holding back on my breakthrough, she said, hearing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Just wait for a little. You will thank yourself when you will receive its benefits, I said with a smile. People would die for such opportunity, and here I am complaining, Ida said with a sigh before a smile lit up on her face. She waved and left while I worked for about an hour doing different things before I closed my eyes and focused on the specific seed. Soon, a completely new scenery appeared in front of me. It was of the hospital with many people lying with various injuries. Some are near impossible to heal. For the regular healer, I am going to guide Neela in healing them. Begin, I asked Neela, and she walked toward the patient while explaining his condition to me and the healing she was going to perform on him through our link. I just listened before I asked a few questions. I did not correct her method if she was wrong or offer any pointers. I would only take action when she is wrong and the patient's life is in danger. She needs to learn to do things by herself. If I kept helping her at every step, she wouldn't become the healer she needed to become. I was with for 3 hours. Most of these 3 hours, I have been silent, only talking when I truly felt like she needed a suggestion. While I was doing that, I also had my avatar working on the things. Buzz. After cutting the connection, I only had a few minutes before my next appointment, who arrived right on time. Camphor walked out of the formation, and looking around the empty room, a confusion appeared in her eyes for a moment before it disappeared and her expressions became unreadable. "Commander," she said as she tipped her head slightly in a bow, "you must be wondering why I have called you here, Lady Camphor," I asked her. "Is this about my veins?" she asked, greatly surprised me. A laugh couldn't help but escape from my mouth as I had got my emotions under control. "I was planning to surprise you with it, but instead you have surprised me," I said with a smile. A small smile couldn't help but appear on her face hearing that. "My apologies, Grandmaster." It's just that a very good friend of mine was extremely enamored by medical expertise that she had claimed that if anyone could help me with my veins, then it would be you, she replied. "And who is this your friend, if you don't mind me asking?" I asked. "It is Grandmaster Carl," she said, and the image of blonde-hair man appeared in my mind. "Grandmaster Wilhelm, he is an interesting fellow," I said. I had met him. He was one of Grandmaster that needed for waking up the Grandmaster in the Hall of Sleep. That Grandmaster was none other than his uncle, possessing the same bloodline as him. He also told me about a peculiar problem his friend had, and I promised him I would take a look after the war was over. I have met tens of Grandmasters, and many have friends or relatives who have some problems which I could help in solving. With the time I had, I could not look at all unless that person was very important for the war. So I just say I will look at them after the war, and it is not an empty promise. I am sure, after the war, I will have enough time to do favors for a few Grandmasters. "You're right, Lady Camphor. The reason I have called you is because of your veins," I said. "Since childhood, many people have looked at my veins. There were even a couple of Grandmaster. Some had created great inconvenience and trouble for me," she said politely. Her words held a completely different meaning. She is clearly telling me that she had suffered before in the hands of the healers. She did not have to tell me that I had requested her medical file from the parent. Even a Grandmaster class healer could not look at it without the permission of the patient unless it is related to the security of race. While for people like me, those rare few who got the title of Grandmaster in their field receive special privileges, which let me even see a file of some Grandmaster without their knowledge, as long we have good enough reason. "You are mistaken, Lady Camphor, I am not forcing you," I said while shaking my head. "I have a habit to look at the medical file people under me, and so when I saw the peculiar problem of yours and felt I could do something about and have time, I called you. If you don't want, you can leave, and I promise there won't be any hard feelings," I added. While her veins are interesting, if she did not want them, I would not force her. There are many other important things I could do with my time. "You misunderstood my words, Grandmaster. I have heard about your medical talents. My friend has told me enough things about you that I know rejecting your offer would be akin to rejecting the life-changing opportunity," she explained hastily. "Since you don't have any problem, let's begin," I said, and strings began to come out of my hands, and a minute later, they have formed a transparent pink coffin. A look of surprise couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Most people get surprised seeing my coffin. It is quite a strange shape and even creeps to some people, as Alina had said. "Please get inside," I said. "There is no need for you to take off your clothes. Sealing your power and taking off your artifacts are enough," I said. She nodded and walked and deactivated her armor underneath it as her unform. She took out her blazer and all the metallic things and artifacts on her body before she stepped into the coffin and lay inside. As she did, I closed the seal off the coffin, and the seed entered her before extremely fine strings that are invisible to the eyes. These are the finest strings I could make, and I need them to be as fine as possible to do anything to the veins. As my strings pierced inside her, they have directly gone toward her veins and began to infiltrate inside the veins. There are thousands of mana veins inside her that spread all over her body. To enter inside the veins, the strings need to be extremely thin, and I need to control them with extreme precision. A slightest mistake, I will damage her veins and give her soul-tearing pain, but due to my impeccable control, there is no pain on her Camphor's face. My strings moved in the thousands of veins, and it took me about 15 minutes to spread my strings inside 20 of the strings that were still working, and I saw something that literally shook me, and I nearly lost control. First, I thought they were just normal marks, but as now I connected the pieces, I understood it was a rune, still broken, but without a doubt a rune. I was wrong, very wrong. These are no mutated veins, but elemental veins. They are a treasure, and in our world, they have never been documented before. I only know about them because I have read about them. The elemental veins are just below the elemental bodies, but above the constitutions or the most constitutions. The constitution equal to the above elemental bodies is extremely few. This is a very complex rune, and it is incomplete. I had only looked at the 20 of her veins, so I don't know what this rune is. I would not have any idea. Even if I had a complete rune, I would not have been able to know what it's about. Each rune is unique, and their grade is far above the common rune that we used, but one thing is clear. Once the rune is activated, the phenomenon it will create will not equal what twins have created or even greater, since there is a huge difference in level. For the rune to activate, and I need to open the blockage of every vein in her body, which she had since she was a fetus. From what I could tell, she had got the veins when she was a 4-month-old fetus, but when she was around 7 months, something had happened and created the blockages in her magic, which barely formed. I don't know the factors leading to it were natural or something else. The medical file of Camphor said that her mother had a normal pregnancy, and the problem in her veins hadn't been detected till she was 14. Grandmaster, did you find something? Your expressions changed so suddenly. Camphor asked suddenly. She is very conscious, and since her power is sealed, all she can do is look around. Yes, I did find something, and it is not bad, but I will tell you about it later, I said with a smile before I closed my eyes, and the pyramid badge lit up for a moment. I had my eyes closed for a moment before I opened them. When I did, I began to take out the resources, and seeing them, a huge change couldn't help but appear on her face. These resources? Camphor asked in a shaking voice as she looked at the resources I placed on the screen of the coffin. These were no normal resources, but rare of rare resources, and each of them is an extremely rare Grandmaster class resource. 3 of them are even from my own plants that are growing in my core. Don't worry, your organization and pyramid had agreed to fully fund your treatment, I said, shocking her even further that I felt her going black for a second. A few minutes ago, I asked for an emergency meeting with the council and presented her condition, and even told them the exponential cost that will concur for her treatment, and they agreed. It is not surprising. Given their power, they are aware of the elemental veins and willing to pay a heavy price for it. If it had been a peaceful time, they would have thought hard about the cost before deciding, but there is no time. With council and supreme she belongs to agreed to pay, I changed the treatment. Earlier, I was going to take it slow and would have needed years to unclog her veins with regular resources, but now it won't take that much, though it would still take more than a month or even a few months, seeing the difficulty of unclogging it. As I placed the resources on the screen of the coffin, a runic formation began to appear on it, covering each and every resource. Within a minute, a complex formation has appeared on the screen. Buzz. I activated the formation, and it began to bring out the essence of the resources before this essence merged and began to boil up. They boiled up for more than 5 minutes before stopping as all the liquid had vaporized, leaving behind a thumbnail-size yellow-green crystal. This crystal is an amalgamation of all the energy present in essence. To open the clogs, I do not need a solution but need a very concentrated particular type of energy, which I am sure this small crystal would be able to provide. As the crystal is created, it lit up, and dense yellow-green from it begins to transmit thickly to my very thin vines that spread across the veins of camphor. I should begin, I said to myself, and moved the vine toward the first clog. I am extremely careful, as the last time someone had tried something like this, they had nearly ended up destroying these veins. I do not want to make such a mistake in my hastiness, and cost a would-be grandmaster to humans. Once all the clogs are cleared, her elemental veins would activate, and from there, it won't take much time for her to reach the grandmaster class, and even progressing further into the stage won't be a problem for her, seeing the hard work she put into reaching this state despite having such a great disadvantage. Soon, 7 strings have reached the first clog. It is a natural clog, made of the same thing as the veins themselves. Drilling into the veins would be idiocy. It is what that idiot healers tried to do. Veins are not bones that you could just drill. They could work on the normal clogs, but not on these clogs. These clogs are strong, but also delicate at the same time. I am not going to drill into these clogs, but melt them, though not in a traditional sense. If I tried to melt these holes, I would destroy the whole veins. There are other ways to melt the clogs, and use the melted material to fix the other deficiencies of her veins. This will be a little painful, I said, and muted the coffin before activating the microscopic formations on the 7 vines. These formations were filled by the crystal's energy and covered by the rule-bending power. My strigs moved forward, and as they did, the clogs began to melt. It is like I am making a burning match next to the wax, and it is just melting. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief for a second. I thought it wouldn't work, but it did. With the help of extremely powerful resources and good old rule-bending power, it is working. This is just the beginning, as lots of things could go wrong. I did not think about any of that. Instead, I focused on melting. The 7 vines worked in perfect synchronization, and a little more than a minute later, the first clog had been cleared. Another group of 7 vines moved toward the different clog, while these 7 strings took the melted clog and used it to patch up the damage on the veins. Camphor had worked for hard master class, for it had worked hard for more than half-century, a level she had reached in her 70s, which she should have reached in her, or even in teens if there had no clogs in her veins. She is 76 years old but looks like she is a lady in her late 40s or early 50s. To reach this stage, she had employed many different methods and resources. Some of these methods and resources would have shattered a regular person's veins, but they have just damaged her. Most of the damage to her veins has been healed, but there is some that had remained, and this melted material of clogs will help me fix the damage. I operated the group strings each would melt and transport the material and fix the damaged veins. For half an hour, I have only worked with only 2 groups of strings, but as I grew confident, I began to use more and more groups of strings. I worked for about another hour before I had finally stopped. In just a short period, I had expanded half of my rule bending power, and also because her veins had reached near the limit. If I continued to clear more clogs, I would end up affecting them detrimentally. I will need to give them little rest before I continue opening a few more clogs. Still, I am happy with my progress. I have unlocked 7 of my clogs and used a tenth of the energy present in the crystal. It would be enough to open more than half of the clogs present in the camphor body. Is it over? Camphor asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. Yes, it's over, at least for now, I said. Let your energy remain sealed for at least an hour, and don't use the newly opened pathway for a day, I said, which again surprised her. With her energy sealed, she had been completely blank to what was happening inside her, as she had also sealed her soul energy, as I had asked her it might interfere with the energy of the crystal. You are free to use your soul energy now, I said, and I felt her releasing her soul energy, and a second later, a great change appeared on her face that even surprised me, as I had not expected her to cry. I always feel a little awkward when people show their gratitude. Sometimes I don't even know what to say. Most of the time I just smile and say the words I had just said. Grandmaster, what is the thing you have discovered inside me? She asked. You will know in time, I said with a smile. She did not ask further, hearing that, and walked toward the formation after saying her gratitude one more time. After she left, I rested for a while before I made the solution for myself to dip in and also worked inside my core on different things. A month had since I had taken over the command of Argan Fortress, and everything had been going strange for me. The Grimms who were supposed to fight me constantly are avoiding me. I had fought against the Cheetahmen 2 times only, and no other Grimm fortress had attacked me. I had attacked Cheetahmen and other Grimm forts, but they just defended from inside, and when I moved my army to fight an existing battle, they would just retreat. If I had been a little dumb, I would have thought they were scared of me, but I am not that dumb. It is clearly a mind game to frustrate me, force me to make a mistake, and then strike me at the ripest time. They have done this many times against many talented powerhouses. It is a great strategy for people like us. People who grow with each battle. The more we fight, the stronger we will become. People dug deeper into their inheritance. The bloodlines evolved under strain, and I grew stronger with every bloodline essence I consumed, which I could only get from the Grimm monsters. It is not the only way for me to get stronger, but the fastest way I have. Not to mention it offers double benefits such as growing the resourcing inside me at an extremely fast speed. It could be said that Grimms are essential for me. I have been exploring other ways to get the Grimms with bloodline while also keeping my eyes on the 5 Grimms in front of me. I can't let myself fall into whatever trap they are spreading for me. Currently, I am in the command center, watching the battle through Nero's eyes. I wanted to join the battle so badly, but I know they will retreat, and I am not strong enough to stop the retreat. I could play dirty by killing those of lower levels, but it will have unintended consequences which I am not ready to bear. So I released my seed through Nero and also asked most commanders of 2 adjacent fortresses to let some of my tyrants fight in their battle. It was quite a hard negotiation, and those 2 bastards have squeezed quite a lot of benefits from me. Ida and Camphor are fighting the battles currently, and I have to say, their performance is impressive. Especially Camphor, who had just transformed in this past month. As she got access to more pathways, her power exploded. It also helped that her veins have become nearly perfect, with me healing all the damage her veins have suffered since she began to practice. With continued sessions, every 5 days, 75 of her blockages have opened, and it won't be long before I open the last 25 of them. When that happens, she will receive the greatest boost of her life, and many changes will occur in her. I can't wait for that, as it will help me collect an immense amount of data from the veins. Aside from these 2, I have also created the collective solution according to every tyrant's need and also selected 192 most talented emperors. It had been 2 weeks since the project began, and 50 have sponsored by the pyramid. The last 50 on me is something pyramid had imposed, so I would not waste their resources on frivolous projects. The 50 resources are quite a heavy burden. Thankfully, I will get what I spent after a month. The data had been more than promising, and according to condition, if I am able to give them a certain level of advancement, they will give me back all the resources I had spent on the project and fund it fully after that. I am also making fast progress on my inheritance, and research on other topics has been going well. I had even made a breakthrough in some projects that helped me make better solutions for the emperors and tyrants. Even now, my avatar is constantly working while I watch the battle, which is going great. Even Grandmaster Oak had gained the advantage over the Grim Grandmaster he is fighting against. I really wish that he would be able to kill the Grim Grandmaster, but I know that is just wishful thinking on my part. Unless Grandmaster Oak could bring out a very powerful move, it would be very hard for him to kill the Grim Grandmaster despite having the edge, as the Grim monster he is fighting against have quite good defensive abilities. The battle progressed, and more powerful moves began to appear from the battlefield. Even at such a great distance, I could see the sky lighting every few seconds. Around 2 hours passed by when the battle was finished, and as I had guessed, despite having an edge, Grandmaster Oak was not able to kill his enemy or even bring a great injury. For other people, it is quite hard to kill an enemy with strong defensive powers. They cannot just wrap their strings around them sneakily and suck them inside their core like me. I thought before shaking my head and sighing. The Grimm's bastards have been very careful not only Cheetaman, but others also have spatial artifacts. They have hidden it very well, but Nero was able to detect them on their bodies. Well, no worries, I am extremely close to finding a way to meld into this spatial defense of theirs. I would need a couple of days before I find it. So they should attack me before that, as after I will surely get those bastards. Choo-choo. I was watching the retreating army when Ashlyn's voice rang out through our link. It felt slightly distant because she had finally found what she had been searching for the last 15 days. Edvin, you are in command, I said as I walked out of the command center. They may think I am going to my quarters to rest, but they are very wrong, as I am going to out-hunt the prey that Ashlyn had just found me. I reached my quarters, and just as I did, I took out 4 dark pink balls and activated formations on them. Buzz. They buzzed as the formations on them activated and flew out of my palm before forming a square door. As it appeared, I moved my hand from up to down, and a spatial rift formed inside the door, big enough that I could easily pass through it. I walked into the rift, and behind me, the rift began closing. As 4 balls came inside, the rift closed finally without alerting a single system of the fort, despite my quarters being one of the most focused areas. These balls are a much upgraded version of the balls which I had used before to move around without alerting the sensors or senses of a powerhouse. They barely leave behind any trace at all, and the trace they left behind could be detected by these sensors. Even powerful Grandmaster would be hard-pressed to detect them even if they looked at that place, and these faint signs would disappear quite quickly, so it could be said they are the near-invisible method to travel spatially. I need to take such precautions as powerful artifacts and powerhouses are tracking every movement. A huge portion of Pyramid's power is being used to track the spatial fluctuation of Grandmasters and above-level powerhouses. As the rift close, I begin to move in the space sea. I have to be fast. The prey is Grandmaster. It could change its directions in a second. Ashlyn had worked very hard for the past 15 days to find this prey, and I should not waste her efforts. If it had got away, I don't know how long it would take me to find another prey. I need this prey before Grimm's makes their move. I have a feeling it is going to be extremely dangerous for me, and if I do not make the preparations, I will die. It is not like I did not improve in these past months. I have improved. I burned through an immense amount of resources and got an increase that would shock the old Grandmasters, but that is far from enough. I need to be stronger, much stronger. Buzz. A few seconds later, I stopped and activated the bats again. Like last time, they flew out of my hand and formed a gate. Instead of immediately tearing open the rift, I covered myself with my stealth method. It had grown quite powerful with grounds I had made with my research, and now I will test its power against a Grandmaster. With my stealth method as its full power, I opened the spatial rift and walked out of it. The rift, on the other hand, did not close. The mist came out of these 4 dark pink crystal balls and covered the whole rift, which made it disappear completely from the view. One could not even sense the spatial fluctuation, even if they stand close to it. I need this rift open, as the second I finish with my prey, I will need to leave as there is a very high chance a very powerful Grim will come seeing it dead. I moved toward my prey. It was near me, and I would just need to fly a couple of seconds before I saw it. 9 seconds later, I saw it. The ape-man is moving through the air silently, and seeing the way it is moving and using its soul sense, it is patrolling the area. This area, Thomas Hills, is one of few neutral areas where war between the two races is not raging. There are many reasons for that. One of the most important is that its location is not strategic at all, and it does not have many resources or entrances to ruin and realms. Still, both humans and Grimm send their powerhouses to patrol this area below me. I could see tens of kings and emperors of both sides patrolling. The appearance of Grandmaster is quite rare, and Ashlyn was only able to discover it when she was flying over this area not long ago. The moment she was sure this Grimm was alone, and there was no trap, she had called me. Soon, I reached close to it that there was only a mile of distance between us, and its sole sense is scanning over the area where I was standing, but it's still not able to detect me. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. It is very hard to reach such a close distance of the Grandmaster without them discovering them. I reached it, and just as I did, my strings came out of me and moved toward the Grandmaster. It is quite hard to control the strings from such a distance, especially when I am under so much pressure. The pressure of not getting discovered, the pressure of finishing the job quickly. As those balls are not going to keep the rift open forever, I need to finish the job soon and return through them. Still, it is a challenge I am willing to face and even quite excited about it, as it is forcing me to stretch the boundaries of my control and would help me a lot extremely if I can do it successfully. I have to succeed, I could not afford to fail, and it is due to why I am sneaking on the Grimm, which I am not too fond of doing. I preferred to work on my strings while fighting. It gives me a huge thrill and excitement. Seconds turned into a minute and minute into 2 before I knew it. 3 minutes and 52 seconds passed by, and I had finally wrapped the Grimm monster in my strings, fully seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my strained face. The Grimm grandmaster, who was patrolling without sensing anything, suddenly stopped. For a moment, a shock appeared on its face before it morphed into horror. It seemed to understand the predicament it had fallen into, but before it even does anything else, like contact others for rescue, it had disappeared from its place without leaving a single proof behind. Strange, said the Grimm as he looked at space from where it had gotten the distress signal from less than a minute ago. It had come as soon as it could, but now it had appeared. There was no sign of Japhet. Are you sensing anything? I asked Emrez beside me, but he had too shook its snakehead. Both of them have activated their abilities, but did not see any signs of a fight at all. There is not a single fluctuation of the flared aura, as Jadit just disappeared out of nowhere. It is very strange. Look for any spatial signs, said the Grimms, and activated his spatial sensing abilities, and to its surprise, it did not sense anything. Usually, the signs of spatial travel did not disappear for hours, and when special abilities activated, they became clear as day, but he is seeing nothing. Not a single signs of spatial sign could be seen. There are only 2 things such way, said Emrez, and I nodded. I know what things he is referring to, and just thinking about them, my eyes couldn't help but burn in rage. These 2 things give us trouble, especially the latter. Michiel Zar could kill without leaving a proof, but chances of it coming here so far without creating a single spatial disturbance is quite hard, near impossible, I might say, Emrez said as it looked around. That leaves us those from Dark Tower. Those bastard barely leave any proof, Emrez added. The Dark Tower is a very secret force of humans that had appeared in the last epic war, a very scary force that helped those bitches nearly destroy us. If we did not have that, we would have been wiped out from this world. Not many Grimm grandmasters know about this scary enemy. Even among humans, barely a few know about it. For thousands of years, we have tried to send our spies there, but not a single able to get the slightest information about this, much less infiltrate. Even after such a long time, we did not have more information about this secretive organization than a few pages. So what do you think? Will they be successful in killing it without any disturbance? Emrez asked suddenly. It will die today, without doubt. Even if we have to sacrifice our precious pawn to kill it, we will do it, I said. My answer did not surprise Emrez. Instead, he nodded in understanding. Michiel Zar is dangerous, especially those wretched artifacts he made using our essence. They would bring terror if it was able to create them through the Grandmaster's essence, Emrez said. I shook my head, hearing that. It had likely succeeded in doing it, and that is why we could not let it live longer, I replied. Today would be the day Michiel Zar will die. Not only it, but another human, who is more talented than Michiel, will also die. We have made far greater preparation to kill it than we have made for the Michiel Zar. Let's leave. We will make the forensic team do the detailed analysis here, I said, and opened the spatial tier before stepping inside it. I stepped back into my quarters with Ashlyn with a smile on my face. The hunt had been successful, and now it was time to reap its rewards. It had been barely a minute since I had got the Grimm monster, and it is still getting harvested in my core. The harvesting is nearly finished. It won't be long before the Grimm Grandmaster turns into the husk. Buzz. 8 seconds passed by, and the Grimm Grandmaster turned into the husk, and a second later, the strengthening energy released. An ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing that. To get this, I had taken a risk and sent Ashlyn away in search of the prey every day. She would scan through the large area before moving to another. I had even taken the help from the secret intel of Pyramid, and though Ashlyn found many Grimm Grandmasters through it, they were not a perfect prey that I could want. All of them were in a place where I could not kill them secretly as I had killed this ape-man. With the strengthening energy, the jitters I have been feeling had finally lessened. I also feel calmer, more confident in dealing with anything that Grimm monsters throw at me. The second passed, and my body absorbed more and more energy, and soon, a minute and a half passed when a change began to occur in my aura. From the initial leader, my aura begins to transform mid-leader, which is equal to mid-grandmaster. When I was elite, I needed to consume tens of master bloodlines before I could advance to mid-elite from initial elite. But here I only needed 3 grandmasters and a few lower powerhouses' bloodlines. The reason for that is because the bloodlines of grandmasters are very powerful. They are very close to bloodline core. The advancement each one of them gives is immense. The only sad thing is there are very few Grimm grandmasters with bloodlines, which is also good news. If there had been too many grim grandmasters with bloodline, we would have suffered a lot in the war, even lost it. Another minute has passed before all the strengthening energy has been digested, perfectly stabilizing me with mid-leader class tyrant aura. I quickly looked inside my core and saw the resources filling the trees again and couldn't help but feel relieved. In this past month, in order to increase my strength, I have used them indiscriminately that for a moment I had feared I might use them all without leaving anything. Thankfully this time not happened now for some while. I am happy, but one thing has made me slightly disappear. The fruits of the essence tree, all of them are still in master class. I had thought at least one would be able to reach grandmaster class, but nothing of that sort had happened.